Chapter 001 Desperate Strait. On the night of July 15th, Star Calendar 2011. In the Earth Alliance, Solar War Zone, Lin High City of Tuaxia region known for origin planet. After 10 years of war between the Earth Alliance and the Orion Constellation Alliance. Finally, the galactically incessant expert Seth avoid heaven realm to mediate in the Starfall War Zone. The stalemated warfare concluded, and Earth Alliance ushered in a brief period of tranquility. Although far from the battlefield, the people if Solar War Zone could help but breathe his eye of relief in their hearts. Celebrations began at 7 endless until 11 at night before the crowds gradually dispersed. However, between Tetraces, these seeds of hatred had already been planted, awaiting downline the right soil to sprout and grow. The flames of war would burn ignited. Midnight. Just past midnight, a sudden dark cloud obscured the bright moon. A moment later, clouds surged and converged from all directions, resembling the giant demonic cloud ascending upon the entirely high city as if to crush it into oblivion. It was as they say in those dark clouds loom over the city, as if it's about to fall. Crack. At evening hundertklub accompanied lightning bolt across Husky. In the fleeting light, a JoJo-story tower stood prominently in the center of Lin High City like a colossal giant. This JoJo-story building, with its imposing appearance, looked like a massive five-clawed golden dragon coiled around the Oriental temple. The dragon was lifelike, while the excala clearly visible. Its 5 claws clasped tightly around the building, and its shed pointed skyward, as if roaring. This was the headquarters of Temporal Consortium, the largest conglomerate in Solar War Zone Temporal Tower. The Emperor Consortium controlled over 30 of the equity 72 administrative planets and 17,000 resource planets across Solar War Zone. Simultaneously, it held 22 of the market share for starship weapon procurement in the entire Earth Alliance and 40 of the market for civilian transport ships. In face of both lower-class Titans and upper-class elites and foraging planet, the Emperor Consortium was an undisputed giant. Within Earth Alliance, although the Solar War Zone is just one of the war zones, it held an extremely significant position. Thus, with its current financial strength and reputation, the Emperor Consortium occupied a notable spot among the 7 major consortia of Earth Alliance. Rumble. Soon after, another thunderous roar split the sky, seemingly attempting to cleave the overhead clouds into two. Moments later, gale force winds swept through, and raindrops as speed as beams bounded down from the heavens. Gazing at the torrential rain outside the window, Qin Wang gasped, "Old man, what did Zen familiar apply?" Qin Wang Chen chuckled, revealing the hint of bitterness and his of full face. "We looked like it was on the 20. Then he smiled and said, "Shang, it's better to rely on knees of hand to seek help from others. Think about how I, your father, built Temporal Consortium's foundation with me bare hands without ever asking for help from others. If it weren't to counteract the one consortium, it wouldn't fail broadly, do, and then family is in tough Emperor Consortium." "Heh," Qin Wang Chen chuckled coldly and continued, "Looking back no, it was the biggest mistake of my life." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive azure lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, hitting the dragon shed directly. Silver electricity spread down along the golden dragon's body, and the entire Emperor Tower emitted a radiant glow. For a moment, it seemed like the dragon's shadow was whirling and hovering. "Since you are here, why hide?" At this moment, Qin Wangqing laughed loudly. His cultivation of Temporar's awesome world-shaking scripture had reached its peak, and combined with 12-fold sword Emperor scripture, instantly unleashed endless killing intent. He condensed countless tangible sword can launch at the mootward. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive loud noises, mixed with severe screams, left Qin Wangchen's luxurious office and the corridor outside in shambles. Qin Wangchen was at the peak of his 6th stage of the Ionation realm, with on foot already in the Void Heaven realm. This full-powered attack was no less powerful than a full strength blow from a first stage Void Heaven expert. In an instant, the Silvero's Ionation experts and over 10 6th stage Ocean experts lying in wait beside death door were re-annihilated. Their severed limbs were buried under the rubble. Since their presence had been discovered, these midnight visitors no longer concealed themselves. Several long halls echoed, and the windows on all sides exploded inward. Countless glass shards, carried by fierce winds, flew towards Qin Wangshen and Qin Washeng. Behind these glass shards, over 10 concealed doors approached, each emitting their presence now Earth falls Ionation expert. Li Qi. Qin Washeng sensed the familiar aura among them. It was Li Qi, one of the 4 princes of Temporal Consortium along with him. The 4 princes of Temporal Qin Washeng, Zhang Wuji, Li Qi, and Gu Baiao. Among them, Qin Washeng and Zhang Wuji were at the strongest, both at their 3rd stage of the Ionation realm, while Li Kai and Gu Baiao are at the peak of his 2nd stage. However, besides the difference in stages, Thinking families on parallel saw some world-shaking scripture and families where emperor scripture were extremely dominant, practically unrivaled at the same stage. Thus, they were superior to Li Kai and Gu Baiyao. Although for a period to beat patient the surface, their private struggle should reach the point of no return. At this moment, facing this world enemy, Qin Huasheng would not show mercy. Activate this event's foremost sword emperor scripture. Those who oppose me shall die. Through to Emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture. A majestic and ruthless word ki shred at high incoming shards into pieces. This word ki remained unstoppable, heading straight for Li Qi. This word ki blocked all of Li Qi's escape routes, and for the failing 10 trading made Li Qi's faceable with fear. Although had always known he was weaker than Qin Huasheng, I presently know that Li Qi truly realized the gap between him. Nevertheless, Tori at the nation realm before its years of 30. Li Ku was no ordinary person. His moment of panic quickly passed, and has steadied himself, pushing his family's fire cloud power to its limit. Although the fire cloud power wasn't as powerful as the Emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture, at its and final stage, it could also destroy the world. Unfortunately, due to Li Qi's limited cultivation, he hadn't perfected fire cloud power. He could only unleash about 7 or 8 tenths of its power. Even with the amplification from fire cloud pump technique, he couldn't withstand Qin Huasheng's tangible ethos word ki. Slash! This word ki was like a mountain, easily crushing Li Qi's palm force. Zion Nation's word ki could cut through anything. This word ki generated with sword emperor scripture referred to emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture as a van sharper and more condensed than ordinary Zion Nation's word ki. Just as it was about to slice Li Qi, a giant black fist, the size of a millstone, struck out. It instantly to read this word ki launched by Qin Huasheng, sending shards fly in all directions. Their remaining power was no longer a threat to Li Qi. Gu Baiyao. Qin Huasheng started at he figure 8 period next to Li Qi, his yards skipping the beat, and this face filled with suspicion. Gu Baiyao asked to act among the 4 princes. Unlike Qin Huasheng, Zhang Wuji, and Li Qi, Gu Baiyao was a complete hedonist, indulging in novice sex, music, gambling, drugs, and more. Although he was the second stage of the Zion Nation realm, it was a result of his father, Gu Xiang, 耗费巨大代价 to forcefully infuse him with power. His true strength was even weaker than that of a novice Zion Nation martial artist. However, Qin Huasheng felt that today's Gu Baiyao seemed vastly different from his usual self, exuding an extremely sinister. Moreover, the black fist that just shattered this word ki was something thought could be produced by the deformalist whom their sound-date methods combined with that. It carried more sinister flavor. Furthermore, it was impossible for Gu Baiyao, how other like the second stage of the Zion Nation realm, to effortlessly shatter Zion Nation's word ki. Unless Gu Baiyao had learned the first school of martial arts. As Qin Huasheng pondered, his instincts suddenly were them, and he felt a shock. Looking up, he saw Gu Baiyao make a fine and mysterious light appear just.
Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's heart involuntarily jolted. The Fusang Divine Path was one of the most formidable powers in the Fusang region of the Origin Star, encompassing the 4 major sects. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The 4 great demon gods mentioned by Qin Huangchen were the leaders of these sects, with the demon god Inkong presiding over the Gale sect, possessing innate cultivation at the 6th stage, making him the foremost among the 4 demon gods, second only to the Divine Path's leader, Sakura Chiji. The Control Divine Art was a secret technique of the Divine Path, allowing the practitioner to implant their own primordial spirit into the body of the recipient, thereby granting the recipient 70% of the practitioner's power for a short duration. With Inkong's innate 6th stage prowess, 70% of his strength equated to a formidable opponent at the innate 5th stage. Naturally, Qin Wushang, being at the innate 3rd stage, would stand no chance against Inkong, who had seized control of Gu Biao's body. Contemplating this, a heavy dread settled within Qin Wushang, as he realized that the battle tonight could end in calamity. If it were merely the assassins cultivated by the Li and Gu families, there would be no cause for alarm. However, with the emergence of the Divine Path, a significant variable had been introduced. Unlike the Imperial Consortium, the Divine Path boasted numerous experts, with no fewer than 10 formidable beings at the innate 5th and 6th stages. Rumors even suggested that the leader of the Divine Path, Sakura Chiji, had transcended into the realm of the Void Sky, a peerless powerhouse. Although the Imperial Consortium possessed immense wealth, the number of innate experts they could truly gather was exceedingly limited. Especially for those above the innate 4th stage, mere financial incentives would not suffice. Over the years, Qin Huangchen had employed both kindness and intimidation, amassing several innate experts, yet most were at or below the 3rd stage. The only 2 innate 4th stage experts had resigned 2 days prior and had swiftly departed from the Origin Star, evidently having received prior warning. The remaining innate experts below the 3rd stage had exhibited no movements for such an extended period since the arrival of these individuals. It was likely that those innate experts had either defected or had met with grave misfortune. Wushang. Suddenly, Qin Wangchen transmitted a message, saying, "Opportunities are fleeting, do not let this chance slip away." Qin Wushang's heart trembled upon hearing this, fully comprehending Qin Wangchen's intent. This was the final retreat they had previously devised, initially intended as a precaution, but now necessitated by the intervention of the divine path. Qin Wushang exclaimed, "Old man, you." Qin Wangchen interrupted sharply, "Wushang, your wisdom is no less than mine. If you wish for my Qin family to face extinction, then consider my words as mere folly." Stung by his father's admonition, Qin Wushang's mind cleared, and he coldly replied, "Old man, I know what to do. Do not worry, Wushang will not act foolishly. Should you encounter any mishap tonight, I shall ensure the annihilation of the Li and Gu families, along with the divine path, leaving no remnant behind." "Good, that's the spirit." Qin Wangchen laughed heartily, saying, "I am not as fragile as you think. If I wish to leave, even if Sakura Chichi herself came, she would not be able to detain me now. Hurry and go, without you as a burden, I shall unleash my fury." Qin Wushang nodded slightly, his gaze cold as ice, sweeping over the faces of everyone present, as if imprinting each visage deeply into his memory. He then slowly retreated behind Qin Wangchen, turning to dart towards the shattered floor-to-ceiling window behind him. "Block him!" Understanding Qin Wushang's intention, Li Qi immediately lunged to intercept him. "That little rascal Li, leave him be." Qin Wangchen laughed heartily, appearing in front of Li Qi in a flash. He then unleashed a powerful punch, sending a torrent of sword energy surging towards Li Qi with his pinnacle innate 6th stage cultivation. Qin Wangchen had refined the Imperial Astonishment technique and the Sword Emperor scripture to their zenith. With a mere flick of his hand, he commanded the sword energy with ease, seamlessly transforming his innate true qi into sword energy. "Old man, get out of the way!" Li Qi roared with a ferocious expression, gathering all his strength into a palm strike aimed squarely at Qin Wangchen. Facing Qin Wangchen's innate 6th stage prowess, Li Qi, at the innate 2nd stage, was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. However, having endured consecutive battles, Qin Wangchen's innate true qi was significantly depleted. Sensing this, Li Qi dared to clash with Qin Wangchen's punch, yet he failed to perceive the chilling, murderous intent that flickered in Qin Wangchen's eyes at that moment. With a resounding crash, Li Qi's full force dissipated in an instant as Qin Wangchen's sword energy crashed into Li Qi's arms, shattering the meridians within. As the sword energy erupted, torrents of blood gushed forth from Li Qi's arms. With a shriek, he staggered backward, while Qin Wangchen prepared to advance and finish him off. Just then, a chilling breeze brushed against Qin Wangchen's back, as Gu Biao, possessed by the demon god Inkong, approached stealthily, launching a claw strike towards his back. Startled, Qin Wangchen realized that Inkong's prowess was on par with his own. Although Gu Biao, under the controlled divine art, could only exert 70% of his strength, Qin Wangchen dared not underestimate him. With a sudden roar, he pivoted sharply, unleashing both hands simultaneously. It was the 9th and 10th forms of the Sword Emperor scripture, only I reign and ruling the world. The two forms erupted in unison, and a torrent of innate sword energy surged towards Gu Biao. These two sword energies coalesce nearly 80% of Qin Wangchen's innate true qi, each strike as formidable as the main cannon of a planetary-class starship. "Ha ha!" Gu Biao cackled coldly, his figure slipping away like a wraith, evading Qin Wangchen's sword strikes. However, Qin Wangchen was not disheartened. Instead, he laughed heartily and shouted, "Wushang, now!" With a thunderous roar, the two sword energies tore through the left wall, creating a gaping hole nearly a meter high. At that moment, Qin Wushang twisted his body, breaking free from the entanglement of the Li and Gu family's assassins, and darted through the newly formed opening. The Imperial Tower boasted 99 stories, towering over 400 meters. Falling from such a height posed a grave danger, even for innate martial artists. As Qin Wushang leaped from the top floor, he plummeted like a meteor. Earlier, in his battle against Gu Biao, who was possessed by Inkong, Qin Wushang had already exhausted 70 to 80% of his innate energy. Now, he had to fervently channel the Imperial Astonishment technique to extract the last vestiges of his potential. Descending like a fallen star, Qin Wushang realized that at this velocity, even in his prime, survival was improbable. "Not enough! Explode for me!" Qin Wushang bellowed fiercely, and in that instant, it felt as if a bomb had detonated within his dantian, shattering it to pieces. Yet, simultaneously, a torrent of immense power surged forth. In an instant, it swept over his entire being like a tidal wave, this power surpassing even the innate realm. In that fleeting moment, Qin Wushang's injuries healed, and this overwhelming force filled every corner of his extraordinary meridians and 12 main channels. Moreover, this power breached the barriers between his meridians and blood vessels, flooding into every single blood vessel. Instantly, every one of Qin Wushang's blood vessels swelled, and he appeared to have expanded significantly in size. As he landed, the tremendous impact generated a tangible shockwave, radiating outwards in all directions. The solid concrete floor sank half a meter deep within a 10-meter radius of his feet. As this overwhelming force impacted the ground, it reverberated back into Qin Wushang's body, pushing his already refined physique to the brink of collapse. Every one of the 200 bones in his body developed fractures, and torrents of blood mist erupted from his pores. Do not let him escape. Suddenly, with several roar commands, dozens of armed gunmen surged forth from the shadows, the outer personnel of the Li and Gu families. Although their cultivation levels were mediocre, the weapons in their hands, Type 2 Fire God individual combat weapons, were feared even by many innate experts. The gravel-sized bullets, accelerated by electromagnetic energy, reached a terrifying velocity capable of easily penetrating the defenses of innate practitioners below the 4th stage. Fully aware that he could not linger in battle, Qin Wushang understood that the power he had unleashed at the cost of his shattered dantian had already been exhausted in resisting the shock. Moreover, the bones in his legs had endured the brunt of the impact, suffering 90% shattering fractures from the thigh to the soles of his feet. At this moment, Qin Wushang was in a state worse than that of an ordinary person. Rat-a-tat-tat, countless bullets erupted behind Qin Wushang, sparking as they barely missed, the torrential onslaught threatening to shred his body into pieces. Qin Wushang tumbled down the stone steps, barely escaping disaster. However, sensing the gunman drawing nearer, a heavy dread settled in his heart. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the void, exploding behind Qin Wushang and transforming into a pale blue shield that protected him. Simultaneously, the torrential bullets rained down, only to create ripples upon that blue barrier. A jade talisman crafted by a celestial artificer? Qin Wushang paused in astonishment, instinctively glancing back into the darkness to his left, where he vaguely recognized a familiar silhouette. With no time to ponder further, Qin Wushang gritted his teeth, dragging his fractured legs as he vanished into the night. Sister, such actions may not be appreciated, and could potentially bring unnecessary trouble to our Zhan family. From the shadows, a young man stepped forward. Zhan Wushang glanced in the direction Qin Wushang had disappeared, and replied coolly, "A little trouble is hardly a concern for my Zhan family this time. It is my father who has wronged Uncle Qin." "That may not be the case." The young man chuckled coldly upon hearing this, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as if lost in thought. He sighed, "What a pity, with his dantian shattered and legs crippled, my Zhan Wuji has lost yet another rival. Remaining on this earth has become rather dull." Chapter 003 The Great Wilderness Halberd on Venus. Beneath a hill towering over 20 meters high, numerous colossal excavators simultaneously dug into the earth from all directions, breaking through the hard surface layers to reveal an octagonal stone tower approximately 10 jiang in height. The composition of this tower was indiscernible, yet under the blazing sunlight, it emanated a dull golden radiance. Each of the tower's 8 facets sloped downwards at a 45-degree angle, with only the eastern and western faces featuring a staircase of 18 steps leading to the pinnacle. At the summit, 8 stone sculptures of fantastical beasts knelt, facing the cardinal directions. Not far away, within a spacecraft suspended 100 meters above the ground, Dr. Raylo gazed intently at the holographic projection before him, his expression brimming with excitement. "It is indeed it," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, reflecting his disbelief at how the ancients had managed to construct this tower thousands of years ago. Moments later, a small transport ship emerged from the spacecraft and descended gently before the stone tower. Before the hatch could fully open, Raylo could hardly contain himself and leaped from the transport, landing at the base of the eastern staircase. His fingers caressed the tower's surface, reminiscent of the tender skin of his first love from 40 years prior, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath to steady his almost chaotic emotions, Raylo slowly opened the metal box he held, retrieving a half-foot-high pale green jade cylinder. He approached the stone tower with the jade cylinder, which began to emit a faint, dark green glow. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the jade cylinder slipped from his grasp and embedded itself into a square hole on the tower's wall, appearing as though it were the key to unlocking the structure. As the jade cylinder gradually sank into the tower, a colossal golden beam of light erupted from its apex, shooting skyward until it disappeared into the searing brilliance of the sun. A few minutes later, an even more dazzling radiance descended from the sun, following the path of the golden beam and merging with the tower. Subsequently, the tower burst into flames, resembling a gigantic, blazing torch. A tremendous wave of heat surged outward, akin to a tidal wave, forcing Raylo, despite his innate second-tier prowess, to retreat several steps before he could endure its intensity. After a moment, as the fierce flames subsided, a rusted bronze halberd was found embedded at an angle atop the tower, seemingly ordinary yet possessing an ancient presence that suggested it had existed since time immemorial. Raylo eagerly leaped to the summit. For someone of his abilities, the 10 jiang height felt as easy as walking on flat ground. The bronze halberd measured no more than 2 meters, its tip embedded halfway into the tower, standing silently as if it were indistinguishable from any ancient weapon. Raylo stepped forward, eager to extract the bronze halberd, but found it astonishingly heavy. Despite his innate second-tier strength, capable of lifting immense weights with one hand, he could not budge the halberd in the slightest. Up, he commanded, channeling his energy as a powerful surge of innate essence erupted from his core, coursing through his meridians in a flurry. In that moment, the force in his hands, while not quite mountain-moving, was nevertheless substantial, yet the halberd merely shifted slightly outward. Moments later, as his energy waned and his strength faltered, the bronze halberd plummeted suddenly, causing the entire stone tower to sink by a foot. Observing this, Raylo felt an unexpected thrill of joy. Although he remained unaware of the halberd's true origins, its astonishing weight of over 100,000 pounds was a testament to the extraordinary material from which it was forged. If he could analyze the composition of this bronze halberd and replicate its manufacturing techniques, it would undoubtedly propel the Earth Alliance's shipbuilding technology forward significantly, possibly rivaling the sixth-tier advancements of the Star Alliance. Lost in ecstatic thoughts, Raylo gently stroked the bronze halberd, his face alternating between adoration and frustration. Finally, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a purple capsule from his belongings, swallowing it whole. This purple capsule was a powerful restorative agent developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, synthesized from an ancient formula, and was concentrated to 10 times its normal dosage. However, due to the rarity of the required materials, the Academy had only managed to produce 3 capsules, even after exhausting all resources. During this treasure hunt on Venus, Raylo had promised the Academy's eccentric scholars countless benefits and had committed to gathering the necessary materials for their elixirs to secure the loan of 2 capsules for emergencies. Regrettably, using one here meant he would likely be extorted for a significant portion of his future rewards upon returning. Nonetheless, the immense value contained within the bronze halberd dulled any sense of regret. The purple capsule rapidly dissolved in his stomach, and in an instant, Raylo felt as though a miniature tactical nuclear bomb had detonated within him, surging waves of pure energy flooding his body. Simultaneously, the cyclone within his core reacted to this influx, releasing new strength like a spring gushing forth, merging with the energy enveloping him. Before long, Raylo sensed his power had multiplied exponentially, rivaling that of a peak innate 6th-tier expert. With a cracking sound, Raylo gradually extracted the bronze halberd. However, the moment the halberd was fully liberated from the stone pedestal, a deep rumble resonated from beneath Venus, and the entire pedestal shook violently. The 8 fantastical beast sculptures at the base seemed to age instantaneously, crumbling to dust in an instant. Suddenly, the ground around the pedestal fractured and collapsed, forming a bottomless chasm encircling it. A massive whirlwind erupted from this gaping abyss, engulfing the transport ship and the nearby machinery along with dozens of crew members. Witnessing this, Raylo's heart raced with alarm. His core felt like an overloaded engine, unleashing innate essence as he darted several hundred meters away, screaming toward the heavens. Moments later, the starship's sky horizon ascended rapidly. Raylo gazed through the viewport and saw that the surface of Venus had collapsed into a crater several kilometers in diameter, the center of which was where the pedestal had stood. A shiver coursed down his spine as he realized how close he had come to sharing the fate of those unfortunate souls. However, amidst his concern for his crew, who included some of his most capable assistants, the thrill of acquiring the bronze halberd quickly overshadowed his worries. Yet, with a few of his trusted aides now lost, he would have to undertake the upcoming material analysis alone. Muttering under his breath, Raylo turned toward the bridge of the sky horizon. Moments later, the ship adjusted its course and began its flight back to Earth, where Raylo planned to restock supplies at the Alliance Academy's branch and conduct a preliminary analysis of the bronze halberd. Beep, beep. As the sky horizon passed through the lunar orbit, alarms suddenly blared throughout the ship. Raylo's expression shifted as he barked, "What is happening?" "Doctor, researcher Mercado has unlawfully opened cabin 7 and piloted transport ship 3 away from the sky horizon," came the anxious reply over the intercom. "What?" Raylo exclaimed, his anger flaring. "Immediately notify the onboard fighters to intercept him and bring that scoundrel back." "Apologies, Doctor, but Mercado sabotaged the ejection track before leaving cabin 7, and the onboard fighters cannot launch at this time," came the disheartening response. Raylo froze momentarily before a sudden realization dawned upon him, his expression contorting into fury. A violent aura erupted from him, sweeping through the ship like a tempest, nearly obliterating the control systems of the sky horizon. Gazing at the now empty alloy box he had crafted from special metal to house the bronze halberd, Raylo's demeanor grew increasingly cold and vengeful. After a moment, he turned and commanded, "Activate the backup engines 3 and 4, bring that damned thief back to me." In the vastness of space beyond the source star, hundreds of ships surrounded a battered transport vessel, akin to wolves encircling a lamb awaiting slaughter. On board the sky horizon, Raylo frowned as he scrutinized the holographic display before him, his countenance darkening. He had not anticipated the rapid dissemination of this information. Already, no fewer than 10 factions had set their sights on the target, 3 of which even Raylo was reluctant to offend. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly declared, "Contact the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone, and mobilize them in the name of the Alliance military." Doctor, I regret to inform you that the entire area is enveloped in alpha particles, and communication is temporarily impossible, came the unfortunate news from the communications officer. Upon hearing this, Raylo erupted with rage, bellowing, "These selfish bastards care nothing for the future or interests of the Alliance, they all deserve to hang, they are the Alliance's criminals." His roar echoed within the bridge of the sky horizon, but the crew, familiar with Raylo's temperament, merely scoffed at his righteous indignation. Wilson, Raylo's old friend and the ship's first officer, bluntly interrupted, asking, "Raylo, what shall we do now?" Raylo's expression shifted rapidly, and after a moment, he ground out through clenched teeth, "Sink it." Wilson sighed, "I knew you'd say that." Main cannon locked on, sunbeam particle charging complete. A crimson beam of light pierced the void of space, obliterating the transport ship into nothingness. Perhaps intentionally, the sky horizon spun, and the blood-red beam swept across, scattering the multitude of ships in panic. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed a fleeting glimmer cutting through the flames of the exploding transport vessel, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Madman! Damn it!" Angry curses echoed among the ships, but out of fear of the powerful influence behind Raylo at the Alliance Academy, despite their desire to tear the sky horizon apart, they could only watch as it boldly departed. To Venus. Perhaps we can find the ancient immortal's cave. The sky horizon veered away from the source star's orbit, speeding toward the outer reaches of the solar system. Raylo understood well that the map within the jade tablet indicated Venus, or perhaps more fittingly named Chang'e star, was merely the first step. The ultimate destination of the map remained a mystery to him. However, before seeking the next node, Raylo had one more task: to unearth the spy hidden within his archaeological team. He vowed that once he identified these traitors, he would methodically crush their bones, ensuring they perished in agony. Chapter 004 of the rekindled flame source star, the 72 blocks. This place stands as the most chaotic district of Linhai City, where bloody violence and crime have become the defining characteristics of this area, which occupies nearly half of the city. For the indulgent, the 72 blocks are undoubtedly a paradise, while for ordinary citizens, it resembles nothing short of hell. In the West District, near the small Shanghai River, lies a dilapidated ruin abandoned for over a decade. In the corner of a crumbling building, a beggar with crippled legs curls up, burying his head in his arms against the biting cold wind, haphazardly covering himself with his tattered clothing. A little over 10 meters away from this desolate site stands a weathered earthen building. On the third floor of this structure, a young girl gazes through the window, catching sight of the beggar huddled against the cold. "Little Wang, take the leftover buns from breakfast to that person," she instructs a boy of about 15 or 16. After a moment of hesitation, the boy exclaims, "Sister, we've already given him food." "What will we eat for dinner?" The girl shoots him a glare, her expression firm. "Just go, stop whining, I'll make you your favorite braised lion's head for dinner." Alright, I'll go." He sulks, but then adds, "Just remember, you owe me 109 braised lion's heads." As night falls, a light rain begins to fall, pattering softly and carrying a bone-chilling cold. The beggar remains curled in the corner, his clothes soaked through, trembling as the frigid wind sweeps past. The girl retrieves a blanket, gently draping it over him, and then opens the only umbrella she possesses, holding it over his head. Just as she turns to leave, a hoarse voice calls out, "Thank you." The girl smiles faintly, nodding before disappearing into the darkness. However, shortly after her departure, a crimson light suddenly pierces the air, and before the beggar can even grasp the situation, he is struck through the chest by the luminous beam. Strangely, the light halts after penetrating him, coming to a standstill in midair from the faint glow. It becomes evident that what has pierced him is a rusted bronze halberd measuring less than 2 meters in length. Nearly half of it has penetrated the beggar's body, blood streaming down its shaft. Yet, what follows is even more bizarre. The blood flowing from the beggar defies the laws of gravity, coursing upward along the halberd. In a matter of moments, the entire weapon becomes enveloped in a layer of blood, which gradually seeps into its surface. Subsequently, the halberd radiates a brilliant light, revealing countless ancient and mysterious patterns, which slowly merge into the beggar's body, ultimately forming a luminous net with 360 nodes that envelopes him completely. The bronze halberd then disintegrates into specks of red light, dissipating within this radiant web. The halberd vanishes, the net gradually fades into the beggar's flesh, leaving behind only a burning mark on his chest, with no other signs of injury, as if the surreal event had never transpired. With the rain abating and clouds dispersing, warm sunlight breaks through, casting dappled shadows. That night, Qin Wushang felt as though he had traversed a strange dream, in which the name Huang Xian echoed repeatedly, and he appeared as a mere observer, witnessing the entirety of Huang Xian's life from birth to demise, all vividly etched in his mind. Within the dream, a fist capable of annihilating heaven and earth descended upon him. Qin Wushang felt as if he were truly present, and confronted by this overwhelming force, he perceived his own fragility akin to that of a sand sculpture, shattering into pieces in an instant, jolting him awake. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath as he expelled the terror from his heart, gradually calming down. At that moment, he felt an unusual sensation in his body, his legs seemed to regain feeling. Overjoyed, he leaned against the wall and slowly stood up, taking a few unsteady steps. Indeed, the broken bones had begun to knit together anew, and even the meridians within his legs seemed to have partially restored. Although his legs had healed, his dantian remained shattered, and even a slight exertion caused a stabbing pain, clearly indicating that the destruction of his dantian was irreversible. Furthermore, his innate cultivation at the third stage had dissipated, rendering him incapable of further practicing the Huangji Jingshi Ju. Yet, the changes occurring within him left Qin Wushang in a state of perplexity, pondering, could it be that the restoration of my legs is a result of that dream? If so, then the 2 cultivation methods I acquired in the dream must also be genuine. With this thought, a fiery enthusiasm ignited within him. In the dream, he had traversed the life of Huang Xian, effectively gaining access to Huang Xian's memories, which included 2 cultivation methods. The Jiutian Shidi Xingdian Dafa and the Jiutian Shidi Finshan Lumo Ju. These techniques were crafted by Huang Xian himself, one is a method for self-cultivation, while the other serves as a means of slaughter. Among them, the Jiutian Shidi Xingdian Dafa is further divided into the Shidi Tuanqing Ju and the Jiutian Xingdian Ju. The Shidi Tuanqing Ju is based on the 12 meridians in 8 extraordinary vessels, but rather than retaining true essence within the dantian, it circulates throughout the body, continuously refining the flesh. Although Qin Wushang's dantian was destroyed, his meridians remained intact, and after recovering from his injuries, his prior cultivation of the Huangji Jingshi Ju at the third stage had rendered all 12 meridians unobstructed. Moreover, his physique had been nourished by innate true qi, making the Shidi Tuanqing Ju a perfectly tailored cultivation method for him. As for the Jiutian Xingdian Ju and the Jiutian Shidi Finshan Lumo Ju, it seemed that the timing was not yet right for him to grasp their contents. In his consciousness, their specifics remained shrouded in mist, eluding clarity. Since the heavens have granted me another chance, my enemies, wail in despair and relish your final moments, for I shall send each of you into the depths of hell. Qin Wushang murmured to himself, an overwhelming intent to kill unintentionally emanating from him, causing the air around him to drop several degrees in temperature. Though his dantian was shattered, the Jiutian Shidi Xingdian Dafa had restored his body and illuminated the prospect of acquiring formidable power, reigniting the flames of revenge. However, before he could amass sufficient strength, Qin Wushang understood that he must conceal his identity and fade entirely from the public eye, especially in Linhai City, where the influence of the ancient Li families extended into every corner. He believed that should he reveal his true self, it would not take long for the assassins of the ancient Li families to come hunting him down like ravenous wolves drawn by the scent of blood. Observing his own disheveled appearance, Qin Wushang couldn't help but smile wryly. Having escaped from the Imperial Consortium's domain in the southern district, he had made his way through the sewers into the most chaotic area of Linhai City, the 72 blocks, looking even more ragged than a true beggar. Yet, considering the need to remain anonymous, perhaps adopting the guise of a beggar would serve as the perfect disguise. After all, among the millions living in the 72 blocks, countless individuals fell into destitution every day, and the presence of one more Qin Wushang would scarcely draw attention. Just then, 2 beggars, strikingly similar in appearance to Qin Wushang, approached briskly. One of them, with a fierce countenance, glared at Qin Wushang and barked, "New here, I've never seen you before." Qin Wushang nodded, realizing that if he were to assume the identity of a beggar, he must completely integrate into this community. Perhaps these 2 beggars were the very opportunity he needed to do so. "Do you know whose territory this is? Do you know who the boss is here?" The beggar growled menacingly, saliva nearly splattering onto Qin Wushang's face. "I didn't know before, but I believe I'll find out soon enough," Qin Wushang replied with a wicked grin. Although his dantian had been shattered and his cultivation lost, his body, tempered by innate true qi, possessed strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by tenfold. Coincidentally, these 2 beggars had never undergone any cultivation, making them easy prey for Qin Wushang. In no time, they sported dark circles under their eyes, resembling the aftermath of a smoky encounter. "And now, do you understand whose territory this is and who the boss is?" Qin Wushang asked, lifting his foot to pin the 2 of them to the ground. We know. They pleaded frantically, terror evident in their voices. "This is your territory, and you are the boss." Qin Wushang nodded with a smile, then inquired, "As the boss, I'm still all alone. I'd like to take on 2 little brothers, would you 2 be willing?" Though his tone was one of inquiry, the beggars were acutely aware that should they utter even half a negative word, he would undoubtedly use his iron fists, capable of snapping bones, to break their necks and dispose of their bodies like refuse in the filthy gutter, feeding the worms and rats. Boss, you will be our boss from now on," the 2 beggars cried, pulling at Qin Wushang's pants to express their loyalty, as if fearing that even the slightest hesitation would betray their sincerity. Very good, you 2 are splendid, stick with me, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury." Although Qin Wushang knew their loyalty was superficial, he feigned appreciation for their eagerness to pledge allegiance. He then found a sunlit spot, seated himself nonchalantly, and lazily glanced at the two, saying, "So, who among you will tell me about the situation here?" Chapter 005. A frenzied cultivation. Having subdued two beggars through sheer force, Qin Wushang had no intention of forming a faction. His sole desire was to extract information about the 72 districts from these two. As the most destitute members of society, beggars often possess the most insightful knowledge. Of the menacing beggar named Lin Xiao was aptly named, embodying a ruthless spirit akin to that of a fierce hero. Unfortunately, he lacked the means, strength, and opportunities of a true hero, relegating him to a life of begging. His cruel disposition also led to his ostracism by other beggars in the vicinity, leaving him with only his loyal subordinate, Lin Xiai, in this desolate corner of the ruins. It was indeed unfortunate for Lin Xiao, as he had just clashed with another group of beggars to the east and was forced to retreat to his lair, only to find Qin Wushang occupying his territory. Overwhelmed by rage, he could not help but feel a surge of anger, unaware that he had encountered someone even more ruthless. Thus, it seemed that the dominant forces in the 72 districts were the Iron Eagle Hall, the Zizai Gate, and the Tiger Hall Gang. Qin Wushang stroked his coarse beard thoughtfully and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. "Yes, boss, although there are many factions in the 72 districts, most merely survive by relying on these three major powers. After all, even the strongest among the smaller sects possess only the second or third stage of postnatal cultivation. How could they possibly compare to the innate experts stationed within these three great factions?" Innate experts? Qin Wushang was taken aback. While innate-level cultivators might only represent the threshold of cultivation within the Tianwu system, they were exceedingly rare throughout the entire alliance. He had not anticipated that even within this small faction in the 72 districts, there existed innate-level Tianwu practitioners. He could not help but ponder. It appears that he must proceed with greater caution in the future. In the following days, Qin Wushang resided in the ruins, and Lin Xiao along with Lin Xiai resigned themselves to following him. Especially Lin Xiao, whose ruthless nature was matched by his keen insight. After just a few encounters, he recognized that Qin Wushang was of remarkable origin. However, he wisely refrained from prying further, fully aware that aligning with Qin Wushang might present an opportunity for his own rise to prominence. One day, after consuming a roasted chicken that Lin Xiao had somehow procured, Lin Xiao tentatively inquired, "Boss, are you a Tianwu practitioner?" Qin Wushang casually nodded, understanding the implication behind Lin Xiao's words. Sure enough, with a thud, Lin Xiao suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Boss, please take me as your disciple." Qin Wushang regarded Lin Xiao with a measured gaze, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's, and after a moment, he slowly replied, "Let us not speak of apprenticeship for now. Since you two have behaved relatively well these past few days, I shall impart a few mantras. Recite them once. How much you can remember and comprehend is up to your own fortune." The mantras Qin Wushang recited, though seemingly ordinary and lacking a name, were far from being commonplace. They comprised a superior method for refining the physical body and enhancing strength. Given Lin Xiao and Lin Xi's age, it was not impossible for them to begin cultivating Tianwu now, though their ultimate achievements would be limited. Nevertheless, this technique was perfectly suited for them. Should they manage to optimize their physical condition through this method, they could potentially cultivate true energy, leading to unforeseen future accomplishments. Generously sharing the technique, Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai were profoundly grateful to Qin Wushang. After expressing their heartfelt thanks and swearing countless oaths of loyalty to various deities and their unknown ancestors, the two eagerly set about refining their bodies according to the method described in the mantras. Having dispatched them, Qin Wushang concealed himself within the shadows of the crumbling walls, focusing his mind as the technique of the 10 earth-devouring stars gradually emerged in his consciousness. Over the past few days, he had adjusted himself to peak condition, in both spirit and energy, before formally commencing the practice of the 10 earth-devouring stars. This technique comprised 12 levels, culminating in the great completion of the 12th level. Qin Wushang was yet unaware of its full might. However, as he attempted to circulate true energy according to the first level of the technique, he discovered that its cultivation was exponentially more challenging than the Emperor's surprising technique. Even with his meridians and channels fully open, he expended nearly half a day merely to complete 1/10 of a full cycle. Nonetheless, the benefits were remarkably evident. Though he had completed only 1/10 of a cycle, the intensity and resilience of the meridians enhanced by the 10 earth-devouring stars had increased tenfold. Is this truly a technique meant for humans? Qin Wushang murmured, drenched in sweat. Contemplating the first major achievement of this technique, which required completing 81 cycles of star energy circulation within the blink of an eye, he felt a profound sense of foreboding regarding his future. However, the fierce determination buried deep within Qin Wushang was ignited. Over the course of the next 10 days, he relentlessly practiced the 10 earth-devouring stars, regardless of day or night, ultimately compressing the time required for a full cycle of star energy circulation to just 1 hour. This was the limit of what he could currently achieve, yet, as he emerged from his secluded practice corner, his appearance gaunt and pallid, resembling a zombie risen from the grave, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci gasped in shock. Lin Xiao cautiously observed Qin Wushang, who had visibly lost considerable weight and appeared as if he had not eaten in days. "Boss, are you certain you don't want us to take you to the hospital?" Qin Wushang lethargically shot Lin Xiao a glance, asking, "Do you have the money for a hospital visit?" Both Lin Xiao and Lin Ci shook their heads in unison. Qin Wushang sighed, "Then that settles it. Hurry and fetch me a bowl of plain porridge. I'm not dying just yet." Yes, boss, we'll go right away." Lin Xiao and Lin Ci replied hastily, turning to leave as if fearing that their ailing leader might perish before their eyes. However, Qin Wushang understood that while he appeared frail, his inner vitality thrived. The foundation of the 10 earth-devouring stars, based on the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, allowed for the star energy to circulate throughout his body, refining his physical form. The first level of this technique was designed to enhance the meridians, and after 10 days of practice, the strength and resilience of his meridians had increased exponentially. "How did you get so emaciated?" Suddenly, a soft gasp broke the silence from behind Qin Wushang. Turning, he recognized the kind girl who had previously brought him blankets and an umbrella. "It's you?" Qin Wushang instinctively replied. Before he could finish, the girl hurried over to him, crouching down to offer a food container. "Please eat. You look as though you haven't eaten in 4 or 5 days." Without hesitation, Qin Wushang accepted the container, opening it to be greeted by an enticing aroma. Inside were bowls of white rice and 2 small dishes, ordinary yet exquisitely prepared, their colors and fragrances enticing him to swallow hard. "Don't rush. Be careful not to choke. If it's not enough, I can go back for more," the girl urged. Noticing his eagerness, Qin Wushang, unable to contain himself, began to devour the food voraciously. He mumbled indistinctly, quickly finishing what was easily enough for 2 people. He returned the now empty container, smiling awkwardly as he said, "It was delicious, thank you." The girl's cheeks flushed faintly, and she brushed aside her wind-tousled bangs with a shy smile. "You looked so famished. I was worried you might have overindulged." Qin Wushang smiled gently, responding, "I'm fine, see, I'm in good health." For someone who had gone 10 days without food, binge eating could indeed be harmful. However, Qin Wushang was an exception. The 10 earth-devouring stars not only enhanced the strength of his meridians but also improved the functions of his internal organs. This enhancement was particularly evident in his digestive system, where food would be promptly digested and transformed into strands of vital energy, distributed throughout his body via the meridians. Consequently, while he need not worry about overeating, he was more concerned about not having enough. Boss, we've brought you food." Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's voices echoed from afar. Moments later, they approached, each holding a steaming bowl of plain porridge. Lin Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, then, realizing what had transpired, he walked over to Qin Wushang with a chuckle, saying, "So, boss has already eaten. In that case, let us not waste these 2 bowls of porridge. Lin Ci, we can each have one, and save on tonight's dinner." Qin Wushang shot Lin Xiao an irritated glare, snatching the bowls from their hands and downing the porridge in quick succession. He then turned to the girl and introduced, "These 2 are my brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci." Just as he was about to introduce the girl, he suddenly realized he did not even know her name. Chapter 006 Sume. My name is Sume, and I reside in the earthen building across from here. The young girl, seemingly perceiving Qin Wushang's embarrassment, casually responded. After speaking, she turned back to Qin Wushang and said, "Make sure to rest well. If you truly cannot find anything to eat, don't force yourself, just come to my home. Although we are not wealthy, we can barely manage to fill our stomachs." With that, Sume turned to leave. However, Qin Wushang continued to gaze intently in the direction of her departure, his brows furrowed in silence. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged glances, hesitant to interrupt. After a while, Qin Wushang let out a long sigh and inquired, "Lin Xiao, what do you think about finding a job?" Lin Xiao stared blankly at Qin Wushang for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, Boss, you can't be out of your mind. We are beggars, the most despised and worthless beggars in the 72 blocks. Who would ever look up to us? If we try to find work, we might not even make it through the door before getting thrown out with broken limbs." Lin Ci timidly added, "Boss, isn't it better for us to stick to being beggars?" "You too." Qin Wushang stared at them in disbelief, irritated, and declared, "You cannot carve rotten wood." With that, he angrily retreated to his designated corner to continue his cultivation. However, this time, his training was different from before. The enhancement of the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians had temporarily reached its peak, thus Qin Wushang shifted his focus to refining other parts of his physical body. If one were to make a rough distinction of the human body, Qin Wushang believed it could be divided externally into blood, flesh, meridians, and bones. Among these, blood and flesh could further be categorized into skin, muscle, fascia, blood vessels, and the internal organs. Consequently, he decided to concentrate his subsequent enhancements on the densely woven blood vessels throughout his body and the internal organs connected to them. The 10 Earth-devouring star technique operated at full speed, rapidly transforming the overwhelming chaotic stellar energy in the void into the purest, attributeless star energy, which then coursed through Qin Wushang's 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, gradually permeating into his blood vessels. As this star energy infused into his blood, it seemed to boil, accelerating its flow to such an extent that one could faintly hear the sound of blood gurgling through the veins. As this blood returned to the heart, a considerable amount of star energy quickly accumulated within, and since the heart was the most vital component of the entire circulatory system, it became a crucial target for Qin Wushang's enhancement. Under Qin Wushang's conscious guidance, the star energy swiftly permeated into the left and right atria and the heart wall, gradually altering and strengthening each part of the heart. The effects of these enhancements soon became apparent. While the heart's beating frequency slowed down, the volume of blood ejected with each contraction exceeded 2 or 3 times the previous amount. Consequently, this substantial output of blood increased the oxygen supply, leading to the most direct result. Qin Wushang's vitality surged, and his once emaciated body quickly swelled with nourishment, even causing him to grow taller. However, this predicament weighed heavily on Lin Xiao and Lin Xi. Within a mere 2 days, Qin Wushang had consumed enough food for 3 people over nearly a month. To procure this food, Lin Xiao and Lin Xi resorted to thievery and robbery, creating chaos in the surrounding streets, often chased by angry individuals wielding kitchen knives. Qin Wushang, observing his own towering frame of over 2 meters and weighing close to 300 pounds, could only laugh wryly. He had not anticipated that practicing the 10 Earth-devouring star technique would come with such side effects. Nevertheless, for Qin Wushang, it was not entirely a misfortune. In his current brutish guise, even if he were to confront the Li family, no one would recognize his true identity. "Boss, are you sure we shouldn't go to a hospital for a checkup?" Lin Xiao hesitantly asked, while Lin Xi nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Wushang clapped his enormous hands on his chest, producing a sound like striking iron, and laughed heartily. "Do I look like someone who is ill? Enough chatter, you two have caused quite a stir. We can't stay here any longer. We need to find a new place to hide. Do either of you have any suggestions?" Lin Xiao and Lin Xi exchanged exasperated glances, thinking that this trouble was all due to Qin Wushang. However, Lin Xiao recognized the truth in what Qin Wushang said. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Boss, why don't we head to West 9th Street? It's not far from here, we just need to cross 2 streets. Unfazed by the suggestion, Qin Wushang agreed, and Lin Xi, ever the follower of Lin Xiao, concurred, solidifying the decision. However, since they had resolved to leave, it was imperative they do so under the cover of night, otherwise, they might find themselves pursued by hundreds of angry individuals before they had even made it halfway down the street. Furthermore, Qin Wushang wished to take this opportunity to bid farewell to Su Mei, as she had been of great assistance to him in recent days. Not to mention, an inner voice warned him to leave Su Mei sooner rather than later, lest he inadvertently drag this kind-hearted girl into an abyss of despair. As night fell, the earthen building across the way illuminated with a dim yellow light. Qin Wushang stealthily approached the base of the building and peered through a partially opened window, where he saw Su Mei sitting pale-faced in the living room on the first floor. Startled, he wondered what could have befallen her to leave her looking so haggard. He hurriedly knocked on the door and called softly, "Su Mei, open the door, it's me." "Xin Gu?" Upon seeing the towering figure at the door, Su Mei was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Xin Gu, what brings you here? You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go prepare something right away." Qin Wushang raised his hand to stop her, frowning as he asked, "Su Mei, has something happened?" At his question, a trace of worry crossed Su Mei's haggard face as she said, "Xin Gu, Xiao Wang is in trouble. He has been captured by the Tiger Hull gang." "What exactly happened?" Qin Wushang felt a slight jolt of alarm. The Tiger Hull gang was one of the 3 most powerful factions in the 72 blocks, and he couldn't fathom how Xiao Wang had become entangled with them. "It's all my fault," Su Mei said, her face flushed with shame. "A few days ago, a disciple of the Tiger Hull gang made some unpleasant remarks about me. Xiao Wang, in a fit of rage, broke the legs of that disciple to avenge me." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang understood. It was clear that the Tiger Hull gang's disciple had likely said more than just a few disparaging words. While Su Mei was not the epitome of beauty, the gentle and vibrant aura she exuded would inevitably attract the attention of all men. At this realization, an inexplicable anger surged within Qin Wushang. In a cold, menacing tone, he said, "Well done, if it were me, I would have broken all his limbs." "Xin Gu." Su Mei, slightly blushing, shot him a reproachful glance and said, "Don't cause any more trouble here. I'm already worried about how to raise the money to rescue Xiao Wang. Qin Wushang waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need to worry, I came to bid you farewell. We are planning to relocate to West 9th Street, which happens to be the Tiger Hall Gang's territory. By this time tomorrow, I will have returned Xiao Wang to you, safe and sound. With that, Qin Wushang strode away. Qin good, don't go. Sumei cried out, chasing after him. However, in the darkness, Qin Wushang's figure had already vanished. By the time Sumei arrived at the hideout of Qin Wushang and his companions, it was already deserted. At that moment, Qin Wushang and his two companions had stealthily traversed the streets chaotic with Lin Xiao and Lin Xi's antics, entering the domain of West 9th Street. Compared to the place where Qin Wushang had previously stayed, West 9th Street was tenfold more vibrant. Although it was nearly dawn, the streets remained bustling with activity. Navigating through the neon-lit environment, Qin Wushang was not captivated by the sights before him. After all, the Southern District, home to the Emperor Group, was akin to heaven compared to this place, which felt like hell. Alright, it's time to get to work. Qin Wushang clapped a heavy hand on Lin Xiao and Lin Xi's shoulders, jolting them from their stupor as they stared, entranced, at a nearby voluptuous woman. Boss, work? What kind of work? Lin Xiao asked, reluctantly pulling his gaze away. We're not here to be beggars. In your current state, you'll hardly attract any attention from the ladies. Qin Wushang replied, scanning the surroundings. I've found a target. Follow me. Amidst the throng of passers-by, a group of young people with multicolored hair brazenly swaggered through the street, clutching a few scantily clad girls who were barely covered by tattered rags, making their way towards a dark alley across the street. The pedestrians seemed accustomed to this scene, merely casting angry glares without intervening. Qin Wushang led Lin Xiao and Lin Xi, stealthily following the group until they reached a secluded corner of the alley where they halted. Soon, the air was filled with lewd laughter and the sound of fabric tearing. Boss, are you planning to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Lin Xiao whispered, perplexed. Save? Nonsense. Qin Wushang retorted sharply. Get ready to knock them all out. With that, he charged forward like a gust of wind, his enormous palm striking down on the backs of the young men with just enough force to incapacitate them without causing fatal harm. Had he unleashed his full strength, his near-innate physical power could have easily turned their heads to mush. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Lin Xi finally caught up, only to feel embarrassed that they had missed their chance to act, standing awkwardly while watching Qin Wushang take charge. Change clothes. Qin Wushang pointed at the group of incapacitated youths, then selected the tallest among them, stripping him down to just his undergarments before donning the discarded garments himself. Boss, do you think we can? Lin Xiao hesitated, but Qin Wushang turned to see Lin Xiao and Lin Xi gazing at the now exposed girls with eyes gleaming with intense desire. I will give you 5 minutes. Get it done and hurry back. Qin Wushang stated, not wishing to impose too much judgment on the situation, especially since the girls' attire suggested they were not from respectable backgrounds. With a slight frown, he turned and walked out of the alley. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully, before swiftly shedding his own clothing and lunging toward the girls with a sinister grin. Chapter 007 The Tiger Hall Gang. The entire 72 districts is divided into 4 cardinal regions: East, West, South, and North, with each region further segmented into 18 blocks, numbered sequentially. The area where Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao reside is the Western District, which is precisely the stronghold of the Tiger Hall Gang. Qin Wushang, along with the invigorated Lin Xiao and Lin Xi, did not linger in the 9th West District. Instead, they sought out less crowded locales, weaving through alleys until they swiftly arrived at the 12th West District. After all, having just committed an offense in the 9th West District, and being uncertain of the identities of those street thugs, Qin Wushang believed it prudent to minimize potential troubles and depart hastily. Boss, are we really going? In the bustling Shuanghu Street of the 12th West District, the trio crouched at a street corner, gazing at the imposing edifice at the end of the road. Lin Xiao hesitated and inquired. What is there to fear? The Tiger Hall Gang doesn't consume people. Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly. True, the Tiger Hall Gang doesn't consume people, but seeking trouble with them is far more terrifying. Lin Xiao said with a wry smile. Who said we are here to cause trouble? Qin Wushang chuckled mischievously. Not here to cause trouble? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly asked, Boss, what are we here for then? Upon hearing that they were not there to stir trouble, Lin Xiao's anxious heart was immediately set at ease. Were it not for the fact that his leader treated him fairly well, he might have already fled at the first sign of danger. We're here to seek employment, as enforcers. Qin Wushang grinned. What? Enforcers? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Boss, you mean to join the Tiger Hall gang? Qin Wushang nodded affirmatively, stating, since the Tiger Hall gang is the dominant force in the Western District, aligning ourselves with them would be akin to clinging to a robust pillar. In the future, no one would dare to provoke us in this territory. Boss, does that mean we'll strike it rich? At that moment, Lin Ci, who had been silent, chimed in. Qin Wushang nodded once more and smiled. Little Ci, if you strike it rich, what would you do? Upon hearing this, Lin Ci pondered for a moment and replied, Boss, I'd like to have soy milk for breakfast, buy 2 bowls, drink one, and pour out the other. Such meager aspirations. Lin Xiao playfully tapped Lin Ci on the forehead, stopping him from continuing, then turned to Qin Wushang and said, Boss, the conditions for recruitment by the Tiger Hall gang are quite stringent. Previously, little Ci and I tried to apply, but we were thrown out before we could even enter. Qin Wushang retorted, Are you implying that you lack faith in your leader? Lin Xiao had no retort, but he reflected that since they were all martial artists, although he was unaware of the specifics of Qin Wushang's cultivation level, just judging by his extraordinary physical prowess, it was clear that his leader's skills were formidable. With this thought, Lin Xiao's spirits lifted. If he could follow his leader into the Tiger Hall gang, a life of luxury would soon be within his grasp. Boss, while this may be the main stronghold of the Tiger Hall gang, the recruitment area is not located here. Lin Xiao said playfully. Qin Wushang was momentarily taken aback, then angrily exclaimed, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Feeling aggrieved, Lin Xiao replied, Boss, you never specified that we were coming to join the Tiger Hall gang. I thought you had that fierce look on your face because you were here to stir trouble. Is that so? Qin Wushang touched his face, realizing that with his physical changes, his facial features had also transformed. Although not as exaggeratedly fierce as Lin Xiao suggested, paired with his towering and robust physique, he indeed exuded an imposing aura. This new appearance starkly contrasted with his previous self. Even his own father might struggle to recognize him now. With this concern in mind, Qin Wushang couldn't help but worry about whether his father had managed to escape that night. However, considering his father's peak innate 6th level of cultivation, there were very few equals on the entire source star. Additionally, his father had prepared numerous contingencies, otherwise, given the immense wealth of the Imperial Consortium, it would have been completely consumed long ago. They would not have waited for the Li and Gu families to conspire with outsiders to catch his father off guard. Boss, the Tiger Hall gang controls 18 districts in the western region and has established 8 halls, located in... However, after just a few steps, Qin Wushang suddenly halted and declared, My surname is Qin, and my given name is Qiu, remember it well. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci nodded in unison, though Lin Xiao vaguely suspected that the name Qin Qiu was likely not his leader's true identity. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, it was merely a name after all. Who would really care? Qin Wushang had not anticipated that his imposing appearance would afford him certain advantages. Even the members of the Hall of Executors, who were responsible for initial screenings, were intimidated by his robust figure and the palpable aura of menace he exuded. Not only did they readily grant Qin Wushang passage, but they also allowed Lin Xiao and Lin Ci to accompany him without hesitation. The recruitment process of the Tiger Hall gang consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the initial screening, primarily assessing the applicant's physical condition. Those with missing limbs or frail physiques are immediately disqualified. There is also a rather peculiar rule, anyone with a deceitful appearance is rejected, a stipulation purportedly set forth by the gang's leader himself. The second stage involves a strength test, featuring 3 bronze ingots weighing 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, and 2,000 pounds. As long as an applicant can lift the lightest one at 500 pounds, they will pass, but they will... During this period, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci had trained alongside Qin Wushang, significantly increasing their strength, yet they could barely manage to lift the 500-pound ingot. In stark contrast, Qin Wushang effortlessly raised the 2,000-pound ingot with one hand, casually adding the 1,000-pound ingot alongside it. Qin Wushang's extraordinary display left the supervisors utterly dumbfounded. It is worth noting that even a martial artist at the innate 6th level would find it exceedingly challenging to lift 2 bronze ingots with one hand so effortlessly. As for those beyond the innate level, the supervisors didn't even dare to contemplate such a possibility. Warriors of that caliber were sought after by major financial conglomerates and military families, and no one would idly venture to the 72 districts to join a second-rate gang. Chapter 008. The Elder in Green Robes. Ahem. Accompanied by a series of coughs, an elderly man clad in a green robe slowly emerged. The several supervisors were immediately roused from their reverie by the sound of coughing. Upon recognizing the visitor, they hurriedly approached and bowed, exclaiming, Elder Lu, what brings you here? This Elder Lu appeared to be in his 60s, walking with a slight sway that suggested frailty. However, Qin Wushang, relying on his intuition, sensed a formidable power concealed within the old man, an energy that was starkly at odds with his fragile exterior, the innate realm. Qin Wushang's heart skipped a beat. Having once traversed this level, he understood that it was extraordinary, a realm to be revered by ordinary people and even those at the acquired realm. Although Qin Wushang's own cultivation had declined, his keen perception remained intact, allowing him to accurately discern the true realm hidden beneath Elder Lu's seemingly frail appearance. Is the innate realm so understated? Qin Wushang mused, surprised to encounter an innate realm warrior on his very first day in the Tiger Roar gang. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of panic. After all, not only had his physical appearance altered, but his internal cultivation methods had also changed. Due to the practice of the 10 earth-devouring stars technique, there was not a trace of true qi within his meridians and dantian. To the casual observer, he appeared merely as an acquired realm warrior who had trained in external techniques. Thus, as long as he remained silent, Qin Wushang was quite certain that no one in the source star would recognize him. "May I ask how to address you, young brother?" Elder Lu inquired, stepping forward to scrutinize Qin Wushang from head to toe. Appearing satisfied, he nodded and asked. Qin Wushang clasped his hands in greeting, replying, "I am Qin Xiu, honored Elder Lu." He then pulled over his companions Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai, declaring in a booming voice, "These are my younger brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai. Please greet Elder Lu." Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai hastily bowed in reverence. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu chuckled heartily, his gaze briefly sweeping past Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai before settling on Qin Wushang. He remarked, "No need for such formality, you have successfully passed the second round of assessments and are now considered a disciple of our gang, just call me Elder." At this juncture, Elder Lu paused and, with a smile, inquired. However, observing the hesitant expressions of the nearby supervisors, he sensed there was more to Elder Lu's words. Elder Lu shot a cold glance at one of the supervisors, as if issuing a warning, before turning back to Qin Wushang with a smile. During the initiation assessments, only those capable of lifting 500 Jin would be awarded the status of outer disciples. Outer disciples enjoy freedom of movement and are loosely managed. Of course, while they benefit from the gang's resources, they are expected to be at the front lines when the time calls for it. Subsequently, those who can lift 1,000 Jin or 2,000 Jin would, by regulation, only be granted the status of ordinary disciples. However, unlike outer disciples, ordinary disciples, regardless of their commonality, are officially registered with the headquarters, recognized as members, and receive resources tenfold compared to outer disciples. Naturally, the management is stricter. Any who dare betray the gang will face the law enforcement hall's severe punishments. To attain the status of an outstanding disciple, one must participate in the third round of assessments. Only by defeating the combined efforts of 3 ordinary disciples and completing the gang's evaluations can one be awarded the outstanding disciple status. As for elite disciple status, not only must one pass the third round challenge, but they must also have recommendations from higher-ups of elder rank or above. Elder Lu's offer fell within his authority to grant the highest possible treatment. However, the status of core disciple requires significant contributions to the gang, approved by the Elder Council, and ultimately bestowed by the gang leader himself. Although Elder Lu held a respectable position, he lacked the authority to directly confer Qin Wushang with core disciple status. With an expression of intrigue, Qin Wushang hesitated before "I can arrange for these 2 gentlemen to receive the status of ordinary disciples of us. They shall follow you and be considered your direct subordinates." Qin Wushang's intention in bringing Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai was to establish a persona of loyalty and camaraderie, which, coupled with his imposing stature, would create an impression of sincerity and integrity. Such a disposition is universally welcomed. However, this persona could also be interpreted as simple-mindedness, lacking adaptability. Qin Wushang's rationale for this approach was to don an additional layer of protection. Consequently, should he engage in any unconventional actions thereafter, others would naturally attribute it to his straightforward character, rendering it perfectly acceptable. "Thank you, Elder Lu. Qin Xiu is willing to join the Elder Hall." "Excellent, excellent." Elder Lu exclaimed, his heart blooming with joy. He had not anticipated that a mere stroll would lead him to encounter a prodigy skilled in physical techniques. The more he observed, the more pleased he became. He patted Qin Xiu on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, work diligently in the Elder Hall. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang felt his heart stir, though he feigned a shy demeanor, hesitating before saying, "Elder Lu, I do have a matter to trouble you with." Elder Lu was taken aback, not expecting Qin Wushang to take his casual remark seriously. However, he was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Pray tell, what is the matter?" Qin Wushang smiled sheepishly and replied, "I have a friend named Su Mang. He encountered some conflict with the gang's members yesterday and was captured. I wonder if Elder Lu could mediate on my behalf." Initially anticipating a significant issue, Elder Lu had prepared excuses to deflect any burdensome requests, but he was taken aback to find it was such a trivial matter. After a moment's reflection, Elder Lu laughed heartily. "Young brother may not yet realize the status and authority of an elite disciple within our gang. This matter can be resolved by you, Qin young brother." With that, he gestured to one of the assessment supervisors nearby. "How may I serve you, Elder?" the supervisor inquired, bowing. "Zhao He, this is Qin Shou. Expedite the registration process for him as an elite disciple, assigning him to the Elder Hall. Additionally, ensure that his friend, Su Mang, is brought before him before nightfall." "Yes, esteemed Elder. I shall attend to it immediately." Zhao He responded without a hint of hesitation. "Off you go." Elder Lu waved farewell to Qin Wushang and his companions, turning away to stroll leisurely into the distance. Chapter 009 The Quarrel. Upon departing from the inspection site, Qin Wushang inquired with Zhao He about the identity of this Deacon Lu. This Deacon Lu, known as Lu Zhao, is considered a veteran figure within the Tiger Roar gang. When the gang was in its nascent stages, merely a fledgling faction, Lu Zhao had already joined, specifically aligning himself with the Deacon Hall. Now, after 3 to 4 decades, during which the leadership of the Deacon Hall has changed hands numerous times, Lu Zhao, such a figure holds significant sway within the Tiger Roar gang, yet Qin Wushang could not fathom what attributes he possessed that would warrant Lu Zhao's attention. Unable to unravel this mystery, he decided not to dwell on it further. Qin Wushang's affiliation with the Tiger Roar gang was a mere expedient measure. Once the opportune moment arose, he intended to leave Source Star, perhaps even the confines of the Earth Alliance. Only by venturing into the cosmos could the 10 Earths devouring stars technique he practiced fully manifest its advantages, allowing him to ascend to the Void Heaven realm in the shortest time possible. At that juncture, he would return to Source Star to commence his revenge. However, the vastness of space presents an environment starkly different from that of Source Star, rife with peril and harsh conditions. Survival is a daunting challenge for ordinary individuals without a starship or access to Earth-like planets. Conversely, once a martial artist attains the innate realm, they develop an internal respiration akin to prenatal breathing, enabling them to adapt to these hostile and treacherous surroundings. Joining the Tiger Roar gang was not a whimsical decision for Qin Wushang. Hiding within the 72 districts, mingling among the beggars, could merely obscure his whereabouts and temporarily ensure his safety. Yet, escaping Source Star was not a feat achievable by the identity of a beggar. Even the Tiger Roar gang, and indeed the entire 72 districts, are regarded as the most remote and despised locales in Lingjiang City. What Qin Wushang truly valued was the formidable backing of the Dragon Tiger sect behind the Tiger Roar gang. As the largest force in the eastern district of Lingjiang City, the Dragon Tiger sect serves as a wolf raised by the Yuan financial conglomerate. Tiger Roar gang, Dragon Tiger sect, Yuan financial conglomerate. Only through this connection could Qin Wushang hope to encounter opportunities leading to the cosmic seas. What Qin Wushang needed to accomplish now was to restore his cultivation to the innate realm before departing from Source Star. Throughout the journey, Zhao He lavished praise upon Qin Wushang. In Zhao He's eyes, Qin Wushang had barely joined the Tiger Roar gang when he caught Deacon Lu's favor, swiftly rising to the status of an elite disciple, destined for a boundless future. If he could align himself with Qin Wushang, rapid ascension was merely a matter of time. Thus, Zhao He treated Qin Wushang with an ardor that surpassed even that of serving his own father. He even went so far as to leverage Deacon Lu's reputation to secure a prime location for a small courtyard in Qin Wushang's name. Only after Zhao He completed the initiation procedures and handed over the key to the independent courtyard did Qin Wushang truly appreciate the privileges and status accorded to elite disciples within the Tiger Roar gang. Before nightfall, Su Mang was also escorted to Qin Wushang's small courtyard by Zhao He. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing Qin Wushang's appearance, Su Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly reconcile the image of the beggar who relied on his sister's aid with the notion of him transforming into a significant figure within the Tiger Roar gang. Observing Su Mang's astonishment, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged knowing glances, their expressions indicating that they had expected as much. They then approached, flanking Su Mang on either side. Lin Xiao, with a grin, said, "How about it, little Mang? Our boss has sold himself out just to rescue you. Are you touched? No need for excessive gratitude, just call him brother-in-law. Get lost." Su Mang retorted angrily, "If you want to marry my sister, pursue her on your own merits." Lin Xiao, unperturbed by the response, continued, "Little Mang, think carefully now. Our boss is an elite disciple of the Tiger Roar gang. Do you understand what elite means? Just a little something that slips through his fingers would be enough to ensure a life of comfort for you and your sister." Lin Ci chimed in, "Exactly. Once our boss makes a name for himself in the Tiger Roar gang, countless women will be vying for his attention. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again." Though merely 14 or 15, Su Mang had spent years on the streets and thus understood the implications of being an elite disciple of the Tiger Roar gang. Suddenly, he broke free from their grasp and rushed to Qin Wushang's side, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I want to join the Tiger Roar gang with you, please take me along." The abrupt shift in Su Mang's demeanor nearly caused Qin Wushang to stumble. As for Lin Xiao and Lin Si's words, Qin Wushang regarded them as jest. His feelings towards Su Mei were rooted solely in gratitude, with no ulterior motives. After all, as the former young master Qin, he had encountered numerous women, and in terms of beauty, Su Mei was merely average. Qin Wushang looked at Su Mang and inquired, "Have you thought this through?" Su Mang nodded earnestly, responding, "Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind to end this world, akin to a mire. If I want to rise above and not be bullied, if I wish to live better, I must be ruthless, more ruthless than anyone around me." Qin Wushang neither rejected nor immediately agreed. "Instead," he said, "let us return home first, your sister is likely waiting anxiously for you." All day long, Su Mei had been restless. Although Qin Wushang had assured her he would rescue Su Mang, the thought of facing the largest gang in the western district filled her with dread and apprehension. Sister, I'm back." Just as dusk fell, amid Su Mei's anxiety, a voice suddenly echoed from downstairs. Su Mei hurried to the window, opening it to peer down, just in time to see Su Mang striding towards her, followed closely by a familiar, burly figure. "Sister, you wouldn't believe it." Today, Brother Qin and the others, as soon as Su Mang entered the house, he began to speak excitedly. However, upon hearing that Qin Wushang, Lin Xi, and the others had joined the Tiger Roar gang, and that Su Mang had followed suit, Su Mei's face, once filled with smiles, gradually darkened. "What's wrong, sister?" Noticing the change in Su Mei's expression, Su Mang quickly halted, his voice cautious. Su Mei replied, "Little Mang, I cannot approve of you joining the Tiger Roar gang." Turning to Qin Wushang, she added, "Brother Qin, thank you for bringing Su Mang back. I can only repay your kindness in the future. Moreover, Brother Qin, Lin Xiao, and Lin Xi, please do not come here again. Our family does not welcome members of the gang." Qin Wushang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, not because they sought to leverage their favor, as rescuing Su Mang had been a mere act of kindness, but Su Mei's stance left Qin Wushang utterly perplexed. "Sister, why?" Su Mang demanded, his voice filled with indignation. Su Mei coldly replied, "There is no reason, you simply need to understand that our Su family shall have no association with gang members from now on." Seeing Su Mei's resolute stance, Qin Wushang felt it inappropriate to linger and was about to turn to leave when Su Mang stopped him. "Brother Qin, you can't leave. If sister doesn't explain herself, I will go with you." "Little Mang." Su Mei scolded sharply, "Fine, go, all of you leave, and don't ever come back." With that, she turned and retreated to her room, locking herself inside, and soon muffled sobs resonated from within. The four men found themselves at a loss. As one of the former imperial crown princes, Qin Wushang had always been able to attract women effortlessly with just a gesture, yet when it came to comforting a girl, he was still a novice. "What should we do?" Qin Wushang looked at Lin Xiao and the others, helplessly asking. "Boss, if you're asking us, who are we supposed to ask?" Lin Xiao shrugged, equally at a loss, while Lin Xi and Su Mang wore expressions of confusion, clearly lacking experience in this matter, even less so than Qin Wushang. In that moment, the four found themselves trapped, unable to leave or stay. Chapter 010 The Gate of Freedom. After weeping for a while, Su Mei emerged from the room with a stern expression and said, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I shall prepare a meal for you all, allow me to assist." Noticing Su Mei's mood appeared to have settled, Qin Wushang felt a surge of joy and eagerly followed her. However, shortly thereafter, a cacophony of clattering emerged from the kitchen, followed by the sound of dishes shattering. Moments later, Qin Wushang found himself unceremoniously expelled from the kitchen by Su Mei. Returning to the living room, confronted by three pairs of teasing eyes, Qin Wushang could only awkwardly raise his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating his own inability to intervene. In this lifetime, and perhaps even in the previous one, Qin Wushang had never set foot in a kitchen. Mastering the pots and pans seemed a far more daunting task than commanding thousands in battle. Within half an hour, 4 or 5 simple dishes were laid out on the table. Though merely modest in variety, it was the most satisfying and comforting meal Qin Wushang had enjoyed since the upheaval at the Imperial Tower. During the meal, everyone tactfully refrained from mentioning the Tiger Roar gang, opting instead to share amusing anecdotes from daily life, and the atmosphere gradually became more congenial. Only Qin Wushang could distinctly perceive the sorrow lurking in Su Mei's eyes, along with a deep-seated resentment. Surely, there must be a profoundly tragic story hidden within her heart, Qin Wushang mused. As night fell, under Su Miao's insistent request and Su Mei's tacit approval, the three of them decided to spend the night there. However, the modest dwelling, with its single room, living area, and kitchen, became exceedingly cramped with 4 large men occupying the space. After a while, Lin Xiao, sensing the awkwardness, discreetly pulled Lin Xi away, leading him back to their former hovel across the street. In the middle of the night, Qin Wushang, nestled on the living room sofa, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He jolted upright, realizing he was inexplicably covered by an old yet clean fleece blanket, which exuded a faintly elegant and familiar fragrance. "Boss, open the door quickly, there's a situation," came Lin Zhao's low but slightly exhilarated voice from outside. Ignoring the mystery of how the blanket had come to rest upon him, Qin Wushang saw that Su Miao had already opened the door, allowing Lin Xiao and Lin Xi to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Xiao excitedly approached Qin Wushang and whispered, "Boss, Xiao Xi and I spotted members of the Gate of Freedom on the street next door." "The Gate of Freedom?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang immediately grasped the implications. The area beneath their feet belonged to the domain of West 7th Street, which, while adjacent to the South 18th District, was still under the control of the Tiger Roar Gang. Yet, the members of the Gate of Freedom, the largest gang in the South 18th District, were prowling about under the cover of night, clearly not there for a midnight snack. "Let us go take a look," Qin Wushang declared, rising to his feet and instinctively glancing over his shoulder, only to witness the previously ajar door slam shut with a resounding thud as he turned. "Xiao Miao, Xiao Xi, stay here to keep watch." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wushang commanded. Although the vicinity was generally considered safe, he preferred to err on the side of caution, leaving Su Miao and Lin Xi behind. Though Lin Xi had only just begun his martial training and had yet to breach even the threshold of a martial artist, Qin Wushang recognized a significant virtue in him, his unwavering focus. During their training, Lin Xi had meticulously adhered to Qin Wushang's instructions, resulting in his rapid progress surpassing even that of Lin Xiao. With Lin Xi's current physical prowess and strength, he could easily contend with 2 or 3 ordinary men. "Boss, follow me. I've stationed a lookout on the street ahead, so don't lose sight of me." Exiting the earthen building, Lin Xiao led Qin Wushang hastily towards West 9th Street, conversing as they hurried along. The earthen structure where Su Mei and Su Miao resided was located 2 alleys south of West 7th Street, adjacent to South District 13th Street. While the 2 districts were neighboring, they were separated by a sewage canal, traversed by a few rudimentary wooden bridges to facilitate passage between the 2 areas. To the north and west of the earthen building lay several streets, including those of West 8th Street, where Lin Xiao and Lin Xi had frequently roamed during their days as beggars. As the adage goes, returning home in splendid attire is akin to walking in the night in fine clothes. Having joined the Tiger Roar Gang, Lin Xiao and Lin Xi naturally felt compelled to boast about their newfound status to their former companions. However, Lin Xiao had no inkling that amidst a gathering of his old associates, he would inadvertently spot a group of individuals stealthily making their way towards West 9th Street, among whom was a sworn enemy, a grudge so deep-rooted that it felt as if he wished to annihilate him completely. "Are you sure you didn't mistake him?" Qin Wushang inquired. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. "I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. 5 years ago, this scoundrel traveled with Xiao Xi and me from the southern city of Shihai. We all hailed from the same place and were headed to the same destination, so we traveled together for mutual support. However, this villain harbored malicious intentions. He waylaid a family of 3 on the road. Little did he expect that the seemingly timid male head of that family would turn out to be a martial artist. Though not an extraordinary master, he was more than a match for us untrained novices. When the situation turned dire, that scoundrel abandoned Xiao Xi and me to shield himself from the onslaught. Had it not been for the kindness of that female head of the family, who noticed our youth and vulnerability, we might well have become 2 lifeless corpses among the wild grasses 5 years ago. Later, in the South 18th District, Xiao Xi and I inadvertently spotted that rogue exiting a branch of the Gate of Freedom. Inquiring further, we learned he had ingratiated himself with the deputy leader of that branch and had risen to the status of a minor captain. Fearing recognition, Xiao Xi and I had no choice but to vacate the South 18th District and retreat to this inconspicuous locale. 5 years ago, Lin Xiao and Lin Xi were merely 13 or 14 years old. Having endured such calamity, they naturally etched that grudge deeply into their hearts. Yet, Lin Xiao never expected that under such circumstances, fate would allow him to confront this enemy once more. It seemed the heavens desired him to settle this score. As they conversed, the pair had already arrived at West 9th Street, where pedestrians still wandered about, but none were among those members of the Gate of Freedom that Lin Xiao had mentioned. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from a small alley to the left, beckoning towards Lin Xiao. Overjoyed, Lin Xiao hurriedly gestured for Qin Wushang to follow him. Within the alley stood a ragged young beggar, around 17 or 18 years of age, disheveled yet surprisingly clean. Lin Xiao quickly urged, "This is my boss, speak freely." "Greetings, great boss." The young beggar exclaimed in surprise, hastily offering his greetings. "Brother Xiao, that group went to the venue of Quan Shengtang. I didn't dare to follow them." Chapter 011 Stirring up trouble. Though the Hushao gang has established its presence in the West 18th District, it has not achieved absolute dominance, allowing the smaller factions within its jurisdiction to coexist without expulsion. Its management approach towards these minor gangs is characterized by a system of regulated fees, enabling them to continue their existence in the West 18th District. It is through this collaborative and mutually beneficial model that the Hushao gang has, over the course of 30 years, evolved from a modest group of 4 or 5 dozen members into a formidable entity commanding the entire West 18th District. Quan Shengtang is one such minor faction that thrives under the aegis of the Hushao gang, boasting a membership of approximately 100, with its activities primarily concentrated in the southern segment of West 9th Street and the surrounding entertainment venues. The bar known as Tianshang Yuan, located on South 3rd section of West 9th Street, serves as the headquarters of Quan Shengtang. The establishment referred to by Dado as the domain of Quan Shengtang is indeed this very bar. Since it is a bar, let us indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang contemplated for a moment before guiding Lin Xiao towards Tianshang Yuan. West 9th Street is a lengthy thoroughfare extending north to south, with the central square acting as a dividing line. The 3 streets to the south are monitored by Quan Shengtang, while the 3 streets to the north are entirely under the control of the Hushao gang. Although it is nearing 3 o'clock in the morning, the streets remain bustling with tourists and pedestrians, particularly around the southern 3rd section, which is replete with various entertainment venues, teeming with crowds and vibrant lights. At the end of this street stands a striking building reminiscent of a medieval palace from the Yoruba district, which is none other than the Tianshan Yuan bar. A few guards loitering at the entrance glanced at Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao as they approached but soon returned to their indolent vigilance. After all, such foot traffic is commonplace at the bar's entrance. As long as no disturbances arise, the guards are disinclined to intervene, their attention piqued only by Qin Wushang's robust stature and distinguished demeanor. It was Lin Xiao's first venture into such an establishment, and he could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. However, upon observing Qin Wushang's composed demeanor, he mustered his courage and closely followed in Qin Wushang's wake. Inside the bar, the opulent decor struck Qin Wushang as gaudy and unrefined. He cast a dismissive glance and then, navigating through the throngs of patrons, found an elevated spot at the bar counter where they could sit. From this vantage point, Qin Wushang had a clear view of the entire bar hall below. Amidst the cacophony of jarring heavy metal music, revelers twisted and writhed, while various bunny girls, vixen girls, and leopard girls flitted through the crowd. Qin Wushang casually ordered 2 beers, feigning interest as he surveyed his surroundings. "Boss, to your left, in the second row of booths," Lin Xiao whispered, leaning closer and speaking softly. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, turning to scan the area with feigned nonchalance, imprinting the situation on his left into his memory. The target Lin Xiao indicated was a young man of approximately 30, short in stature, with a gaunt face and sunken cheeks that accentuated his prominent features, particularly his long, sharp eyes. He sat comfortably in the middle of the right side, flanked by companions, exuding an air of leisure, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice his ever slightly hunched posture, as if perpetually prepared to evade something. "Big guy, your beers." A provocatively dressed, voluptuous bartender presented 2 beers to Qin Wushang, her gaze smoldering as it roamed over his face and chest. With a sultry smile, she inquired, "First time here?" Ignoring the bartender, Qin Wushang raised a beer to his lips, savoring it while inwardly lamenting how much he had changed. He could now derive enjoyment from such inferior beer. "Do you know everyone here?" he quipped, handing the empty glass back to the bartender with a teasing tone. The bartender, taken aback by his questioning, pouted playfully, "Naturally, as long as I've seen someone, I can remember their face. When I see them again, I'll recognize them." Qin Wushang laughed heartily. "Is that so impressive? Then allow me to test your skills. If you can impress me, I might just reward you with a generous tip." With that, he slapped a stack of bills onto the bar. The stack contained nearly $1,000 federal dollars, a significant sum in this place. The bartender's eyes lit up, and she swiftly snatched the bills, tucking them into her bosom with a grin. "All right, how do you want to test me? If you find this place unsuitable, we could always retreat to a private room in the back." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang felt the bartender was moving too swiftly for his comfort, so he casually pointed out a few individuals in the bar, prompting the bartender to divulge their identities. She rolled her eyes at him but proceeded to recount the backgrounds of the selected individuals fluidly, demonstrating no signs of fabrication. Among those, there was indeed the person Lin Xiao had identified. Tong Tianbao, a subordinate of Shui Jin Gang, the deputy leader of the 13th Division of Zizaimen, the bartender stated without hesitation. Qin Wushang glanced at Lin Xiao, who subtly nodded in affirmation. Having acquired the information he sought, Qin Wushang lost interest in the bartender, engaging in a bit of awkward chit-chat before she shot him an annoyed glare and stormed off. He downed the remainder of his drink, gestured for Lin Xiao to lead the way, and then ordered another drink, using the pretense of inebriation to swagger over to the booths on his left. Reaching the second row of booths, Qin Wushang suddenly splashed the drink over Tong Tianbao's head and seized the attractive escort seated beside him. Amidst the stunned and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Qin Wushang delivered a sharp slap to Tong Tianbao's face, bellowing, "You bastard! How dare you snatch a woman from me, are you seeking death?" The abrupt turn of events silenced the raucous booths. "Why you, who are you? I am Tianbao, I don't know him, let me go." The escort clutched in Qin Wushang's embrace stammered, her words tumbling over each other in her panic, trembling uncontrollably. Tong Tianbao, momentarily taken aback, gradually regained his composure and attempted to stand, only to realize that even while standing, he was significantly shorter than Qin Wushang, forcing him to look up in embarrassment before he awkwardly sank back into his seat. However, Qin Wushang had no intention of letting him off easily. He seized Tong Tianbao by the shoulder and yanked him up, his expression fierce as he declared loudly, "Let us go. You dare to steal my woman, we need to have a serious discussion." With that, before anyone could comprehend the situation, he unceremoniously dragged Tong Tianbao out. Chapter 012 of the Great Battle approaches. At the moment Qin Wushang made his move, Tong Tianbao realized he was doomed. The grip Qin Wushang had on Tianbao's wrist appeared casual, yet it was a masterful technique designed to incapacitate, akin to the dislocation of tendons and bones. As Qin Wushang seized his shoulder, Tong Tianbao felt an overwhelming numbness engulfing his body, rendering him utterly powerless. However, to the eyes of Tong Tianbao's companions, it seemed as though he was following the drunken man out of anger. It wasn't until the accompanying barmaid repeatedly swore that she did not recognize the drunkard that Tong Tianbao's companions sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet, by then, half an hour had already passed. When the Quan Sheng Hall was frantically searching for individuals on West 9th Street, Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao had long since returned with Tong Tianbao to their residence in the 16th district. "Don't make it too bloody. We still have to live here afterward," Qin Wushang instructed as he handed Tong Tianbao over to Lin Xiao. "Rest assured, boss," Lin Xiao replied with a sinister grin, dragging the unconscious Tong Tianbao along. For over 30 minutes, Qin Wushang listened to the intermittent screams emanating from the basement. Despite being mentally prepared, the prolonged cacophony sent shivers down his spine. Moments later, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then marveled at his boss's insight, realizing he had grasped the crux of the situation with just a single question. Nodding, Lin Xiao elaborated, "This guy came here with his boss, Shuijin Gang, to deliver goods. Not only does Quan Sheng Hall have covert dealings with the Zizaimen, but they also source their products from them and distribute within their own territory." The goods Lin Xiao referred to were, of course, narcotics. However, on the territory of the Wuxiao Gang, while gambling and debauchery were tolerated, drugs were strictly forbidden. Therefore, Quan Sheng Hall dared not engage in such activities overtly and would rather deny any involvement at all costs. The profits from narcotics were staggering, and despite the Wuxiao Gang's attempts to clamp down on the trade in the 18th district, new gangs continually emerged, lured by the prospect of immense profits. Thus, even if caught by the Wuxiao Gang, Quan Sheng Hall could easily deflect blame by claiming ignorance or asserting that it was the actions of rogue members. As for the Zizaimen, they had built their empire on the production and trafficking of drugs, making them sworn enemies of the Wuxiao Gang, which sought to eradicate the drug trade. The two factions had clashed countless times, both openly and covertly, nurturing a deep-seated enmity that could only end in bloodshed. Lin Xiao continued, "Boss, that's not all. According to Tong Tianbao, the Zizaimen have secretly contacted several small gangs in the 18th district, providing them with arms in preparation for an assault on the Wuxiao Gang." Today, Shuijingang's delivery to Quan Sheng Hall included not only drugs but also 2 crates of weaponry, including 2 K6 shoulder-fired rocket launchers. At these words, Qin Wushang's demeanor shifted markedly. The K6 shoulder-fired rocket launcher was an advanced weapon, enhanced with a laser targeting system, laser navigation, and dynamic tracking capabilities. Once locked onto a target, it could deliver a fatal blow, essentially a massive sniper cannon. However, the K6 was standard issue for the Earth Alliance military's ground forces, and it was rare for such weapons to circulate in the black market. The fact that the Zizaimen had procured 2 of them indicated their serious intent to obliterate the Wuxiao Gang in one fell swoop. Indeed, the stakes had escalated dramatically. A throbbing pain pulsed in Qin Wushang's head as he pondered the implications. Send him to the disciplinary hall to Elder Lu. Say nothing, the subsequent matters will be handled by others. Lin Xiao nodded, aware that the intricacies of the situation were beyond their control. Should he and his boss become entangled in this, even with the status of elite disciples, they might not withstand the fallout. Turning over Tong Tianbao was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. How infuriating! Lin Xiao grumbled, having initially planned to bury Tong Tianbao after extracting information. Now, he would have to allow him to live a little longer. Do not worry, he won't last long. After relinquishing Tong Tianbao, Qin Wushang chose not to dwell further on the matter. For him, the paramount concern was to enhance his own cultivation, especially with the impending conflict between the Hushao gang and Zizai men looming, intensifying this urgency. Moreover, upon learning that the Hushao gang harbored innate level warriors, Qin Wushang felt an acute sense of crisis. Having once traversed the innate realm himself, he understood all too well the formidable strength and lethality of such opponents. The transition from acquired to innate was a chasm that separated heaven from earth. In the following days, Qin Wushang secluded himself within the small courtyard, diligently practicing the 10 Earth Devouring Star technique while simultaneously mentoring Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, and Su Mang. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's training in the unnamed technique primarily focused on refining their physical bodies, optimizing their physical condition to birth true energy from within. Overall, it was a balanced but unremarkable method, yet it was perfectly suited for Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who had surpassed their prime training period. After this period of cultivation, while neither had yet generated a sense of true energy, their physical strength had increased 4 to 5-fold, rendering their combat capabilities comparable to those of an ordinary acquired level second-rank warrior. As for Su Mang, Qin Wushang imparted to him a fragmented technique known as the Blaze Technique. The foundational text of this technique outlined 5 levels, but Qin Wushang had only managed to acquire the first 2. The fiery calamity and the violent blaze. Unexpectedly, Su Mang demonstrated an extraordinary affinity for the blaze technique, manifesting the first wisp of fiery true energy in his dantian within just 3 days, officially stepping into the acquired first rank and becoming a warrior. He then further refined his skills over the next 2 days, achieving the capability to complete 9 cycles of celestial energy circulation in 3 breaths, advancing to the acquired second rank. Such speed not only left Lin Xiao and Lin Ci envious but also astonished Qin Wushang. It was worth noting that when Qin Wushang practiced the Supreme Royal Technique, he too had taken 3 days to generate a sense of true energy and 5 days to reach acquired second rank. It took him 7 years to ascend to innate third rank. This pace had set a record for the fastest progression to innate level on Source Star, causing quite a stir at the time, and Qin Wushang had been hailed as the most promising newcomer likely to reach the ethereal realm. However, the complete Supreme Royal Technique was not to be compared with the fragmented Blaze Technique, and the resources at his disposal then were exponentially greater than what Su Mang had now. Yet, in light of Su Mang's progress, Qin Wushang found himself feeling rather ordinary. Have I inadvertently picked up a destined protagonist? He mused wryly. In contrast to the advancements made by Su Mang and the others, Qin Wushang sensed that his own cultivation of the 10 Earth Devouring Star technique had hit a bottleneck. Since compressing the time required for one cycle to just 1 hour over 10 days ago, he had made no further progress. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang felt a subtle enhancement within himself. As the stellar energy circulated through his body, continuously refining his physical form, he noticed a transformation taking place. His bones became denser, the membranes of his meridians grew sturdier, and even his blood underwent changes, taking on a deep crimson hue speckled with hints of dark gold. His dantian remained sealed, and no true energy had yet materialized within his meridians, yet his physical power was rapidly escalating. Qin Wushang felt that, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily overpower an acquired 6th-rank warrior. He had a vague sense that if he could successfully cultivate the first level of the 10 Earth Devouring Star technique, stepping into the innate realm would be a mere formality. Chapter 013. A fierce confrontation with the innate. In the days that followed, the news brought back by Lin Xiao instilled in Qin Wushang an increasing sense of impending crisis, as if a great battle was on the verge of erupting. Indeed, that evening, all disciples of the Tiger Hall gang, including those from the outer sect, received mobilization orders to assemble at their designated locations by 9 o'clock that night. Just after 8, Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao had already made their preparations, with an array of weapons and firearms at the ready, poised to depart. At that moment, fully armed, Su Mang approached briskly, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, I'm coming with you." Although Qin Wushang had tacitly allowed Su Mang to accompany him, due to Su Mei's insistence, Su Mang had not formally joined the Tiger Hall gang and thus had no obligation to follow Qin Wushang into battle. Nevertheless, Su Mang actively sought to join, displaying a resolute demeanor. Qin Wushang did not immediately oppose. For Su Mang, embarking on the path of a martial artist would inevitably involve encounters with combat, slaughter, and death. Early exposure to such realities might not be detrimental for him. Qin Wushang casually hung the thick-back machete at his waist and advised, "Stay close to Lin Xiao, do not seek to take the lead, and prioritize your safety." Su Mang, upon hearing this, was elated, replying, "Brother Qin, rest assured, I'm not easily intimidated." Lin Xiao, draping an arm around Su Mang's shoulder, scoffed, "Oh, little Su, refrain from boasting. With your limited skills, should blood be shed later, don't be too scared to wet your pants." Su Mang shot Lin Xiao a glare, retorting, "As if you've ever fought or killed anyone. Who knows who might be the one to soil their trousers?" Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss, for despite his years of struggle among beggars, this was indeed his first encounter with bloodshed, and previous gang wars had only been tales to him. For the duration of the fight, keep your distance from me and find a secluded spot to hide. You three should cooperate but do not attempt to take the lead. Understood, boss. Qin Wushang nodded and turned, leading the way out. In truth, Qin Wushang had a preference for the halberd, yet after scouring the weapon storage at the Deacon Hall, he found no halberds, not even similar ones. After all, the 9 heavens and 10 earths burning god slaughtering demonic halberd technique was based on the halberd, and although Qin Wushang's cultivation had yet to reach the requisite level for this technique, he had grasped the fundamental halberd combat methods after absorbing the memories of Huangxian. With no other option, Qin Wushang selected the thick-back machete, adapting the basic halberd techniques into swordplay. While it was merely the simplest of slashing and slicing moves, in Qin Wushang's hands, it unleashed tremendous power. In less than 2 hours, the Tiger Hall gang successfully mobilized and assembled, subsequently launching simultaneous assaults from 3 directions into the South 18th district of the Free-Spirited Sect. Among these 3 attacking forces, the central contingent was led by Shi Yuntian, the foremost of the 4 great Vajras under the Tiger Hall gang's leader, Hu Feng. His command included 13 core disciples, 27 elite disciples, over 700 ordinary disciples of exceptional caliber, and countless outer sect cannon fodder. This force surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly obliterating the Free-Spirited Sect's 13th branch, where its leader, Zhang Renjie, was slain, and the deputy leader, Shui Jingang, knelt in surrender, only to be crushed to death by Shi Yuntian's palm. The entire battle transpired in under an hour, during which they even crushed the traitorous all-winning Hall. The left flank, where Qin Wushang was stationed, was commanded by Gue Shangyue and Tian Songheng, 2 of the 4 great Vajras. Not only that, but Qin Wushang also caught a glimpse of Lu Zhao lurking in the shadows at the rear of the formation. The left flank's target was the Free-Spirited Sect's 8th branch, which was reputed to be the strongest among all branches of the sect. The leader of the 8th branch, Wei Runwang, was rumored to possess peak cultivation at the 6th level of the acquired realm. However, at the onset of battle, Wei Runwang unleashed his full strength, demonstrating the might to shift mountains with a mere gesture, overwhelming the innate level combatants Gue Shangyue and Tian Songheng, forcing them into retreat. Fortunately, Gue Shangyue and Tian Songheng were not weaklings. After being caught off guard by Wei Runwang, they retaliated fiercely, gradually reversing the tide of battle, which soon descended into a stalemate. Beneath the apex of combatants lay the battlefield of core and elite disciples, whose cultivation levels ranged from the 5th to 6th levels of the acquired realm. Although their skirmishes lacked the earth-shattering intensity of the clashes involving Wei Runwang, Gue Shangyue, and Tian Songheng, this arena was the most brutal. Unlike past confrontations over territory and resources, every participant understood the stakes of this night's battle. The survival of their respective gangs hinged upon the outcome. The victors would live, while the vanquished would perish. Bang! In one corner of the battlefield, Qin Wushang delivered a powerful punch, sending a Free-Spirited Sect elite disciple hurtling away. Immediately, he advanced a step, appearing like a specter behind another Free-Spirited elite disciple, striking a casual blow to the back of his head. The man collapsed, and although there was no gruesome spectacle of brain matter splattering, had one opened his skull, they would find his brain reduced to a pulpy mass. After dispatching one foe, Qin Wushang did not pause. Instead, he unleashed another punch, sweeping away a Free-Spirited Sect member who was poised to ambush him. Midair, the man expelled blood and perished, his internal organs shattered by Qin Wushang's strike. Next, Qin Wushang moved through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited. No one could withstand a single blow from him. Every adversary who crossed his path met a grim fate, none left unscathed. Savage, ruthless, and powerful, Qin Wushang forged his invincible reputation on the battlefield through the blood of more than 10 lives, inevitably drawing the attention of formidable adversaries from the Free-Spirited Sect. As Qin Wushang carved through the ranks of elite and core disciples, an ominous figure swooped toward him from the shadows. Startled, Qin Wushang reacted instinctively with a punch. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering clash of energy, Qin Wushang felt an immense force, as heavy as a mountain, bearing down upon him. Were it not for his robust physique, he might have been reduced to mere pulp under such a strike. Even so, he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before dissipating the terrifying power. An innate realm? 2 voices of astonishment echoed simultaneously. The newcomer was taken aback that his powerful strike had failed to harm the opponent, who had remained completely unscathed. He had channeled 80% of his strength into that palm, intending to eliminate the formidable presence on the battlefield. However, the young man before him seemed to harbor unexpected secrets. Devoid of any true energy, he withstood the innate realm warrior's attack solely through his physical prowess, suggesting that his body refinement technique was far from ordinary. As this realization dawned upon him, the innate warrior's heart ignited with fervor. If he could acquire this body refinement technique, he would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level of cultivation, perhaps no longer needing to languish in this corner of the world. Thus, the innate warrior's gaze towards Qin Wushang grew increasingly hostile. Though unaware of the innate warrior's ulterior motives, Qin Wushang understood that resolution would not come easily. Slowly drawing the thick-back long knife from his waist, he pointed it forward, instantly unleashing a wave of knife energy that stirred the air into a tempest. Chapter 014 The Blade Battle of the innate warrior's expression shifted subtly, and a measure of trepidation crept into his heart. The seemingly casual strike from Qin Wushang unleashed a ferocious blade aura, crafting an intimidating aura that, within its confines, instilled a sense of peril in the innate warrior. How could this be? Among the stars, there existed countless extraordinary prodigies who fought beyond their ranks, but that referred to battles within the same realm. To challenge an innate warrior from the postnatal realm was not only unprecedented but also an encounter he never anticipated. Upon this realization, the innate warrior's murderous intent surged. Such a prodigy, having already incurred his wrath, must be eliminated at once, otherwise, once he matured, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon himself. Youngster, it seems fortune has turned against you, the innate warrior murmured, and with a slight gesture of his right hand, the chainsword, folded within his sleeve, unfurled segment by segment. As innate true chi surged through it, the supple sword transformed into a blade capable of cleaving gold and jade. With a swift motion, the long sword cut through the air, manifesting as a silver poison dragon, seemingly unstoppable. Observing the opponent's proactive assault, Qin Wushang immediately summoned his full combat prowess. Wielding his long knife, the force of the blade compressed the air, creating a visual of tearing as it collided with the incoming sword aura. A sharp crack echoed as both sword and blade energies shattered simultaneously, causing Qin Wushang's hefty long knife to rebound violently, leaving his palm tingling. Undeterred by the failure of his first strike, the innate warrior launched a second attack, the sword's momentum more piercing than before, its aura swirling such that Qin Wushang felt as though he were being engulfed by a tumultuous wave, teetering on the brink of disaster. However, to Qin Wushang, this threat was hardly significant. Only through the crucible of life and death could one rapidly elevate their cultivation, a lesson he had gleaned from countless battles. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation, facing an innate warrior offered him no chance of victory. His sole desire was to ascertain the limits of his combat strength at this level. Of course, Qin Wushang's audacity stemmed from his confidence and reliance on his innate combat instincts and insights, allowing him to stand on firm ground throughout this confrontation. Presently, with postnatal cultivation coupled with the combat awareness and martial understanding of an innate warrior, he could be regarded as a diminished version of such a fighter. With a deep, resonant dragoness roar, Qin Wushang sprang into action, resembling a leopard pouncing on its prey. The hefty long knife sliced through the air, producing a series of piercing wind sounds, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, aimed directly at the innate warrior. This strike was swift as the wind, forceful as thunder, seemingly intent on cleaving the innate warrior in two. Yet, the innate warrior remained unfazed, deftly stepping back, his form gliding several feet, as he smoothly wielded his long sword, exuding an immense force. The innate warrior's swordsmanship appeared to have reached an extraordinary level. This realm was one Qin Wushang could attain through the Sword Emperor's scripture, yet having recultivated the 10 Earth's devouring stars technique, he had embarked on a path of overpowering all techniques with sheer strength. As he brought down his blade, it felt as though the very void would be cleaved in twain. A thunderous roar erupted as the two forces clashed violently in mid-air, producing a deafening boom that mingled dust and shockwaves, obscuring vision. Standing firm with his knife, Qin Wushang's gaze and ears remained alert. Suddenly, a nearly inaudible sound reached his ears. In an instant, Qin Wushang leapt, akin to an enraged tiger, his long knife resonating amidst the swirling dust, transforming into a silver flash as it sliced towards an empty space to his right. This strike seemed imbued with earth-shattering power, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of that space. Moreover, the seemingly haphazard strike of Qin Wushang's was fortuitously timed, for as the blade reached its intended target, the innate warrior materialized at that precise spot, directly in line with the knife's edge. Clearly, Qin Wushang, through his formidable combat instincts, acute hearing, and intuition, had preemptively deduced the innate warrior's movements and his potential next position. With a stroke of luck, he had laid the groundwork, seizing the initiative. The innate warrior, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm. Faced with the oncoming blade light, he had no time to ponder, instinctively dodging. His form danced like a specter amid the blade's radiance, and in response, the innate warrior's long sword transformed into a silver ribbon, clashing fiercely with the long knife, sparks flying. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Qin Wushang. Utilizing the momentum from the collision, he feigned a stumble and retreated several meters. The innate warrior, seeing this, felt a surge of elation, believing Qin Wushang to be at his limit, and prepared to pursue with his sword. However, just then, an enigmatic figure appeared before the innate warrior. With a gentle sweep of the hand, it seemed weak and powerless, yet to the innate warrior, it felt as though a mountain bore down upon him, the entire space ensnared by that palm, as if it could be crushed to dust with the slightest squeeze. An innate warrior of the third tier, perhaps even higher. The innate warrior was struck with profound astonishment. Had he not been grievously injured, he would not have felt such trepidation. With this thought, the innate warrior lost all desire to continue the fight. He swung his long sword, creating a breach in the confined space, and in an instant, vanished into the night sky. For an innate warrior, to slay another of their kind was no trivial task, yet it was achievable. However, if that innate warrior was resolute in fleeing, the chances of interception were virtually non-existent. "Young brother Qin, how fares your injury?" The figure turned, revealing itself to be Lu Zhao, the steward clad in green from the stewardess hall. Steward Lu, merely a bit fatigued. "There is no harm to me," Qin Wushang replied, rising with a smile. Liu Zhao nodded slightly, returning the smile. "As long as you are uninjured, leave those above the innate realm to us old fellows. The rest is up to you. Go forth and conclude the battle swiftly." "Understood," Qin Wushang responded, and with that, he grasped his long knife and turned to charge into the fray. Despite having tested the limits of his combat prowess in the previous clash, where he stood invincible amidst the postnatal realm, he could match an innate warrior of the first tier evenly. Against a second-tier innate warrior, he would need to exert himself to remain undefeated, while the third tier was currently beyond his consideration. Moreover, this was merely the result of his half-baked mastery of the first level of the 10 Earth's Devouring Stars technique. Should he achieve perfection in that technique, he might very well be able to contend with innate warriors below the fourth tier based solely on his physical strength. Indeed, the origins of this 9 Heavens 10 Earth's Star transformation technique in his mind were extraordinary. Yet, even so, its previous master, the Lord of the Wasteland, Huang Xian, ultimately fell to a single catastrophic punch capable of annihilating worlds. Qin Wushang could scarcely fathom the nature of the being who wielded that punch. This world, it seemed, was far more wondrous than he had ever envisioned. Chapter 015 The end of battle. The long blade swept through the air, rendering all foes defenseless. With the arrival of Qin Wushang into the fray, the elite core disciples of the Zizai sect fell one after another beneath his blade, tilting the scales of victory increasingly in favor of the Hushao gang. Simultaneously, the hidden innate masters of the Hushao gang, including Lu Zhao and 2 others, ceased their concealment and unleashed their full might upon the 2 innate-level warriors of the Zizai sect, determined to conclude the conflict swiftly. On another front, the fierce battle between Wei Runhuang, the leader of the 8th branch of the Zizai sect, and Tian Sunhung had reached a critical juncture. After nearly an hour of life-and-death struggle, both combatants found themselves on the brink of exhaustion. The one who could endure the longest would emerge victorious. However, upon witnessing the demise of his subordinates and the emergence of 3 additional innate masters on the opposing side, Wei Runhuang's heart quivered, and his courage waned significantly. Consequently, the flaws in Wei Runhuang's defense soon became apparent, and Gue Shanyu seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike to Wei Runhuang's left shoulder. The impact was monumental, akin to the collapse of a mountain. Wei Runhuang felt as though half of his body had been shattered, and the remaining essence of his innate energy began to show signs of disintegration. Yet, true to his reputation as one of the most formidable generals under Sanjiang's command, Wei Runhuang was relentless, not only towards others but even more so towards himself. After enduring Gue Shanyu's strike, he disregarded his injuries and lunged at Tian Sunhung like a frenzied lion, adopting a posture of mutual destruction. Even Tian Sunhung, a veteran of countless battles, was taken aback by Wei Runhuang's audacity. The ferocity in Wei Runhuang's demeanor unnerved Tian Sunhung, causing him to falter momentarily. It was this brief hesitation that allowed Wei Runhuang to glimpse a glimmer of hope for escape. Before Gue Shanyu and Tian Sunhung could react, Wei Runhuang's form suddenly shifted half a foot to the side, evading Tian Sunhung as he sped past, vanishing in an instant. "Old Tian, to be honest, your performance is quite cringeworthy," Gue Shanyu remarked with a playful smile as he approached Tian Sunhung. Tian Sunhung cast a glance towards the direction in which Wei Runhuang had fled, responding calmly, "As long as Wei Runhuang believes in his own reality, we have not wasted our time in this charade." Barely finishing his words, Lu Zhao approached them, saying, "You two should stop with the idle chatter and focus on the next course of action. That cunning old fox Sanjiang will not be easy to track down through Wei Runhuang. This act must continue." Though Gue Shanyu and Tian Sunhung were among the 4 great titans of the Hushao gang, they dared not show any insolence in front of Lu Zhao, the esteemed steward. "Yes, Elder Lu. We shall proceed at once," they replied hurriedly, setting off in pursuit of the direction in which Wei Runhuang had fled, their speed surpassing even that of Wei Runhuang's desperate escape. "Old Lu, we leave this to you." "We shall regroup with the leader," one of the other innate warriors remarked as they dispatched their opponents. "Exercise caution with that old fox Sanjiang," Lu Zhao cautioned, waving a hand. As the battlefield of innate warriors came to a close, on the battlefield of core elite disciples, Qin Wushang, with lightning speed, severed the throat of a Zizai sect elite disciple with his long blade. He surveyed the area and found no standing Zizai sect disciples remaining. In this conflict, the Hushao gang had deployed nearly 1,000 fighters, with over 100 core elite disciples among them. Now, as Qin Wushang looked around, fewer than half of them remained standing. As for the outstanding and ordinary disciples, of the more than 800, fewer than 300 remained. Fortunately, Qin Wushang spotted Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, and Su Mang among the survivors. Although the trio was stained with blood, they appeared to be in good spirits and were unharmed. Seeing this, Qin Wushang felt a sense of relief. Qin Xiao. Suddenly, a voice called out. Qin Wushang paused momentarily, realizing the call was directed at him. At your service, he responded hastily, turning towards the voice to see Lu Zhao waving at him from a distance. Qin Wushang hurried over and respectfully inquired, Elder Lu, do you have any instructions? Lu Zhao nodded and said, Qin Xiao, I hereby appoint you as the temporary leader. Lead the remaining core elite disciples to sweep away the remnants of the 8th branch. You must secure control over South 8th Street, South 10th Street, and South 14th Street before dawn. Can you accomplish this? Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. Qin Wushang replied confidently. Qin Wushang's prowess was well recognized, and even the most obstinate core elite disciples understood the necessity of aligning themselves under his command at this juncture. Although Qin Wushang's tenure in the gang was relatively brief, and his prestige insufficient to command widespread respect, any defiance at this moment would only invite unnecessary trouble. After Lu Zhao departed, Qin Wushang surveyed the core elite disciples and issued the first command, clear the battlefield. Though internal strife among gangs was commonplace in the 72 days, the multitude of corpses strewn about was not only a gruesome sight but also a chilling reminder of the lives lost, including those of their own brothers. Collecting the dead and managing the aftermath was an unavoidable responsibility. Qin Wushang assigned the task of clearing the battlefield to the outstanding and ordinary disciples while he led the core elite disciples towards the Zizai sect's 8th branch located at the Southern Street Club. Perhaps having received news of the 8th branch's defeat, the remaining personnel at the outpost had long since fled, leaving the premises desolate. Some even set fire to the place during their escape. Fortunately, the blaze was contained, only consuming a portion of a private room before being extinguished by the automatic fire suppression system within. The capture of South 8th Street encountered no resistance, as the Zizai sect disciples there had either perished in the previous battle or fled for their lives. However, the situation was less straightforward on South 10th Street and South 14th Street. These three streets, South 8, South 10, and South 14, were all under the jurisdiction of the 8th branch, which was naturally the strongest and most populous branch of the Zizai sect. On South 10 and South 14 streets, 300 to 400 disciples still clung tightly to their positions. After failing to persuade them to surrender, Qin Wushang issued a decree for extermination. Among these 300 to 400 Zizai sect disciples, the highest cultivation level was merely 5th stage postnatal, and there was no need for Qin Wushang to intervene personally. They were swiftly dispatched by the core elite disciples of the Wushao gang. By dawn, as more Zizai sect disciples encroached upon the vicinity, South 8, South 10, and South 14 streets were thoroughly absorbed into the Wushao gang's domain. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached Qin Wushang, whispering mysteriously, Boss, we have discovered a concealed warehouse. Chapter 016. Gene tracking. As dawn broke, a thick blanket of clouds enveloped the skies over Linhai City, heralding the imminent arrival of a tempest. At that moment, the clouds above began to undulate as if stirred by an unseen hand. Moments later, a colossal transport vessel pierced through the cloud cover, gliding slowly towards Linhai City. This imposing ship was one of the Earth Alliance's most advanced interstellar transport vessels, designated as the Star Raft. With a length of just over 1,000 meters, it was classified as a planetary-grade interstellar transport ship, mainly employed for interstellar transport within the local star system. In the era of the Alliance, the concept of the local star system had vastly expanded. In terms of the solar system, it encompassed the entire solar war zone, covering a spherical region with a radius of 20 light-years centered around the solar system. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the Star Raft descended gracefully onto the Southport's aerospace dock, situated in the ocean south of Linhai City. The powerful gusts generated during its landing stirred up towering waves, which surged towards the coastline for several kilometers before being halted by a towering breakwater, quickly subsiding into tranquility. A few minutes later, the cargo bay doors leading to the dock swung open, revealing a massive metal container escorted by 4 warriors clad in exoskeleton armor, which was then transported to a warehouse near the port owned by the Imperial Consortium. There, a team of over 10 technical personnel awaited eagerly. The box was opened, and amidst assembly and calibration, a cylindrical device 3 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter emerged before the gathered crowd. This apparatus was the most advanced gene tracker produced by the Longxia Interstellar Consortium, designed for interstellar or ground-based search and rescue operations. To operate it, one merely needed to input the genetic data of the desired search or rescue target into the Tracker-S program. The gene tracker would then emit a set of quantum radiation waves capable of radiating within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, directing its search based on the genetic data provided. However, due to environmental gravity and other factors, this range would be curtailed to a diameter of less than 5 kilometers when used on the surface. Furthermore, this device, due to its implications for personal privacy, had been legislated against for private use by the Alliance Parliament. It could only be utilized with an application to the Alliance Parliament, requiring a 2/3 majority vote for approval of limited use. For the Imperial Consortium, one of the 7 major consortia in the Solar War Zone, lifting these restrictions posed no challenge. At the port warehouse, the roar of approaching vehicles heralded the arrival of Gu Biao and Li Qi exiting their respective transports. They exchanged curt nods as a form of greeting. Though they had temporarily allied in their quest for power over the Imperial Consortium against Qin Huangshan, their private animosities persisted, with each employing various underhanded tactics to undermine the other. Now, they were merely united by a common adversary. "Did you bring the items?" Gu Biao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qi before casually seating himself on a nearby stool. Li Qi ignored him, instead accepting a metal box from his subordinate, extracting a glass vial containing the hair samples collected from Qin Wushang's villa. With utmost care, he placed the strands of hair into the receptacle that emerged from the gene tracker. As the machine whirred to life, a deluge of data streamed across the holographic display above. The collection of genetic sample data was completed, and the quantum pulse system was activated. With the mechanical sounds echoing, the indicator light on the quantum pulse emitter illuminated, the quantum radiation device powered up, and an invisible wave swept over the 5-kilometer radius surrounding the port. Although the gene tracker had a detectable range of 5 kilometers, this was relatively insignificant in the context of Linhai City, which sprawled over nearly 100 kilometers. Attempting to scan the entire metropolis in one sweep was evidently impractical. Observing the silent screen devoid of any information, Li Qi felt no surprise. After all, locating an individual in a bustling interstellar metropolis with a population exceeding 50 million was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While a needle was an inanimate object, a person was alive. For nearly a month, the Gu and Li families had scoured Linhai City, yet despite their exhaustive efforts, they had failed to uncover any trace of Qin Huangshan and his son Qin Wushang. It was as if the pair had vanished from the world after that fateful night, leaving no vestige behind. This was undeniably abnormal. Fortunately, the Imperial Consortium, under the covert control of the Gu and Li families, had already secured all vessels entering and exiting Source Star, to thwart any potential escape attempts by Qin Huangshan and Qin Wushang. In the eyes of the Gu and Li families, these two were a latent threat, particularly Qin Huangshan, who, having risen from obscurity, had transformed a modest company into the illustrious Imperial Consortium within a mere 40 years. The thought of his capabilities and connections sent shivers down their spines. Only the demise of Qin Huangshan would bring them solace. Boring, Gu Biao scoffed after a brief observation, before striding out of the warehouse and departing in his vehicle. Li Qi harbored a deep disdain for this true scion. Had Gu Biao not been the sole heir of Gu Qiyang, the head of the Gu family, Li Qi would have long since eliminated him, sparing himself the annoyance of this imbecile constantly flitting about and disrupting his concentration. Li Xiao, perhaps we could reposition the gene tracker onto a large transport vehicle, allowing it to traverse various regions of Linhai City, suggested a technician quietly from behind Li Qi. Li Qi nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "Will there be any difficulties in the modification?" The technician replied, "The only issue is energy. The quantum generator will consume a substantial amount of power. Currently, the battery pack can sustain operation for a maximum of 1 hour. However, we can resolve this by deploying several energy supply vehicles alongside it." "An excellent idea. You shall oversee this matter upon successful completion. Submit a report to the consortium for a reward." Li Qi instructed the technician, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Thank you, Li Xiao. I assure you, we will accomplish the task." With Li Qi's promise, the technicians were invigorated, and within just 2 days, the modification was complete, with the energy supply vehicles duly arranged. Subsequently, the transport vehicle would relentlessly traverse the main thoroughfares of Linhai City until the quantum radiation waves had thoroughly scanned every corner of the metropolis. To eye in the northern outskirts of Linhai City, an area previously deemed lawless lay beyond the city limits. Over 50 years ago, this was a large waste recycling facility, often frequented by scavengers seeking fortune, with tales of some striking it rich overnight from valuable finds or substantial amounts of alliance currency. Gradually, this site attracted an increasing number of scavengers, some of whom even established their homes here. Over time, as the influx of outsiders grew, it evolved into a sprawling enclave covering approximately 20 square kilometers, now known as the 72 District. Chapter 17 Identity Crisis. At this moment, Qin Wushang, who resides in the 72 block, remains oblivious to the fact that the Li and Gu families, in their relentless pursuit to locate him and his son, have spared no expense in bribing over 2/3 of the members of the Alliance Council. This has allowed an application that would typically have been deemed impossible to be approved. thanks to the collective blindness of the counselors. Currently, the device carrying Qin Wushang's genetic data is traversing several main roads in Lehigh City, its trajectory drawing ever closer to the 72 block. In the 72 block, the South 18th block has witnessed the swift disintegration of the Zizaimen following the Tiger Roar Gang's onslaught, which unfolded within a single night. Curiously, the leader of Zizaimen, along with several of his top generals and more than a dozen high-ranking officials, has vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the Beidan fish plan orchestrated by Gue Shanyue and Tian Sunhung has ultimately failed. Wei Runwan was ruthlessly slain in an alley of South 3rd Street, the assailant executing the deed with chilling efficiency. The astonishment etched on Wei Runwan's face posthumously suggests he was betrayed by someone familiar, their intent clearly to silence him. Such an outcome was well within the expectations of figures like Hu Feng and Lu Zhao. After all, Xiang Sanjiang's cunning nature is well acknowledged, and the fishing plan was merely a casual endeavor. Its success would have been delightful, yet its failure was of little consequence. At present, the most pressing matter for the Tiger Roar Gang is to assimilate the spoils of this conflict and claim the territory left in the wake of Zizaimen's collapse. Within Zizaimen, discussions of merit and reward are inevitable. Qin Wushang demonstrated formidable combat prowess during this battle, particularly in his confrontation between the postnatal realm and the innate realm. Although ultimately defeated, the potential he exhibited was unprecedented. Consequently, he was exceptionally promoted to a core disciple and appointed as the leader of an operational team under the administration of the green-robed steward, Lu Zhao. Furthermore, alongside a substantial monetary reward, he was granted numerous resources, the most valuable among them being 10 enhanced origin pills. These pills, a product of the fusion between contemporary Earth Alliance biotechnologies and the ancient alchemical arts of Huaxia, significantly augment the vitality and quality of true energy for postnatal martial artists, and can even increase the true essence reserves of those in the innate realm to a certain extent. However, for Qin Wushang, these enhanced origin pills are of no use. They ultimately benefit Lin Xiao, Lin Xiai, and Su Mang Ai. In the aftermath of the Great Battle, the Tiger Roar Gang granted all participating disciples a 3-day respite. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Wushang, accompanied by Lin Xiao, Lin Xiai, Su Mang, and Su Mei, departed the 72 block, intending to visit several major entertainment and shopping centers in the northern district of Lehigh City for a brief diversion, while also discreetly gathering information regarding the Emperor Consortium. For Su Mei and Su Mang, who grew up in the 72 block, this area constituted their entire world. Thus, everything beyond it appeared remarkably novel and fascinating. Having visited in their childhood with their parents, they found the current vibrancy unparalleled. Only Su Mei retained her composure, yet Qin Wushang still discerned excitement and envy reflected in her eyes. However, before Su Mei could finish her thought, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her face. How would I know? Su Mang, oblivious to Su Mei's change in expression, eagerly glanced around and casually queried. You were not even born then, of course, you wouldn't know, Su Mei replied, abruptly striding towards a small shop nestled around the corner, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, I can't believe this candy figure shop is still here. The four followed her, and the sudden influx of customers startled the shopkeeper. Young lady, do you wish to buy candy figures? Which one do you fancy? I'll fetch it for you. The proprietor, a kind-hearted man in his 40s, looked up at Su Mei while skillfully molding sugar clay, effortlessly crafting a lifelike little rooster as he spoke. Boss, your skills are remarkable. Su Mei marveled at the display. The shopkeeper chuckled heartily, I've been at this for 30 years, it's merely a matter of practice. Have you made your selection? Su Mei nodded and said, Boss, please make me a monkey. Certainly, just a moment, the shopkeeper responded with a grin, swiftly retrieving another piece of sugar clay and deftly shaping it into a monkey's form. As the group became immersed in the shopkeeper's exquisite craftsmanship, Lin Xiao suddenly heard Qin Wushang's low voice whispering in his ear, do not turn around. After Su Mei finishes her purchases, you must lead them away immediately back to the 72 block. Remember to act as if you do not know me, under no circumstances should you look back. The voice was faint yet perfectly timed to reach the ears of Su Mang and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Su Mang's expression shifted, yet they stifled their unease and confusion, promptly paying for their items and turning to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Wushang remained behind, purchasing another candy figure. Taking advantage of the casual conversation with the shopkeeper, he meticulously surveyed the surrounding layout, identifying an excellent escape route. However, he refrained from immediate action. He had to wait for Lin Xiao and Su Mang to return to the 72 block. Earlier, as the group transitioned from the street to the vicinity of the square, Qin Wushang had sensed something amiss in the environment. The street, barely 200 meters long, was unusually populated with martial artists, among whom were more than a dozen formidable innate-level fighters. These individuals roamed the street, casually surveying their surroundings as if searching for something, and it was only when he halted that Qin Wushang noticed these martial artists converging towards his position. At this juncture, Qin Wushang became certain that these individuals were indeed after him, and a device he had once learned about flashed through his mind of the genetic tracker. His conviction stemmed from the fact that, both outwardly and in terms of his martial arts, he had undergone a complete transformation. Only by identifying him through genetic markers could his identity be pinpointed, unless he could somehow mimic the legendary soul possession and exchange his physical body. Qin Wushang's awareness of such a niche device arose from its previous notoriety within the Alliance, which had led to the Supreme Court enacting specific restrictions against this product, an unprecedented event in the annals of the Alliance's history. He had not anticipated that the Li and Gu families would resort to employing such a controversial tracking device, especially in a bustling interstellar metropolis like Lehigh City. Should this become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. Yet, Qin Wushang found solace in the fact that the precision of the genetic tracker was relatively low, capable of pinpointing a target only within a radius of approximately 100 meters. This explained why they had yet to locate his precise whereabouts. "All right, your son Wukong is ready. That will be 20 Alliance coins." At that moment, the shopkeeper presented a vividly crafted, lifelike candy figure of the great sage to Qin Wushang, remarking, "Not many young people these days even know about Sun Wukong." Qin Wushang accepted the candy figure and paid, engaging the shopkeeper in conversation for another 10 minutes. As the time approached for his planned departure, just as he turned, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar and loathsome figure amidst the crowd. Chapter 018. A desperate pursuit. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. From a distance, Qin Wushang spotted a familiar figure guarded by more than 10 martial artists on the opposite side of the street. Gu Biao. Gritting his teeth, a voice filled with coldness and murderous intent escaped through Qin Wushang's clenched jaws. Before the enemy had truly locked onto his identity, Qin Wushang could still retreat to the 72 district, where the dense crowd would provide ample cover. Even with a genetic tracker pinpointing his location, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Li and Gu families to find him in such a populous area. However, as long as this genetic tracker existed, it would remain a persistent nuisance. If he could not eliminate this problem entirely, the martial artists from the Li and Gu families would pursue him relentlessly, much like rabid dogs, until they discovered his precise whereabouts. Qin Wushang was unwilling to live a life of perpetual flight, especially now that Gu Biao had made his presence known. He was even less inclined to leave in disgrace. He resolved to eliminate Gu Biao and collect a portion of interest from the Gu family. A bold plan began to take shape in Qin Wushang's mind, yet it would only afford him a single opportunity. It had to be a decisive strike. Any misstep, no matter how minute, could prevent his escape. The idea of sacrificing himself just to eliminate Gu Biao was an unwise transaction that Qin Wushang was reluctant to make. Next, Qin Wushang needed to select a suitable position and seek an opportune moment. This area was a hub of large entertainment and shopping complexes in the northern district of Lehigh City, bustling with a massive flow of people during regular hours. Consequently, in this valuable stretch of real estate, the surrounding buildings were constructed in close proximity, housing tens of thousands of individuals. To pinpoint a specific person using a genetic tracker in such a chaotic environment was no easy feat. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang prepared for the worst and devised contingency plans. As time ticked away, the danger of exposure for Qin Wushang grew increasingly acute. Approaching noon, the crowd on the streets swelled, and seizing this window, Qin Wushang lowered his head and blended into the throngs of people. With the target on the move again, the martial artists dispatched to identify him quickly sprang into action. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. On the 100-meter-long street, hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals traversed in unison, making individual identification virtually impossible. Moreover, the office buildings and shops lining the sides only complicated the task of locating a single individual. Casually, Qin Wushang passed by two martial artists and entered an outdoor supply store. Upon exiting, he carried a travel backpack that contained a civilian high-magnification telescope. Returning to the street, he positioned himself 100 meters behind Gu Biao. Yet, Gu Biao's subsequent actions alerted Qin Wushang to the precariousness of his situation. After meandering down the street, Gu Biao and his entourage abruptly changed direction, moving away from the thoroughfare into increasingly desolate areas, where foot traffic dwindled. Simultaneously, Qin Wushang sensed more martial artists converging from all directions. As a net was being cast, ready to ensnare him. Before entering a bar, Gu Biao even turned and made a provocative gesture into the void. Although Gu Biao was unaware of whether Qin Wushang could see him, he proceeded unabashedly. It was evident that Gu Biao was acutely aware of Qin Wushang's presence trailing behind him. This series of actions unmistakably conveyed the message, "I know you are here." Without hesitation, Qin Wushang seized the rare opportunity. Even though he was fully aware that Gu Biao was using him as bait in an attempt to draw him out from the crowd, he was unwilling to forfeit this chance. Watching from a distance as Gu Biao entered the bar, Qin Wushang recalled that this establishment, occupying nearly half the street, belonged to Li Qi, who had once boasted about it before him. At this moment, the bar had already been cleared of patrons, although loud music still thumped in the background. There was not a single customer in sight. On the second-floor terrace, "You want me to prance about like a monkey in the streets? To me, this plan is nothing but utter nonsense. I don't even know why I agreed to it." "Don't you think the plan has succeeded?" Li Qi replied with an air of indifference, as if merely stating a fact. "Do you really believe he will come?" "He will come, without a doubt, to kill you," Li Qi stated calmly, as though recounting an undeniable truth. At this, Gu Biao's heart trembled. He had long been aware of Li Qi's cunning, and although he belittled Li Qi's plan, he could not help but trust the gravity of his words. His hand trembled slightly, spilling wine onto his chest. Quickly, he took a sip to mask his agitation, then grumbled, "Why don't you become the bait yourself instead of forcing me to do it?" "Because you are weak," Li Qi replied coolly. "In the past, Qin Wushang could have killed you with a single move. Now, though we cannot ascertain the extent of his recovery, the fact that he dares to come knowing it is a trap means he is confident in his ability to eliminate you. Among the Li and Gu families, as well as the Divine Path sect, who else could be considered weaker than you?" Gu Biao felt that Li Qi's analysis was sound, yet he still mentally cursed all the women in the Li family. "What now?" "Of course, we give him the opportunity." "What?" Gu Biao shouted. "Li Qi, are you seeking personal vengeance? You want to give him a chance? Such an opportunity cannot be afforded. My life is but one, and I have countless women awaiting my affection. I refuse to participate." With that, Gu Biao stormed out, taking his bodyguards with him, even forsaking the benefits promised by Li Qi. As expected, he remained as foolish as ever. Li Qi did not stop him. In fact, his expression remained unchanged. Since Gu Biao had willingly walked into the trap, Li Qi was more than happy to accommodate him. As for Gu Biao's life or death, it held no significance for Li Qi. "Qin Wushang, do not disappoint me," Li Qi mused, swirling his glass before downing its contents in one gulp, murmuring to himself as a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. At the same moment, approximately 200 meters from the bar, Qin Wushang was observing the establishment through the high magnification telescope. Although the telescope had only 30 magnifications, it provided a crystal clear view of the bar's entrance. Gu Biao's hasty departure revealed a potential opportunity. To ascertain whether this was yet another trap, Qin Wushang refrained from immediate action. However, he was taken aback when Gu Biao, after leaving the bar, began striding directly towards him. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's keen observation, he might have mistakenly believed that his own presence had been compromised, as the innate martial artists lingering near the bar did not follow Gu Biao's lead. Moments later, Gu Biao drew nearer, his furious expression visible even to the naked eye. Had he quarreled with Li Qi, or had Li Qi once again cast him aside as bait? Given Gu Biao's intellect, the latter seemed far more plausible. Qin Wushang felt as though fate itself was conspiring in his favor. Whether Gu Biao was willingly acting as bait or had been discarded by Li Qi, Qin Wushang was prepared to seize this bait for himself. As for the outcome, whether it would be the fish that died or the net that tore, would depend solely on their respective skills. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of deafening explosions, the glass windows of a building across the street shattered, showering the area with a rain of shards. A fierce wind surged, whipping the myriad fragments into a frenzy as they hurtled towards Gu Biao, who happened to be passing by. "Qin Wushang, you have finally arrived." At that moment, both Gu Biao, caught in the throes of the tempest, and Li Qi, on the bar's terrace, lifted their heads in unison. Chapter 019 Hostage in Hand. Illusions and Realities, Truth and Deceit. How could Qin Wushang not be playing his own game within this scheme? Otherwise, slaying Gu Biao amidst the formidable protection of innate martial artists would be nearly an impossible feat. Countless shards of glass were unleashed by Qin Wushang, streaking through the air with lightning speed, each fragment akin to a sharp blade of sword energy. The first to fall were the postnatal guards surrounding Gu Biao, who were transformed into mere sieves under this torrential assault, resembling a rain of pear blossoms. Simultaneously, the remaining two innate second-tier martial artists swiftly positioned themselves in front of Gu Biao, channeling their innate true essence to form a protective shield, deflecting the oncoming shards that scattered in all directions. Nevertheless, amidst this dense barrage, a few managed to slip through the cracks. One particularly sharp steel nail pierced through the true essence shield with a piercing sound, shooting through the forehead of one of the innate second-tier martial artists. The rain of shards was merely an appetizer. The steel nail was Qin Wushang's true killing move. Taking advantage of the unexpected chaos and having dispatched one innate second-tier martial artist, a flaw finally emerged in the defenses surrounding Gu Biao. Everything that transpired was meticulously orchestrated by Qin Wushang. The opportunity to capture Gu Biao had presented itself, and it was but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, suspended in midair and following the cascade of shards, Qin Wushang forcefully swung his hands, launching a climbing claw that ensnared Gu Biao tightly. The sharp tip of the claw embedded deeply into Gu Biao's collarbone at the instant it caught him, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Upon landing, Qin Wushang used the momentum to roll, simultaneously pulling Gu Biao towards him. Qin Wushang. The excruciating pain ignited the ferocity buried within Gu Biao, who staggered forward to lunge at Qin Wushang, striking out with a palm. The gust of the palm sliced through the air, faintly resonating with the sound of thunder. It was none other than the ancient family's signature technique, one of the 7 thunder gods, the 5 thunders strike. However, to Qin Wushang's eyes, Gu Biao, a mere fool, had cultivated this technique in a haphazard manner, failing to unleash even a fraction of its might. Qin Wushang dismissed the attack with disdain, effortlessly slipping through the shadow of Gu Biao's palm, appearing behind him, and landing a decisive strike to the back of Gu Biao's head. Gu Biao crumpled to the ground. Though it appeared lengthy, the entire sequence from Qin Wushang's initiation of the attack to Gu Biao's capture transpired in a mere 3 to 5 breaths, executed with such speed that it left no room for reaction. By the time the remaining innate martial artist regained his wits, Qin Wushang had already vanished into the towering structures, dragging the ensnared Gu Biao with him. Have the physical form and facial features been captured? Inside the bar, upon hearing of Gu Biao's capture and Qin Wushang's escape, Li Qi exhibited little reaction. He understood that with Qin Wushang's capabilities, this trap riddled with flaws could never truly ensnare him. Li Qi's aim was not to capture Qin Wushang at this moment, but rather to use him to draw out the true target, an ever-looming threat to both the Li and Gu families. Qin Wushang was merely an unripe genius. In the future, he would find no opportunity to mature. Upload this data to the Source Star Security Network. Please have the Linhai City Security Bureau issue a warrant for his arrest, and under the name of our consortium, offer a bounty of 500 million federal coins for the capture of the thief, Qin Wangchen, and his son Qin Wushang. Li Qi commanded. The Source Star Security Network is a safety protection system established based on a global defense framework, interlinked with surveillance systems covering all public areas worldwide. It boasts the most advanced and precise facial recognition and dynamic capture capabilities, alongside the swiftest response time. It can be said that once Qin Wushang's physical and facial data is uploaded to the security network, upon the activation of this official warrant, he will have nowhere to hide in Linhai City, or even the entire Source Star, except in areas beyond the reach of the security network, such as the lawless 72 district, which is inherently a lawless zone within Linhai City. The arrival of Gu Qiang, the patriarch of the Gu family, exceeded Qin Wushang's expectations. Thus, he could only retreat to the edge of the North District before being cornered by over a dozen innate martial artists led by Gu Qiang on a street leading to the 72 district. Wushang, my dear nephew, shall we converse? Gu Qiang stepped forward, his innate 5th-tier cultivation rendering any ostentatious bodyguards unnecessary. What does Uncle Gu wish to discuss? Qin Wushang smiled slightly, as if he were not facing an enemy. However, his vague gesture of shielding Gu Biao caused Gu Qiang's smile to gradually freeze. After a moment, Gu Qiang sighed, saying, "Nephew, you may have misunderstood. All these recent unpleasant events stemmed from the grievances between your father and me. As you have grown up under my watch, I harbor no intention of causing you harm." Qin Wushang, of course, did not believe a word of Gu Qiang's claims. Earning the nickname Smiling Tiger was indicative of his treacherous nature, and Qin Wushang had long since experienced Gu Qiang's underhanded tactics. Qin Wushang chuckled and replied, "Then I thank you, Uncle Gu. I have always held you in high regard since childhood. Since you claim it is a misunderstanding, let it be so. However, today as matters concern my grudge with Gu Biao. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening? To attack with one's own spear against one's own shield is undoubtedly the most unsolvable conundrum in the world." The expression on Gu Qiang's face darkened at a visible rate, and he coldly demanded, "You little wretch, what must I do to secure my son's release?" With the facade of civility torn away, Qin Wushang no longer held back, sneering, "Old dog Gu, if you wish for me to free your pup, you'd better kneel and bark like a dog first, then we'll see if I'm in the mood." At this juncture, Qin Wushang exerted force, causing Gu Biao to awaken from his pain, emitting a series of agonizing cries. "Father, kill him. Don't worry about me, just kill him." Gu Biao bellowed upon recognizing the newcomer. Gu Qiang, wary of the potential repercussions, dared not make any excessive movements, fearful that Qin Wushang might misinterpret and act impulsively. "Step back 30 meters. Qin Wushang struck Gu Biao across the face, causing half of his face to swell visibly. Very well, Gu Qiang quickly placated Qin Wushang, retreating while saying, "Nephew Qin, I come with sincerity. If you release Gu Biao, I assure you safe passage, and I will not dispatch anyone to pursue you." Qin Wushang coldly laughed, "It's not impossible for me to let Gu Biao go, but first, you must satisfy my initial condition." "What condition?" Gu Qiang, upon hearing this, not only felt a sense of relief but also let go of his anxious heart. Since Qin Wushang had proposed conditions for negotiation, it was evident he would not resort to a mutually destructive course of action. Gu Biao was Gu Qiang's only son and the sole heir of the Gu family. Despite Gu Qiang's view of his son as a hopeless case, wishing he could simply dispose of him and start anew, it was unfortunate that after years of effort, he had produced no suitable heirs. Moreover, given that Gu Qiang had numerous cousins, Gu Biao's significance became all the more pronounced. Chapter 020 Escape. The first condition is to destroy the gene tracker right in front of me. Qin Wushang wasted no time with euphemisms, addressing the matter directly and striking at its core. Although the accuracy of the gene tracker was indeed limited, it was as stubborn as a piece of gum, causing great annoyance. Qin Wushang had no desire to be pursued relentlessly day in and day out. Gu Qiang hesitated momentarily. It was not that the gene tracker could not be destroyed, but rather that doing so would leave him in a difficult position with the Alliance Council. Just then, a bodyguard who had retreated to a distance received a phone call and hurried over to whisper a few words to Gu Qiang. The tension in Gu Qiang's expression visibly eased as he waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to withdraw. He then looked up at Qin Wushang and said, "All right, I can agree to this condition." Qin Wushang was taken aback by Gu Qiang's prompt acquiescence. However, it was likely due to the phone call the bodyguard had received. What was said on that call? Who was on the other end? Qin Wushang pondered for a moment but found no clues. At that moment, Qin Wushang smiled and said, "Well, Uncle Gu is indeed straightforward. Now, let me see your sincerity." Approximately 10 minutes later, a convoy consisting of 5 large trucks halted before Qin Wushang on the street. Observing the towering, familiar apparatus on the middle vehicle, he sighed inwardly, realizing it was indeed that device. He then turned to Gu Qiang and said, "I would appreciate it if you could lend a hand, Uncle Gu." Without further ado, Gu Qiang slowly extended his palm, unleashing a surge of power that crackled with electric sparks between his fingers. With a thunderous roar, it was as if a bolt of lightning erupted from Gu Qiang's palm, striking the gene tracker with overwhelming force. This strike was a manifestation of the heavenly thunderclap from the Thunder Goddess 7 absolute techniques. The might of Gu Qiang's attack was incomparable to that of Gu Biao, as both wielded techniques from the same repertoire. Amidst the crackling lightning, the gene tracker, valued at hundreds of millions, was engulfed in flames, utterly annihilated with no chance of repair. Moreover, as Qin Wushang knew, the gene tracker had been developed and subsequently legislated against by the Alliance Council in a mere 6 months, never having reached mass production. This implied that this device was likely just a prototype from a laboratory in the Longsha galaxy. For the foreseeable future, the Li and Gu families would struggle to procure another one. Uncle Gu possesses remarkable strength. If only you had acted sooner that night, perhaps I wouldn't have had even the slightest chance to escape. Qin Wushang jested. He was aware that Gu Qiang had been present during the raid on the Imperial Tower, yet he had refrained from intervening immediately, likely due to the reputation of his own elder. Since there was a first, it was time for my dear nephew to present the second condition. Gu Qiang chose to ignore Qin Wushang's taunts, merely responding with a flat remark. Qin Wushang chuckled, not immediately divulging the second condition. Instead, he glanced at the rather untrustworthy Gu Biao beside him and said, "Uncle Gu, it's midday, and both Gu Biao and I have yet to eat. There happens to be a Sichuan restaurant nearby with delectable dishes. How about we discuss matters after we've had our fill?" "Very well." Gu Qiang reluctantly agreed, suppressing his irritation. The Sichuan restaurant Qin Wushang mentioned was just around the corner, modest in size with only 2 stories, yet quite renowned in the vicinity. At noon, the restaurant buzzed with patrons, with every seat occupied. Qin Wushang, pulling Gu Biao along, managed to secure a table that he held Gu Biao's hand tightly, showing no signs of concealment. Gu Biao was bloodied and, with the duo's entrance, a row of suited thugs stood by the entrance. Such a scene naturally sparked curiosity and tension among the diners, leading to an abrupt silence in the restaurant. The timid quickly scarfed down their meals and hurriedly settled their bills to leave, while the bolder ones began to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Of course, many were also dialing the police. Qin Wushang, however, remained unfazed, ordering a plethora of dishes without a care. He was confident that Gu Qiang would not tamper with the food. With Gu Biao dining alongside him, he had a living poison detector. "Uncle, I wonder how my elder is faring?" Qin Wushang casually inquired after they had eaten their fill. Gu Qiang did not conceal the truth, responding, "Brother Qin, you truly deserve recognition as one of the top 10 masters of Source Star. Under the assault of 7 or 8 innate warriors of the 5th and 6th tiers, you remained unscathed. Ultimately, you only clashed with the leader of the Divine Path sect, Ing Chi, 4/10 exchanges before gracefully departing." Gu Qiang offered his praise without reservation. Had it not been for that particular item, he would not have chosen to stand against Qin Wangchen. However, that item was far too crucial. If it could not be acquired swiftly, the Gu family would not even need to wait for retaliation from Qin Wangchen to face ruin. The thought of the secrets entangled with this matter sent a chill down Gu Qiang's spine. Upon hearing that his elder was alive and well, Qin Wushang felt a sense of relief. As for his elder's safety, Qin Wushang had no cause for concern. A cunning old fox like him would be far more of a worry for his enemies. Qin Wushang stood up, pulling Gu Biao along, and said with a smile, "Uncle Gu, could you settle the bill? I need to visit the restroom. You 1T follow me, will you? My dear nephew, you best not attempt any tricks." Gu Qiang, fully aware of Qin Wushang's intentions, remained silent. He had already laid a net around the Sichuan restaurant, with no fewer than 10 warriors above the innate realm positioned nearby. With Gu Qiang himself included, not even a fly would escape. Thus, he chose not to expose Qin Wushang's plan, merely offering a chilling smile. Qin Wushang shrugged, linking arms with Gu Biao as they departed. "You cannot escape, Qin Wushang. Release me, and once we obtain what we desire, I shall grant you a swift end." Gu Biao threatened as they ascended the stairs to the second floor. "Eat my dust." Qin Wushang scoffed derisively. "How did such a cunning and duplicitous old dog like Gu Qiang end up with a fool like you as a son? Could it be that the rumors of you not being Gu Qiang's biological child are true? You nonsense, Qin Wushang, you best release me now, or when I get my hands on you, I will make you wish you were never born." Gu Biao retorted, his face pale with fury. He was well aware of the rumors Qin Wushang alluded to, which had caused a considerable uproar within the Gu family. Ultimately, it was Gu Qiang's iron-fisted measures that quelled the unrest, though the outside world remained oblivious. By bringing up this matter, Qin Wushang had merely reopened an old wound for Gu Biao, pouring salt into it. That moment, Gu Biao's desire for vengeance against Qin Wushang intensified. The restroom was located on the second floor of the Sichuan restaurant. If memory served, there should be a ventilation duct there, just the right size for an adult to crawl through. Qin Wushang chose this establishment precisely because he was a regular, visiting 2 or 3 times each month to savor its specialty dishes. He was more familiar with the layout of this restaurant than even its owner. Upon entering the restroom, Qin Wushang swiftly incapacitated Gu Biao with a palm strike. However, he miscalculated the force, causing Gu Biao to convulse and foam at the mouth. If Gu Biao retained any consciousness, he would undoubtedly accuse Qin Wushang of harboring a grudge and seeking revenge. "I hope I haven't truly knocked him senseless," Qin Wushang sighed as he looked at Gu Biao. The ventilation duct was located in the innermost wall of the restroom, covered with a steel mesh the thickness of a finger. Yet, in Qin Wushang's hands, this layer of steel was no sturdier than paper. He tore open the duct and pushed Gu Biao through, following suit as he jumped out. Behind the ventilation duct was not the street outside, but rather a building just a wall away from the Sichuan restaurant, specifically a long-abandoned storage room on the corner of the second floor. Chapter 021. The tide turns. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Gu Qiang's expression grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Qin Wushang had once again outwitted him. This was akin to having a hand forcefully slapped against Gu Qiang's forehead, rubbing his face into the ground with disdain. Reflecting on his earlier unwavering confidence, convinced he had everything under control, he now faced the harsh reality that even with his thick skin, he felt a burning sensation spreading within him. Half an hour later, Gu Qiang's men finally located the ventilation shaft in the second-floor restroom. After crawling through the vent into the adjacent building, they discovered that Qin Wushang had long since vanished with Gu Biao. "Boss, the trail disappears on the third-floor balcony of the neighboring building. The target is nowhere to be found." More than a dozen bodyguards returned empty-handed, their spirits dampened, too fearful to confront Gu Qiang's wrath. On the verge of an explosion, Gu Qiang suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Sherdong, inquire with that little rascal Li Qi. Since he claims to have other means to pinpoint Qin Wushang's location, he must not be speaking in vain." "Yes, boss, I will contact young Master Li immediately." At that moment, Sherdong, the head bodyguard, received a sudden beep from his communication device. Shortly after, several not-so-clear photographs and a location image arrived. "Boss, we found him," Sherdong exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice after verifying the information. A little over 10 minutes later, within a business building situated over 1,000 meters away, Qin Wushang, clad in sanitation worker attire and pushing a garbage cart, prepared to blend into the bustling crowd to escape the premises. However, as he approached the entrance, he was once again confronted by Gu Qiang and over 10 subordinates. "Uncle Gu, do you believe me when I say I'm lost?" Qin Wushang repeated his previous trick, hoisting Gu Biao from the garbage cart, one hand pressing against the back of Gu Biao's head. Should Gu Qiang make any sudden movements, Qin Wushang merely needed to exert a bit of force to turn Gu Biao's brain into a pulp. Having a grip on Gu Biao was tantamount to having a hold on Gu Qiang's Achilles heel. Gu Qiang's face darkened, and his anger surged uncontrollably as he bellowed, "Cousin Wushang, do you think I should believe you or not?" "Of course, Uncle Gu," Qin Wushang replied with a sly grin. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly changed, his body tensing as if drawn taut like a bowstring. He then exerted force with his legs, propelling himself away like a cannonball. In the next instant, a bullet struck the very spot where Qin Wushang had just stood. With a deafening blast, the ground at the impact site erupted, creating a gaping hole approximately 30 centimeters wide, plunging into an abyss that clearly breached the foundation below. Such destructive power and precision could only be achieved with the military-grade SP-201 Heavy Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle. The SP-201 Heavy Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle is the standard weapon of the Alliance Army's Special Operations Forces, utilizing a 305mm tungsten lead alloy projectile, with a muzzle velocity of 1,630 meters per second, delivering a maximum energy of 467 kilojoules, and an effective range of 8,500 meters, with a maximum deviation of 0.2 meters. While many obsolete units have found their way into the black market, acquiring such a weapon on Yuan Star is no simple feat. However, fortuitously, Qin Wushang was aware that such a weapon was indeed present within the private guard of the Li family. His first enmity with Li Qi had stemmed from a fierce competition over this very weapon in the black market. Bang! Before Qin Wushang could ponder further, a second shot followed swiftly. For the SP-201 Heavy Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle, with its firing rate of 1,630 meters per second, the time from pulling the trigger to hitting the target was nearly instantaneous. Fortunately, Qin Wushang was prepared. The moment his feet hit the ground, he rolled sideways, narrowly evading the bullet. The bullet whizzed past, the fierce wind it generated tearing through his sanitation uniform, leaving gashes in its wake. It seems someone wishes for Uncle Gu's line to end. Qin Wushang ducked behind a wall. Although the wall's thickness could not withstand a 305mm bullet, it had entered a shooting blind spot, rendering it relatively safe. Simultaneously, Qin Wushang regained his composure and discerned the intricacies of the situation. The first shot, seemingly aimed at him, had likely been intended for Gu Biao, as the bullet's trajectory suggested it would strike Gu Biao before him. Judging by the 30-centimeter gaping hole in the ground, it was evident that such kinetic energy would have reduced Gu Biao's body to mere fragments upon impact, an excruciatingly gruesome demise. Despite the increased physical prowess he had gained from practicing the 10 Earth-devouring stars technique, Qin Wushang still paled in comparison to the SP-201 Heavy Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle. For now, he could only cower in the corner. Perhaps only upon mastering the first level of the 10 Earth-devouring stars technique and re-entering the innate realm, achieving the first cycle of Star Force tempering, would he be able to disregard the threat posed by the SP-201. The gunfire ceased, yet Qin Wushang remained uncertain whether the sniper outside had retreated. However, an available ally presented itself, and Qin Wushang was determined to exploit it. Uncle Gu, the sniper outside is your responsibility. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next bullet won't find its way into Gu Biao's subordinate. With a malicious chuckle, he added, just imagine that scene. Boom, flesh and blood everywhere. I might never forget it in this lifetime. Listening to Qin Wushang's threats, Gu Qiyang seethed with frustration, yet found himself powerless against Qin Wushang. As for the sniper outside, Gu Qiyang longed to flay him alive. With his keen perception, he understood that the first bullet had indeed been aimed at his son. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's quick reflexes, Gu Qiyang would be scouring the ground for his beloved son, praying to find at least some remnants, albeit in disjointed pieces. Soon, the bodyguards dispatched by Gu Qiyang returned one after another. Sherdong reported to Gu Qiyang in a hushed tone, "Boss, we've located the shooting point and traces of fire on the 6th floor of the Jinhui building across the street, but the sniper was not found." Gu Qiyang nodded, having anticipated this outcome. However, to appease Qin Wushang's demands, he had no choice but to comply. "Qin, the sniper outside has already departed. I've fulfilled your request. Now, it's time to release my son, isn't it?" Gu Qiyang's patience was waning. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had never felt so constrained. "Don't you want to hear my second request?" Qin Wushang countered. "I give you 10 seconds to release my son, and then accompany me to the Gu family." "Whatever demands you have, Gu will gladly oblige." Gu Qiyang delivered his ultimatum, his demeanor growing increasingly resolute as he seemed to connect the dots. "Gu Qiyang, are you willing to sacrifice your son's life?" Qin Wushang threatened. "You are welcome to test it. With young Master Qin accompanying Gu Biao on his journey, I'm sure he won't feel lonely." After a brief pause, Gu Qiyang coldly declared, "The 10 seconds have passed, surrender now while you still can." Without waiting for Qin Wushang's reaction, Gu Qiyang issued the command to launch a full assault. Subsequently, over a dozen innate warriors surged forth, charging into the building. In truth, Gu Qiyang was gambling, wagering that since Qin Wushang intended to use Gu Biao as a shield, he would not easily allow Gu Biao to perish. Indeed, they were both seasoned foxes. Qin Wushang quickly discerned Gu Qiyang's intentions. However, faced with more than a dozen innate realm warriors, he could only turn and flee. Chapter 022 The Mysterious Master in the Narrow Stairwell. Qin Wushang raced forward like a bolt of lightning, skillfully evading the attacks of the martial artists pursuing him. As he fled for his life, he found the time to ponder his predicament. It dawned on him that, until he devised a complete escape plan, he could not allow Gu Biao to perish just yet. Should Gu Biao meet his end, Gu Qiang would lose all restraint, and Qin Wushang would inevitably follow him to the grave. With this realization, Qin Wushang could only manage a bitter smile. Gu Biao had become both his protective talisman and a burdensome liability. Damn it, Qin Wushang had truly grasped Gu Qiang's intention. No wonder Gu Qiang had suddenly gone mad, disregarding Gu Biao's fate. He had already surmised that Qin Wushang would never choose to perish alongside Gu Biao. This was a blatant scheme, one that Qin Wushang had comprehended entirely but found no solution to. It seemed that to escape today, he would have to fight with all his might. With one hand clutching Gu Biao, Qin Wushang swiftly ascended to the top floor. A deafening roar erupted. Before he could catch his breath, a martial artist suddenly flickered into view, moving like a meteor, and instantly closed the distance behind him. A fierce gust from his palm, accompanied by a whistling sound, aimed directly for the heart of Qin Wushang's thick back. Should this strike land, no matter how capable Qin Wushang was, his heart would be shattered, leading to his demise. Yet this was not the gravest danger. At the same moment, another innate martial artist had already set his sights on Qin Wushang. Unbeknownst to him, this individual had circled to Qin Wushang's right side and, in conjunction with the first strike, unleashed a powerful punch that howled toward Qin Wushang's throat. In the next instant, a white streak shot through the air like a silver serpent, aiming directly for Qin Wushang's left hand, which clutched Gu Biao tightly. Three innate martial artists unleashed their lethal techniques simultaneously, leaving Qin Wushang overwhelmed. At that moment, it seemed he was destined to be struck by this palm, punch, and sword. Ha! Behold my invincible meat shield! Qin Wushang laughed heartily, his figure flickering as he brought Gu Biao in front of him as a shield. The three innate martial artists, hesitant to harm Gu Biao, forcibly retracted their attacks, narrowly avoiding injuring him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Wushang broke free from the encirclement. With the meat shield in hand, he held the advantage. With a mere trick, he had managed to confuse the three martial artists, throwing them into disarray. However, this delay caused Qin Wushang's speed to diminish, allowing two more martial artists to join the fray, intensifying the pressure he faced. The five innate martial artists struck simultaneously, their vital energies surging, and Qin Wushang felt as if a fragile boat were tossed upon tumultuous waves. Caught off guard, he decided to wield Gu Biao as a weapon, swinging him wildly. Transitioning from a meat shield to a human club, Gu Biao was fortunate to have lost consciousness. The martial artists, wary of injuring Gu Biao, retreated, but in doing so, they completely blocked Qin Wushang's escape route. At that moment, with a resounding crash, a shadow shattered the glass of the top floor's outer wall, hurtling in like a cannonball. After breaking through the window, the shadow continued its momentum, directly colliding with the two martial artists in front, sending them crashing through the wall and into the adjacent room. Such overwhelming force was beyond even the innate martial artists to withstand. With a thunderous sound, the shadow landed, causing the very floor to tremble. As everyone turned to look, they beheld a figure clad in a long black robe, wearing a bronze mask that concealed its identity. Although the appearance was obscured, the aura emanating from this individual suggested that they were at least a top-tier innate master, above the fifth stage. Could it be that aid had arrived? Not only did the martial artists think so, but Qin Wushang himself was momentarily bewildered. Could it be reinforcements sent by his own elder? Yet there seemed no need to be so thoroughly concealed. Qin Wushang mused, but regardless of who this mysterious master was, it was ultimately a stroke of fortune for him. With a cold, indifferent glance, the enigmatic black-robed master wasted no time. The next moment, they struck with lethal intent. In a sudden flash, they closed in on a martial artist to the left, and in the terrified gaze of that individual, delivered a palm strike to his face. The energy within this strike was akin to a mountain, sending the martial artist flying, his facial features collapsing grotesquely, his head hanging limply against his back as he fell lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, an innate martial artist had perished without a shred of resistance. Shock and fear enveloped the onlookers, and this was merely the beginning point. One after another, the second and third met the same fate. Qin Wushang silently counted the seconds. From the appearance of the mysterious black-robed master to the last martial artist's demise, it took less than 5 seconds. Each strike was powerful and direct, brutally efficient. Good courage! With a furious roar, Gu Qiang burst through the door, swiftly closing the gap to the mysterious black-robed master. With a fierce gust accompanying his strike, he aimed for the opponent's throat with the Thunder Goddess 7 absolute techniques. The mysterious black-robed master let out a dispassionate grunt, not flinching or evading, as they met Gu Qiang's devastating palm strike with their crossed arms. The clash produced a sound akin to metal colliding, intertwined with the dull thud of air bursting, shaking the atmosphere around them. With a sinking feeling, Gu Qiang realized his strike felt as though it had struck an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, yielding no ground. Recognizing this, Gu Qiang decisively retreated, his form shifting like a lightning dragon, weaving effortlessly through the air, his fists and feet like the wind, alternating between thunder and lightning, each blow imbued with the power to split mountains and shatter stone. The Thunder Goddess 7 absolute techniques flowed seamlessly, filling the confined space with the essence of lightning and thunder, yet, despite Gu Qiang's every technique being nothing short of exceptional, they were all negated by the mysterious black-robed masteress' astonishing defensive capabilities and precise counterattacks. In this rapid exchange, their figures blurred, leaving behind a series of afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. With a resounding boom, the mysterious black-robed master unleashed a punch, sending Gu Qiang flying 3 meters away. In an instant, as Gu Qiang soared through the air, he suddenly surged upwards, using the wall as leverage to propel himself. Akin to a gecko scaling a surface, he climbed above the mysterious master, his palms brimming with power, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, the mysterious master seemed to have anticipated this move. They abruptly looked up, their eyes blazing with intensity, and launched a punch that collided directly with Gu Qiang's descending palms. With a tremendous crash, the entire building seemed to shudder under the weight of their clash, dust and debris swirling through the air. "Run!" Suddenly, a voice resonated in Qin Wushang's ear, and he felt himself soaring as if riding upon clouds. "Deacon Lu?" Qin Wushang turned to see a figure clad in a green robe. It was Deacon Lu Zhao of the Deacon Hall. "This is no place for conversation. We must leave now," Lu Zhao urged, glancing at the two figures still locked in combat. "Understood." Qin Wushang nodded, but before departing, he audibly snapped Gu Biao's neck, leaving him in a state of oblivion. Chapter 023 The Way Out. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhao could not help but tug at the corners of his mouth. However, it seemed his admiration for Qin Wushang had only grown deeper. His actions were resolute and his heart was as ruthless as it was decisive. Provided he did not meet an untimely demise, he could indeed become a person of great accomplishments. Qin Wushang silently followed Lu Zhao as they departed. Before long, the two found themselves back on 72 Street, where Qin Wushang felt a semblance of safety. "What is this, the eldest son of the Qinhai Qin family, the crown prince of the imperial consortium, and yet this little commotion has frightened you?" Lu Zhao jested, noticing Qin Wushang's relieved sigh. Qin Wushang was acutely aware that after this incident, it would be nearly impossible to conceal his identity any longer. "I hope you can understand, Elder Lu, why prior concealment of identity was a matter of necessity," Qin Wushang replied. "Not at all." Lu Zhao chuckled, stroking his beard. "Although I am not well acquainted with your father, we share a modicum of friendship. Today's rescue can be considered a favor returned." At this juncture, Lu Zhao pondered. "However, after today, it is likely that you will find it increasingly difficult to establish yourself in 72 Street or even the entirety of Source Star." Qin Wushang understood that Lu Zhao's words rang true. Even though the gene tracker had been destroyed before his eyes by Gu Qiang, the subsequent events indicated that Gu Qiang had swiftly located him once more. Clearly, Gu Qiang possessed other means to ascertain his whereabouts. Moreover, as the former crown prince of the imperial consortium, Qin Wushang had a more intuitive grasp of the powers held by the Li and Gu families. While they may not rule the heavens, the expansion of the imperial consortium's wealth had elevated the Li and Gu families from mere ordinary clans to some of the most prestigious families on Source Star. Their influence extended throughout the military, political, and commercial spheres of Source Star. Perhaps, as the old man had stated, bringing the Li and Gu families into the imperial consortium was akin to inviting wolves into the fold, one of the gravest errors of his lifetime. Reflecting on the recent pursuit targeting him, Qin Wushang felt that something was amiss. First and foremost was the sheer force deployed in the chase. Based on his knowledge of the number and strength of the private armed forces of the Li and Gu families, it was evident that even disregarding the higher tier innate warriors, the number of innate 3rd and 4th tier warriors combined would exceed mere handfuls. Yet, during the earlier capture, Qin Wushang had predominantly encountered innate 1st and 2nd tier warriors, with only Gu Qiang truly formidable among them. Notably, no experts from the Li family had been sighted. Of course, if Qin Wushang's conjecture was correct, the sniper was likely dispatched by Li Qi. The true intention behind this should not have been to eliminate Qin Wushang, but rather to deliver a warning to Gu Qiang. Upon this realization, Qin Wushang became aware that there must exist connections within the entire incident that he had yet to contemplate. Lacking the most crucial clues, many links remained unconnected. Suddenly, Qin Wushang recalled Gu Biao, whom he had crushed to death. Gu Biao had used himself as bait to lure Qin Wushang into revealing himself. Subsequently, by holding Gu Biao hostage, it made Gu Qiang's pursuit appear quite logical. Indeed, it seemed they were all playing a part, with him merely being the bait. Qin Wushang felt a sudden epiphany, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. How massive a blunder had the old man committed to provoke such targeting? Having unraveled these thoughts, Qin Wushang found himself less concerned about his own safety. Instead, he pondered the pressure that must now weigh heavily upon his father, who would likely face tumultuous days ahead. In truth, there was no need for excessive worry. Although the Li and Gu families wielded significant power on Source Star, their influence paled in comparison to the vastness of the Star River. Noticing the fluctuations in Qin Wushang's expression, Lu Zhao assumed he was anxious about his safety and offered words of comfort. If you leave Qinghai City and Source Star, retreating into the Star River, you will evade their grasp. Lu Zhao's thoughts aligned with Qin Wushang's. Moreover, escaping to the Star River could disrupt the enemy's schemes and take them off the board entirely. This course of action would benefit both Qin Wushang and Qin Wanchen. However, since Qin Wushang could conceive of this, the Li and Gu families would undoubtedly do the same. Presently, all pathways from Source Star to the Star River were likely ensnared in a web of traps, thus, departing Source Star would not be an easy task, yet it was not without solutions. When Qin Wushang voiced his concerns, Lu Zhao chuckled, saying, "Let me offer some guidance." "Please, Elder Lu," Qin Wushang urged. After the Li and Gu families seized control of the Imperial Consortium, their power has indeed swelled considerably. However, on Source Star, and even in Qinghai City, there are forces capable of standing against them. Lu Zhao remarked with a smile. Though the enemy's enemy may not always be a friend, they are not necessarily foes either. In Qinghai City, I am aware of a force that could contend with the Li and Gu families, and even the Imperial Consortium. Is it the Yuan Consortium? Qin Wushang queried. Precisely, it is the Yuan Consortium. Lu Zhao confirmed with a nod. In the entirety of Source Star, the Imperial Consortium's only rival, and the sole adversary that makes Qin Wanchen feel a headache. 5 years ago, in response to the competition posed by the Imperial Consortium, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Zhengzhao, even went so far as to relocate the consortium's headquarters from its stronghold on Fenggu Star to Source Star. In the western district of Qinghai City, directly across the river from the eastern district, where the Imperial Consortium's headquarters resides, the Yuan Consortium erected the Twin Star Tower, which towers 2 stories above the Imperial Tower. The 101-story Twin Star Tower appeared even more imposing than the 99-story Imperial Tower, to the extent that when it was completed, Qin Wanchen was incensed, nearly demolishing the Imperial Tower for reconstruction. In the end, he opted to add a spiraling golden dragon to the exterior of the Imperial Tower, elevating its height above that of the Twin Star Tower, thereby diffusing the situation. The Imperial Consortium and the Yuan Consortium, Qin Wanchen and Yuan Zhengzhao, years of enmity made Qin Wushang hesitant to seek assistance from his old rival. The Capricorn Star shipping may very well be your only option. Lu Zhao observed Qin Wushang's hesitation. The full name of Capricorn Star Shipping is the Capricorn Interstellar Navigation and Transport Group, a secondary subsidiary of the Yuan Consortium, covering both cargo and passenger transport, yet comprising less than 1% of the Yuan Consortium's operations. While this secondary subsidiary may not hold significant weight within the Yuan Consortium, it is the only one personally overseen by Yuan Zhengzhou himself. Conveniently, there exists a space dock operated exclusively by Capricorn Star Shipping off the eastern coast of Qinghai City. Transporting Qin Wushang out of Source Star right under the noses of the Li and Gu families would be a trivial task for Yuan Zhengzhou. Allow me to consider it further. Qin Wushang mused. Elder Lu, I shall refrain from returning to the Tiger Roar gang. I would be grateful if you could look after my friend. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will take good care of your young lady friend. As he spoke, Lu Zhao retrieved a dark iron token from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before handing it to Qin Wushang. This is for you. I cannot say whether it is a blessing or a curse, but keep it close. In the future, should an opportunity arise, you may venture to the Galactic Star Alliance's docking star domain, where you might encounter unexpected fortunes. Chapter 024. Transformation and rebirth. In the 72 districts of the Tiger Howl Gang occupies the West 18th District, while the Iron Eagle Hall claims the East 18th District. The Frigate controls the South 18th District, yet all of this has become but a shadow of the past. Only the North 18th District remains, teeming with gangs and a chaotic mix of individuals. This place is the most tumultuous area within the entirety of the 72 districts. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhao, Qin Wushang found a small, unlicensed inn to reside in the North 18th District. Such a clandestine establishment was the perfect hiding spot for him. Once settled, Qin Wushang finally had the opportunity to contemplate his next steps, whether to flee across the stars or to remain and navigate the complexities with the Li and Gu families. His own strength was the pivotal factor. With his current acquired realm cultivation, he was indeed lacking. Therefore, the foremost task was to elevate his abilities as swiftly as possible. However, practicing the 10 earth-devouring star technique was distinctly different from conventional heavenly martial arts. The latter cultivates true qi, which originates from the vitality of a heavenly martial artist. The more robust the vitality, the faster the cultivation progresses. Consequently, heavenly martial artists can utilize various pills and potions to replenish their vitality and expedite their training. In contrast, The 10 Earth-devouring star technique relies on stellar energy, a force primarily derived from the stars in the cosmos. Nevertheless, one cannot directly consume the power of the stars. It requires the filtration of planetary energy to convert the volatile stellar energy into a milder planetary energy. This necessity results in an absorption rate of stellar energy that cannot be compensated for through medicinal means. However, this applies solely to the first stage of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. The technique comprises 12 levels, with every 4 levels constituting a stage. Upon reaching the third stage, which corresponds to the 9th level or above, one can directly consume stellar energy and convert it into personal strength. Indeed, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 12th level, one could directly devour stars, confining them within oneself as a perpetual source of power. Yet, for Qin Wushang, this prospect was still a distant dream. In summary, the upper limit of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique is exceptionally high, yet the conditions for cultivation are exceedingly stringent, with the pace of advancement slowing significantly as one progresses. Consequently, Qin Wushang harbored concerns regarding whether he could endure long enough to cultivate the 10 Earth-devouring star technique to its 12th level, given the limitations of human lifespan. On the source star, the purest and most abundant stellar energy is found in deep mountains, vast marshes, blessed caves, or remote islands. Linhai City, adjacent to the East Sea, is situated on a vast alluvial plain. The surrounding terrain lacks the mountainous features typical of inland regions, and thus there are no deep mountains or blessed caves available for Qin Wushang's cultivation. However, approximately 10 nautical miles offshore to the northeast lies a deserted cluster of rocky islands. Beneath the starlit sky and with the ocean at his back, it serves as an ideal location for practicing the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. As night fell, Qin Wushang securely locked himself in his room before stealthily slipping out through the back window under the cover of darkness. Upon reaching the shoreline, he encountered the rising tide. Qin Wushang strode boldly into the waves, initially relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the force of the ocean swells. With each step forward, he expended several times the usual effort. After traversing approximately 4 to 5 nautical miles, he felt his physical strength deplete entirely. When he reached the limits of his endurance, Qin Wushang relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to float in the water, rising and falling with the waves. At the same time, he activated the first level of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. Suddenly, Qin Wushang sensed a torrent of stellar energy surging towards him from all directions, catching him off guard. He calmed his mind to investigate and discovered that this immense stellar energy was emanating from the ocean, seeping in from the surrounding waters. This stellar energy was even purer and more abundant than what he had previously drawn from the void. At this moment, Qin Wushang could hardly ponder the origins of this overwhelming and refined stellar energy. He felt as though he were immersed in a thick sea of stellar energy, with an inexhaustible flow uncontrollably flooding into his body. The surprise was too sudden. Qin Wushang could only focus intently, fully operating the first level of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique, directing this stellar energy to continuously wash over his body. As he repeatedly cycled through the technique, the speed of its operation unconsciously broke through its previous limitations. The circulation rate leaped from 1 cycle per hour to 10 minutes per cycle. Moreover, this speed continued to escalate within Qin Wushang's body, as an endless and exquisitely pure flow of stellar energy surged in. A network of light composed of 360 nodes within his body was reignited, a remnant of the great wilderness halberd that had fused with him, transformed into mysterious runes. However, within this vast network of light, most remained a dark gray, with only the path of the first level of the technique radiating a brilliance akin to the blazing sun. 1 hour. 2 hours after Qin Wushang continuously operated the first level of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique, the circulation speed accelerated to 1 cycle per minute. The goal of achieving a cycle in a mere finger snap was now within reach. Buddhist scriptures state 1 moment equals 48 minutes. 1 moment equals 20 inch Lao Yu. 1 inch Lao Yu equals 20 finger snaps. Thus, the duration of a finger snap is approximately 72 seconds, with 1 minute equaling 60 seconds. A finger snap equates to 72 seconds. Qin Wushang understood clearly that this increase in speed was even more challenging than the leap from 1 hour to 1 minute. Just then, he realized that the external supply of stellar energy was no longer sufficient to meet the demands of the technique. To make further breakthroughs, he would need to seek out regions with denser stellar energy. Determined to push forward, Qin Wushang prepared to elevate the first level of the technique to a state of perfection. He swiftly descended to the seabed, navigating along the rocky formations into the deep sea. Indeed, as he ventured deeper, he sensed an increasing concentration of stellar energy. At a cliff about 10 meters deep, the concentration reached its peak. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed to delve even deeper. Suddenly, within his perception beneath this cliff, a colossal source of stellar energy emerged. Following this instinct, Qin Wushang sank to the base of the cliff, where a fist-sized stone came into view. Was it a meteorite? Uncertain, he realized that this was the only explanation for the abnormal source of stellar energy within the ocean. As Qin Wushang grasped the starstone, the technique within him autonomously began to operate, akin to a glutton that had long been deprived, ravenously consuming the energy contained within the stone. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, the technique operated at its zenith, even faster than the duration of a finger snap by 2 seconds. At that moment, Qin Wushang felt as if a supernova had exploded within him. An inexhaustible torrent of stellar energy erupted in that instant. His flesh, muscles, membranes, and bones seemed to dissolve and burn in a silvery flame. Had his consciousness not remained intact, Qin Wushang might have believed he had perished in that explosion. Transformation and rebirth occurred simultaneously. Chapter 025 of the Gochen Plan. Qin Wushang gazed at the starstone in his hand, which had already transformed into a handful of grayish-white ashes, dissipating into the sea. The innate realm. As Qin Wushang sensed the vigorous power coursing through his body, he experienced an unprecedented surge of vitality. This was a rebirth from within, a transformation at the cellular level. In comparison to the innate realm he had previously attained, Qin Wushang felt that this was a far more perfect and authentic manifestation of the innate realm. In terms of sheer strength, he now possessed the ability to effortlessly overpower 10 versions of his former self, and utterly so. With the elevation of his cultivation, Qin Wushang's restless heart swelled alongside. However, recalling that his father, at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the innate realm, still had to conceal his identity and avoid the limelight, made him ponder the formidable enemies his father must face, foes whose power far exceeded his imagination. Upon this reflection, Qin Wushang's agitated heart suddenly calmed. As he emerged above the surface of the sea, dawn was breaking. Having returned to the innate realm, Qin Wushang was now capable of executing the unique levitation technique of innate martial artists purely through physical prowess. With his feet skimming the waves, his figure darted like lightning. In just a few breaths, Qin Wushang had already set foot on solid ground. Maintaining his speed, he swiftly traversed the deserted alleys of District 18, heading northward. In truth, even should someone chance upon him, the naked eye would struggle to capture Qin Wushang's shadow. Most would merely sense a gust of wind rushing past. In less than 5 minutes, he covered a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, stealthily returning to the secluded and narrow balcony he had previously vacated. As Qin Wushang was about to enter through the rear window, he abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to a faint mark on the window frame. It was the very sign he had intentionally left behind before departing, and it was evident that someone had tampered with it. Moreover, Qin Wushang sensed a faint, elongated breath emanating from within the room. Realizing the danger that lurked, he decisively turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed from inside the room. "Qin Wushang, are you not going to have a few words before you depart?" Li Qi. The moment Qin Wushang heard that familiar voice, his heart jolted instantly. He became alert, scanning his surroundings. However, Qin Wushang discovered that aside from himself and Li Qi, there were no other martial artists in the vicinity. Li Qi's subsequent words confirmed this. "No need to search, it's just me here." Taken aback, Qin Wushang burst into laughter. "Li Qi, I must commend your audacity. Just earlier today, I took care of Gu Biao, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. Since I dare to come, I naturally have my means of escape. As for Gu Biao, that fool was merely wasting air. His demise is quite welcome, is it not?" Li Qi showed no concern for Gu Biao's death. In fact, it was Li Qi who had personally delivered Gu Biao into Qin Wushang's hands. Even though Gu Biao's demise bore severe repercussions, inciting Gu Qiang's deep-seated hatred towards him and the Li family, Li Qi felt no remorse. This was merely one piece in the grand tapestry of his many plans, an insignificant move in the larger scheme of things. "Thus, I must thank you," Qin Wushang retorted with a cold smile. "To hear the esteemed young master Qin utter thank you makes my efforts worthwhile." Li Qi chuckled, then suddenly inquired, "Does young master Qin not wish to know the truth?" Qin Wushang felt a tremor in his heart, yet he maintained a composed facade. "Do share, but should your revelations fail to satisfy me, I shall have no choice but to send you down to accompany that fool Gu Biao. Hurry along now, you should still catch up with him on the road to the underworld." Li Qi let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, even as we engage in this casual dialogue, our minds remain fixated on plotting each other's demise. He then jested, "No need to rush. We have ample time for leisurely conversation." Qin Wushang harbored no apprehensions regarding any tricks Li Qi might play. Having broken through to the innate realm, he was confident that even when facing top-tier experts of the 5th or 6th stage of the innate realm, he could retreat unscathed. Resolving to hear what Li Qi deemed the truth, he leaned against the wall by the rear window, prepared to listen attentively. Separated by a mere wall, two bitter enemies, each longing to eliminate the other, engaged in conversation as if they were old friends. "Do you remember the Gochen plan?" Upon hearing this simultaneously familiar and foreign name, Qin Wushang felt long-buried memories resurface. To speak of the Gochen plan is to delve into the present-day Earth Alliance. 2 millennia ago, at the end of the Common Era, humanity on the Source Star experienced an explosive breakthrough in technology. In a mere 50 years, controllable nuclear fusion, heavy nuclear fusion, quantum intelligence, quantum communication, and various other scientific advancements achieved critical milestones. It was as though, overnight, the technological bottlenecks and research barriers simply vanished. The advent of the warp engine marked a pivotal transition between eras, enabling humanity to achieve superluminal travel in the cosmos for the first time, extending their reach into the vastness of the stars. To this day, the Earth Alliance occupies a spherical region of starry space, centered around the source star's solar system, with a radius of nearly 400 light-years. Using the solar system as a reference point and the ecliptic plane as an absolute coordinate plane, the spherical region of the Earth Alliance is divided into 8 segments. The upper area known as Qian, which includes the 4 star zones of Qian I, Qian 3, Qian V, and Qian 7, and the lower area known as Kuan, which contains the 4 star zones of Kuan 2, Kuan 4, Kuan 6, and Kuan 8. The Gochen plan specifically targets the exploration and development of Gochen star, located at the edge of the Qianai star zone, within the constellation Ursa Minor. The so-called Gochen star, among the Huaxia people of the source star, bears a more imposing name. The Ziwei Emperor star, situated 448 light-years away, it lies at the fringes of the Earth Alliance's domain, classified as an unknown territory according to the Alliance's constitution. The approach to pioneering such unknown star domains is straightforward and enticing. First come, first served, whoever occupies it, whoever develops it, and whoever benefits. The primary objective of the Gochen plan is to conduct resource surveys and sample collections from the stellar system where Gochen star resides, laying the groundwork for future interstellar development. This plan was proposed over 20 years ago. However, after being approved by the board and subsequently handed to Qin Wangchen, there had been no further developments. Qin Wushang had only stumbled upon relevant information while gradually engaging with the management of the consortium and perusing past records. Could it be that his father's affairs are connected to this Gochen plan? Qin Wushang pondered. The Gochen plan had been ongoing, never ceasing, yet, within the consortium's extensive planning operations, one would find no related information. This was because the plan harbored a tremendous secret. Li Qi's words further validated Qin Wushang's suspicions, though Qin Wushang felt a twinge of jealousy that such an important secret was known to Li Qi while he, as the heir of the consortium, had received not a whisper of it. Was he truly nothing more than a pawn in his father's schemes? Chapter 026 Remnants of the Divine. 20 years ago, the Suwanio probe dispatched by the consortium discovered a planet resembling the source star within the habitable zone of the Gaussian star system. This planet's diameter surpassed that of the source star by over 100-fold. More importantly, the exploration team unearthed traces of ancient deities on this planet, and from the ruins, they retrieved a fragment of a stele. Deities. Upon hearing these words, Qin Wushang couldn't help but exclaim. Although the Gaussian project was grand in scale, such endeavors were not uncommon during the pioneering era of the Earth Alliance. However, the revelation of divine remnants on a planet in the Gaussian system was sufficient to stir the entire Earth Alliance into a frenzy. Thus, you, or rather, the forces behind you, seek to seize this fragment of the stele? No, this stele is merely the beginning. Following analysis by the Gaussian laboratory, established specifically for this purpose, it was discovered that this fragment was composed of 36 unique rare materials from the cosmos, forged through an unknown means, endowing it with the capacity to serve as an information carrier. Is this not akin to the information-storing jade slips mentioned in the mythological and Xianxia novels that once flourished during the early years of the Alliance's new chronology? Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's expression grew peculiar. From this fragment, the Gaussian laboratory deciphered a segment of unknown information, expressed and recorded in a manner entirely alien to human understanding, indecipherable and impenetrable. Yet, when researchers loaded this information into the brainwave resonance interface, a miracle occurred. From this data, we discern fragmented terms such as heavenly court, immortal, longevity, and calamity. Though these terms were scattered, the magnitude of information they conveyed was immense. Heavenly court, immortal, longevity, calamity, these are all words mentioned in ancient myths and legends. Could it be that deities truly once existed? Qin Wushang thought of the legacy he had received, recalled the desolation of the abyss, and conjured the image of that earth-shattering fist. Perhaps, deities indeed existed. With this thought, Qin Wushang felt his breath quicken, and then, subsequently, Li Qi chuckled softly and replied, what followed was merely the beginning of this incident. 3 years ago, the Suwanio once again ventured into the Gaussian star domain, yet this time, it vanished without a trace. To be precise, the Suwanio defected, absconding with all experimental data and the stele fragment, disappearing into the Gaussian star domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang pondered, do you suspect that my father orchestrated this defection? Li Qi laughed. It's not a suspicion, but a certainty. The information derived from that stele must extend beyond what we currently know. There are surely more vital secrets, so significant that Qin Wangchen would forsake his meticulously built Emperor consortium to claim them for himself. Qin Wushang, however, found this hard to believe, given his understanding of his father. The Emperor consortium was his lifelong endeavor. In his father's heart, the Emperor consortium held more importance than his very own son. How could he simply abandon it for an elusive secret? Li Qi seemed to anticipate Qin Wushang's disbelief and continued, "Why don't you take a guess at who the leaders and executors of the Gaochen project are?" Regarding the Gaochen project, Qin Wushang had scant knowledge and could not conjure an answer. "You should be familiar with the name Xiao Qianqian." "Yes, impossible. That is not possible." Before Li Qi could finish, Qin Wushang had already exclaimed in excitement. "My mother passed away in an air disaster 20 years ago. That is impossible. You're deceiving me." Li Qi did not engage in a debate with Qin Wushang but stated calmly, "Xiao Qianqian was aboard that missing Suanio." What did Qin Wushang, still reeling from the unexpected joy of possibly regaining his mother, suddenly found himself thrust back into the reality of being motherless once more. Such a revelation was utterly unacceptable, rendering him momentarily disoriented. The Gaochen project had been shrouded in mystery from the outset. Only your parents possessed true knowledge of it. Even within the Gaochen laboratory, no trace could be found in the Emperor Consortium's 6-tier hierarchy. Perhaps the war family as Zhang Lingshu knew something, or else they would not have chosen to remain passive observers. As the truth gradually unfurled in Li Qi's words, an array of further questions and confusions arose in Qin Wushang's mind. Why had his mother faked her death and gone into hiding? Why did his father orchestrate the Suanio's defection? What secrets lay within the steel? Who were the forces behind the Li family's ancient lineage? Why was Li Qi divulging this information to him? One riddle after another confronted Qin Wushang, overwhelming his thoughts. "So, you wish to extract the secret from my father, yet you cannot locate him, so you use me as bait to draw him out?" Qin Wushang inquired, "But why not simply capture me as a hostage to threaten him?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon Qin Wushang. It was not that they did not want to, but rather that they could not. Since his father could operate independently of the Emperor Consortium to execute the Gaochen project, he must possess a formidable force at his disposal. Recalling his own experience after fleeing the Emperor Tower, losing consciousness halfway, only to awaken amidst the chaos of the 72 district, coupled with the appearance of that masked expert, someone must have been aiding him from the shadows. "Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, there will be a transport ship departing from Capricorn Star Line to Duyu Star in the Kunli Star domain, and if you wish to leave the Source Star, you must act swiftly." Li Qi's voice echoed once more. At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the Source Star's defense system will experience a brief malfunction lasting 3 minutes. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you. "Why are you helping me? I simply do not wish for you to perish at the hands of others. Survive well. Your life belongs solely to me." Li Qi's words were not yet finished when Qin Wushang surged forward like lightning, soaring through the rear window. However, the room was already devoid of Li Qi's presence. The door was tightly locked. In this enclosed space, Li Qi could not have vanished into thin air, yet Qin Wushang sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the void, a force distinct from the martial essence of a heavenly martial artist. Suddenly, a possibility struck him: the spatial fluctuation, the spatial teleportation jade talismans crafted by spatial technique practitioners, revered within the Alliance as life-saving artifacts. Anyone holding such a talisman, upon activation, could execute short-distance spatial jumps, with the distance contingent upon the creator's cultivation level ranging from mere meters to thousands of meters. However, the number of spatial technique practitioners was exceedingly scarce. To forge such teleportation talismans, one's cultivation must reach at least the spirit origin realm within the Alliance. There were hardly a handful of practitioners at this level. Consequently, a single spatial teleportation talisman could command a value in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Alliance currency, and yet they were seldom available for purchase. Li Qi had utilized such a precious spatial teleportation talisman here. Indeed, it is often said that one's enemies know them best. Clearly, Li Qi had anticipated that Qin Wushang would stop at nothing to confront him. Thus, he had prepared the spatial teleportation talisman in advance for his own protection. In that case, how much of what Li Qi had said could truly be trusted? Chapter 027 of the Twin Towers. Insidious and cunning, ruthless and merciless, adept in schemes, and possessing a profound depth of character. Skilled in disguise, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends, such traits have long formed the impression of Li Qi in the mind of Qin Wushang over the years. To Qin Wushang, the so-called Gochin plan proposed by Li Qi is genuine. His offer to assist in leaving Source Star is also sincere. However, beneath this facade of truth lies Li Qi's true intentions, concealed in layers of mystery that elude comprehension. This is precisely the reason Qin Wushang harbors a disdain for Li Qi. One never knows when they might become a target of his machinations. Constant vigilance is required, for danger lurks at every turn. In Qin Wushang's view, such a calculative and dark-minded individual deserves to be eliminated without hesitation. Regrettably, this crafty fox has managed to escape once more. Qin Wushang feels that having missed this opportunity, it will only become increasingly difficult to eradicate him in the future. The Black Hotel's discovery by Li Qi clearly indicates that this location is no longer safe. Once again, Qin Wushang exits through the back door, but not before extending his stay for another 2 days, creating the illusion of a return. Subsequently, he leaves District 18, infiltrating an unoccupied shopping mall in the northern district. From information gleaned from Li Qi regarding the Source Star defense system, Qin Wushang begins to piece together the underlying reasons. The pervasive surveillance system across Source Star not only safeguards the citizens in public spaces but also ensures that criminals have nowhere to hide. The sophisticated monitoring system is linked to the Source Star Domain Defense Headquarters and the Quantum Supercomputing Center's stellar-level intelligence system, Apocalypse. Although the computational resources allocated to this monitoring system are less than 1/1000th of what Apocalypse possesses, it is still sufficient to monitor every corner of Source Star, thanks to its exceptional algorithms and formidable processing power. Even those fully disguised can be identified through facial details, habitual movements, and even dietary preferences. Thus, for Qin Wushang to evade this system's scrutiny, he must not only employ necessary disguises but also alter his physical appearance, modify his habitual movements, and control his facial micro-expressions. Fortunately, having broken through to the innate realm, Qin Wushang has significantly enhanced his bodily control. While complete transformation may still be beyond reach, temporary localized reshaping is indeed feasible. By regulating the flow of qi in blood, Qin Wushang's facial muscles ripple, causing his features to shift. Following this, he adjusts his stature. Standing over 2 meters tall, he would naturally attract attention in a crowd, hence, he consciously reduces his height to below 1 meter 80. His physique becomes more proportionate, and particularly after the compression, the bulging muscles exude an explosive power. Gazing at his reflection, Qin Wushang is confident that even Li Qi would fail to recognize him upon meeting face to face. Next, he focuses on controlling his facial micro-expressions and habitual movements. For someone of Qin Wushang's innate caliber, this task is relatively straightforward. Departing from the northern district, he intentionally avoids detection devices along the way. Whenever avoidance proves impossible, he ensures that his profile remains concealed. After a series of stops and an extended detour, he finally arrives, unscathed, at Xinkai Plaza in the Western District. Shortly after noon, across the plaza stand the two dazzling and technologically advanced twin towers. These towering structures elegantly embrace the skyline with their streamlined forms, resembling interstellar spacecraft poised to embark on a voyage into the unknown. This is the Twin Star Towers, a monumental investment by the UN Consortium, designed to overshadow the Imperial Tower. On the 101st floor of the left tower, Tower 1, lies the office of Yuan Zhengzhao, the consortium's leader. This is not Qin Wushang's first visit. He is already well acquainted with the layout of the Twin Towers. Below the 30th floor, ordinary individuals may freely traverse, but access to floors 30 through 90 requires an employee card authorized for the corresponding departments. As for the floors above 90, authorization from the management of the UN Consortium is mandatory. Such stringent management makes it exceedingly difficult for any outsider attempting to infiltrate the Twin Towers. However, this does not pose a challenge for Qin Wushang. Like performing a magic trick, he retrieves a card from his person and swipes it to access the elevator to the 90th floor. The owner of this card happens to be one of Qin Wushang's former acquaintances, a level S supervisor of the UN Consortium, possessing access rights from the 60th to the 90th floors. This S-level supervisor, despite being a 6th-tier practitioner, fell unconscious after just one exchange with Qin Wushang, and was subsequently stashed away in a secluded corner of the underground parking garage. There is no direct passage between the 90th floor and those above. However, upon reaching this point, Qin Wushang decides against following the conventional route. He selects a room by the window, climbs out, and utilizing his levitation technique, silently ascends to the 91st floor. Yet, much to Qin Wushang's surprise, as soon as he lands, a piercing alarm blares throughout the floor. Instantly, numerous security personnel rush toward his location. Raising his gaze, Qin Wushang spots a concealed surveillance camera in the corner, aimed directly at him. The exposure is swift and unavoidable. With a resigned shrug, Qin Wushang acknowledges that he has no choice but to charge through. The security personnel arriving to apprehend him are, at most, first-tier innate practitioners. Nevertheless, they manage to withstand 3 of Qin Wushang's attacks before succumbing. As for the remaining group of postnatal practitioners, Qin Wushang does not even need to engage them directly. By merely releasing a hint of his innate aura, he intimidates them into submission, rendering them too fearful to make any further movements. However, at that moment, a silver beam streaks toward Qin Wushang's face like a flash of lightning, followed closely by a fiery figure lunging at him. A 4th-tier innate practitioner. From the aura alone, Qin Wushang senses a hint of danger, particularly from that silver beam, which carries an aura of terrifying power. Without time to ponder, he swiftly dodges the silver beam while delivering a powerful punch. The tremendous force of his punch, accompanied by a resounding whoosh, collides with the fiery figure. With a thunderous explosion, a burst of crimson flame suddenly appears in the path of Qin Wushang's punch. The force of the punch and the flames clash, creating a shockwave that shatters the air and sends sparks flying. In an instant, as the punch and flames dissipate, Qin Wushang looks up to see a young woman in her 20s, her expression icy, observing him with keen interest from a distance of about 10 feet. Then, with a casual gesture, she retrieves the silver beam that had just been launched, now arcing gracefully into her hand. Following this, she inquires, "Who might you be? What brings you to intrude upon the Twin Star Towers?" Chapter 028. Yuan Qingxue. Upon discerning the visage of the woman before him, Qin Wushang could not help but exclaim aloud. Hearing this, the woman cast a perplexed glance at Qin Wushang, confirming that she had never encountered this man before, and inquired with confusion, "Do we know each other?" Qin Wushang hastily denied, stating, "No, we do not know each other." Observing the demeanor of the other party, Yuan Qingxue grew suspicious, scrutinizing Qin Wushang for an extended period before declaring, "No, we must have met somewhere before. Surely, this appearance is not your true form. Moreover, that look in your eyes bears a striking resemblance to a scoundrel I once knew." As she uttered the term scoundrel, Yuan Qingxue's teeth clenched in barely suppressed ire. Qin Wushang awkwardly chuckled, well aware of the identity of the scoundrel she referred to. This realization only deepened his reluctance to divulge his true identity to Yuan Qingxue. Attempting to deflect her scrutiny, Qin Wushang remarked, "Is the head of the Yuan family present? I have taken the liberty of coming here to discuss an urgent matter with him. My uncle is not here. It would be best for you to return another day." Yuan Qingxue waved her hand dismissively, adding, "Your abilities are extraordinary. You must not be an unknown figure. Please make an appointment at the front entrance next time you visit." With that, she signaled to the security personnel to escort Qin Wushang out. "Apologies." Qin Wushang feigned compliance, and as he moved within 2 steps of Yuan Qingxue, he suddenly lunged forward. He knocked 2 security guards aside and seized Yuan Qingxue's shoulder, capturing her effortlessly. Although Yuan Qingxue was no weakling, she evidently lacked experience in handling such sudden developments. Furthermore, as a celestial practitioner, her training emphasized spiritual prowess, rendering her physical strength inferior to that of a celestial warrior. Caught off guard, she found herself entirely unable to resist Qin Wushang's hold. Yuan Qingxue glared at Qin Wushang, attempting to struggle, but his grip felt like iron shackles, rendering her immobile. "Come, we shall proceed to the office on the top floor to await the head of the Yuan family." Qin Wushang disregarded the surrounding security. With Yuan Qingxue in his grasp, they dared not make a move. In her current state, Yuan Qingxue could muster no strength against Qin Wushang's iron grip, and thus she was compelled to follow him to the 101st floor of the Twin Star Tower. The entire 101st floor served as the office of the Yuan family, unless summoned by the head of the family. Even Yuan Qingxue's personal secretary was forbidden from entering this level. Although she had visited this place a few times, she found it excessively barren and the decor did not align with her aesthetic preferences. Hence, she usually opted to remain on the lower floors, where she felt more at ease. News of Yuan Qingxue's abduction swiftly reached the upper echelons of the security department and subsequently found its way to Yuan Zhongzhao. As he entertained an old friend, he paused mid-meal and remarked, "I apologize. A matter has arisen at home that requires my attention. I will host you another day to make amends." "Given your urgency, it must be quite significant," the guest replied with a slight smile. "Regarding the Emperor's consortium, we shall consider this settled. As for the specifics, we will discuss them in due time." Minutes later, a small vertical takeoff and landing private jet descended onto the helipad atop the Twin Star Tower inside the 101st floor. As they observed the aircraft's approach, Qin Wushang released Yuan Qingxue, waved his hand, and said, "The head of the Yuan family has arrived. You may leave." Regaining her freedom, Yuan Qingxue immediately darted away, distancing herself from Qin Wushang. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals, unleashing a fiery blade towards him. While Yuan Qingxue's true cultivation level was likely around the 5th or 6th stage of the initial origin realm, comparable to a 5th or 6th stage celestial warrior. Yet, Qin Wushang remained unmoved, simply extending a hand. The gust of his palm surged forth like a tempest, tearing through the air with formidable force. The two energies collided, and the fiery blade was instantly shattered, sparks flying before being extinguished in an instant. Having failed in her first attempt, Yuan Qingxue's hand seals quickened, summoning a second and then a third fiery blade in rapid succession. Were she facing an ordinary opponent, Yuan Qingxue's swift barrage would have left them flustered. Unfortunately for her, she was up against Qin Wushang. The flames of the initial origin realm, while potent, were ultimately insufficient to breach the innate physical defenses of Qin Wushang, who stood resolute. Of course, had Yuan Qingxue utilized her silver artifact, Qin Wushang might have had a cause for concern. In the next moment, Qin Wushang struck with both hands, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows. With a whoosh, the two fiery blades were effortlessly extinguished, as if he were merely snuffing out a candle. The disparity in their realms was akin to a chasm. Observing this, Yuan Qingxue's expression shifted, yet she did not relent. With a cold smirk, she swiftly altered her hand seals into a more intricate formation. As she completed her seal, flames surged around her, transforming the air into a sea of fire that enveloped Qin Wushang. Within this inferno, the flames coalesced into numerous fire phoenixes, each poised to strike with a fierce intent, as if embodying the essence of destruction itself, a superficial grandeur. Though this technique boasted a formidable appearance, Qin Wushang perceived that the flames were too dispersed, rendering their power weaker than her previous fiery blade. The sole commendable aspect was its ability to confine the opponent. However, had Yuan Qingshue's cultivation ascended to the heights of the celestial origin realm or beyond, reaching the realms of virtual spirit or even divine origin, and if she could elevate the temperature of the fire sea to its utmost, then this technique would indeed possess the capability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. As it stood now, Qin Wushang merely pointed a finger, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that tore through the fire sea, scattering it asunder. What a stunning display of overwhelming force! The Qin family's sword emperor technique truly is remarkable. Qin Wanchen has indeed sired a prodigious son. Yuan Zhongzhou entered alone, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. The sword emperor technique, unique to the emperor's consortium of the Qin family. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Qingxue could no longer conceal the identity of the man before her. You are that scoundrel, Qin Wushang? Yuan Qingxue glared at him, her face a storm of indignation and resentment. The enmity between Qin Wushang and Yuan Qingxue stemmed from a wager between Qin Wanchen and Yuan Zhongzhou, with a marriage contract as the wager. Should Qin Wanchen lose, Qin Wushang would be betrothed to the Yuan family. Conversely, if Yuan Zhongzhou lost, Yuan Qingxue would wed into the Qin family. Yet, at the tender age of 14 or 15, they were in the throes of rebelliousness. Moreover, Qin Wushang's heart had already been claimed by Zhang Wushuang of the Zhan family. Upon hearing the news, he adamantly refused, leading to a tumultuous uproar. Ultimately, as the competition between the emperor's consortium and the Yuan consortium escalated into open conflict, the marriage contract, initially a jest, was rendered null and void. The youthful ignorance and arrogance that he thought would fade with time had instead lingered in Yuan Qingshue's memory for years. Why Yuan Qingxue glared fiercely at Qin Wushang, her eyes aflame with fury. Chapter 29. The matter resolved. Departure. With a flick of the sleeve. Qingxue, you may leave first, commanded Yuan Zhongzhou. No, uncle, I wish to hear what secrets this fellow possesses, Yuan Qingxue retorted, pulling his stool to sit down, stubbornly refusing to depart. Yuan Qingxue was, in fact, the daughter of Yuan Zhongzhou's younger brother, Yuan Zonghua. Over a decade ago, the Yuan clan faced retribution from enemies. Yuan Zonghua perished while saving Yuan Zhongzhou, leaving behind his only daughter, Yuan Qingxue. Subsequently, Yuan Zhongzhou took Yuan Qingxue under his wing, treating her as his own, showering her with affection. Seeing Yuan Qingshue's obstinate demeanor, Yuan Zhongzhou found himself powerless to resist her antics and permitted her to behave as she wished. He gestured for Qin Wushang to take a seat. I am well aware of the matters concerning the Imperial Financial Group. Since you, dear nephew, are present, I presume Brother Wanchen is in good health? Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness crossed Qin Wushang's eyes, though his expression remained placid. In recent times, I have been out of contact with my father, and I know not of his current condition. The Yuan clan's influence is not beneath that of the Imperial Financial Group. It would not be an exaggeration to say they have their fingers in every pie. Might I inquire if you possess any news of my father? I would be immensely grateful for any information. Yuan Zhongzhou did not anticipate that his attempt to elicit information would backfire, with Qin Wushang instead seeking to gain from him. He could not help but reflect on how Qin Wanchen, that old fox, had indeed raised a little fox. The entire family seemed to be cut from the same cloth. Yuan Zhongzhou chuckled heartily, saying, Dear nephew, you flatter me. However, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the financial group. I have heard of the happenings with the Imperial Financial Group, but I trust that with your capabilities and methods, such minor disturbances are hardly cause for concern. Realizing he could glean nothing of value from Yuan Zhongzhou, Qin Wushang ceased to elaborate. With such a cunning fox, verbosity would only lead to missteps. Thus, he stated plainly, Master Yuan, I wish to exchange a secret for a ticket to Daiyu Star. What say you? The secret Qin Wushang referred to was, of course, the Gaochen plan. Uncertain of Yuan Zhongzhou's knowledge regarding the plan, Qin Wushang did not divulge everything as told by Li Qi, instead weaving in some fabrications to obscure the truth, thereby delaying Yuan Financial Group's involvement in the entire affair. His ultimate aim was to buy time for Qin Wanchen. Moreover, he instinctively refrained from mentioning that his mother, Xia Chanxian, was an executor of the Gaochen plan, not out of deliberate concealment, but because he sensed that she might be the crux of the entire matter. Unbeknownst to him, this maneuver inadvertently added layers of complexity to the unfolding situation. With the Yuan Financial Group's involvement, the turmoil surrounding the Gaochen plan grew even more chaotic. Subsequently, the contents of the plan leaked, ensnaring the entire alliance, numerous powerful families, and even official organizations in the web. The information regarding young Master Qin has been recorded. You need only make your way to the port dock for the journey to Capricorn Star, and you may embark for Daiyu Star. Yuan Zhongzhou announced. However, the journey from here to the port dock may not be entirely peaceful. Do you require my assistance? In recent days, the Li and Gu families had been conducting extensive manhunts in Linhai City, news of which had reached Yuan Zhengzhao's ears. Nevertheless, the fact that Qin Wushang managed to arrive before him amidst such a tightly woven net of surveillance only served to elevate Yuan Zhengzhao's appraisal of his capabilities. Casting a glance at Yuan Xingxue beside him, Yuan Zhengzhao mused that perhaps it was time to revisit the matter of their former engagement with Qin Wangchen, that old fox. Qin Wushang laughed heartily and replied, "Such trifles, how could I trouble Master Yuan? I can manage it myself, farewell." Yuan Zhengzhao nodded. Seeing Qin Wushang's confidence, he refrained from further comment. "I shall see you off." At that moment, Yuan Xingxue sprang up, exclaiming. Yuan Zhengzhao furrowed his brow but did not intervene. The power struggle within the Imperial Financial Group involved far too many complexities. He had already received comprehensive reports, however. Based on his many years of experience dealing with Qin Wangchen, he sensed numerous ambiguities within the situation. Thus, until the circumstances became clearer, Yuan Zhengzhao was not inclined to involve himself in the matter. Given the strength of the Yuan Financial Group and the Yuan clan, they feared no one. Yet, unwarranted enmity could ultimately prove detrimental to the future development of the Yuan Financial Group. Nonetheless, upon learning of the Gaochen plan from Qin Wushang, Yuan Zhengzhao found himself intrigued by the information contained within the remnants. The journey continued in silence. Yuan Xingxue stared intently at Qin Wushang, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Have you not had your fill of staring?" Qin Wushang teased. "How did you manage it?" Yuan Xingxue inquired. "What do you mean?" Qin Wushang responded, puzzled. "Your appearance does not reflect your true visage." Yuan Xingxue scoffed. "Although we have not seen each other in years, my friends incessantly speak of you, the heir of the Imperial Financial Group, tall and handsome, young and affluent, the ideal dream suitor. Each one of them dreams of marrying into the wealthy family and becoming the princess of the Imperial Financial Group." Qin Wushang chuckled. "Am I truly as magnificent as you describe? Should I say you've gained weight, and you'd be offended?" Yuan Xingxue jested. "Perhaps I should introduce you to a few, not inferior to Zhang Wushuang." Upon hearing Zhang Wushuang's name, Qin Wushang fell silent. Realizing she had struck a tender nerve, Yuan Xingxue dared not press further. At that moment, the elevator descended to the underground garage. Yuan Xingxue tossed a set of car keys to Qin Wushang, saying, "A Luznag, currently recognized as the fastest car on the surface, with both land and air driving modes. However, I would not recommend utilizing the aerial mode. While straight-line flying is swift, it makes one an easy target in the sky." "Thank you." With a thunderous roar, a crimson Luznag transformed into a streak of flame, dashing forth like lightning. At the street corner, it spun and drifted like fallen leaves, plunging into the wide main road, heading toward the spaceport dock. With 5 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Wushang had no intention of adhering to Li Qi's plan. The feeling of being led by the nose was ultimately unsatisfactory. Fortunately, traffic on the main road was sparse, and Qin Wushang pushed the speed to its limits, reaching 580 km per hour, nearly lifting the Luznag off the ground. Moments later, he noticed a diminishing number of vehicles around him, until he found himself the sole car racing down the expansive thoroughfare. Time precisely 2 o'clock. Accompanied by a series of roaring sounds, an armed Qiangqi helicopter gradually ascended from the left side of the overpass, while simultaneously, an air-to-ground missile hurtled through the air, leaving a long trail of flames in its wake. Chapter 030. A kill. Every 10 steps the piercing sound of screeching brakes echoed through the air. The Crimson Rosenniger abruptly transitioned from full speed to a standstill. Propelled by overwhelming inertia, the vehicle spun before soaring into the air. As it tumbled, it narrowly evaded the assault of an air-to-ground missile. Simultaneously, Qin Wushang swiftly engaged the aerial mode, and the thrusters at the rear of the vehicle erupted with a scorching blast of air, propelling it forward at an accelerated pace toward the Qiangqi. Bang! The vehicle surged forward, reaching its peak velocity just as it collided with the cockpit of the Qiangqi, sending both drivers hurtling out of the cabin. The armed helicopter immediately spiraled out of control, completing 2 revolutions in the air before crashing onto the roadway. This series of maneuvers unfolded within mere seconds, testing not only courage and speed but also an intimate understanding of the vehicle's capabilities. Fortunately, among his numerous collectibles, the Rosenniger, embodying both ferocity and velocity, was his personal favorite. Qin Wushang adjusted the Rosenniger's orientation in flight mode before descending back onto the road. Switching to ground mode, the Rosenniger transformed into a streak of red lightning, vanishing at the end of the road. In the following 3 minutes, he indeed faced no further attacks. However, as he approached the airfield, the road gradually narrowed, and the presence of vehicles and pedestrians increased once more. Reluctantly, Qin Wushang had to decelerate, inching along with the flow of traffic. After navigating through an intersection, a convoy of over a dozen black armored vehicles suddenly emerged from both sides, clearing the surrounding vehicles away. They swiftly positioned themselves, encircling the crimson Roseniger from all directions. A lingering malevolence, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Qin Wushang's eyes as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the crimson Roseniger violently crashed into a black armored vehicle on its right, darting through the gap between the two vehicles. Although the Roseniger was renowned as a phantom beast, it lacked the fortitude of a true armored vehicle. Fortunately, this particular model had been modified, its exterior crafted from 30x nanotechnology metal, a material utilized in the shields of interstellar warships, far surpassing traditional metallic armor in both pressure resistance and strength. Following the fierce impact, the surface of the Roseniger bore only a few minor dents, which did not compromise its performance. Speeding away, however, the limitations of the road soon allowed the armored vehicles to catch up. Moreover, through the rearview mirror, Qin Wushang noticed a silvery barrel rising atop one of the armored vehicles. Tat. Over a dozen portable vehicle-mounted electromagnetic guns fired simultaneously, creating a metallic storm in the air, sweeping towards the Roseniger. In an instant, the vehicle's body was disassembled. At that critical moment, Qin Wushang leveraged the momentum to leap from his ride, rolling behind a similarly struck black sedan not far away. Peering into the car, he saw a family of three. The male and female occupants had fallen victim to stray bullets during the onslaught. Only a 4 or 5-year-old girl remained, tightly cradled in the embrace of her lifeless mother, still exhibiting signs of life. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wushang's eyes widened in fury, his lips pressed into a tight line, contorting into a mask of rage, his fists clenched with bulging veins, seemingly ready to tear someone apart. Yet, this was not an isolated incident. As Qin Wushang scanned his surroundings, he saw no fewer than 10 vehicles that had suffered the same unwarranted fate. Screech, the sharp, jarring sound of brake pads grinding against discs filled the air. The dozen armored vehicles came to a halt several meters away, forming a tight encirclement around Qin Wushang. Rising slowly, he shifted the black sedan to a safer position. Simultaneously, the doors of the armored vehicles swung open, and dozens of soldiers clad in tactical armor, fully armed, swiftly assembled. Their movements were synchronized, each step exuding discipline and efficiency. The tactical armor gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, not only providing formidable protection but also instilling an air of inviolable authority. Qin Wushang's expression shifted upon witnessing this display. Such soldiers, possessing high tactical acumen and combat proficiency, could not have been cultivated by the private militias of the Li and Gu families. Could it be that the official ground forces had become involved? Or was this affair a conspiracy between the Alliance and the Li and Gu families from the outset? Speculating internally, Qin Wushang's countenance grew increasingly grave. The squadron of soldiers did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they surrounded him from a distance, seemingly awaiting someone. 5 minutes later, 3 Qiangqi armed helicopters approached, hovering 20 meters above the ground. A dozen figures leaped from the helicopters. For those martial artists at the innate stage, a height of 20 meters posed no challenge. 13 innate realm martial artists descended, and judging by the aura they exuded, the leader was at least a 4th-tier innate. The others comprised 6 3rd-tier and 6 2nd-tier innate martial artists. Such a formidable lineup, not only sufficient to contend with a newly initiated innate Qin Wushang but also capable of facing an exceptional 5th or 6th-tier martial artist. Truly, they regard me highly. Qin Wushang stood resolute in the road, quietly gathering his strength as the 2nd tier of the 10 lands devouring star technique began to circulate within him. This time, it appeared he would have to fight for his life. Boom! Just as Qin Wushang prepared to take the initiative, a Qiangqi hovering above erupted in a fiery explosion, debris scattering in all directions. Following closely, 2 Stinger missiles were launched into the air. The missiles emitted brilliant flames from their rear, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Hurtling toward the 2 remaining Qiangqi, the helicopters swiftly maneuvered, climbing, and deploying flares. However, the precision-guided Stingers relentlessly pursued their targets. The distance between them diminished, and just as the missiles closed in, the proximity fuses were activated. The missiles did not strike the Qiangqi directly but detonated at close range, releasing a hail of shrapnel and intense flames, enveloping the space around the Qiangqi in an instant. Boom! The subsequent explosions consumed the 2 Qiangqi, reducing them to fiery wrecks. Qin Wushang's expression momentarily faltered. Just as the 3 Qiangqi were downed, a familiar figure emerged onto the scene clad in a black robe and a bronze mask. Qin Wushang's spirit surged. He unleashed the punch he had been channeling, aiming for the nearest 3rd-tier innate martial artist. Crack! The martial artist's hands shattered as they attempted to block Qin Wushang's strike, and in the next moment, under the gaze of sheer terror, Qin Wushang's fist pierced through the left side of his chest. Chapter 031. A return to Venus. On the surface of the East Sea, within the space dock, a vessel that appeared battered and worn, as if it had weathered a fierce battle, lay moored in the dock. Hundreds of maintenance robots clung to its exterior, their agile mechanical arms deftly reaching every nook and cranny of the ship's surface. Accompanied by the flicker of electric sparks and bursts of flame, the dents and cracks on the ship gradually vanished under the application of repair materials, returning it to a state of smoothness. Inside the spaceport, the atmosphere was bright and bustling with activity. Beneath a vast transparent dome, a labyrinth of pipes and conveyor belts intertwined, transporting various supplies from the warehouses to the docking area. Cargo robots maneuvered efficiently among the crew members, executing their tasks of transporting and sorting with precision. Qin Wushang tugged at the brim of his hat, obscuring much of his face, as he blended in with the crew, handling various supply materials. After approximately half an hour, a series of beeping alerts sounded. All the robots exited the dock, and the crew completed their final tasks, boarding the ship in an orderly manner. Faster, faster, everyone, pick up the pace, the ship is about to launch, and if anyone delays, Big Boss Lalo will have your head. Boomed a coarse voice over the intercom, echoing throughout the dock. Qin Wushang quickened his pace, following the crew onto the vessel. At that moment, the ship's engines finished charging, and as the hatch closed, the vessel violently ascended, adjusting its trajectory toward the outer space of the source star. Simultaneously, within the dock of Capricorn Star Navigation, a sleek silver passenger ship slowly lifted off, heading in the opposite direction among the stars. Hey, kid, are you one of the new crew members? What is your name, and where do you hail from? In the rear cabin of the ship, Qin Wushang was assigned to a compartment with a scruffy middle-aged crew member. Nodding, Qin Wushang replied, Yes, I'm Qin Xiu, a local from Linhai City. How should I address you, uncle? The man reclined comfortably on the bed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Qin, my boy, why would you choose this path? Isn't it better to stay on the source star? You must be quite unfortunate. Taken aback by his words, Qin Wushang inquired for clarification. The man chuckled darkly. Do you know why there are so few crew members on this ship? Having stealthily boarded midway, Qin Wushang was unaware of the reasons. Reflecting on the fact that the ship did not even check the crew's identification information during recruitment, he sensed there must be a deeper story. Because a recent crew met a grim fate, the spot you're resting in was previously occupied by Mason, a spirited lad who had been aboard for half a year. By the way, I'm Kongdi. They call me Uncle De. Though Qin Wushang suspected the fate of Mason, he feigned ignorance and asked, Uncle De, what happened to Mason? With a sigh, Uncle De replied, he perished. 3 days ago, during an expedition, Mason met his end, leaving no trace behind. Astonished, Qin Wushang queried, Uncle De, is this a ship for exploration? Nodding, Uncle De confirmed, indeed, this vessel belongs to the Alliance Academy's Institute for Ancient Human Civilization Research, helmed by Dr. Lalo. It is a renowned exploration ship, notorious for having the highest crew mortality rate in the field. Without exception, Qin Wushang felt a surge of dread as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Dr. Lalo, even among the source star, was a household name, albeit for all the wrong reasons. As Uncle D had mentioned, Dr. Lalo had a penchant for the most perilous, enigmatic, and sinister locales. Ever since his obsession with excavating ancient relics began, he had been recklessly pursuing danger. Thus, within the Alliance's exploration community, he had earned the moniker of the Mad Lalo. Over a month ago, Lalo had unearthed an ancient altar on Venus, from which he recovered a bronze ancient halberd. Uncle D excitedly continued, gesturing animatedly before Qin Wushang. Yet, before Lalo could fully appreciate that halberd, it was stolen by that scoundrel. Murder. At this point, Uncle D wore a mocking smirk. Murder is Lalo's assistant. You know, that fellow is a thorough scoundrel. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was trouble. Unfortunately, Lalo didn't heed my warning. Ha! As he spoke, Uncle D's expression reflected a sense of schadenfreude, as if murder's theft was a direct consequence of Lalo's disbelief. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lalo returned to Venus, and while excavating the altar's location, he stumbled upon something truly remarkable. Guess what it was? Without waiting for Qin Wushang's response, Uncle D exclaimed, an underground palace, 10 times larger than that altar. After the altar collapsed, it left behind a massive pit over a kilometer wide. Lalo spent over half a month and hired more than 500 interstellar miners from nearby star systems to clear the colossal hole. The underground palace, as Uncle D described, was discovered at the bottom of this pit. Lalo, in his fervor, nearly went so far as to mobilize the Starfleet's 9th Fleet's annihilation cannon to break open the palace's entrance. Yet, just 5 days prior, a corner of the underground palace inexplicably opened. As our team ventured into one of the rooms, a blinding light, more radiant than the sun, surged forth, incinerating the entire exploration team, including over half of the miners, in an instant. Uncle D's face darkened with a hint of sorrow as he continued, Mason was right behind the exploration team. He never returned. Qin Wushang asked, Uncle D, where are we headed now? To Venus, of course. The exploratory work there has only just begun, and we've already encountered such immense trouble. As Lalo often says, the more perilous the ancient relics, the more valuable the treasures hidden within. Just imagine, if we fully uncover this underground palace, what might we find inside? The more Uncle De spoke, the more excited he became, while Qin Wushang felt increasingly apprehensive of the fire more intense than the sun, let alone being just a novice. Even stepping into the realm of the virtual heavens would not permit anyone to rival the sun. Qin Wushang felt as though he had merely escaped from one perilous situation only to plunge into another. Kid, I take a liking to you, stick with me, and stay sharper with me around, you'll be just fine. Uncle Dick concluded before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 032 The surface of Venus in merely 2 hours. The spacecraft Skylark soared from Earth to achieve a synchronous orbit around Venus. Once the automatic cruise was set, the vessel maintained a steady flight in this orbit. From this vantage point, the specialized exploration team aboard, along with the necessary logistical support from auxiliary miners, prepared to utilize small landing crafts to execute orbital drop operations, ultimately making their descent to the surface of Venus. Qin Wushang and Kong De found themselves assigned to the initial batch of personnel designated for the drop, tasked with being the first to land on Venus alongside newly added exploration equipment and substantial supplies for the base. Although a miniature base had previously been established on the Venusian surface by the Skylark, danger lurked at every turn, particularly for the pioneering group, who faced the highest probability of encountering peril. Within the cargo hold at the base of the Skylark, Uncle De grumbled incessantly, cursing the lineage of Dr. Lalo, yet deftly donned a nano spacesuit. The suit, akin to a bodysuit, possessed all the functionalities of traditional space attire while being significantly more lightweight. Crafted from nanometal used in starship construction and the latest biosynthetic materials, it boasted superior strength compared to its antiquated counterparts, providing effective protection for explorers and miners alike. In truth, given Qin Wushang's innate prowess, he could easily disregard the harsh conditions of Venus, even traversing the void of space without the need for a protective suit. However, to avoid drawing attention, he followed Uncle De's example and donned the nano spacesuit. The primary mission of the first landing team involved reconnaissance and the establishment of a temporary base. First, they needed to chart a safe route from the landing site to the sinkhole, ensuring the subsequent arrival of instruments, personnel, and supplies would be secure. Secondly, they were to construct a temporary base capable of housing 500 individuals at a circular mountain approximately 1,000 meters southwest of the sinkhole. With ample supplies obtained from the source planet, Lalo intended to remain stationed on Venus until the underground palace had been thoroughly excavated. In fact, he planned to relocate his private laboratory from the Institute of Ancient Human Civilization at the Alliance Academy of Sciences to Venus itself, conducting analyses and research on-site to avert any repeat of prior theft incidents. The climate on the surface of Venus was, in comparison to the source planet, extraordinarily harsh, characterized not only by intense heat but also by fierce storms and hurricanes. As the landing craft breached Venus's atmosphere from the synchronous orbit, it was immediately confronted by these extreme weather phenomena. Fortunately, Qin Wushang and his team encountered no threats until they reached their designated landing site. The landing point was situated on a plain 7 kilometers southeast of the sinkhole, with a direct distance of 15 kilometers to the construction site at the circular mountain. However, this straight path was obstructed by a mountain range stretching over 100 kilometers, towering 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. Thankfully, there was a gap approximately 1 kilometer wide in the mountain range leading towards the sinkhole and circular mountain. After clearing and leveling the route, it would serve as a rudimentary supply transport line. 5 hours later, the first group of personnel and materials arrived at the temporary base, with the first to be released being the Spade 3 spider robots, sealed within over a dozen containers. Qin Wushang was well acquainted with these spider robots, as this model was one of the products developed by Changgung Technology, a subsidiary of the Imperial Consortium. These versatile machines, once connected to an internal network via a self-linking terminal, could form collaborative teams with distinct roles, operating in perfect and efficient harmony. 12 hours later, a preliminary structure of the base had been established within the circular mountain. Just as Qin Wushang found himself idly waiting, a summons echoed from the communicator embedded in his spacesuit. Following the directive, he navigated to a massive temporary shed, where he fortuitously encountered Uncle D, who was rushing in a flurry. Uncle D, are we being dispatched on a mission? Qin Wushang casually inquired. There has been an incident within the underground palace of the sinkhole. The previously stranded explorers opened a stone door, and upon entering, they vanished. Uncle D replied in a hushed tone. How could they just disappear? Qin Wushang asked, perplexed. Unknown. It is said that behind the stone door lies an empty stone chamber, one that can be seen to the end at a glance. However, those adventurers entered and simply vanished into thin air. Even the most powerful communication devices failed to reach them. Uncle De spoke enigmatically. Rumor has it that this underground palace may be a tomb built by ancient immortals beneath Venus. A tomb? Do immortals also perish? Qin Wushang pondered aloud. With the Alliance's excavations of prehistoric relics within the star domain, the term immortal had frequently surfaced among these remnants. Consequently, some researchers speculated that within the prehistoric civilizations, there existed extraordinary beings referred to as immortals, akin to the celestial warriors or celestial artisans of this era, albeit at a higher echelon, as the term longevity often accompanied it. However, even in the Alliance era, utilizing the foremost genetic biological technology, human lifespans still faced a limit of approximately 1,000 years. Qin Wushang never anticipated that this so-called underground palace could indeed be an immortal's tomb. If it was a tomb for immortals, it naturally served to inter the deceased, and judging by the multiple excavation incidents that had occurred previously, the tomb's protective measures remained intact. Thus, one could not help but wonder whether the remains of an immortal lay within. Not only was Qin Wushang contemplating this matter, Lalo stood on the bridge of the Skylark, gazing down at Venus, equally engrossed in the authenticity of the immortal tomb. In contrast to Uncle Day, Lalo possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. 3 explorers had entered simultaneously through the stone door, and 30 seconds after their disappearance, their quantum positioning beacons reappeared in a star domain 17 light-years away. The positioning signal lasted merely a second before vanishing entirely. 30 minutes prior, Lalo had received information from the Alliance Academy's rescue fleet indicating that the star domain corresponding to the positioning signal was a red dwarf star, approximately 10,000 kilometers from its surface. This implied that the 3 explorers who had vanished from Venus had materialized on a red dwarf star 17 light-years away just 30 seconds later. To Lalo, this was an utterly preposterous notion. Crossing 17 light-years in 30 seconds was inconceivable. Even for the Alliance's fastest lightspeed vessel currently under construction, there must be secrets concealed within that defy comprehension given the current level of technology. As he pondered this, an exhilarating thrill coursed through Lalo, akin to the sensation of unbuttoning the first clasp of his first love's garment. Chapter 033, Excavating Graves. Gentlemen, you must have heard about the unfortunate mishaps of the previous expedition team. Within the makeshift colossal workshop, a tall figure stood atop a metal frame soaring over 10 meters high, proclaiming loudly. This individual, named Moj, served as the on-site commander for the base and was also one of the lackeys of the formidable boss, Leiluo. Uncle De whispered to Qin Wushang, cautioning that Moj was notoriously stingy and possessed a petty mindset. It would be wise not to offend him. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, incurring the ire of a 4th-tier celestial martial artist was hardly a trivial matter for him. Now, I require 10 explorers and 30 auxiliary miners from your reinforcements to join the ongoing endeavors of the 3rd expedition team within the underground palace, Moj announced. Given the perilous nature of exploration, this time we shall not employ a voluntary selection process. I will randomly choose from among you. With a wave of his hand, Moj summoned a holographic projection displaying a list of names that scrolled across the screen. Unsurprisingly, the names of Qin Wushang and Uncle De prominently featured on the list. In truth, after Uncle De's grumbling about Moj, Qin Wushang had already anticipated this outcome. For a 4th-tier celestial martial artist, Uncle De's seemingly hushed remarks were akin to thunderclaps. However, Qin Wushang had not expected to receive such particular attention himself, marking it as an unwarranted misfortune. Uncle D appeared to realize that his loose tongue had led to trouble. He cast an apologetic glance at Qin Wushang, shrugged, and turned to leave. As for Qin Wushang, he harbored no aversion to joining the 3rd expedition team. The dangers of exploration stemmed from the uncertainties of the unknown, yet as a celestial martial artist of innate rank, his sensitivity to peril was significantly heightened. As long as he refrained from drawing undue attention to himself and focused on his duties, the risks were not insurmountable. 1 hour after receiving the orders, a reinforcement team comprising 10 explorers and 30 auxiliary miners embarked on their journey to the cavern via a ground vessel. The ground vessel, an innovation of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, was a large terrestrial flying vehicle measuring over 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, equipped with an anti-gravity system capable of bearing a maximum load of 500 tons. Soaring at an altitude of over 10 meters above the surface, the vessel offered Qin Wushang a glimpse of Venus's hellish landscape through the side windows. Before long, the vessel altered its course, gliding down towards the subterranean chasm and coming to rest on a temporary platform constructed underground. The pit had a diameter of approximately 1,000 meters and plunged over 300 meters deep. Gazing upwards from its depths, the sky appeared a bleak gray. Within the cavern, a myriad of large engineering machinery lay scattered about. In the distance, from the far end of the pit, the incessant roar of machinery echoed, a cacophony of sound. The underground palace discovered by the expedition team was nestled in a corner at the bottom of the chasm. As excavation progressed, a section of the palace, roughly 100 square meters, began to emerge from beneath the layers of rock and dust. In this exposed section, the explorers uncovered 4 chambers, entombed in the sandy debris. These chambers were constructed of an unknown stone material, each seeming to form a cohesive unit that even drilling machinery struggled to breach. Only by discovering the correct method to unlock these chambers could the doors be opened. However, each opening would inevitably bring forth its own dangers. The first incident of fiery catastrophe and the second of void devouring had already inflicted heavy casualties upon the expedition team. Currently, while the team continued to excavate the surrounding rocks and dust, no one dared approach the unearthed chambers again. The excavation team to which Qin Wushang belonged was assigned to work beneath the mountainside to the left of the underground palace, tasked with digging a 10-meter diameter, 100-meter deep tunnel at a right angle to the mountainside. This endeavor was deemed exploratory excavation, lacking a specific objective. Nevertheless, following the first harrowing lesson, the team proceeded with utmost caution. Qin Wushang operated a TG-33 excavator, one of the products developed and manufactured by the Alliance's Tiangong Heavy Industries Group, and a leading model in interstellar mining. Progress was slow, allowing Qin Wushang to enjoy some leisure. Setting the operation to automatic mode, he settled into the cockpit and began to practice the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. Upon entering the underground pit, Qin Wushang had keenly noticed that the star power in this subterranean realm was far more concentrated than that of the outside world. Particularly within a 100-meter radius of the underground palace, he sensed that the star power density was over tenfold compared to the external environment. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more intense the star power became. Approaching the palace's periphery, Qin Wushang once again experienced the sensation of cultivating with a starstone in hand. Countless pure and formidable star energies surged autonomously into his body, and the 10 Earth-devouring star technique involuntarily commenced its operation once more. Fortunately, Qin Wushang managed to withdraw in time, preventing any significant disturbance. He maneuvered the excavator to maintain a distance of 100 meters. At this range, the concentration of star power was sufficient to sustain the second tier of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. As the immense star energy was absorbed into his physical form, Qin Wushang felt his body being incessantly cleansed by the star power, and after each cycle of operation within his body, approximately 1,000th of the most refined portion settled into his meridians. This portion of star power circulated through his meridians, but rather than accumulating in the dantian, it dispersed and permeated the various acupoints along the star power's path for storage. The 10 Earth-devouring star technique comprised 12 tiers, involving 72 meridians and 360 acupoints. The first tier encompassed 12 acupoints, while the second tier included 18. Although these two tiers collectively accounted for merely 30 acupoints, Qin Wushang estimated that, given the current rate of star power accumulation, it would take at least 3 months to fill a single acupoint. Fully saturating 30 acupoints would thus require a minimum of 90 months, nearly 8 years. Moreover, this estimate was predicated on the present concentration of star power. In the outside world, the duration would likely extend even further. As for mastering the second tier of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique, filling these 30 acupoints with star power was merely the first prerequisite. Qin Wushang continuously practiced his technique, voraciously, with each wash of star power reinforcing his physical form. His flesh, muscles, and bones gradually underwent transformation and enhancement. In just 1 hour, Qin Wushang felt his realm elevate from the initial stage of innate to the first tier of innate, with his combat prowess more than doubling as a consequence. Suddenly, the excavator's bucket scraped across the ground, sparking a shower of flames as if it had struck a solid wall of copper and iron. Chapter 034 A Naval Gun Assault on the Circular Mountain. Base of the Raylo Exploration Team. 2 days have elapsed since the arrival of the initial reinforcements, with nearly 1,000 spider-like automatons tirelessly constructing around the clock. The establishment of the Circular Mountain base is nearing completion. Concurrently, the second wave of explorers, accompanied by miners and an impressive quantity of supplies, has successfully reached the base, heralding the commencement of the excavation of the underground palace. At this juncture, Raylo, accompanied by his research team, has taken residence in the newly erected laboratory, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Equipment calibration, sample collection, data analysis, and various preparatory tasks are being conducted in a methodical manner. However, 3 hours prior, a miner inadvertently unearthed an imposing wall within the subterranean pit, an insurmountable barrier that has once again stymied the excavation efforts of the underground palace. Utilizing the base's most advanced geological scanning device, the visual imaging data revealed that this wall extends upward to the near-surface soil layers and downward to depths exceeding 100 meters. The wall measures an astonishing length of over 10 kilometers, forming a colossal circle that completely encircles the 2,000 acres of the underground palace's location. The Raylo exploration team was able to discover this underground palace due to a segment of the wall being compromised, which allowed a corner of the palace to be exposed. This wall is exceptionally resilient. Even at maximum output, the large excavator's bucket merely left a few scratches upon its surface. Even the C-20K explosives, commonly employed in interstellar mining, only managed to dislodge a few minute fragments from the wall. Attempts to utilize more potent explosives nearly resulted in a catastrophic collapse of the underground pit, endangering all personnel within. Upon Raylo's immediate arrival with his research team, approximately 100 meters of debris had been cleared from the vicinity of the wall. Gazing upon this monumental barrier, an array of expletives flowed from Raylo's lips like a torrential river. "Is it possible to circumvent it from above?" proposed Dr. Wilson, Raylo's assistant. "There is no way around it," retorted another researcher, projecting a holographic display before Raylo, manipulating a spherical three-dimensional model to elucidate. "This wall encircles the area, forming a protective system akin to a fortress, and it is evident that its architects considered both aerial and terrestrial defenses, resulting in two dome-like shields connected to the wall. So, we must either enter through that breach or breach this tortoiseshell-like structure?" Raylo stated gravely. "Indeed, at least that is my assessment," the researcher replied with a shrug, expressing his resignation. "Delving through the breach is undoubtedly the simplest approach, however, the losses incurred during the previous two attempts have made Raylo acutely aware that this route may prove the most perilous. Perhaps, there is more than one breach. Dr. Wilson suggested. Raylo's eyes brightened at this remark, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Wilson is correct, Mogo, find it." "Ray, you cannot continue issuing chaotic orders like this. Do you realize how much earth we would need to excavate to locate a potential breach that may not even exist in such a vast area? It could take 10 months, a year, or even longer." Mogo barked, his expression darkening. All right, Mogo, take your team and try excavating in a different direction." Even Raylo, with his authoritative demeanor, had to relent in the face of Mogo's ire. Offending Mogo would mean he would have to operate the excavator himself. Hastily, Raylo shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, where is that fortunate miner? What was his name again?" "Qin Xiu." Yes, Qin Xiu. As the first miner to discover the wall, Qin Wushan was soon brought before Dr. Raylo. "You are Qin Xiu?" Raylo scrutinized Qin Wushan with a piercing gaze. "Yes, Dr. Raylo." Qin Wushan replied, feigning composure. As a young man who had never ventured into space and had yet to witness the wider world, he believed his performance was commendable. "Qin, you have brought me considerable trouble, do you realize that?" Dr. Raylo sighed heavily. "That wall has brought my research to a standstill. Tell me, what should we do now?" "Dr. Raylo, I am merely an ordinary miner. Should not the resolution to this issue fall upon you esteemed figures?" Qin Wushan shrugged, raising his hands in exasperation. "I believe the Horizon should possess sufficient shipborne weaponry to breach that wall, should it not?" "Shipborne weaponry?" Dr. Raylo paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, excellent suggestion, Qin, let us utilize the shipborne weaponry to obliterate it. Although the Horizon is merely a scientific exploration vessel, its armament rivals that of a Starwave-class battleship. Its arsenal includes 180 laser cannons, 36 turbo laser guns, 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons, 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons, and 1 solar particle main cannon. Truly, it is armed to the teeth. Except for the 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons and the 1 solar particle main cannon, all other armaments can be disassembled from the Horizon. To ensure safety, Raylo directly dismantled 2 of the 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons from the Horizon. As for energy, the base is already equipped with a large energy supply vehicle, alleviating concerns of energy scarcity. After a day's labor, the 2 ion kinetic hybrid cannons were successfully set up. With a couple of hissing sounds, one of the cannons fired first, unleashing a massive ion energy beam that struck the wall. Boom! As the intense energy surged forth, the wall trembled violently, and the ground shook dramatically, as if experiencing a tremor of magnitude 10. The spectacle was grand, akin to the earth splitting apart, yet, upon ceasing fire, the observers discovered that the wall remained utterly unscathed, with even less damage than that inflicted by the excavator's bucket. All present involuntarily gasped in disbelief, as the scene before them shattered their understanding of science. It is known that a full-load attack from the ion kinetic hybrid cannon could easily rend even the Starwave-class defense shields asunder. Yet now, upon striking this wall, it left not a single mark, implying that the wall's defensive capabilities are incomparably superior to those of the Alliance's most advanced Starwave-class defense shields. Chapter 035 of the mysterious high wall switched to kinetic attack mode. Raylo commanded after a brief moment of contemplation. The cationic kinetic mixed cannon possesses 2 distinct attack modes, energy mode and kinetic mode, allowing for a transition based on battlefield requirements. The energy mode refers to the previous form of purely energy-based attacks, while the kinetic mode utilizes energy to accelerate physical projectiles, with electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic cannons being the most representative weapons. As the mode switch was initiated, the appearance of the ship's cannons transformed dramatically. To accommodate the launch of physical projectiles, the barrels extended more than twice their original length, and an ammunition chamber emerged at the rear of the cannons. Inside the chamber, 5 tungsten titanium alloy projectiles, each the thickness of an arm, were neatly arranged simultaneously. To counteract the formidable recoil, 3 support struts, each with a diameter of 50 centimeters, extended downward, spiraling several feet into the ground. The dynamic attack configuration was complete. The kinetic mode of the ship's cannon was charged and ready for fiery fire. Lalo bellowed. With a resounding boom, the tungsten titanium alloy projectile shot forth, trailing a blinding light, faster than a flash of lightning. However, after a soft pop, the projectile penetrated the stone wall by merely half an inch before detonating violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions as the impact generated a tremendous shockwave, merely causing ripples akin to water across the wall, which then dissipated entirely. The energy attack proved ineffective. The kinetic mode, while capable of breaching defenses, felt akin to a mere tickle. Lalo's interest in the wall was piqued. If he could unravel the principles and operational mechanisms behind this wall, substantial advancements in shield technology could be achieved. Comparatively, the current shield technology of the Alliance appeared utterly trivial against this wall. Before Lalo, this wall stood as a mysterious and enigmatic entity, far beyond his comprehension, seemingly representing a phenomenon that even the current scientific understanding of the Alliance could not elucidate. Lalo's gaze intensified as he studied the wall, his curiosity deepening. The more unknown and mysterious it became, the stronger its allure grew. The knowledge contained within, tentatively labeled as scientific technology, was profoundly intricate. For the stagnant scientific community of the Alliance, the infusion of new scientific theories might be the only salvation. After 2 exploratory attacks, Qin Wuxiang, utilizing his keen perception of stellar energy, finally discerned the true nature of the wall. It was composed of geomantic stellar energy, a manifestation of planetary power, yet it differed from the stellar energy that Qin Wuxiang absorbed through the 10 Earths devouring stars technique. This geomantic energy was denser and imbued with inertia. Presently, this geomantic stellar energy had been congealed into a tangible wall through some unknown method, merging seamlessly with the planet's geomantic force. As long as the planet's geomantic energy remained intact, this wall could not be destroyed unless Lalo employed a solar particle cannon or a planet-destroying cannon, capable of unleashing sufficient energy to disrupt the planet's geomantic power. Otherwise, breaching the wall was impossible. Naturally, Qin Wuxiang would not divulge his findings to Lalo. Even if he did, Lalo would likely dismiss it, given that a wall integrated with a planet seemed fantastical. From a short distance away, Qin Wuxiang observed with keen interest as Lalo and a cadre of research elites busied themselves in front of the wall. To his surprise, they had indeed begun to uncover some insights. Lalo, if the data is accurate, this wall should be composed of a form of energy accumulation we have never encountered, perhaps a high-dimensional energy manifesting in a lower dimension, Wilson remarked, scrutinizing a series of data flashing across the holographic projection. Lalo nodded slightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "Wilson, what are the chances of deciphering this energy?" After a moment's contemplation, Wilson replied, "Since this energy can be observed in a lower dimension, deciphering it is merely a matter of time. However, Lalo, we do not have ample time, as you are aware. Lalo's countenance darkened. He had not reported the discovery of the underground palace to the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Nevertheless, to excavate this underground palace, he had mobilized substantial resources from the Academy under his own name. Such a significant endeavor would inevitably attract considerable attention. The reason the Alliance Science had yet to issue inquiries was Lalo's standing and connections within the Academy, but this was time-sensitive. Once the deadline arrived, Lalo would be compelled to disclose his findings to the Academy. Given the scale of this ancient relic, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar within the Academy and even the broader Earth Alliance. At that juncture, events could spiral beyond Lalo's control, and for various reasons, he might find himself excluded from the proceedings. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Lalo. If he could not maintain control, he would rather destroy it himself. "Wilson, we have only 3 days. By any means necessary, we must breach the shell," Lalo declared. "If the cationic kinetic mixed cannon proves insufficient, we will dismantle the main cannon of the Skylark. If that still fails, I will contact the Ninth Fleet. Even if it requires deploying the planet-destroying cannon, we must open it." Wilson gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Lalo, do not act recklessly. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you are suggesting? A planet-destroying cannon? Are you intending to reduce Venus to fragments?" Lalo would never dare to commit such a monumental transgression as obliterating a planet within the solar system. Although he was known as a madman, he was not truly insane. In the ensuing 2 days, Wilson employed every conceivable method, conducting nearly 100 experiments, all yielding the same result. The wall remained unresponsive. On the 3rd day, Wilson had a sudden inspiration. He reconstructed a high-dimensional energy model using all known and observable forms of energy within the scientific community, ultimately capturing the wave trajectory constituting the wall's energy body within a millisecond. In simpler terms, this involved elevating the existing 3-dimensional energy through the superimposition of energy information, allowing it to enhance and expand in the same location and space. This method facilitated interference or resonance between the elevated energy and the wall's energy body, thereby deciphering the fundamental properties of the wall's energy. The elevated three-dimensional energy body functioned as a key, unlocking the wall's lock. With the initial success achieved, subsequent experiments became significantly easier. As vast amounts of data were observed, Lalo and Wilson grew increasingly intrigued by the wall's enigmatic nature. Chapter 036 Sandstorm. The gamma rays increased by 3 energy levels, the concentration of Fermi particles surged by 46, while the concentration of Bose particles dwindled by 7. Beta rays were amplified by 2 energy levels. Before the towering wall, over a dozen scientific instruments stood in a neat row, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors beyond them. More than 20 energy supply vehicles operated at full capacity, continuously providing power to those scientific instruments. With the escalating energy input, the high wall began to transform, gradually becoming luminous at a visible pace. When this brilliance shifted to a dense shade of yellow, the wall suddenly flickered. The flickering was not rapid, occurring approximately every 3 minutes, and with each flicker, an invisible pulse seemed to emanate outwards, traveling towards the infinite expanse. Suddenly, an ominous feeling surged within Qin Wuxiang. Lowering his gaze, he observed the fine dust and tiny gravel levitating inexplicably, suspended a foot above the ground. Buzzing. After the third energy pulse spread, the entire space trembled violently, and those floating particles plummeted as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the sense of crisis within Qin Wuxiang intensified. Meanwhile, outside the pit, the surface of Venus, extending for 1,000 miles, fell into an eerie stillness. The atmosphere, once tumultuous with equatorial gales and high-pressure circulation, became stagnant, as if the entire world had pressed a pause button. However, this stillness was shattered by an unexpectedly generated whirlwind. Initially a feeble vortex, it swiftly escalated, swirling dust and sand, expanding at a visible rate until it transformed into a tornado-like structure within mere seconds. As more sand and dust were lifted and tossed skyward, the heavens became increasingly shrouded in debris, heralding the brewing of a colossal sandstorm. Qin, have you heard anything? Uncle De, resting in the cockpit of the mining machine, suddenly sat up, listening intently for a moment before perplexedly activating the communicator to contact Qin Wuxiang. It's the sound of wind. The storm on Venus seems to have intensified. Qin Wuxiang was fixated on the operations of Lalo and the others, the previous sense of danger lingering in his mind, seemingly connected to their current activities. Particularly the bizarre scene of the sand and gravel inexplicably levitating had convinced him that an unforeseen crisis was imminent. No, it's not just the wind, Qin. My intuition has always been sharp. There's danger here, and I must leave immediately. Uncle De chattered on the communication channel. I still have 4 hours of leave left. I need to apply for a vacation and get out of this cursed place. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Qin Wuxiang, however, did not dwell on Uncle De's ramblings, keeping his focus on Lalo. He believed that should danger arise, even if he could not confront it, retreating would not pose a problem given his cultivation. As more high-dimensional energy was injected, the flickering of the high wall accelerated, revealing more data. Yet, Lalo and his team felt these were insufficient. The data could not even construct the most basic models completely. Suddenly, a deluge of dust and gravel cascaded from above the pit, mingled with fist-sized rocks, plummeting at breakneck speed, resembling a hailstorm, the only difference being that the falling objects were stones rather than hail. The abrupt assault plunged the pit's bottom into chaos, particularly with the rocks descending at speeds rivaling that of cannon fire, wreaking havoc. Casualties ensued, not only among personnel but also among various mechanical instruments, especially the energy supply vehicles, which suffered catastrophic explosions when struck by the stones. Had they not been sufficiently distanced, and with Lalo being a second-tier innate martial artist, his considerable cultivation allowed him to shield Wilson and the precious instruments just in time from the explosion of the energy vehicles. Otherwise, the losses would have been staggering. Go. What's happening? Lalo exclaimed, glancing around at the pandemonium. Fortunately, the atmosphere of Venus contained a minimal amount of oxygen, preventing the explosions from igniting uncontrollable fires. Otherwise, the losses would have been even more severe. Lalo, we've received reports from the ground base and the sky horizon. A massive sandstorm has emerged on the surface of Venus, spanning over 1,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, this area we occupy lies directly in the path of the storm. In 3 minutes, the center of the sandstorm will pass overhead. Mogu urgently leaped from his command vehicle, rushing towards Lalo while shouting, "What?" Lalo's face paled, realizing that the recent barrage of falling stones was merely debris stirred up by the storm's edge, an unforeseen calamity. However, the impending passage of the storm's center would signify an apocalyptic event. The thought of 1,000-kilometer sandstorm sent chills down Lalo's spine. The title of Venus as a hellish realm was not merely a saying. As he spoke, a series of wails and roars echoed from the sky above, resembling the desperate howls of countless beasts. There is no time. Quickly, transfer all instruments into protective cases and seek shelter. Lalo looked skyward, sensing an unsettling aura pervading the air. The distant horizon gradually obscured, engulfed by a heavy gray shroud. At Lalo's command, everyone sprang into action. Qin Wuxiang, too, did not remain idle, steering the mining machine towards the area of the underground palace. Just prior, during the stone rain, he had clearly observed that both the falling gravel and rocks seemed to abruptly lose speed 2 meters from the high wall, descending silently. This sandstorm was connected to the high wall. Beneath the sandstorm, only beneath the wall would be the safest refuge. A hypothesis formed in Qin Wuxiang's mind, and he prepared to validate it through action. Fortunately, the chaos around provided ample distraction, and no one noticed his movements. Boom. In less than 3 minutes, the storm's center descended. A deluge of dust and stone surged forth with the hurricane, overwhelming everything. In an instant, the space around seemed to plunge into chaos. The sandstorm surged like an army, blotting out the sun, enveloping the underground pit in a haze of yellow and obscurity. The air thickened with the scent of earth, and all that could be seen were swirling particles and stones, with even boulders larger than a human head crashing down from above, colliding and creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. Chapter 037 The Secret Realm. It has been proven that deductions lacking sufficient data often deviate from the actual trajectory. Qin Wuxiang has further validated this through his actions. The moment the eye of the storm descended, there was no sanctuary to be found within this space. The specialized excavators designed for interstellar mining, despite their weight exceeding 200 tons, were rendered no more significant than toy vehicles amidst a hurricane exceeding 500 kilometers per hour, being effortlessly overturned and hurled into the air, only to crash down heavily thereafter. At this moment, within the confines of the cockpit, Qin Wuxiang was tossed about chaotically, oblivious to the fact that the fallen excavator had breached the formidable high wall that Raylo had strived to open, plunging into the inner sanctum of an underground palace. With a thunderous crash, the mining machine burst through the high wall, materializing into an unfamiliar space. Careening out of control, the heavy machinery, weighing over 200 tons, rolled violently before ultimately crashing into an ancient courtyard. The immense impact caused the entire courtyard to collapse instantaneously, transforming what was once a quaint and elegant setting into a heap of rubble. At the very moment the mining machine struck the courtyard, 2 slender bamboos at the corner, beside a path paved with blue stones, suddenly emitted a vibrant emerald glow. Following this, 2 streaks of sword energy erupted with fierce intensity, resembling a cascading galaxy, glinting coldly as they sliced through the air, which seemed to tear apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. The target of this sword energy was none other than the descending mining machine, and within the cockpit, Qin Wuxiang barely had time to leap out as 2 green flashes darted past him, cleaving the colossal machinery, measuring 27 meters in length, into 4 pieces. After unleashing their lethal sword energy, the 2 bamboos appeared to exhaust their energy, rapidly dimming to a dull yellow before ultimately disintegrating into ashes. Qin Wuxiang, having unwittingly witnessed this spectacle upon leaping from the mining machine, was left perplexed. Though the origin remained a mystery, it was evidently another phenomenon beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Concealing himself among the wreckage of the mining machine, Qin Wuxiang refrained from any rash movements, not wishing to attract the attention of the recently unleashed sword energy. Given how effortlessly those 2 sword strikes had severed the mining machine, he surmised that his own frail form would scarcely withstand even a couple of blows. Clambering back into the cockpit through the broken section, he found that it remained relatively intact. 2 of the 4 battery packs were damaged, yet 30 power remained. Qin Wuxiang switched off all non-essential equipment, retaining only the scanning device and communication apparatus. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to deactivate the communication device, dismantling its positioning module and crumpling it into a ball of scrap metal. Activating the scanning device, Qin Wuxiang surveyed the courtyard. Though the visual imaging apparatus on the mining machine was damaged, the scanning device was still capable of displaying an image of the surroundings within a 50-meter radius through echo detection. This courtyard was modest in size, situated amidst mountains and water, adorned with trees, bamboo, flowers, and grass. Yet, as Qin Wuxiang surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the mountains had crumbled, the waters had dried, the trees had withered, and the flowers and grass had turned to ash. It was evident that this place had long been abandoned, and those 2 streaks of sword energy were likely the final vestiges of life in this courtyard. Beyond the courtyard lay a grand avenue paved with white jade, leading to the other side of the mountain. The mountain was not particularly tall, standing at just over 20 meters. Upon reaching the summit, Qin Wuxiang realized he was atop a straight peak, and such bamboo shoot-like mountains were ubiquitous in the vicinity. He roughly counted and found no fewer than 20 peaks, each towering approximately 40 to 50 zhang. Moreover, the peaks were connected by iron chains as thick as a water barrel, serving as passageways for transit. For someone of Qin Wuxiang's cultivation, traversing these iron chains posed no challenge. However, the network of chains before him resembled a labyrinth. If he could not discern the correct path, he feared becoming lost within. Given the earlier sword energy, these iron chain bridges likely held peculiar properties. Should he indeed become disoriented, the outcome would hardly be favorable. Qin Wuxiang did not hasten to depart. Judging by the preceding circumstances, it was likely that he was situated within the space beyond that high wall. Although he was unsure how he entered, it seemed inextricably linked to the preceding sandstorm. A shiver ran down his spine at the mere recollection of the apocalyptic scene. Even as a practitioner of the innate realm, he found it challenging to contend with the overwhelming force of nature. Yet, within this space, behind the high wall, there appeared to be no trace of such influence, as if it were segregated into two distinct worlds. Qin Wuxiang could not help but marvel. Nevertheless, based on the previous courtyard and the iron chain network before him, it was evident that this space had once been inhabited. The reasons for its abandonment and descent to the surface of Venus, buried beneath hundreds of meters of sediment after countless years of storms, remained a mystery. The high wall, in Qin Wuxiang's estimation, should be the outermost boundary of this space, akin to a protective shield, albeit more advanced and enigmatic than any conventional barrier. Clang, clang. A gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the iron chains to sway gently, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, Qin Wuxiang noticed that some of the chains remained still, and as his gaze swept across the distance, a convoluted pathway began to form in his mind. Yes, that is it. Qin Wuxiang laughed heartily and leapt onto one of the iron chains. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon stepping onto the chain, he was abruptly met with an overwhelming sensation of weight, as if an invisible mountain had come crashing down upon him, rendering even breathing a formidable challenge. Sweat beads formed almost instantaneously, clinging tightly to his skin, while his muscles groaned under the oppressive burden. Was it an artificial gravity device or an inherent property of the chain's material? The sudden pressure nearly forced Qin Wuxiang to buckle over the chain, yet his innate physicality allowed him to withstand considerable weight. Each subsequent step would entail enduring relentless pressure, and after traversing merely 100 steps, he felt utterly spent. Nevertheless, Qin Wuxiang did not falter. He inhaled deeply, letting out a fierce roar as his muscles swelled like iron, a surge of immense power erupting from within, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Pushing the limits of his physicality and continuously transcending his own boundaries was, in essence, a form of training for Qin Wuxiang. Yet this was not his ultimate limit. Under such heavy pressure, he merely contended with the force using his physical strength. Taking another deep breath, Qin Wuxiang channeled the strength throughout his limbs and bones, establishing a delicate balance against the oppressive environment of the iron chain. Slowly, he squatted down, his knees nearly bending to their utmost limit, and as he stepped forward, it felt as though he was lifting a mountain with every ounce of his being. Chapter 038 Transformation of Techniques. As Qin Wuxiang's footsteps descended, he finally discerned the peculiarities of the iron chains beneath him. Despite the immense gravitational force pressing down, the chain remained completely immobile. Upon closer inspection, Qin Wuxiang noticed that these chains were intricately adorned with nearly invisible patterns. Each time he stepped upon them, faint, imperceptible streams of light flowed through these intricate designs. Pushing the limits of his physical strength, Qin Wuxiang finally traversed the remaining half of the chain. Upon reaching the opposite peak, the overwhelming pressure that had burdened him dissipated instantly. His body, having surpassed its limits, found itself in the optimal moment for cultivation. Seated atop the summit, Qin Wuxiang devoted himself entirely to the operation of the 10 earth-devouring star technique. The surrounding environment was already abundant with stellar energy, and as he channeled the technique, a copious amount of rich and pure star force was absorbed into his body, cleansing and refining his flesh. Simultaneously, the most refined portion was divided and consumed by various acupoints within him. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate. Qin Wuxiang felt a subtle tremor emanating from one of the acupoints on his first level of meridians. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous force of absorption erupted from this acupoint, drawing an infinite star force from all directions. This colossal energy was consumed at a pace surpassing tenfold that of his own absorption through the 10 earth-devouring star technique. Concurrently, the frequency of the acupoint's vibrations accelerated, growing ever more rapid from the extraordinary sensations radiating from his body. Qin Wuxiang understood that the accumulation of star force within this acupoint had reached a critical threshold, heralding an impending transformation. Once this metamorphosis was complete, it would signify the acupoint's mastery at the second level of cultivation. With no time to waste, Qin Wuxiang concentrated all his mental focus on this acupoint, guiding the immense star force he had absorbed to converge upon it. Boom! As the chaotic star force from the outside world was drawn into the acupoint, it ignited like a star within, causing the entire acupoint to erupt in brilliance akin to a supernova. Following this, the turbulent star force within the acupoint was swiftly consumed, leaving behind only wisps of liquid light, reminiscent of mercury, merging into the acupoint. As these streams of light integrated more deeply, the luminescence emitted by the acupoint grew increasingly radiant. At the moment the acupoint transformed into a silver fireball, Qin Wuxiang felt a jolt, and the overwhelming force of absorption finally subsided. The transformation is complete, Qin Wuxiang murmured to himself, feeling a wave of relief and refreshment wash over him, as if his entire being had undergone a rebirth. The most significant change, however, stemmed from the transformation of power within him. In addition to a rapid enhancement of his physical strength, Qin Wuxiang sensed that the previously dormant star force within his acupoints could now be mobilized. Much like the true energy of a celestial warrior, it could now flow through the network established by the first level of the 10 earth-devouring star technique. To Qin Wuxiang, this was undeniably excellent news. Previously, although he had re-entered the innate realm, it had only been an ascension of physical power, with no true energy manifesting within his meridians. This had rendered his most formidable offensive technique, the Sword Sovereign technique, entirely ineffective without true energy to propel it. Now, with the transformation of his internal power, the ability to manipulate Star Force raised the possibility of using it as a substitute for true energy to activate the Sword Sovereign technique. Qin Wushang could hardly contain his eagerness to test this theory. The Sword Sovereign technique comprises 12 levels, each corresponding to a distinct sword style. With Qin Wushang's exceptional talent, he had previously only mastered the 9th style, I Alone Reign Supreme. As he unleashed this style once more, a breathtaking aura of sword energy shot forth from his hand, majestic and unparalleled. At the pinnacle of this energy, it suddenly coalesced into an illusory colossal sword, its tip aimed at the heavens. The blade shimmered with intertwining arcs of lightning and flames, seemingly capable of severing all worldly shackles and constraints. In this moment, Qin Wushang sensed that the sword energy, driven by Star Force, had multiplied in potency 100-fold. With this strike, even a peak 6th-tier celestial warrior could be cleaved under his blade. Clang! The sword energy descended, striking one of the suspended iron chains. Yet, contrary to Qin Wushang's expectations, the chain did not shatter. Instead, the descending sword energy fragmented into countless shards upon contact with the chain. How could this be? Qin Wushang gasped, taken aback. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of power behind this strike, yet the seemingly mundane chain proved to be so fragile. He attempted to pull on the chain, but despite exerting all his strength, it remained immovable. Moments ago, he had witnessed the chain swaying in the wind. A chill surged through Qin Wushang as he contemplated this. That gust of wind was likely no ordinary breeze. Clang clang. Speaking of the wind, it began to stir once more. Seated atop the mountain, Qin Wushang felt no breeze. However, countless chains weaving between the peaks swayed gently, colliding with one another. Qin Wushang formed sword fingers with both hands and unleashed 2 styles of the Sword Sovereign technique, renowned throughout the realm, in quick succession. 2 beams of sword energy erupted forth, their immense intent soaring skyward, transforming into 2 exceptionally radiant streams that sliced through the air, targeting the vast emptiness above, where the wind passed unnoticed. Yet, Qin Wushang clearly witnessed the 2 formidable sword energies being crushed and obliterated by an unseen force, dissipating into countless minute shards, scattering like rain. Fortunately, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Wushang's back. Had he been caught off guard by that wind, he might have been utterly annihilated. Thankfully, the summit appeared to be unaffected by the wind's ferocity, otherwise, he would have had no place to rest in death. However, Qin Wushang perceived that the mountaintop was not a suitable place for prolonged habitation. Who knew what other dangers lurked here, aside from the enigmatic winds? Moreover, if he wished to harness the overwhelming gravity of the chains for cultivation and body refinement, he would need to leave this peak. Nonetheless, before departing, Qin Wushang felt it essential to further explore the potential of the transformation within his power, particularly regarding the utilization of Star Force. He believed that only by mastering its application could the true might of the 10 earth-devouring star technique be unleashed. As for how to employ the Star Force, Qin Wushang had devised a plan to continuously practice the first 9 styles of the Sword Sovereign technique, meticulously contemplating the operation of Star Force within his swordplay, thereby discovering a more efficient and perfected method of wielding sword techniques through Star Force. The 12 styles of the Sword Sovereign technique are unparalleled in the world, and the accompanying Imperial Supreme technique has been passed down since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, honed through countless trials and the refinement of innumerable successors, culminating in the might it possesses today. Qin Wushang was determined to forge a new path, employing an entirely novel force to activate the Sword Sovereign technique, yet the challenges he would encounter were beyond his imagination. Chapter 039 The Convergence of the Celestial Sphere. For approximately 2 hours, Qin Wushang diligently practiced the 9th style of the Sword Emperor's scripture, I Alone Reign, invoking the stellar energy no less than 100 times. Although the sword energy remained concealed, this method minimized the expenditure of his stellar power. Yet, to his astonishment, after illuminating the first acupoint, he discovered that the stellar energy within him seemed to flow ceaselessly, devoid of any signs of depletion. Even when some energy was consumed, a fresh surge would emanate from that acupoint to replenish it. This revelation filled Qin Wushang with elation, as his assessment of a celestial martial artist's overall combat prowess encompassed not only the strength of their techniques and the efficiency of their true qi utilization but also the total quantity of true qi, which played a crucial role. In celestial martial artists of the same rank, the size and strength of their dantians varied, leading to differences in the total amount and purity of their true qi, often becoming the decisive factors in determining victory or defeat. The ability of Qin Wushang's acupoint to continually supply stellar energy was akin to possessing an inexhaustible source of power. This was merely the transformation of one acupoint. Should the remaining 11 acupoints in the first meridian and the 18 in the second meridian undergo similar transformations, the effects would be even more astonishing and formidable. leading to a state that could truly be described as inexhaustible. With a deep breath, Qin Wushang expelled a breath like a sword and slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing from his state of enlightenment. Upon noting the passage of time, he realized it was once again the moment when the mountain winds brushed through the valleys. Indeed, as Qin Wushang had predicted, in the next instant, a clanging sound resonated in the air, revealing countless iron chains swaying amidst the mountains. Every hour, the mountain winds would sweep through the valleys for approximately 10 minutes, implying that Qin Wushang needed to traverse over 300 meters of suspended iron chains to reach the opposite peak within that time frame. Failing to do so would subject him to the next onslaught of mountain winds. The mere thought of the wind's ferocity sent shivers down his spine. The peak where Qin Wushang stood was connected to other peaks by 8 iron chains. The choice of which chain to traverse was not singular but rather dictated by the state of the chains as the mountain winds passed through them. Qin Wushang's gaze darted ceaselessly among the 8 chains, keenly sensing the intensity of their vibrations. Only the chain with the least vibration indicated the correct path. Soon enough, he fixed his attention on the 4th chain to his right and, without hesitation, leapt onto it. Drawing upon his previous experience, he summoned all his strength to resist as his feet landed on the chain. Indeed, the pressure akin to mountains and oceans bore down upon him once more. What Qin Wushang had not anticipated was the unprecedented magnitude of this pressure, far surpassing his previous encounter, akin to mountains collapsing and tidal waves surging, instantly engulfing him. This force was not only immensely heavy but also carried an indescribable sense of oppression that pierced through to his very core, rendering him breathless, as if his soul were tightly bound. Qin Wushang struggled valiantly, attempting to withstand the pressure that threatened to crush him, yet each effort appeared utterly insignificant, as if he were at odds with the very fabric of the universe. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his garments. With his eyes wide and filled with fury, Qin Wushang unleashed a roar, awakening the dormant stellar energy within his acupoints once again. As this power surged, a faint silver glow began to emanate from him, signaling the reawakening of the latent potential within his acupoints. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang focused all his energy into a singular point. Suddenly, a powerful counterforce erupted from within him, clashing violently against the surrounding oppressive weight. In that moment, the air crackled with energy, and the stellar power surged forth, as if the very space around him was on the verge of being torn asunder. Boom! As Qin Wushang advanced, his footfall struck the iron chain with the force of 1,000 pounds, producing a resonant clang of metal upon metal. Step by step, he pressed forward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, over 300 meters, 500 steps. Each stride felt as though he bore the weight of an immense mountain. By the time he reached the first 100 steps, his physical strength had already been depleted. After 300 steps, the stellar energy within his meridians was entirely drained. Although the transformed acupoint provided some replenishment, the consumption far outweighed the supply, leaving Qin Wushang with an unprecedented sense of emptiness. Open, he bellowed, as he operated the 10 earth-devouring stars technique to its utmost limit. The cycle of his celestial sphere accelerated, shrinking from 30 minutes to 10, then 5, 1 minute, 30 seconds, ultimately compressing down to 5 seconds per cycle, in sync with the first level of his technique. This sudden change opened a gateway between the second and first techniques, merging the two previously separate meridians into a new celestial circuit. Although the route for the stellar energy had more than doubled, the speed of circulation remained unchanged, and the absorption rate of stellar energy had increased by more than double. The evolution of his technique bestowed upon Qin Wushang unprecedented transformations. While his cultivation level might be comparable to the second or third stages of the innate realm, his combat prowess could confidently rival that of the pinnacle experts in the 6th stage of the innate realm. As his cultivation advanced, Qin Wushang sensed a notable alleviation of the pressure upon him, and his steps felt remarkably lighter. At last, just before the winds resumed, he reached the opposite peak. With the pressure dissipated, Qin Wushang felt as though he were on the verge of collapsing onto the ground, too fatigued to even move a finger. This time, it took him a full 3 hours to restore himself to peak condition. However, the continuous extreme breakthroughs did not only tax his body, he also sensed a hint of fatigue in his spirit. Each traversal of an iron chain felt akin to an ultimate trial of endurance for him. Yet, even the finest steel would exhibit signs of wear after repeated bending and forging. Qin Wushang was acutely aware of this principle. Regrettably, he knew that at his current level, he had yet to reach the standards required to practice the 9 heavens star transformation technique. Otherwise, the fatigue of spirit could have been easily resolved. For now, he could only resort to the most primitive method to sleep, to recuperate. In this world devoid of the passage of day and night, Qin Wushang had no idea how long he had slumbered, but upon awakening, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. As the 10 earth-devouring stars technique operated autonomously in a grand cycle, the depleted stellar energy within him was replenished. Not only that, but the first acupoint that had undergone transformation now glowed even more brightly, swelling from the size of a mung bean to that of a peanut. It's time to move. Once the mountain winds had passed, Qin Wushang once again stepped onto the iron chain. This time, He finally sensed a marked change from before. The pressure remained, yet he felt an unparalleled ease. He traversed the third, fourth, fifth, and finally the seventh chain before he again sensed the complete depletion of stellar energy within him, but this was merely a loss of strength and seemed to contribute little to his cultivation advancement. Qin Wushang inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. If he could continue to press forward, he felt he could rapidly elevate his cultivation to the sixth stage of the innate realm or even higher. However, this also led him to discover a method for breaking through limits and accelerating cultivation. It was said that the artificial gravity system devised by the Alliance could reach gravitational forces 1,000 times that of the source star. With a renewed vigor and stellar energy, Qin Wushang quickened his pace, finally stepping onto a high peak after traversing the 32nd iron chain. This peak rose approximately 100 meters higher than those behind him, and remarkably, on the other side of this summit, a solitary iron lock extended into an infinite expanse of dense fog, its end obscured from view. Chapter 040 of the Transformation of the Nine Heavens and Stars. What Qin Wushang could not have anticipated was that within the mist, there were no imagined dangers. After traversing approximately 700 or 800 steps along the iron chain, a sudden clarity unfolded before him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a vast circular platform at the end of the iron chain, measuring roughly 100 paces in diameter. The circular dais was paved with stone resembling white jade, intricately carved with various enigmatic patterns, some resembling avian forms and beastly tracks, while others evoked images of clouds, thunder, mountains, and marshes. The myriad mysterious patterns dazzled Qin Wushang's eyes, leaving him perplexed by their meanings. Surrounding the platform stood 12 towering stone pillars, each with a diameter of 5 meters and a height exceeding 20 meters. Perched atop each pillar were stone carvings of ferocious and strange beasts, either crouching or standing. As Qin Wushang leaped onto the platform, he scrutinized the sculptures atop the pillars, only to find that none bore familiarity, nor did they resemble any fearsome creatures from the ancient myths he knew. On the opposite side of the platform lay a staircase of several hundred stone steps, winding up along the mountainside and leading toward the distant summit. Without lingering, Qin Wushang ascended the steps swiftly, soon reaching the peak. Before him lay an imposing stone archway, grand in scale and remarkable in presence. This stone archway was carved from a single rare obsidian monolith, its surface rough and sturdy, not merely due to the ravages of time, but also intentionally crafted that way. The archway exuded the marks of antiquity, appearing both ancient and substantial. At the center of the archway, a plaque bore 4 intricate characters inscribed in a bird and insect script, each character radiating an indescribable sense of perfection and harmony, yet to Qin Wushang, they were entirely unfamiliar. Beyond the archway stood 6 majestic halls, constructed in harmony with the mountainous terrain, arranged in a manner that was both orderly and aesthetically pleasing. Among them, 5 side halls resembled stars encircling the moon, surrounding the central main hall. Gazing at the central main hall, Qin Wushang's eyes ignited with fervor. After a journey fraught with uncertainty, he had finally arrived here. The origins of this space's secrets should reside within this grand hall. However, rather than rushing forward, he exercised even greater caution than before. This palace was undoubtedly the core of this space, and in Qin Wushang's view, if the defenses outside were already formidable, then this place would surely be no less formidable. Indeed, caution proved prudent, as Qin Wushang cautiously approached, yet to come within 10 paces of the archway, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from its surface. Almost instantaneously, a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the air, followed by a bolt of lightning descending towards Qin Wushang's head with tremendous speed, akin to a mighty dragon cleaving through the sky with cataclysmic force. In an instant, Qin Wushang's figure flickered, vanishing like a wraith from his original position. Reappearing beside the descending lightning, with deft movements, he unleashed a flurry of sword energies from his fingertips, which converged into a resplendent beam of sword light, clashing violently with the descending lightning. A thunderous roar ensued, as the clash sent shockwaves through the air, tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere. This strike harnessed the cumulative sword energies of all 9 forms from the Sword Sovereign's scripture, nearly exhausting the stellar energy within Qin Wushang's meridians. However, the bolt of lightning was merely dispersed, not vanquished. Countless strands of lightning flickered in the void, ultimately coalescing into a slender silver dragon that surged towards Qin Wushang's brow. Concentrating his stellar energy, Qin Wushang struck out with his palm, yet the silver dragon disregarded his formidable force, weaving through it unscathed. This peculiar behavior caught Qin Wushang off guard, and the silver dragon struck his third eye, penetrating into his mind. While his physical body sustained no harm, within his consciousness, Qin Wushang felt an overwhelming torrent of information surging in, violently invading his sea of awareness, attempting to integrate itself into his memories. This flood of information was colossal, surpassing the entirety of his memories accumulated over more than 20 years previously. When Qin Wushang received the inheritance of the 9 heavens and earth star transformation technique, he had also absorbed the memories of Huang Xian's life. However, Huang Xian's memories existed independently within Qin Wushang's sea of awareness, akin to a book accessible for reference at will. In contrast, the current surge of information was akin to a vast ocean, a tumultuous wave threatening to drown his own memories, potentially usurping them and becoming the predominant narrative of his existence. Fortunately, this influx of information lacked autonomous consciousness, otherwise, the moment the silver dragon entered his body, Qin Wushang would have lost himself, becoming another entity entirely. Just as Qin Wushang's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, a fragment of information hidden deep within his sea of awareness was activated. For energies unite, constellations divide, primordial energy gathers within the body, spirit coalesces with the sun, moon, and stars, returning to the purple and embracing the divine within the divine court. This is the first transformation of the nine heavens star transformation. Consequently, a lengthy incantation unfurled within Qin Wushang's sea of awareness. As he silently recited the incantation, an invisible force seemed to guide him, causing the previously scattered essence within his sea of awareness to slowly begin to swirl. Enlightened, Qin Wushang promptly closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit, envisioning countless stars, all manifestations of stellar energy, channeling them into his sea of awareness. In an instant, his entire sea of awareness was illuminated by a silvery light, resembling a sea of silver flames, as fervent as a furnace, with intention as the hammer and stars as the fire. He repeatedly refined his consciousness. This was the prelude to the first level of the nine heavens star transformation, the first transformation, and Qin Wushang had not anticipated achieving it under such pressing circumstances. Qin Wushang understood that his ability to cultivate the first level of the nine heavens star transformation was due to the overwhelming flood of information. The prerequisite for practicing this technique was a formidable essence of spirit. Given Qin Wushang's usual pace in cultivating the nine heavens and earth star transformation technique, he would need to reach the sixth level of the 10 earths devouring stars technique to trigger the conditions for practicing the nine heavens star transformation. However, with the influx of this non-autonomous information stream, the mechanism sealing the nine heavens star transformation had misjudged the criteria, activating the cultivation of the first level of the nine heavens star transformation prematurely. And this was merely the beginning. As the first level of the transformation commenced, the speed of the technique's operation noticeably accelerated. An increasing volume of information, representing the non-autonomous essence, was being refined. In a matter of moments, Qin Wushang's essence had doubled in magnitude, and the trajectory and pace of this expansion continued to escalate. Chapter 041 of the Upper Garden of Taibai. The silver dragon surging into Qin Wushang's sea of consciousness is, in fact, the unclaimed primordial spirit power that bears an immense amount of information. This power also serves as the purest supplement for the primordial spirit. Under the relentless refinement and absorption of the nine heavens star transformation technique, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit swells rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon. Moreover, his primordial spirit instinctively senses a looming crisis. In a bid for self-preservation, it autonomously seals off that vast wave of information, retaining only the most superficial fragment to be unveiled. Among this fragment lies the very knowledge Qin Wushang yearns for, the origins of this underground palace, the Upper Garden of Taibai. The 4 characters inscribed in the insect bird seal script atop the stone archway are precisely these 4 words. This is the name that should be attributed to this underground palace, which ought to be referred to as a villa. In truth, this villa was originally not subterranean but was believed to hover in the synchronous orbit of Venus. Time, after all, is the greatest adversary of all things in this world. Countless millennia ago, the floating light void array, which once upheld the entire Upper Garden of Taibai, ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time, leading to its shattering. Consequently, the Upper Garden of Taibai gradually descended from the synchronous orbit of Venus to its surface. Following this, tectonic movements and the accumulation of dust buried the entire Upper Garden of Taibai hundreds of meters underground. However, the master and creator of the Upper Garden, the celestial sovereign of Changgung, is a veritable fanatic of formations, meticulously crafting this villa in his path to enlightenment. The Upper Garden is inscribed with no fewer than 100 types of formations, including the floating light void array that elevates the Upper Garden into the ethereal void, the dawn and dusk rotation array that regulates the transitions of light and darkness, and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array that governs the changes of the 4 seasons, among others. Additionally, the outermost layer of the Upper Garden is fortified with 12 killing formations and 6 defensive arrays. The place where the exploration team encountered the surging flames is one of these 12 killing formations, known as the Golden Crow Formation. This formation absorbs the solar essence of the sun, accumulating it within the array. Should anyone intrude, the solar essence would be unleashed, known for its ability to incinerate all things in existence. Even innate realm martial artists would be reduced to ashes in an instant upon contact. As for the towering wall that thwarted Lei Luo's attempts to breach it, that impenetrable barrier is the earth-covering array. This array is a sub-array of the 5 elements array, which belongs to one of the 6 defensive formations. The 5 elements array enhances its defense by harnessing the powers of the 5 elements, utilizing their interrelations to perpetually supply energy for protection. While originally a rather ordinary formation, the Earth-covering array underwent unforeseen mutations after the upper garden fell to the surface of Venus, particularly after being buried in dust. As it continuously absorbed the power of Earth, its might extended deep underground, even reaching the core of Venus after devouring numerous ley lines. Now, to break the Earth-covering array, one would either need access to the central control located within the main hall of Chang'an or, like Qin Wushang, fortuitously encounter a once-in-a-century sandstorm spanning over 1,000 kilometers, which disrupts the Earth power and ley line magnetic field on Venus, thereby causing the Earth-covering array to temporarily falter. Upon receiving this stream of information, Qin Wushang felt as though he had been authenticated, granting him unfettered access to the upper garden of Taibai, and he swiftly arrived at the area housing the 6 grand halls. These 6 grand halls are sequentially named the Hall of Gungmetal, Hall of Ewood, Hall of Renwater, Hall of Ding Fire, Hall of Wu Earth, and the main hall, the Hall of Chang'an. Each of these grand halls is situated atop adjacent mountains, interconnected by broad corridors, forming the very core of the upper garden. However, with the erosion of time and the ages, this place is now rife with decay and desolation. From the information stream, Qin Wushang learned that the 6 grand halls, as the central core, were meant to be safeguarded by the dawn and dusk rotation array and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array, designed to regulate day and night as well as the changing seasons, thereby rendering it the least susceptible to the ravages of time. Yet now, it stands as a mere ruin, indicating that not only has the floating light void array malfunctioned, but so too have the dawn and dusk rotation array and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array. It is evident that some unforeseen changes have transpired here, and Qin Wushang cannot ascertain whether the altered central core remains safe for him. Cautiously, he approaches the peak where the Hall of Chang'an is located, his heart filled with trepidation. The moment he sets foot upon the mountain peak, the surrounding scenery undergoes an instantaneous transformation, the previously dim environment brightens, and an ancient yet solemn aura envelopes him. He surveys his surroundings, realizing that he has mysteriously found himself before the Hall of Chang'an at the summit. Surrounding the Hall of Chang'an, nature has quietly reclaimed this territory. Dense forests encircle, vines entwine, and wildflowers and grasses resiliently sprout through the crevices, draping this desolate land in a vibrant green shroud of life. Nevertheless, these scenes of vitality only serve to accentuate the desolation and solitude of the ruins. As he steps into the square before the Hall of Chang'an, his gaze is immediately drawn to the grand and imposing main hall. Though much of it has crumbled into ruins, the remnants still reveal hints of its former magnificence and intricate craftsmanship. The towering main hall, despite having lost half its roof, still reaches towards the heavens, exuding an air of former majesty and grandeur. The expansive hall, though its walls are mottled and cracked, still boasts colossal stone pillars that steadfastly remain, reflecting its past splendor and solemnity. At the center of the hall stands an ancient octagonal altar, constructed from azure starstones, which remains remarkably intact. Hovering above the altar is a half-human tall stone tablet, entirely crimson, forged from the essence of the red sun, inscribed with intricate runes and totems, still radiating a faint spiritual glow. This crimson stone tablet is the core control of the entire upper garden of Taibai. According to the records within that stream of information, one merely needs to imprint their true spirit mark upon the stone tablet to gain control over the entire upper garden. However, the stream of information does not elucidate what the true spirit mark entails. Qin Wushang can only crudely interpret it as something akin to mental force or primordial spirit. With the initiation of his cultivation in the first level of the 9 heavens star transformation technique, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit has become extraordinarily powerful, yet he has not yet reached the stage of external manifestation. How, then, can he inscribe his primordial spirit mark upon the tablet? Qin Wushang resolves to adopt the simplest method, to use his primordial spirit power to perceive the tablet, allowing his primordial spirit's essence to gradually permeate into it. Ascending the stone steps, he sits cross-legged beneath the tablet, activating the first level of the 9 heavens star transformation technique while urging his primordial spirit power towards the stone tablet. You have finally arrived. At the moment Qin Wushang's primordial spirit power makes contact with the stone tablet, he feels as though the entire world resonates with a profound hum, followed by a grand and ancient voice echoing within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 042 of the Era of Celestial Descent. Who are you? Qin Wushang demanded, simultaneously channeling the 9 heavens star transformation technique to its utmost limit. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt himself being drawn into a radiant realm by an invisible force. In this place, the entire space was suffused with a kaleidoscope of colors, where light and darkness danced in a mesmerizing flow, resembling an endless kaleidoscope filled with ceaseless transformations. At that moment, a dazzling orb of 5-colored spiritual light gradually materialized in the void, about 10 feet in front of Qin Wushang. Who am I? A voice emanated from the spiritual light, the very same voice Qin Wushang had heard earlier. The voice sighed deeply and after a long pause, it spoke. The passage of time has been so extensive that I have forgotten who I am. You may call me the Celestial Lord Chang'an. Celestial Lord Chang'an? Qin Wushang felt a sense of familiarity, quickly recalling that the architect of the Taibai Upper Garden was indeed the celestial Lord Changgung. He inquired, "If you have forgotten who you are, why did you exclaim that I have finally arrived? How can you be so certain that the person you awaited is me?" Within the spiritual light, the voice of celestial Lord Changgung resounded once more, responding, "The one I await does not refer to any specific individual, but rather to the first person to arrive in this realm after the resurgence of spiritual energy." This realm? The resurgence of spiritual energy? Each word and phrase was familiar to Qin Wushang, yet when combined, they filled his mind with perplexity. Celestial Lord Changgung seemed to perceive the confusion swirling in Qin Wushang's thoughts and elucidated, "The realm I refer to is the vast and boundless star domain you inhabit, which in your era is called the galactic star domain. As for the resurgence of spiritual energy, wait, how do you know about this? I mean, the term galactic star domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's confusion only deepened, giving rise to an even greater question. Celestial Lord Changgung continued, "The shards of primordial spirit you fused with before the mountain gate were transmitted to you by me intentionally. By refining these shards using the 9 heavens star transformation technique, you established a shared information network between our two primordial spirits. With each, it appeared that Celestial Lord Changgung was privy to even the 9 heaven star transformation technique, indicating that the Celestial Lord had laid bare his own secrets. The so-called information sharing indeed allowed Qin Wushang to acquire a wealth of knowledge from the shards, yet it also laid his memories bare before Celestial Lord Changgung without reservation. Rest assured, this exchange was merely for the sake of communication, as the temporal gulf between my era and yours spans countless epochs. The nuances of language, script, and the meanings conveyed by the words differ significantly. Only through the exchange of primordial spirits can we achieve the most precise form of communication. I have not accessed the deeper information within your sea of consciousness, so you need not worry about your secrets being revealed to me." Despite Celestial Lord Changgung's reassurances, Qin Wushang still felt discontented, as if he had been coerced. Even though the Celestial Lord had sincerely paid the upfront cost of their interaction, it did not negate the fact that the exchange felt somewhat forceful. "The era I belong to is known as the era of celestial descent. In this period, spiritual energy wanes, celestial beings fall, all things wither, and life sinks into despair." Qin Wushang inquired, "Are there truly celestial beings?" Celestial Lord Changgung replied, "Celestial beings are merely a term from your era. More appropriately, you might refer to them as transcendent beings or cultivators. The so-called celestial beings are simply practitioners whose strength has transcended their worlds, to the extent that the spiritual energy of an entire planet is insufficient to support them." What then, is the resurgence of spiritual energy and the ebbing of spiritual energy? Qin Wushang asked. Celestial Lord Changgung explained, "The galactic star domain completes a rotation over 250 million years. When it reaches a certain specific position, it emits one or multiple high-energy entities known as spiritual particles from its center. The concentration of these spiritual particles in the universe increases as they are expelled, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they catalyze the evolution of species, awakening intelligence, and giving birth to civilizations. As the concentration of spiritual particles further escalates, it gives rise to transcendent powers. The practitioners from my era emerged during this period. This era transitioned from an initial primitive phase to an awakening phase, and ultimately to a peak of grand civilization, known as the Era of Celestial Fortune, spanning 12,960,000 years, equivalent to a full 1,000 epochs. However, the principle that prosperity must inevitably decline holds true in every age. Following the zenith of the Era of Celestial Fortune, the high-energy spiritual particles at the center of the galactic star domain rapidly reversed, transitioning from expulsion to consumption, swiftly devouring all spiritual particles within the star domain. This process persisted for approximately 12,960,000 years, leading from peak to decline, from the end of the Dharma, to the extinction of life. This is the Era of Celestial Descent. Celestial Lord Changgung was born at the dawn of the Era of Celestial Descent, at which point the grand spectacle of the Era of Celestial Fortune had already drawn to a close. The once resplendent emperors and ancestral beings of the heavens had all transformed into the void, spiritual energy waned, and the paths became fractured. Yet, in this age of decline, Celestial Lord Changgung seized the final opportunity to attain enlightenment, achieving the realm of the primordial chaos. However, he also became the harbinger of the Era of Celestial Descent, witnessing the twilight of an age, perishing alongside the heavens, and decaying with all existence. The spiritual light of Celestial Lord Changgung, or rather, a fragment of his true essence, was sealed here during the Era of Celestial Descent, bearing the entirety of his memories from that age. Perhaps it was merely a tribute to a bygone era, or perhaps a scheme laid by Celestial Lord Changgung countless eons ago. Qin Wushang did not find the answers he sought within this fragment of Celestial Lord Changgung's true essence. Yet, based on Qin Wushang's memories, Celestial Lord Changgung deduced that the era Qin Wushang inhabited was indeed in the transitional phase between the awakening and resurgence of spiritual energy. As for why it did not transition into a grand era, Celestial Lord Changgung believed that the extraordinary powers humans currently wielded, whether martial artists or practitioners of celestial arts, were too rudimentary in their cultivation methods, resulting in an energy level that was far too primitive. In contrast, Qin Wushang's cultivation of the Nine Heavens star transformation technique held greater potential, rivaling the top-tier cultivation techniques of his era, particularly in the unique refinement of the primordial spirit. Chapter 043 of the Five Great Secret Realms. Since the Celestial Sovereign attained enlightenment during the era of celestial descent, it stands to reason that the cultivation techniques he practiced were extraordinary, right? Qin Wushang inquired with a cheerful smile. Long Gung, the Celestial Sovereign, was quick to comprehend the implication behind Qin Wushang's words. With a chuckle, he replied, "You need not dwell on the cultivation techniques of the era of celestial descent. Even if they were bestowed upon you, you would be incapable of mastering them. The times have changed, and with them, the grand currents of heaven and earth, as well as the laws of the great Tao, have transformed. The techniques from my era no longer suit the present. Even if one were to forcefully cultivate them, little achievement would be gained. Should you doubt my words, feel free to attempt it yourself. The most elite techniques and spells from the entire era of celestial descent now reside within your mind." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's thoughts stirred, and he indeed sensed hundreds of cultivation techniques flashing through his consciousness. He attempted to grasp one of them, but found these techniques as elusive as reflections in a mirror, impossible to touch. "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Wushang queried. "This is precisely what I referred to regarding the divergence of the laws of the great Tao. The laws are formless and untraceable, omnipresent. To perceive these techniques, you must either discover a chaotic realm or elevate your own cultivation to a level capable of obscuring the laws of the great Tao," Long Gung explained. Not willing to concede, Qin Wushang tried several more times, each attempt yielding the same result. Suddenly, it seemed he had an epiphany, and he asked, as the last enlightened being of the celestial descent era, "Are you truly content to await the destruction of the heavens, perishing alongside the world?" He gestured toward the five-colored spiritual light, adding, "Could it be that this is a contingency left by the celestial sovereign Long Gung himself?" Long Gung replied, "I am but a fragment of true spirit, not the main body. Even if my true self had made certain arrangements, they are beyond my knowledge. As for your concerns, I am aware of them. However, you need not worry just yet. With your current level of cultivation, you remain too weak. Even if my true self had schemes laid out eons ago, you are not yet qualified to partake in them. To avoid becoming a mere pawn in someone else's game, focus on your cultivation. When you possess the strength to participate, you will no longer have cause for fear. This Tai Bai Shang Yuan serves as a reward preemptively given to you. The method of acquisition lies within the information I shared earlier. It is not a cultivation technique, so there is no need to fear being hindered by the great Tao." With that, the vibrant spiritual light slowly dissipated, as if this true spirit fragment were truly fading into oblivion. As Qin Wushang listened, the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, especially with the finality of the five-colored light's dissolution, which seemed to serve as a guise for feigned death. With these thoughts, Qin Wushang became increasingly convinced that Long Gung, who had attained enlightenment during the era of celestial descent, must have left behind some ulterior motive. Perhaps, as the fragment of true spirit suggested, his own cultivation was indeed too feeble, rendering him unworthy even to become a pawn in Long Gung's hands. "Do not be so quick to feign death. If you do not clarify your intentions, I shall truly turn and leave you to your fate," Qin Wushang declared, his resolve firm as he spoke to the void. "I am indeed unaware of the purpose behind my true self's arrangements," a resigned voice emerged, stating, "After enduring the erosion of countless eons, this fragment of true spirit has reached the brink of annihilation. It is precisely for this reason that the numerous formations within the Tai Bai Shang Yuan have suffered considerable damage. Aside from maintaining the core of this central hub, I possess no strength to attend to anything else. Once you take over the core, I shall fall into a deep slumber within this celestial monument. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not awaken again." With that, no matter how Qin Wushang called out, silence enveloped him. "Indeed, you are merely pretending to be dead," Qin Wushang remarked with an expression of realization. Long Gung had previously mentioned that the method of acquiring the Tai Bai Shang Yuan was contained within that stream of information. Qin Wushang conducted a brief search and soon discovered the incantation for refining the celestial monument. True to the celestial sovereign's words, this incantation was merely a method of refinement, not a cultivation technique, thus allowing Qin Wushang to easily comprehend and execute its contents without hindrance. In no time, Qin Wushang had completed the refinement of the celestial monument. Instantly, an intangible wave erupted from the monument, sweeping across the entirety of the Taibai Shangyuan. This wave radiated outward like quantum waves, engulfing the spatial realm of the Taibai Shangyuan. Enhanced by the celestial monument, Qin Wushang found himself able to perceive every inch of the Taibai Shangyuan. It was a wondrous sensation. Through the celestial monument, Qin Wushang felt as if his vision extended everywhere, allowing him to see every facet of this realm. The Taibai Shangyuan was even more expansive than he had imagined. Aside from the central area of the palace, it was divided into 5 distinct domains. The place where Qin Wushang initially appeared, a cluster of mountains interconnected by numerous iron chains, was known as the Starfall Repository, a place of cultivation for long gone before his enlightenment, replicated here. These iron chains were not only inscribed with countless runes to increase gravitational force, but their material was forged from the cores of stars, each segment bearing a mass comparable to that of a planet, immensely heavy. In addition, there existed the Boundless Sword Prison, constructed from the essence of gold, the Fiery Sand Sea, forged from the essence of fire, the Frozen Hell, created from the essence of water, and the myriad mountains and paths of the Wood Secret Realm, rooted in the essence of wood. These 5 areas resembled 5 secret realms. The Starfall Repository represented the Earth's secret realm, embodying weightiness and stability, supporting all things. Cultivating here requires grounding oneself, progressing step by step, breaking through personal limits to strengthen one's foundation, instilling stability and resilience within the practitioner, thereby laying a solid groundwork for future cultivation. The Boundless Sword Prison represented the Metal Secret Realm, characterized by sharpness, strength, and purity. Training within this realm necessitates confronting sharp trials forged from metal essence, honing one's resolve and decision-making capabilities. The essence of gold can also purify the spirit, granting insight into the essence of the world and achieving a harmonious unity of heart and mind. The Fiery Sand Sea epitomized the Fire Secret Realm, where the essence of fire is fervent and unrestrained. This realm, engulfed in swirling flames and boiling lava, serves as an ideal locale for the tempering of the physical body. To cultivate here entails facing the searing heat, continuously challenging and surpassing oneself to enhance physical strength and the purity and intensity of one's inner spiritual energy. The ferocity of the flames can awaken latent potential within the cultivator, enabling growth and transformation in adversity. The Frozen Hell defined the Water Secret Realm, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is akin to water, gentle yet firm, profound and unfathomable. Cultivating within this realm allows one to perceive the essence of water, adapting to changes while maintaining inner tranquility and peace. The gentle force of water guides one inward, exploring the depths of the spirit, ultimately attaining a state of serene stillness, making it an ideal locale for the tempering of the heart. Lastly, the myriad mountains and paths represented the Wood Secret Realm, symbolizing vitality and the flourishing of all life. Within this domain, ancient trees reach towards the heavens, lush greenery abounds. Here, one can observe the growth of trees and the cycles of the seasons, gaining insights into the cycles of life and the laws of the universe, making it a perfect place to comprehend the way of nature and the mysteries of existence. As Qin Wushang's spirit traversed through the celestial monument, he grasped the secrets of the 5 great secret realms. For him, these realms represented the ideal venues for rapid cultivation, especially after experiencing the Starfall Repository firsthand. His anticipation for the other 4 realms heightened. As Qin Wushang's spirit glided over the Fiery Sand Sea, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared within his observation. Chapter 044. A Farewell, Raylo in the Blazing Desert. Despite the figure being charred to a crisp, Qin Wushang recognized him at once. Fortunately, Raylo possessed a cultivation level not inferior to the second stage of innate talent. Though he had been scorched by the relentless flames of the desert and was on the brink of collapse, he ultimately survived. Just a few minutes prior, the endless inferno had finally abated, allowing Raylo to exhale in relief and catch his breath. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Raylo hastily raised his right hand to fumble, and upon confirming the ring on his right hand's ring finger was intact, he let out a long sigh of relief. He then tapped the ring 3 times, and a vial of green liquid materialized in his hand. After consuming the concoction, the burn marks on Raylo's body visibly healed at an astonishing rate. A storage ring? A voice suddenly resonated behind Raylo. Startled, he spun around and retreated swiftly, akin to a bolt of lightning, distancing himself several paces. "It's you!" Raylo exclaimed upon recognizing the figure. "Hello, boss, we meet again." Qin Wushang greeted casually, his gaze fervently fixated on the ring adorning Raylo's right hand. Storage rings, or spatial rings, were a standard accessory for extraordinary beings during the era of celestial fortune. One would feel embarrassed to venture out without one. However, in the era of celestial decline, as spiritual energy waned and the principles of the Great Tao faded, spatial rings gradually became rare treasures. The object on Raylo's hand, resembling a spatial ring, clearly did not originate from that era. Its design hinted at a technological creation. Could it be that the Alliance Academy of Sciences had mastered the manufacturing of spatial rings? Qin Wushang pondered, though if the Academy had indeed acquired such knowledge, it would not be a challenge for someone of Raylo's stature to obtain one. After the initial shock, Raylo's demeanor softened, yet he remained vigilant. Although a PhD at the Alliance Academy of Sciences, he was not merely an academic hermit. Years of expeditions and dealings with various formidable entities had hardened him into a seasoned veteran. Raylo was not naive enough to believe that Qin Wushang's arrival was a stroke of good fortune. Firstly, Qin Wushang's identity was suspect, and he was certainly more than just a lowly miner under Raylo's command. Furthermore, to traverse this boundless inferno unscathed indicated that his cultivation was formidable, perhaps even surpassing Raylo's own. Are you referring to this? Raylo raised his right hand and smiled, saying, "It's a little gadget developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, crafted from a special metallic substance extracted from the remnants of a supernova explosion. By bombarding the atoms of this unique metal with high-energy rays, one can create a pocket space. With the current technology of the Academy, the maximum space that can be created is 1 cubic meter." Raylo's explanation seemed simple, yet Qin Wushang was acutely aware of the numerous constraints involved. Otherwise, the outside world would have caught wind of it. Spatial intermediaries and spatial technology were among the apex advancements even within the Earth Alliance and the Galactic Federation. "Boss, look, as your finest employee, I braved the sandstorm to rescue you. A little reward for such a dedicated worker would not be too much to ask." As he spoke, Qin Wushang suddenly appeared beside Raylo, and before Raylo could react, he draped an arm around him and deftly removed the spatial ring from his right hand. "Not at all, not at all." Raylo's smile faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Qin Wushang slip the spatial ring onto his own hand. "How does one use this?" Qin Wushang inquired, shaking the left hand curiously. "It requires a mental wave binding with the user. Each person's mental frequency is unique. This spatial ring has already been bound to my mental waves," Raylo stated, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wushang, though his words remained unspoken, the implication clear. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang appeared oblivious as he continued to fiddle with the spatial ring, simultaneously directing his spiritual energy toward it. Indeed, as he suspected, the so-called mental waves were merely fluctuations of spiritual energy, the initial manifestation of one's spirit. Under the might of his potent spirit, the binding mode of the spatial ring was utterly defenseless. Qin Wushang's spiritual force effortlessly bypassed the ring's outer defenses and infiltrated the internal pocket space. Inside Raylo's spatial ring was a cubic space, precisely the maximum size the Alliance Academy could currently create. Within this pocket, aside from dozens of various potions, lay 2 individual weapons. The MT-301 single-soldier electromagnetic assault rifle and the STK-201 lightning pistol. These 2 weapons were, to Qin Wushang's knowledge, among the latest products under development by the Alliance Weapon Research Institute, reputed to pose a threat even to warriors of the celestial realm. It was astonishing that Raylo had managed to acquire not only the spatial ring, which the Alliance Academy had yet to publicize, but also the latest products from the Weapon Research Institute. Then what was that palm-sized triangular badge in the corner? Could it be the legendary Star Armor System, a single-soldier nano-armor system developed and produced by the Galactic Federation, which the Earth Alliance currently lacked the technology to create and could only procure from the Galactic Federation? A complete Star Armor System could fetch astronomical prices within the Alliance, and yet was still in short supply when Qin Wushang extracted the Star Armor System from the ring. Raylo, who had felt relatively untroubled until now, was suddenly engulfed in despair. As the Star Armor System transformed into a potion, and then into the STK-201 lightning pistol, Qin Wushang's evident delight only served to numb Raylo further. After several trials, Qin Wushang had grasped the basic usage of the spatial ring, withdrew his spiritual power from the ring, and effortlessly erased Raylo's spiritual imprint, replacing it with his own. Henceforth, this spatial ring would belong to Qin Wushang entirely. Unless someone possessed a spiritual force greater than his, it would be impossible to erase his imprint and claim it. "It's mine now," Qin Wushang proclaimed, raising his hand. Raylo, in a state of dejection, replied, "You call the shots, you're the boss, but can you return the items inside? That's all my belongings." "It's mine now." Qin Wushang remained unmoved by Raylo's pitiful demeanor. Given his understanding of Raylo, he knew that this fellow possessed immense wealth. The contents of the spatial ring were but a trifling sum to him. "However, to compensate for your loss, I can take you to visit that underground palace you've been yearning for." Chapter 045. The Black Star Organization. Are you saying that this underground palace, which you refer to as the Taibai Shang Yuan, now belongs to you? With Laro traversing the 5 great secret realms, they eventually returned to the Changgung Hall. Laro gazed incredulously at the crimson celestial steel upon the altar. Indeed, you may perceive this Taibai Shangyuan as a treasure akin to those found in mythical tales. He was not concerned about Laro discovering this secret, rather, he intended to use it as bait to ensnare him. Laro had exerted tremendous effort to unlock this underground palace and uncover its ancient mysteries. Now, with Qin Wushang fully revealing the Taibai Shangyuan before him, he believed the bait would surely entice Laro. I can grant you access to study the Taibai Shangyuan, but I have one condition. Qin Wushang stated. Speak, even if it were 100 conditions, I would have no objections. Laro exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The very outer wall of the Taibai Shangyuan, if its principles were understood, would be worth far more than a spatial ring, coupled with the 5 great secret realms, hundreds of energy circuits, and the enigmatic celestial steel before him. All of these combined would undoubtedly yield significant returns. In Laro's eyes, compared to these, the star armor system was utterly worthless. Any discoveries you make while researching the Taibai Shangyuan must be shared with me, Qin Wushang asserted. Not a problem. Laro readily agreed. To him, Qin Wushang was merely a single individual. Even if he obtained research results, he could not transform them into products, thus posing little threat to Laro. Splendid, then let us delightfully conclude this agreement. Qin Wushang extended his hand for a handshake, a grin on his face. He was unconcerned about Laro reneging on their agreement. As long as he retained control over the Taibai Shangyuan, Laro would have no choice but to follow his lead in the research. All right. Laro appeared even more jubilant than Qin Wushang, pacing around the grand hall, touching here and tapping there, particularly fascinated by the celestial steel on the altar. We should depart. The sandstorm outside has subsided. Furthermore, I require your cooperation to explain the sudden disappearance of such a vast underground palace. Qin Wushang disregarded Laro's protests and forcibly led him onto the altar. With a mere thought, they both found themselves outside the buried formation. Simultaneously, under Qin Wushang's control, the Taibai Shangyuan transformed into a streak of luminous energy amidst the swirling dust, descending into Qin Wushang's palm and solidifying into a mark. Laro gazed in astonishment at this incredible scene, then turned his eyes to Qin Wushang's palm, asking in disbelief, how is this possible? Qin Wushang shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. After all, the technology from the Celestial Fall era encapsulated the essence of an entire epoch, not something that could be succinctly explained in a few words. Although Laro felt a burning curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. Henceforth, this individual before him would be his major benefactor, and offending him would yield no favorable outcomes. For the sake of future research, Laro could only suppress the questions swirling in his mind. After more than 10 minutes, the sandstorm finally ceased. The scene was chaotic. What had once been a mere kilometer-wide underground pit had now expanded into a basin over 10 kilometers across, with personnel, instruments, and all machinery swept away by the tempest. Tianji Hao, this is Laro. Not knowing how many survivors remained, Laro could only contact the Tianji Hao on the synchronous orbit to dispatch a rescue team. However, after sending over 10 messages, he received nothing but silence in return. What is going on at Tianji Hao? If you receive, please respond. Laro shouted angrily into the communicator. There's no need to reach out. I believe I know the reason. Qin Wushang said, patting Laro on the shoulder and gesturing behind him. Laro turned abruptly, only to see a star-class battleship slowly approaching from the edge of the basin, its sides lined with numerous soldiers clad in powered combat armor, fully armed. Those insufferable scoundrels again. Laro's expression twisted in disgust as he recognized the battleship's markings, akin to having ingested something truly repulsive. Who are they? Qin Wushang exhibited no signs of anxiety. Without the star armor system, he would undoubtedly have fled. However, now he was eager to test the mettle of challenging an entire battleship single-handedly. The Black Star Organization, a band of vile insects lurking in the shadows. Crucially, many of the scoundrels within this organization hold respectable positions within the Alliance, with some even occupying high-ranking roles. Thus, you may also perceive the Black Star Organization as a parasitic entity embedded within the Alliance's framework. Laro explained, his face darkening. Previously, the theft of the bronze halberd had been orchestrated by this very organization, igniting a deep-seated hatred within him. As they conversed, the Star-class battleship had already arrived within 500 meters of them. Faced with the imposing land combat starship towering nearly 100 meters, both Qin Wushang and Laro felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Laro, find a place to hide, do not be captured. Qin Wushang calmly instructed while simultaneously scanning his spatial ring to retrieve the star armor system. What are you planning to do? Laro was already contemplating surrender. Faced with the Black Star organization, particularly with the Tianji Hao already compromised, he felt utterly powerless to resist. If I am not mistaken, this star armor system should be of stellar grade, requiring at least a 6th tier innate martial artist to don. At full power, it can unleash the strength of a 6th tier celestial martial artist. Qin Wushang explained as he removed his nanospace suit, pressing the triangular star armor system against his chest. With a click, the star armor system activated, and countless tiny metallic squares began to spread from the triangle to envelop Qin Wushang's body, ultimately forming a magnificent suit of armor. The armor was cloaked in a profound black, reminiscent of the deepest night sky. This black was not merely monochromatic, it contained flowing shadows and glimmers of light that danced with every movement, as if stars were swirling upon it. The surface of the armor was adorned with dragon scale patterns, each scale appearing vivid and lifelike, akin to the height of a true dragon. Under the illumination, these scales reflected varying shades of black luster, resembling dark reefs in the depths of the ocean, both formidable and unfathomable. Extending along the outer sides of the armor's limbs were rows of sharp spikes that seemed to grow naturally, emanating a chilling glow that dared not be stared at directly. These spikes served not only as defensive weapons but also as lethal points of attack, yet, the most striking feature was the pair of 2-meter-long black dragon wings tightly affixed to the back of the armor, imbued with formidable flight capabilities. When deployed, these wings allowed one to soar through the skies like a true dragon, effortlessly pursuing foes or escaping perilous situations. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Lara watched as Qin Wushang completed his armor, swallowing hard. This stellar-grade star armor system had yet to be officially utilized since Lara acquired it, and although the armor's appearance could be customized according to the user's will, Qin Wushang's design truly astonished him. Chapter 046, Devastating Fury, affirmative and certain, Qin Wushang remarked nonchalantly, raising his right hand, and with a gentle wave, a 5-foot-long, jet-black sword materialized in his grasp. Find a place to hide. When the battle commences, I cannot afford to concern myself with you. Under the amplification of the star armor system, Qin Wushang felt his combat prowess surge exponentially, finally sensing the presence of a true master. Raylo was rendered speechless, confronted by the soldiers clad in individual combat armor. He might not fear a one-on-one confrontation, but facing two would only lead to torment, let alone a multitude. He wholeheartedly heeded Qin Wushang's advice, turning to sprint 1,000 meters away, seeking refuge in a location that afforded a view of the battlefield while allowing him to conceal himself. Raylo's retreat sounded the clarion call for battle. The armored warriors leapt from the ship's deck, propelled by their thrusters, darting towards Qin Wushang with lightning speed. The initial wave of over 20 combat armor soldiers launched their assault first, unleashing a torrential barrage that engulfed the area surrounding Qin Wushang in a fiery inferno. However, Qin Wushang glided through the onslaught like a phantom, his agility and nimbleness enhanced by the star armor system, each evasion executed with impeccable timing as if he could foresee the future. The first wave of artillery fire proved futile. The squad of armored warriors swiftly adapted their strategy. Some continued their ranged attacks to confine Qin Wushang's movements, while others engaged in close combat, drawing their armored swords to strike at him. Each of these combatants possessed strength on par with innate martial artists of the highest caliber. Before donning the star armor system, Qin Wushang would have required considerable effort to vanquish such a group of innate warriors, risking defeat. Yet now, with his power elevated to the realm of merging with the heavens, these innate warriors appeared to him as mere trifles. With a mere thought, Qin Wushang's wings quaked violently, generating tremendous thrust that propelled him forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Simultaneously, he swung the sword in his hand, the tip lightly touching the air, releasing a flash of sword-light that resonated with thunderous booms with each strike. With unparalleled speed and razor-sharp brilliance, Qin Wushang wielded his sword with such finesse that he did not need to employ any elaborate techniques. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the ranks of over a dozen armored soldiers, severing both flesh and armor with ease. Nevertheless, the subsequent waves of armored warriors pressed on fearlessly, undeterred by the carnage. Utilizing the formidable strength of their individual armors and their overwhelming numbers, they formed a mobile defensive line that incessantly advanced towards Qin Wushang, attempting to corner him into a desperate situation. Soon, the artillery fire intensified, with shells tracing deadly arcs through the air. Yet to Qin Wushang, the incoming projectiles moved as slowly as molasses. He consistently evaded these lethal attacks with the astonishing speed and reflexes afforded by the star armor system. Amidst this barrage of concentrated fire, Qin Wushang remained unscathed, never once employing any effective countermeasures, merely relying on his rapid dodging. Moments later, the onslaught ceased, and from the swirling dust, a tall silhouette emerged, striding forth. Is that all? Qin Wushang's star armor trembled lightly, dispersing the dust and debris several meters away. Concurrently, he raised his gaze towards the hovering warship and beckoned with a finger. This gesture seemingly provoked a high-ranking individual aboard the ship, as nearly 100 armored warriors simultaneously activated their gear and surged towards Qin Wushang. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang felt the stellar energy within him surge like a tide, establishing a connection with the energy output of the star armor system. Gradually, the immense stellar power enveloped his entire being, converging towards the dark sword in his hand. As the brilliance coalesced to its zenith, Qin Wushang suddenly sprang into action, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, and simultaneously swung the long sword, unleashing a radiant beam of light that sliced towards the group of armored warriors a mere 10 meters away. The force of this strike rivaled that of a full-powered assault from a ship-mounted ion cannon, and any armored soldier struck by this beam was torn asunder within its luminous arc. In an instant, a 100-meter radius around Qin Wushang was cleared of all living foes. Beyond this distance, the approaching armored soldiers came to an abrupt halt, though they did not flee. They dared not advance another step. It was evident that the might of Qin Wushang's strike had instilled fear in them. They were capable of discerning between the glory of battle and the folly of death. Just then, the underside of the hovering warship opened suddenly, and two beams of light, one golden and the other crimson, shot forth, carving arcs in the air as they hurtled towards Qin Wushang. The two beams arrived in an instant, yet Qin Wushang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, swinging his sword horizontally to intercept the incoming lights. With a resounding crash, both beams were repelled, sent flying 10 meters back, their wielders staggering several steps before regaining their footing. Upon recognizing the figures within the beams, Qin Wushang furrowed his brow. They were two innate martial artists clad in the star armor system. However, judging by their armor-esque configuration, they appeared to be equipped with planetary-level star armor, their maximum combat potential reaching the pinnacle of the Void Realm, a tier below Qin Wushang's own prowess. With a mere thought, Qin Wushang retracted his wings, realizing that while they provided him with unparalleled speed, they compromised his agility. Faced with two innate martial artists donned in planetary-level star armor, he decided to adopt a more serious demeanor. With a deep rumble, the golden-armored warrior launched the first attack, his thrusters igniting with brilliant golden flames, propelling him like a bolt towards Qin Wushang. Simultaneously, the energy cannon mounted on his right arm swiftly locked onto its target, unleashing a devastating beam of energy aimed directly at Qin Wushang. Yet, Qin Wushang regarded the energy beam with indifference, merely activating the defensive system of his star armor, effortlessly annihilating the incoming projectile. At the same time, the dark blade in his hand glimmered ominously. As he swung his right arm, a torrent of sword light erupted, transforming into an endless storm of blades that surged towards the golden-armored warrior. Realizing the impending danger, the golden-armored warrior was struck with panic and promptly activated his armor's defensive system. An energy shield materialized around him in an instant, attempting to intercept the oncoming sword light. However, this rapid series of actions cost him his offensive momentum, providing Qin Wushang with an opening. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wushang vanished from sight, appearing beside the golden-armored warrior, and with a swift counterstrike, drove his sword through the exposed gap in the warrior's defenses. Should this blow connect, the golden-armored warrior would undoubtedly find himself pierced through. Simultaneously, the crimson-armored warrior seized the moment, closing the distance to Qin Wushang, swiftly drawing his dual blades that shimmered with lethal brilliance. With a sudden leap, the crimson-armored warrior swung his blades fiercely towards Qin Wushang's shoulder, the strike resonating through the air with a deafening hum. Chapter 047 The Massacre of the Multitude. A quintessential stratagem akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, the crimson-armored warrior swung his blade towards Qin Wushang, targeting the very place he must defend. Should Qin Wushang insist on piercing the chest of the golden-armored warrior, he would undoubtedly be decapitated by the strike of the crimson warrior. Yet, Qin Wushang did not alter his approach. Instead, he swiftly raised his left hand, and the armor on his arm began to writhe, the metal coalescing rapidly into a black sword shield, successfully deflecting the crimson warrior's assault. With a resounding hum, the clash of blade and shield emitted a fierce energy, creating a powerful shockwave that propelled both Qin Wushang and the crimson warrior apart. In a matter of mere moments, the golden-armored warrior seized the opportunity to evade the deadly strike aimed at him. In the blink of an eye, he had narrowly escaped death. But before he could fully regain his composure, Qin Wushang had already launched another attack swift as lightning. Buoyed by the amplification of his thrusters, Qin Wushang's form left a series of afterimages in the void. With unparalleled speed, the might of his great sword surged, the swing producing a whistling sound as if it intended to cleave the very fabric of space itself. Is this the combat prowess of the fusion heaven realm? Qin Wushang unleashed the full power of his star armor, feeling the formidable strength emanating from it. Boom! The sword energy hurtled through the air, and the golden-armored warrior, unwilling to be outdone, brought his hands together, conjuring countless beams of light that coalesced into a radiant shield, standing resolutely against the descending blade. A celestial practitioner, Qin Wushang's greatsword trembled violently as if ensnared in a vast mire, and the sword energy cascaded forth, only to be dissipated in an instant against that luminous barrier. This celestial practitioner was at least of the 6th tier of the celestial origin realm, for only one of such caliber could withstand the full might of a fusion heaven realm warrior's strike while bolstered by their star armor. Both celestial practitioners and celestial warriors represent divergent paths of extraordinary power in this era. Celestial warriors focus on honing their physical forms, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth to refine their true chi, striving for the zenith of strength and the limits of their bodies. With martial skills that can shake mountains and split the earth, when cultivated to the utmost, they can even traverse the void with their physical forms, their strikes altering the winds and changing the landscape. In contrast, celestial practitioners tread an entirely different path, emphasizing comprehension and application of the laws of nature. They master techniques that allow them to manipulate elements and command celestial phenomena, wielding incredible abilities. Through their mental faculties, celestial practitioners commune with the cosmos, transforming the secrets of the natural world into their own. There is no inherent superiority between the two, they merely follow different directions. However, prior to the fusion heaven realm, celestial practitioners possess the ability to communicate with the heavens and harness their power, thus holding an advantage over their celestial warrior counterparts of the same realm. Yet, the path to becoming a celestial practitioner demands exceptional talent and aptitude, with perhaps 9,000 among 10,000 suited for martial cultivation, while only one may ascend to the ranks of a celestial practitioner. Their rarity means that any successful cultivator among them is undoubtedly exceptional, and Qin Wushang found himself unexpectedly confronting another. As the sword energy waned, its lethality insufficient to threaten the golden-armored practitioner, Qin Wushang seized the moment to sweep his greatsword horizontally, leveraging the acceleration afforded by his star armor to strike fiercely at the Crimson Warrior. The speed of his swordplay was breathtaking, and though the Crimson Warrior remained on high alert, he could only summon the full might of his star armor in a desperate attempt to parry the incoming blow. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was quaking, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. In the realm where blade light and sword energy intertwined, a brilliant radiance erupted, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. The air thickened with the potent aftershocks of their clash, a testament to the overwhelming forces at play, enough to instill fear in even the most seasoned warriors. Both Qin Wushang and the Crimson Warrior were forced back several steps by the sheer force of the impact. At that moment, the golden-armored practitioner seized the opportunity, forming a seal with his hands, summoning a torrent of golden-sharp energy that coalesced into boundless sword energy, surging towards Qin Wushang. The sword energy surged like a mountain, a tidal wave advancing. Yet, in response, Qin Wushang retracted his great sword, planting it firmly into the ground. With a fierce glare, an unmatched aura erupted from within him. This momentum resembled a raging tornado, emanating from Qin Wushang as it transformed into an endless stream of sword energy, embodying the first form of the Sword Emperor's art, the massacre of the multitude. Countless strands of sword energy converged, resembling a sovereign hovering in the air, instantly scattering the golden sharp energy unleashed by the celestial practitioner into disarray. But the massacre of the multitude did not conclude there. Instead, it further coalesced the myriad sword energies into a single, formidable strike aimed at the golden-armored practitioner. This strike had the power to sever mountains, shatter stars, and shake the heavens. Wielding the strength of the fusion heaven realm, the Sword Emperor's art fully manifested the grandeur and imperial might of this sword technique. Boom! The radiance of the sword exploded, engulfing both the golden-armored practitioner and the Crimson Warrior. Under the weight of the massacre of the multitude, both could only muster their utmost strength to defend themselves, particularly the golden-armored practitioner, who had pushed the energy core of his armor to its limits, causing irregular black patterns to illuminate its surface, an ominous sign of impending collapse. With a crack, the helmet of the golden-armored practitioner shattered first, revealing a stunning visage framed by cascading golden locks. Then, the armor on his feet followed suit, and soon his hands, the star armor fracturing inch by inch, exposing skin that was marred by countless cuts, as if subjected to 1,000 knives. Simultaneously, the Crimson Warrior found himself in dire straits. Though his physical form was stronger, the relentless barrage of sword energy battered his armor, tearing it apart piece by piece. Suddenly, Qin Wushang heard the warning signals from the star armor's system blaring incessantly. He glanced upward to see that the main cannon of the hovering battleship had completed its charging cycle. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of light pierced the void, hurtling towards him. The main cannon of the Stellar-class land assault ship utilized a Tier 3 solar ion cannon, a scaled-down version of the Tier 1 solar ion cannon, with a power approximately half that of the flagship's main weapon. However, even so, facing the direct assault of the solar ion cannon, not even a genuine fusion heaven realm celestial warrior would dare to withstand it head-on. Reacting swiftly, Qin Wushang expanded his wings at the back with a thought, simultaneously pushing the thruster's power to an overload state. With a resounding boom, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging directly towards the oncoming beam of light. Chapter 048 Ceasefire and Compromise. In but a fleeting moment, Qin Wushang was on the verge of colliding with the beam of light. However, at that critical juncture, he abruptly veered sideways, skillfully evading the luminous projectile by mere inches. Without pausing, he accelerated towards the hovering warship with remarkable swiftness. The several hundred meters between them vanished in the blink of an eye, and as he reached the prow of the vessel, he raised his hand and struck with his sword, cleaving the main cannon in twain, rendering it utterly inoperative. Simultaneously, the armed forces aboard the warship reacted, swiftly redirecting their secondary cannons to unleash a torrential barrage towards Qin Wushang. The artillery rained down upon him like a tempestuous wave, forcing him to retreat, yet none of the firepower posed a lethal threat. Nevertheless, amidst such a dense hail of munitions, Qin Wushang was compelled to momentarily evade the onslaught, his sword dancing in the air, transforming into an endless cascade of swordlight, accurately striking each incoming projectile. This passive defense could not alter the tide of battle, it merely entrenched the conflict in a stalemate, which was decidedly unfavorable for Qin Wushang. His foremost objective now was to dismantle the 36 secondary cannons on either side of the warship, severing its appendages and rendering it a toothless tiger. With this resolve, he swung his sword once more, and simultaneously, his thrusters roared to life, propelling him into a graceful arc through the air as his sword descended, aiming directly at the nearest secondary cannon. With a resounding explosion, the cannon erupted into a conflagration of flames. In the next moment, Qin Wushang's form shimmered, evading an incoming strike with an ethereal grace, while his sword sliced through the atmosphere, targeting another secondary cannon with lethal precision. This strike found its mark at the cannon's core, resulting in a blinding explosion and a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air. Following this methodical approach, he swiftly incapacitated all 18 secondary cannons on the left side of the warship. Just then, the Star Armor System received a clear communication signaling a ceasefire in negotiations. To demonstrate goodwill, the opposing side voluntarily disabled all weapon systems and initiated the landing of the warship. Qin Wushang recognized that with the Skyward in their possession, the other party held substantial leverage and clearly wished to avoid mutual destruction. Negotiations were undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. For Qin Wushang, acquiescing to negotiations posed no detriment. Indeed, the timing was fortuitous, as the energy reserves of the Star Armor System were dwindling. The site for the discussions was designated at the ring-shaped mountain base. As the Black Star Organization gained control over the Skyward in synchronous orbit, the ground forces simultaneously secured the base, transforming it into a prison for a multitude of miners and explorers. Spotting Wilson, Mogo, and others unharmed brought a sigh of relief from Lalo, while Qin Wushang also recognized Uncle D among the miners. In the hastily erected advisory meeting room, Qin Wushang seated Lalo in the principal position, while across from him sat Shueshingtai, the commander of the Black Star Organization Sun Warzone, 7th Group. Qin Wushang remained clad in his star armor, standing casually behind Lalo in a protective capacity. Observing this scene, Shueshingtai's expression soured. Despite having two similarly attired subordinates at his back, their earlier encounter had demonstrated that even united, they were utterly overwhelmed by their adversary. Yet, the leverage he possessed bolstered his confidence. Negotiations were merely a matter of mutual bargaining, striving to maximize one's own interests while finding a middle ground. Shueshingtai held his bargaining chips, while Lalo's most substantial advantage lay in his military prowess. However, Shueshingtai appeared to underestimate Lalo's cunning and ruthlessness. Lalo insisted that the Black Star Organization had blatantly disregarded the laws of the Alliance by launching an unprovoked assault on the research team of the Alliance Academy, resulting in significant losses. He demanded compensation from Shueshingtai, audaciously requesting resources and weaponry valued at 10 billion Alliance credits. Upon hearing Lalo's demands, Shueshingtai's already darkened complexion deepened to resemble the charred bottom of a pot. Indeed, the Black Star Organization had initiated the attack, yet whether it involved the hijacking of the Skyward or the disarming of the base, they had not fired a single shot in the face of the Black Star Organization's military might, nor had there been any casualties. The so-called losses claimed by Lalo were merely collateral damage from the sandstorm, yet now he was unjustly imposing them upon Shueshingtai. Unable to contain his frustration, Shueshingtai slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "Madman Lalo, do not push your luck. If we concede you 3 points, the Black Star will not indulge you further." Lalo, observing this, merely chuckled coldly. "Very well, you have the gall. If you possess the capability, then act. If not, refrain from your incessant prattle. You, lurking in the shadows like vermin, are only adept at scheming from behind. The recent heist aboard the Skyward was orchestrated by your ilk, was it not? Do not hastily deny it. Such denial is futile. I have already concluded it was your doing. That ancient bronze spear is an invaluable treasure, and demanding 10 billion in compensation is already a gesture of goodwill." Shueshingtai scoffed. 10 billion is out of the question. At most, 3 billion, which should suffice to compensate for your losses. 3 billion? Lalo erupted. "Shue, are you mocking me? A flat rate of 5 billion. Only 3 billion, no room for negotiation, madman Lalo. I must remind you, the Ghost Car starship will arrive in the solar system in 3 hours, you still have time to depart. Lalo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he soon retorted with a cold smile, "If the Alliance Academy does not receive my message within 3 days, the Kunwa will promptly arrive at the last known location of my communication." Would your Black Star organization care to test the waters of war within the solar system? The Ghost Car starship was one of the 10 heads of the Black Star organization, known as the Ghost Car's vessel. However, the Alliance Academy had been unable to ascertain the Ghost Car's true identity. All that was known was that it donned a mask resembling the monstrous Ghost Car bird from ancient mythology, and true to its name, the Ghost Car was known for its brutal and bloodthirsty nature. Numerous recorded acts of terror and slaughter over the past 50 years had been linked to the Ghost Car. Lalo's threat of war was, of course, meant to intimidate Shueshingtai. Although the Kunwa was the most advanced and highest-class starship currently in the Alliance's fleet, it was still merely a prototype, with many of its weapon systems and armored troop controls yet to be perfected. In a true conflict, it might not best the stellar-class Ghost Car. However, Shueshingtai was evidently rattled by Lalo's formidable stance. While the Black Star organization was not weak, the prospect of engaging in a full-scale confrontation with the Alliance Academy's cadre of lunatics instilled uncertainty in Shueshingtai. After all, they were capable of directly opposing the Alliance's political council, and who could predict the astounding actions that the Academy's members might take when provoked? Chapter 049, The Best Course of Action. 500 million, the deal is struck. Shueshingtai ultimately conceded, but still stipulated a condition: the ancient relic discovered on the surface of Venus must be surrendered to the Black Star. Although Raylo was unaware of how Qin Wushang had managed to acquire such a vast relic, it was likely due to technologies such as spatial folding or subspace manipulation. However, with the greatest benefit already secured, Raylo readily acquiesced. Inwardly, Raylo reveled in schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the expressions on the faces of the Black Star operatives when they excavated every inch of Venus and still failed to uncover the ancient relic. The two parties reached a compromise, finding their respective equilibrium, thus bringing the negotiations to a close. The Skylark broke through Venus's atmosphere, descending above the crater base, all under the vigilant gaze of the Black Star armed forces. Raylo emptied the entire crater base and subsequently piloted the Skylark into the void. A tremendous gust of wind left the crater base in disarray, and amidst the swirling dust, Shueshingtai, in disarray, cursed vehemently, "That bastard, it must have been intentional." However, upon reflecting on this individual's status as the next appointed director of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, Shueshingtai could only swallow his indignation. "Leader, we have failed to locate the relic at the designated coordinates." At that moment, a mech armor swooped in, landing before Shueshingtai to deliver the report. "What? Nothing found?" Shueshingtai furrowed his brow, retorting, "Could it be that the ancient relic sprouted legs and ran away? Continue the exploration. It is likely that the previous massive dust storm altered the surrounding environment, burying the ancient relic deeper within the strata. We must find its location with utmost haste before the demon car arrives." On board the Skylark, Raylo finally received the notification that 500 million Alliance credits had been deposited. Suddenly, he leapt up, lunging towards Qin Wushang on the opposite sofa. "Qin, you must help me." Raylo's sudden action startled Qin Wushang, who nearly unsheathed his sword in response. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. "Let us stick to the matter at hand." Qin Wushang pushed Raylo away with a palm, maintaining his composure in the face of Raylo's exuberance. "Qin, I've made up my mind. I want to establish an armed force under the Skylark, and I want you to be its commander. What do you say, Qin? Promise me." Raylo exclaimed with fervor and excitement. The Skylark was fundamentally an exploratory vessel, not a warship, and thus was equipped only with standard security systems, manned by a mere 100 personnel responsible for the ship's defense. From the outset of the Venus expedition, Raylo faced repeated setbacks, which he was unwilling to accept. After much contemplation, he attributed these difficulties to the feebleness of the Skylark's armed forces. The arrival of 500 million Alliance credits ignited Raylo's desire to create an armed force for the Skylark. However, Qin Wushang's words doused Raylo's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. How many sets of planetary-class armor systems can 500 million Alliance credits buy? Having experienced the combat enhancement provided by the armor systems, Qin Wushang had little regard for the disposable mech armors. "Qin, we don't need to take such a grand leap. That would only lead to trouble." Raylo replied, exasperated. The Galaxy Alliance's armor systems were categorized into 4 levels: planetary, stellar, galactic, and the highest, domain level. The galactic and domain level armors were strictly forbidden for external sale. Even among members of the Galaxy Alliance, one had to undergo evaluation by 5 elder factions and achieve unanimous approval to qualify for purchase. Moreover, after acquiring the armor, the wearer was subject to the oversight of the Alliance's celestial enforcers and required to report periodically to their headquarters. For those outside the Alliance, the only available armor systems were the planetary and stellar levels, with the stellar armor still under restricted sale within the Earth Alliance. Even the planetary armor systems cost 300 million Alliance credits per set, meaning that Raylo's 500 million wouldn't even suffice for 2 sets of planetary armor systems. Qin Wushang remarked, "There is an old saying in Huaxia, good steel should be used on the blade's edge rather than spending money on some expendable forces. It would be wiser to directly purchase armor systems. You have seen their power. It is not an exaggeration to say one can challenge a nation." Raylo fell silent at these words, recalling the recent battle vividly. Although the 2 warriors clad in planetary-class armor from the Black Star organization had been subdued by Qin Wushang, they had not displayed particularly remarkable feats, mainly due to the influence of the stellar-class armor in Qin Wushang's own extraordinary prowess. Yet, merely surviving an encounter with Qin Wushang while donning stellar-class armor was no small feat, as the combat capabilities of planetary-class armor should not be underestimated. "Understood, I will find a way to assemble a tactical squad equipped entirely with planetary-class armor systems for you." Raylo clenched his fists, resolutely stating. A standard tactical squad consisted of a commander and 5 members, meaning Raylo would need to acquire at least 5 sets of planetary-class armor systems. The 500 million he had just received was barely enough to warm his hands, and he was already 10 billion in debt. "Boss Raylo, we have detected large-scale spatial jump traces within the solar system, approximately 9 astronomical units from the Skylark." At that moment, the Information Detection Department relayed a message to the bridge. Both Raylo and Qin Wushang immediately recalled the Demon Car starship mentioned by Shueshingtai. It appeared that one of the top 10 leaders of the Black Star organization, the Demon Car, was indeed making an appearance in the solar system, heading straight for the ancient relic on Venus. What do we do now? Although Raylo was unafraid of the Black Star organization, the mere mention of the Demon Car left him feeling uneasy. If the Demon Car discovered that he had deceived him, who knew how he might react? He turned to Qin Wushang, seeking guidance. Qin Wushang shrugged, spreading his hands, and replied, "Don't look at me. It is said that the Demon Car is an unparalleled powerhouse of the fusion realm, while I am merely in the innate realm. There is a significant gap, spanning 2 major realms. Even if I were clad in stellar-class armor, I would only end up being a victim." Raylo recognized the truth in Qin Wushang's words. While stellar-class armor could enhance his capabilities to that of the fusion realm, external power remained just that, external. When facing a true master of the fusion realm, stellar-class armor would be insufficient. "So, what now?" Raylo inquired again. "What else can we do? The best course of action is to flee." Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly. "The universe is vast. Even if the Demon Car is a supreme powerhouse of the fusion realm, finding us in the cosmos will not be an easy task." Chapter 050 in New Materials. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the Star Voyager initiated its warp drive, retreating into the depths of space in a direction perpendicular to the ecliptic of the solar system. Following the recent sandstorm, the Star Voyager had suffered catastrophic losses. Nearly 100 personnel had gone missing during the tempest, and subsequent search and rescue efforts yielded no results, leading to a grim certainty of their demise. Moreover, close to 90% of invaluable instruments had been rendered inoperative, with a total worth exceeding 300 million Alliance credits. Gazing at the array of statistical data displayed on the holographic screen before him, Raylo felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. This represented yet another financial debacle. Combined with prior losses, the Venus expedition had incurred nearly 500 million in damages, a sum that precisely matched the compensation owed to the Black Star organization. Additionally, the tactical squad he had proposed to establish for the All-Star armor system left a staggering gap of 1 billion credits. For the first time, Raylo truly felt the pangs of financial scarcity. Damn it! If this Venus expedition were to proceed smoothly, the gains could easily surpass 10 billion, or even 100 or 1,000 billion. Raylo lamented, nearly pulling out his hair in frustration. However, a sudden thought of the object held by Qin Wushang sparked a glimmer of hope for monetary acquisition. The Taibai Shangyuan in Qin Wushang's possession was certainly not an item to be surrendered, yet the ancient technologies within it were undeniably valuable. Techniques such as the Golden Crow Array, which transformed solar flames into offensive capabilities, the Earth Vane Energy Shielding Array that absorbed geophysical energies for protective barriers, and the Starfall Return Array capable of generating artificial gravity, any one of these would far surpass the current technological capacities of the Alliance. When Raylo approached Qin Wushang to articulate his financial aspirations, he was predictably met with a derisive laugh, mocking his limited vision. Were it not for his apprehension about a potential confrontation, Raylo would have spat in Qin Wushang's face in retort. "Come now, Qin, enlighten me with your grandiose and sophisticated methods of generating wealth," Raylo implored, settling onto a small stool, eager for insight. "What progress has the Academy made on the reverse engineering of the Star Armor system?" Instead of directly revealing his method of financial gain, Qin Wushang dropped a bombshell that left Raylo's mind buzzing. Do not be so quick to dismiss. While the Star Armor system may not epitomize the pinnacle of Galactic Alliance technology, for the Earth Alliance, deciphering it, even merely replicating the most rudimentary planetary-level Star Armor system, would result in a monumental enhancement of our overall capabilities. At that juncture, applying for membership in the Galactic Alliance would not pose a challenge, as opposed to languishing for a century in an observer's seat as we currently do. Raylo opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed, conceding, the technology for the planetary-level Star Armor system has been deciphered to 90%. The spatial ring I previously provided you is, in fact, a derivative of Star Armor technology. What is the current challenge? Qin Wushang inquired. The materials required to manufacture the Star Armor. We have tested every substance available within the Alliance and those we could import from beyond its borders, yet none can achieve even 50% of the performance of Star Armor materials. Even the most advanced nanometallic materials presently known to the Alliance barely reach the threshold. The Star Armor systems crafted from these materials yield minimal enhancements to the strength of celestial warriors and would crumble effortlessly before the Galactic Alliance's Star Armor systems, regardless of the resources expended. Raylo lamented with a hint of regret. I possess a formula for materials. Would you be interested? Qin Wushang proposed with a smile. What is its performance? Raylo queried, bypassing any doubts about Qin Wushang's ability to produce it. The performance exceeds that of Star Armor materials by 20%, Qin Wushang declared. What? Raylo gasped in astonishment, quickly followed by exhilaration and excitement. He had anticipated that Qin Wushang might provide something comparable to planetary-level Star Armor materials, but this revelation was a delightful surprise. It was worth noting that the overall performance of stellar-level Star Armor materials was only 18% superior to that of planetary-level materials. Thus, Qin Wushang's new material was more than suitable for the development of stellar-level Star Armor systems. Elated by this unexpected boon, Raylo could hardly contain his eagerness to validate the data on the new material. The Star Voyager had not ventured far from the solar system. Instead, it had concealed itself within a densely populated region of asteroids in the Kuiper Belt and activated communication silence, severing all ties with the outside world. The list of new materials provided by Qin Wushang was undoubtedly derived from the information stream left by the Celestial Sovereign, although the cultivation techniques from the Celestial Descent era could not be practiced due to the constraints of the Great Tao. Methods involving the manipulation of energy through crafting, formations, elixirs, and runes could serve as valuable references in this time. Furthermore, materials fell within the realm of the physical world. Regardless of the era, the fundamental material properties that construct the universe remained unchanged. Thus, some materials researched by the crafting sects of the Celestial Descent era could be utilized directly. The list encompassed 72 elements, most of which had been extensively studied by the Alliance Academy, while the remaining rare trace elements would need to be extracted from stellar debris or the remnants of supernova explosions. Follow me, Raylo beckoned, leading Qin Wushang to a sealed compartment at the rear of the Star Voyager. He employed an iris scanner to unlock a concealed elevator embedded in the bulkhead, and together they descended to the 4th level beneath the Star Voyager. This was a hidden area. Since the Star Voyager's construction and delivery, only a select few had ever set foot here. As the lights flickered to life, it was Qin Wushang's turn to be utterly astonished. Raylo had not only established a comprehensive research laboratory for Star Armor but also an entirely automated production line for interstellar systems. This meant that once the new material was verified as suitable, Raylo could seamlessly launch a production line for the Star Armor system right here. Ah, I see now. I can understand why you've been traversing the cosmos with the Star Voyager. If word of this gets out, the Galactic Alliance's celestial enforcers would undoubtedly rush to the borders of the Earth Alliance. Qin Wushang mused, the endeavor to decode the Star Armor system was not solely the province of the Earth Alliance. Even its arch-rival, the Orion Alliance, was engaged in similar pursuits, and member nations within the Galactic Alliance were secretly conducting reverse engineering as well. However, achieving success in this endeavor was fraught with peril. It could very well lead to disaster. In weakness, there lies the original sin. Chapter 051 of Blades and Halberds. The material list provided by Qin Wushang was exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing not only the proportions but also the temperature and reaction conditions for various smelting processes, serving as the most meticulous guide for development. Lei Luo merely needed to follow the sequence for verification and complete the final step of smelting. Nevertheless, Lei Luo meticulously validated each procedure repeatedly until he achieved the most impeccable results at every stage. This verification consumed a total of 72 hours, and when a fist-sized, silvery white, triangular metallic object emerged before him, the excitement on Lei Luo's face was palpable. Gazing at the silver-hued metal, he felt as though he were beholding an exquisite beauty, voluptuous and utterly nude. Success, it mirrored precisely what was described in the records, Lei Luo murmured ecstatically, his exuberance manifesting in unrestrained gestures and a fervent spirit. Quickly, let us test the performance data. Qin Wushang struck Lei Luo's forehead with a casual yet perfectly measured force, just enough to jolt him back to reality. Yes, the data. Lei Luo placed the triangular metallic object into the testing apparatus, and as various waves, scans, and particle bombardments commenced, a series of data points were displayed. It's done! Qin, we've succeeded. Look at this data. Compared to the star armor materials, the estimate is conservatively 20% higher. Lei Luo exclaimed, pointing at the screen with fervor. Qin Wushang, however, displayed no surprise. It was entirely expected for laboratory-crafted products to outperform mass-produced ones. Qin, perhaps you do not comprehend the significance of this 25% increase. You must realize that the materials used for the Galaxy Alliance's announced galaxy-level star armor system are merely on par with this. Seeing Qin Wushang remain unmoved, Lei Luo's expression morphed into one of exasperation as he passionately elucidated, Qin, do you understand what this means? It indicates that once we decipher the technology behind the galaxy-level star armor system, the Galaxy Alliance's supremacy in star armor technology will be irrevocably toppled. Qin Wushang felt compelled to pour a bucket of cold water over Lei Luo's fervent aspirations, tempering his enthusiasm. Lei Luo, I trust you would not wish to witness such a day. The strength of the Earth Alliance is determined by far more than merely a single star armor technology. You understand the perils of possessing wealth in a world rife with envy. Lei Luo's expression froze, for as the most promising scientist of the Alliance Academy and the de facto successor to its presidency, his intellect surpassed that of 90% of the Alliance. Qin, I was too excited, too hasty, he conceded, quickly regaining his composure as he tugged at his sparse hair with a rueful smile. Patience yields the best results. Now, you know what to do, Qin Wushang said with a smile. Lei Luo nodded, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized the data before him. With the new material yielding results, Qin Wushang refrained from further interruption and turned to leave the laboratory. Just a few steps away, Qin Wushang suddenly turned back and remarked, Lei Luo, I require a reliable weapon. This material might serve as an excellent choice. I understand. Lei Luo snapped back to attention, nodding as he inquired, Qin, what type of weapon do you require? Qin Wushang shrugged, stating, a sword, a knife, or perhaps a halberd. Any of these would suffice. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Luo replied, I know how to proceed. Give me 3 hours, and I shall forge a weapon that will satisfy you. To Lei Luo, Qin Wushang's request did not seem particularly daunting. It merely required the integration of material transformation and thought-based morphing techniques into the new metallic material, techniques already acquired through reverse engineering of the star armor system. The challenge lay in whether this novel metallic material could accommodate these two technologies. Evidently, Lei Luo's concerns were unfounded. The compatibility of this new metallic material exceeded his expectations. In less than 2 hours, a ring adorned with mysterious lightning-like patterns was delivered to Qin Wushang's hand. Although the ring was of ordinary size, it weighed nearly 20 to 30 kilograms in his grasp. As Qin Wushang slipped the ring onto his right thumb, he followed Lei Luo's instructions to imprint his consciousness upon the ring. With a mere thought, the ring flowed like liquid from his thumb into the palm of his right hand, transforming into a sword's hilt, from which the blade extended. In the blink of an eye, a long sword glimmering with a chilling radiance materialized in Qin Wushang's hand. He waved the sword casually, and the air was filled with a series of hissing sounds, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart by its razor-sharp edge. Next, conjuring the image of a long knife in his mind, he observed the blade of the long sword morphing into countless pixel-sized metallic squares that writhed incessantly. Moments later, the long sword in Qin Wushang's hand had transformed into a long knife that matched his imagination perfectly. Then came the halberd, the spear. 18 types of weaponry. Qin Wushang reveled in the experience. At that moment, an ear-piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire vessel, the sky horizon. Hastening to the bridge, Qin Wushang discovered Lei Luo already seated there, his countenance grave. Moreover, several loyal followers, including Wilson Mogo, had gathered around him. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. Qin Wushang approached and inquired, what has transpired? Lei Luo replied, the probe previously deployed in Pluto's orbit has detected the presence of the Phantom Cruiser. It is tracking us. Qin Wushang asked, what is the likelihood of them discovering us? Lei Luo responded, it is only a matter of time before the Phantom Cruiser locates us. Our priority now is to escape before they find us. The Sky Horizon was merely a research vessel, while the Phantom Cruiser was classified as a third-tier battleship within the Alliance fleet, second only to the Dongxing-class assault ships. The Phantom Cruiser was inherently faster than the Sky Horizon, further compounded by its weaponry boasting long-range attack capabilities, rendering escape a less than favorable option. Lei Luo chuckled bitterly, I am aware that escape may be futile, but everyone claims I, Lei Luo, am the madman. In my view, the Phantom Cruiser's captain is the true lunatic, an individual with severe mental afflictions. Even if I were faced with a planet-destroying cannon, I would prefer not to confront that scoundrel. Qin Wushang remained uncertain how the Phantom Cruiser had instilled such a profound psychological fear in Lei Luo. However, given Lei Luo's assertion, it was clear that the Phantom Cruiser was an exceedingly dangerous entity. In light of this, we shall make our way to the source star. Qin Wushang pointed to the star map, declaring, as the birthplace of the Earth Alliance, it is under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. I believe that no matter how deranged the Phantom Cruiser may be, it will exercise caution. Chapter 052 of the Phantom Vessel. Qin Wushang never anticipated that he would return to Source Star so swiftly, having elapsed barely over a month. Standing before the observation window of the ship's cabin, as the azure planet re-entered his view, he felt as though he had traversed an entire era. Suddenly, a frantic alarm blared. Attention, attention! This vessel is locked onto by a long-range energy cannon. Enter evasive maneuvering mode. The ship's emergency alarms blared, and all crew members promptly executed the pre-established evasion protocols. The main engine roared to life at full throttle, enacting the Phantom Flicker evasion strategy, employing quantum cloaking technology to temporarily obscure the vessel's positional coordinates while simultaneously adjusting the ship's posture to minimize the target area. With a rapid succession of commands issued and executed, the Tianji shimmered like a specter, darting through the starry expanse. In the next moment, a beam of light, potent enough to obliterate everything in its path, grazed the right flank of the Tianji, shooting into the boundless depths of the cosmos. Yet, this was not the end. As the blinding radiance of the energy cannon dissipated, a colossal battleship materialized from 500 kilometers away, followed by a dozen warriors clad in blood-red star armor, who lunged across the void towards the Tianji. The defense system activated, fully engaging the energy shields to ensure peak shield strength. The tactical analysis team immediately began calculating the flight trajectories and parameters of the enemy star armor warriors to determine the optimal attack paths. Main cannon fully charged. High-energy neutron wave cannon fully charged, positron kinetic hybrid cannon fully charged, turbo laser cannon fully charged, laser cannon fully charged. A series of commands were swiftly issued and executed. The Tianji took the initiative, unleashing a dazzling barrage that sliced through the darkness, targeting the cluster of star armor warriors. However, those warriors exhibited no fear, disregarding the concentrated assault on the Tianji. Just as they were about to engage, the star armor warriors swiftly dispersed, utilizing their agile maneuverability to evade the lethal firepower. Concurrently, the small laser cannons and particle cannons mounted on the star armor initiated their counterattack, weaving a net of beams that surged towards the Tianji. Though these attacks were insufficient to breach the Tianji's defense system, they nonetheless caused the vessel to vibrate erratically, momentarily disrupting the targeting lock of its cannons. Although this disruption lasted only a few seconds, it provided just enough time for the cluster of star armor warriors to breach within 100 kilometers of the Tianji. Lelo, leave these pests to me. Focus on evading the long-range attacks from the Phantom vessel. Qin Wushang's voice resonated through the star armor system into Lelo's ear. The vessel that had emerged 500 kilometers away was undoubtedly the Phantom, and at this distance, it was within the optimal firing range for the Phantom vessel's long-range weaponry. However, it was evident that the adversary did not intend to sink the Tianji outright. Instead, they dispatched star armor warriors for a surprise assault, aiming to seize control from within. Yet, Qin Wushang could not guarantee that once he dealt with this group of star armor warriors, the enemy would not grow impatient with their game of cat and mouse. Thus, his warning served merely to prepare Lelo for the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, they were not far from Source Star, situated near the terrestrial body 10 astronomical units away, where the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone was stationed. The skirmish near Source Star would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 9th Fleet. As long as they could hold out for 10 more minutes, the fleet's warships would intervene on the battlefield. At that point, if the Phantom did not wish to be encircled by the 9th Fleet, it would have no choice but to vacate the battlefield before the fleet arrived. On the deck of the Tianji, Qin Wushang, clad in star armor, stood at the forefront, his wings fully unfurled behind him, emanating an eerie black luminescence. As he continued to decipher the star armor system, Qin Wushang discovered that although it was a technological marvel, many aspects still bore the imprint of extraordinary power. Just like the wings behind him, which, in conjunction with the operation of his 10 Earth-devouring stars technique, possessed the ability to harness and expel stellar energy. As the stellar energy refined the wings, not only did their flight speed elevate to a higher echelon, but their agility also doubled. What delighted Qin Wushang even more was that his control over the wings had reached a realm where they moved in accordance with his thoughts. Boom! With a flash of light, Qin Wushang's figure suddenly leapt several thousand meters away. This leap was not a spatial transition but rather an illusion created by reaching the pinnacle of speed. In an instant, a wisp of ethereal light was seen darting through the starry expanse, arriving within 5 kilometers of the group of star armor warriors. At that moment, the star armor systems of the warriors blared urgent danger warnings, yet they failed to detect any impending attack within their line of sight. However, in the next heartbeat, the two foremost star armor warriors were unexpectedly torn asunder, leaving the remaining warriors to halt abruptly, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Yet, in the cosmic void, aside from their comrades, only the 4 chunks of ice that were once their allies remained, forming into groups of 3. Each warrior stood vigilant, assembling into a compact combat formation. The enemy possesses stellar-grade star armor warriors. Threat level S. The commanding voice from within the star armor system resonated, as the seasoned tactical commander swiftly devised a response. However, the star armor warriors remained oblivious to the ominous presence lurking above them, where, concealed against the backdrop of the black starry sky, a star armor warrior radiating a dark luminescence observed them from a distance. Stellar-grade star armor system. Qin Wushang also noted a particular form among the star armor warriors, one that deviated from the others in appearance. The energy fluctuations emanating from this unique form surpassed those of the other warriors, unmistakably indicating that this individual was a stellar-grade star armor warrior. Qin Wushang gradually descended, merging the dual swords in his hands into a single formidable blade approximately 5 feet in length. Subsequently, the wings unfurled with a sudden tremor, and Qin Wushang's figure erupted through the fabric of space, materializing 10 meters above the stellar-grade star armor warrior. The 8th style of the Sword Emperor technique. Sword dominates the world. This technique, the most domineering of the Sword Emperor's repertoire, coupled with the unparalleled strength of the star armor system and the 5-foot-long sword, unleashed a strike that seemed to harbor the power to obliterate the heavens. The fluctuations of the sword energy erupted like detonating bombs, illuminating the void with resplendent brilliance. Each arc of sword light appeared to contain the might to shatter mountains and stars, cleaving through space and leaving trails of brilliance in its wake. Chapter 053. A fierce battle. A sudden burst of brilliance illuminated the scene, dazzling and captivating. At this moment, the stellar-class armored warrior reacted swiftly, conjuring a blood-red battle blade in his grasp, its blade pulsating with a crimson glow as if it possessed the power to devour all. With a hum, the blood-colored blade vibrated at a high frequency, unleashing a force rivaling that of Qin Wushang's sword Dai. In the next instant, the radiant swordlight and the blade's edge intertwined, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of 2 immense powers, illuminating the cosmos with a brilliance akin to that of a star. This confrontation was truly evenly matched. Qin Wushang had not anticipated that among the pursuers, beyond the fabled ghost chariot, there existed such a formidable adversary, his battle spirit sword, and he channeled his internal stellar energy to the utmost, soon launching the reversal of the defiant. This was the 7th technique of the Sword Emperor's scripture, emphasizing intention over form. Enveloped by the sword's essence, it instilled a profound fear of defying a monarch, a sin deserving of death. With the amplification of Qin Wushang's formidable primordial spirit, the power of this technique was magnified infinitely. Although the target of this strike was solely the stellar-class armored warrior, the invisible aura it emanated inadvertently impacted the other armored warriors. The resolute among them trembled, while the weaker ones quaked in terror, turning to flee. The stellar-class armored warrior, positioned at the heart of the sword's intent, experienced a tremendous psychological shock, feeling as though he were confronting a divine being, compelled to worship and surrender everything, even his life. Fortunately, at that moment, the autonomous protection system of the armor activated, delivering a powerful electric shock to the wearer's cerebral cortex, rousing him from his stupor. However, by then, Qin Wushang's great sword had already descended toward his right shoulder. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly cleave him in 2. The armored warrior felt the sharpness of the sword's radiance piercing his skin, terror flooding his senses. He hastily activated the armor's protective shield, instantly maxing out its power, even overloading it to twice its capacity. This was the utmost limit the armor could withstand, with a duration of only 3 seconds before the protective system would collapse. This moment of self-preservation granted him a fleeting glimmer of hope. Although he was still struck by Qin Wushang's blade, the overloaded shield ultimately absorbed the lethal blow. The stellar-class armored warrior was propelled away as if struck by a baseball, launching several kilometers into the void, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the other armored warriors, now aware, scattered in panic, with 3 of them inadvertently hurtling toward Qin Wushang's position. With a swift motion of his sword, Qin Wushang aimed to dispatch these 3 armored warriors. Just then, a streak of crimson light surged toward him like a meteor. In an instant, this light drew near, accompanied by a fierce blade of light expanding several meters, aimed directly at Qin Wushang. In response, Qin Wushang leaped forward, advancing rather than retreating, his great sword carving a flawless arc through the air, colliding violently with the blade of light, erupting in a dazzling display. The clash of these 2 formidable forces sent ripples of energy radiating outward, threatening to tear the very fabric of the cosmos asunder. This strike, however, did not yield the expected results. Instead, it revealed a flaw in the opponent's technique, shattering the blade of light. Taking advantage of the momentum, the stellar-class armored warrior retreated, agilely flipping in the air, launching another onslaught. Each swing of his blade was accompanied by blinding brilliance, creating an impenetrable tapestry of light. Qin Wushang sensed the unmasked, chilling intent to kill woven into this assault, alongside a rapidly swelling aura of ferocity. A sense of peril surged from within, unmistakably indicating that his adversary was prepared to risk everything, even their life, to eliminate him. Yet, in this moment, Qin Wushang appeared more composed than ever. Gripping his greatsword firmly, he advanced steadily, each swing imbued with immense power, as if capable of cleaving through space itself simultaneously. Utilizing the armor's defense system, he countered the relentless assault, deftly maneuvering through the starry expanse. Each evasion was executed with precision, while Qin Wushang's greatsword lay poised, waiting for an opening to deliver a decisive blow. The two figures intertwined in the cosmos, their sword light and blade glow weaving a brilliant tapestry of illumination, casting the surrounding stars into obscurity. As the battle progressed, Qin Wushang found himself increasingly at ease. Amidst the chaos, he stole a glance at the position of the sky horizon, noting that it had already penetrated the lunar orbit and was adjusting its posture, gradually entering the source star's energy field, completing preparations for landing. Once the sky horizon breached the source star's atmosphere, half of this crisis would be averted. Calculating the time, he realized that the anticipated 10 minutes were rapidly dwindling. Any actions from the Black Star Organization, or the Ghost Chariot, would be critical in this ensuing period. With this thought, a sense of vigilance enveloped Qin Wushang, accompanied by a lingering feeling of danger. Thus, he maximized the detection systems of his armor, activating both short-range visual scans and long-range quantum wave scans. However, despite his meticulous probing, he could not uncover the source of this ominous sensation. Just then, the stellar-class armored warrior renewed his assault. Qin Wushang took a deep breath, feeling the stellar energy within him surge as he channeled the energy from the armor's core into his great sword. The blade instantly radiated an extraordinary brilliance, seemingly capable of severing anything in its path. With a thunderous roar, the sword light surged forth, forcefully clashing against the opponent's blood-red long knife, resulting in a sharp crack as the blade shattered, half of it flying away. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang's greatsword maintained its momentum, descending heavily toward the foe. With a slicing sound, the greatsword struck between the armored warrior's chest and abdomen, cleaving a massive gash into the armor. Although the warrior reacted swiftly, he ultimately lagged a moment too late, retreating with a flash of unwillingness and shock in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wushang propelled his armor forward, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal strike. However, at that instant, an inexplicable tightening gripped his heart. A sudden wave of unease surged within him, as if some unknown force was issuing a warning. This feeling was so intense that he was compelled to abruptly halt his impending strike, his body momentarily faltering. In the next heartbeat, sensing something amiss, Qin Wushang shot his gaze upward, only to see, mere yards above him, the very fabric of space distorting, an extraordinary power brewing within. Reacting swiftly, Qin Wushang sidestepped to evade, yet was still a moment too late. A dazzling light erupted from the warped space, hurtling toward his position. This radiant beam seemed to harbor world-ending power, instantly engulfing Qin Wushang along with the surrounding space. Chapter 054 Slaying Demons and Punishing Gods. At this moment, the once tranquil starry sky suddenly split open, revealing a slender spatial rift through which a chilling aura surged forth. Qin Wushang's eyes widened as he beheld a figure gradually emerging from the fissure, a peerless powerhouse draped in a blood-red robe adorned with bird feathers, wearing a bird-shaped mask. A specter, a celestial sorcerer of the spirit origin realm, it had long been rumored that such beings were warriors of the fusion heaven realm. Never did he expect that this entity was adept in both martial and mystical arts. Its cultivation was not merely martial prowess reaching the fusion heaven realm, but also sorcery of equal caliber in the spirit origin realm, with the rare attribute of space manipulation. In that instant, alarm bells rang within Qin Wushang's mind, as if innumerable chimes were resounding in his thoughts, shaking his very spirit. He suddenly realized that the power displayed by this specter far exceeded his prior estimations, and the sense of impending crisis lurking in the shadows bore down upon him like a tangible weight. Qin Wushang's gaze sharpened in an instant. He swiftly analyzed the situation, seeking a means to counteract it. The radiance of his star armor surged abruptly, resonating with the celestial bodies, drawing the scattered star energy from the surrounding cosmos towards him, preparing to face the oncoming onslaught. "Humph, a mere insect dares to resist?" The specter smirked disdainfully, and in an instant, its form darted across the battlefield like a wraith, each strike aimed directly at Qin Wushang's vital points, its speed astonishing beyond belief. Yet, Qin Wushang was not intimidated by this formidable assault. He took a deep breath, casting aside all fear and distractions, his entire being merging with the star armor, transforming into a streak of flowing light that deftly evaded through the starry expanse while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Wushang's mind. A long-buried memory resurfaced, coalescing into myriad glimmers of insight that infused his spirit. In this instant, his spirit stirred, rapidly deducing, transforming the knowledge within the luminescence into his most instinctual recollections. 10 earthly slays of demons. 9 heavenly punishments of gods. At this moment, fragments of these two grand techniques unfolded before Qin Wushang. He closed his eyes, attuning his heart to the luminescence within his spirit, attempting to forge a deeper connection with it. As his perception delved deeper, the brilliance of the luminescence grew ever more dazzling, an unprecedented power surging within him. 10 earthly slays of demons. Qin Wushang abruptly opened his eyes, a profound killing intent flickering within them, so intense it was almost palpable. With that, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, channeling all his strength into it. Before him, it appeared as though an endless torrent of star energy converged into a radiant sword aura, slicing through the void, hurtling directly toward the specter. The specter, taken aback, hesitated momentarily, astonished that Qin Wushang could elevate his combat prowess in such a brief span of time, subtly emerging as a potential threat. However, the specter was, after all, a seasoned warrior of repute. Even a slight threat was insufficient to deter its advance. With a swift motion, it unleashed a palm strike, preparing to meet Qin Wushang's sword head-on. Neither the 10 earthly slays of demons nor the 9 heavenly punishments of gods adhered to fixed techniques. Their essence lay in the cultivation of boundless killing intent. The denser the killing intent, the greater the power of these lethal arts. 10 earthly annihilation, 9 heavenly decapitation. These two formidable techniques targeted distinct adversaries. Even with Qin Wushang's star armor enhancing his prowess to a semblance of the fusion heaven realm, he could only barely invoke the 10 earthly slays of demons. Nevertheless, as the sword aura bore down upon him, the spectre sensed the lethal energy within it and could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Ultimately, within a blinding flash of light, the spectre's palm strike was utterly shattered, and the residual force of the sword aura sent it staggering backward, disbelief and shock flooding its eyes. Yet, the spectre was indeed a legendary powerhouse. Although its tidal wave of palm energy dissipated, it still sent Qin Wushang flying several dozen feet, a crushing pain radiating through his chest as if struck by a boulder, an indescribable agony coursing throughout his body. Qin Wushang lifted his gaze toward the spectre, fully aware that a vast chasm of power separated them. However, it was only by confronting the reality that he understood the disparity in realms could not be bridged by external forces. One's own cultivation was paramount. Youngster, quite impressive. To demonstrate my appreciation, I shall ensure your demise is utterly thorough. The specter's voice echoed through the star armor's communicator, raspy and cold, as if it could freeze the very air around. Soon after, the specter drifted closer, its blood-red robe shifting and morphing, ultimately transforming into a crimson star armor that enveloped its form. This blood-colored armor took on the shape of the mythical nine-headed bird, known as the specter, an omen of slaughter and calamity. Where the specter appeared, death and disaster inevitably followed. Thus, the name specter was born from this very truth. The Star River level star armor system, fusion heaven realm cultivation. Qin Wushang gazed upon the specter's attire in awe. Yet, despair did not take root in his heart. Retreating in the face of insurmountable odds was not an unacceptable course of action for him. Confronting such a formidable opponent, Qin Wushang would not recklessly charge forward. However, escaping from the now serious specter would not prove an easy feat, especially considering the specter was a spatial sorcerer of the spirit origin realm, possessing an incomprehensible mastery over space manipulation. A mere spatial blockade could sever all avenues of escape for Qin Wushang. Thus, determining how and when to flee became a meticulously strategized game of wits, with every step requiring careful consideration. Qin Wushang understood that engaging the specter in a head-on confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Only through cunning could he hope for a sliver of survival. As the specter drew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Qin Wushang, compelling him to involuntarily retreat several meters. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. The boundless expanse of the starry sky rendered any direction he chose futile against the specter's relentless pursuit, as if he had fallen into a deadlock. His movements did not escape the specter's notice, yet it paid them no mind, instead regarding Qin Wushang with a curious interest, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. "Qin, you may return. We are safe." At that moment, the voice of Lei Luo resonated through the star armor's communicator. Finally reaching this moment, a thought flickered in Qin Wushang's mind, and the metamorphosing aperture within him erupted with radiant light, followed by a torrent of star energy surging forth from the aperture. Simultaneously, the 10 earthly devouring star technique operated at its zenith, devouring the boundless star energy from the void, continuously gathering within the star armor. Especially notable were the wings upon his back, which shimmered with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Chapter 055 Qin Wangchen Source Star. In a quaint farmhouse on the outskirts of Dongcheng in Linhai City, Qin Wangchen, clad in casual attire, reclined leisurely on a bench, his eyes half closed as he listened to a report from his subordinate. Suddenly, Qin Wangchen sat up with a start, exclaiming, What did you say? There is no sign of Wushang on Daiyu Star. The man nodded and replied, indeed, boss. We received word from Daiyu Star that Master Wushang was not aboard the ship. I have checked the airport records and footage, and it is confirmed that Master Wushang passed through security and completed the boarding procedures, yet he is not on the vessel. Furrowing his brow, Qin Wanchen mused, could it be that Yuan Zong has meddled in this affair? Dio, investigate any recent movements from the Yuan family. Additionally, activate our hidden operatives within the Yuan group to uncover Wu Shang's whereabouts. Yes, boss, replied Fang Dio, who then inquired, boss, should we inform Ahu to send someone to search for Master Wu Shang? Qin Wanchen shook his head, stating, no need. Who should keep a watchful eye on the Gu and Li families. The true puppeteer behind the scenes has yet to reveal themselves. Anyone daring to meddle with what is mine, especially on my territory, will inevitably face retribution. Upon hearing this, Fang Dio refrained from further comment, understanding that his boss had been outmaneuvered. Despite his boss's tacit approval of the situation, it left a sour taste in his mouth, and he had no desire to provoke further misfortune. At that moment, Qin Wanchen inquired, Dio, has that woman Sakura returned to Fusang? Fang Dio responded, boss, Sakura left Linhai City 3 days ago, but her destination remains unclear. However, Feng Yaoing Kong and Huayao Chaoju, 2 of the 4 demon gods, are still in Linhai City. With a cold chuckle, Qin Wanchen remarked, they are merely pawns, disposable at any moment. I fear them not. As long as we keep a close watch on Li Mo and Gu Qiyang, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Long before the Gu and Li families vied for power, Qin Wanchen had sensed something amiss. Initially, the Emperor Consortium faced suppression and exclusion in multiple production areas across the alliance, with revelations of various high-ranking officials within its subsidiaries engaging in unlawful activities, resulting in detentions by local security agencies or summons by the Economic Investigation Department of the alliance. Over the years, the Emperor Consortium expanded at an astonishing pace, and the disparity in the competence of its upper management made such issues unsurprising. Ordinarily, the alliance's security and integrity departments would issue prior notifications before handling such cases, but this time, multiple incidents erupted simultaneously across various locations. While it did not threaten the consortium's operation, several significant projects encountered complications, such as substantial orders being siphoned away, missed bidding opportunities, or contracts facing overdue penalties. Evidently, someone was strategically targeting the Emperor Consortium, intending to shake the tree and force Qin Wanchen into submission. However, the adversary likely underestimated the vast network of connections Qin Wanchen had cultivated over decades. All previous underhanded tactics aimed at the Emperor Consortium had been deftly countered by Qin Wanchen, leading to the subsequent rage that prompted the Gu and Li families to ally with the Divine Path sect to usurp power in a bid to coerce Qin Wanchen. Regrettably for them, they did not anticipate that the cunning Qin Wanchen would flip the table, abandoning the fruits of decades of labor within the Emperor Consortium and opting for a disappearance, remaining hidden in this unassuming farmhouse in Dongcheng, Linhai City. Reflecting on this, Qin Wanchen could not help but curse, who the hell is plotting against me? Let me find you, I'll make you regret it. Fang Dio, hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. His boss had many admirable qualities, yet his penchant for vulgarity remained unchanged. In the past, he could feign an air of refinement within the consortium, but in private, his true nature was unrestrained. Boss, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will report back once I have news of Master Wushang. Fang Dio stood up to say. Qin Wanchen waved his hand dismissively, saying, go on, inform the lab to expedite the construction of the Xianyao No. 2 spacecraft. I want to see it ready for trial in a month. Yes, boss. As Qin Wangchen's personal secretary and chief administrator, Fang Dio was resolute in executing his superior's orders. Although a month was hardly sufficient for the still framing Xianyao No. 2, he agreed without hesitation. Upon leaving the farmhouse and reaching the intersection, a black taxi happened to pass by, and Fang Dio promptly took a seat inside. Soon, the taxi sped towards the city center. Just then, through the front windshield, Fang Dio spotted a colossal ship breaking through the clouds, racing towards Linhai City. On the outer deck of the Tianji, Qin Wushang lay weakly amidst a wreckage, his star armor system in ruins, wings torn asunder, and half of his visor destroyed. Beyond the most basic protective functions, everything else had collapsed. Fortunately, his physical injuries were not severe. Although his meridians had sustained shock damage, they began to heal rapidly under the restorative powers of star energy. However, Qin Wushang had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the Ghost Car's full-on assault, a combination of spatial techniques and transcendent martial prowess that rendered it nearly insurmountable. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's desperate measure of self-destructing the energy core of his stellar-grade armor, thereby doubling its combat capabilities in conjunction with his own star energy surge, he would not have been able to withstand the Ghost Car's relentless onslaught. Were it not for the timely arrival of the Ninth Fleet from the Alliance's solar war zone, which caused the Ghost Car to falter, Qin Wuxian would not have found the opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, even so, he was struck by the Ghost Car's final strike, sending him flying dozens of kilometers away. By sheer coincidence, Qin Wuxian collided with the outer deck of the Tianji, the immense impact nearly breaching the ship's hull. The Tianji, teetering precariously, broke through the atmosphere and finally came to rest within the aerial dock above Donghai and Linhai City. As the ship stabilized, Lei Luo hurriedly led a team of medical personnel to retrieve Qin Wuxian from the debris on the deck. Inside the medical chamber, blue medical reagents and nutrient solutions were visibly depleting at an alarming rate, and as Qin Wuxian soaked in the liquid, his injuries rapidly healed, even fully recovering. In less than a day, Qin Wuxian returned to normalcy. Moreover, after facing the Ghost Car, he seemed to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Not only had his physical capabilities fully restored, but he had also experienced an unprecedented evolution in spirit and resolve. After all, Qin Wuxian had confronted the notorious Ghost Car, whose power ranked among the top 100 in the Alliance. Through this harrowing challenge, Qin Wuxian achieved a qualitative leap in both martial skills and mental fortitude, most notably sensing that he was on the brink of a transformation into his second acupoint. Chapter 056 Star Armor. In the ensuing days, the Sky Horizon remained steadfast in the space dock, undergoing repairs and resupply, showing no intention of departing. After all, the ghost ship was still prowling the outer space of the source star, audaciously disregarding the Ninth Fleet's warnings, lingering in the source star's synchronous orbit for a full 12 hours before swaggering towards Venus, under the watchful gaze of two star-class destroyers from the Ninth Fleet. Upon receiving this report from the Ninth Fleet, Lei Luo became increasingly hesitant to leave the source star. Even when the Ninth Fleet offered to provide him with an escort, Lei Luo promptly declined. At this juncture, he trusted no one but himself. Is it truly that severe? Qin Wuxian inquired, intrigued by Lei Luo's cautious demeanor. Lei Luo nodded, stating, "The existence of ancient relics on Venus has been known to the Academy of Sciences for quite some time, and I discovered the precise location of these relics from one of their exploratory records." This expedition had garnered considerable attention from various factions from the outset, and I have long suspected that there are members of the Black Star organization within the Academy, and even in the Ninth Fleet. At this point, Lei Luo hesitated, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Qin Wuxian was not surprised. After hundreds of years of development, the Earth Alliance had become far from monolithic, having silently fractured into numerous factions. In pursuit of their own interests, these factions engaged in deceit, treachery, and even betrayal of the Alliance's interests, akin to the Black Star organization, which was but one among many. Even so, what about the Taibai-type materials? Qin Wuxian queried. For our upcoming plans, we require substantial funding. Therefore, I submitted the formula for the Taibai-type materials to the Alliance's Academy of Sciences, securing approximately 2 billion in financial support. Lei Luo paused before continuing. However, based on the formula and process I provided, the fundamental performance data of the Taibai-type metallic materials is only about 50% of the laboratory data. Qin Wuxian understood the depth of Lei Luo's foresight. After all, the groundbreaking test data from the laboratory far exceeded anyone's expectations. These figures not only unveiled an unprecedented new material but also contained the potential to upend the existing technological landscape of the Alliance. Should this astonishing data inadvertently leak, it would not only provoke the internal forces within the Alliance, who covet power and profit, but could also attract the attention of the Galactic Alliance, posing a significant threat to the Alliance. The 50% of experimental data represented roughly a 10% enhancement over the foundational properties of the Alliance's strongest metallic materials, aligning with the trends of breakthroughs in new material technology, thus avoiding the covetous gaze of the Galactic Alliance. Qin, come with me, I have something to show you, and we can also meet your subordinates. Lei Luo waved his hand and turned to leave the bridge. They made their way to the fourth level beneath the Sky Horizon. In Lei Luo's exclusive laboratory, he retrieved a black triangular star armor from a safe and handed the star armor emblem to Qin Wuxian. Qin, give it a try. Is this the previous star armor system? Lei Luo, have you repaired it? Qin Wuxian asked in astonishment as he accepted the emblem. Lei Luo shook his head, replying, each star-class star armor system produced by the Galactic Alliance has its own identification beacon. Once damaged, it can only be repaired at the Galactic Alliance. However, destruction is considerably simpler. Qin Wuxian immediately grasped Lei Luo's implication and exclaimed with excitement, Lei Luo, have you cracked the development technology of the star-class star armor system? Lei Luo nodded with a smile. Qin, do you know? You're my lucky star. The ancient relics on Venus are one thing, the Taibai-type new metallic materials are another, and now we have the star-class star armor system. The star armor system you previously wore sustained over 50% battle damage, but fortunately, the core system remained intact. More importantly, it seems the identification beacon left by the Galactic Alliance within this star-class star armor system has been damaged. Jean, if there are deities in this world, I believe they must be on our side. Laylo's excitement was palpable. The development technology of the star-class star armor system represented another significant gain, rivaling that of the ancient relics. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang could hardly contain his eagerness to test the power of this new star armor system, but was swiftly halted by Laylo's urgent gesture.
Qin, do you wish to destroy my laboratory? Come, we are going to the third level. There is a second surprise awaiting you.
On the third level of the sky horizon, Laylo had specially designated a space of over 500 square meters, reinforced with half-meter-thick steel plates. Here, he created a gravity training room, a physical capability testing room, as well as an independent lounge and training area for Qin Wushang's tactical team. Additionally, a high-tech medical rehabilitation area was established, equipped with the most advanced life support systems and emergency treatment devices, ensuring that team members received comprehensive physical examinations and recovery treatments before and after missions. As Laylo showcased the functions of each room to Qin Wushang, he was astonished by Laylo's grand vision, especially the physical capability testing room, which was filled with various advanced testing instruments, many of which Qin Wushang had only heard of in name.
Qin, here you can test your new star armor system. Laylo pointed to a half-meter-high circular platform in the center of the testing room. What is this?
Qin Wushang approached the platform, surveying his surroundings. Laylo walked to a set of instruments beside the platform, pulled up a holographic virtual screen, and tapped several times. A light curtain projected down from the platform, enveloping Qin Wushang within it. This is the comprehensive testing system for star armor produced by the Galactic Alliance, capable of detecting data changes in real time as the armor is donned.
Laylo explained.
After pressing one final button, he added, Qin, you may begin now. Upon receiving the command, Qin Wushang retrieved the black triangular star armor and pressed it against his chest. Instantly, he heard a hissing sound as countless streams of black liquid metal surged forth from the armor, swiftly enveloping his entire body. These liquid metals moved as if alive, weaving through the air to form a tightly fitting, streamlined black star armor. The surface of the armor shimmered with a profound luster, as if capable of devouring all surrounding light. As the armor fully encased him, Qin Wushang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. His muscles became more resilient and powerful under the armor's enhancement, and his reaction speed reached its zenith. Simultaneously, the armor's built-in intelligence system rapidly connected with his neurons, presenting complex information such as battlefield analysis, energy allocation, and weapon control in an intuitive manner within his mind. Chapter 057 Xingtian. Upon the circular platform, the fully adorned black star armor resembled a war deity awakened from the abyss, its exquisite design exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. The armor's sleek yet angular form appeared as though meticulously sculpted, reducing resistance during cosmic navigation while bestowing upon it a palpable sense of latent power. Its surface was cloaked in a coat of deep, night sky paint, crafted from a material known as obsidian. This substance not only proved impervious to damage but also subtly shimmered with a ghostly blue or dark purple hue under illumination, twinkling like celestial bodies, thereby enhancing the armor's air of mystery and nobility. The headpiece was particularly distinctive, showcasing a fusion of mechanical and biological elements. The facial mask, an intricate violet-black visage, concealed a complex mechanical structure, with a gem radiating ethereal light embedded at the center of the forehead. This gem, a rare mineral known as the Divine Guardian Stone, provided a shield against the mental assaults of celestial practitioners. The eye regions were adorned with two profound crimson lenses, integrated with an advanced scanning and targeting system capable of detecting the minutest movements on the ever-shifting battlefield, ensuring pinpoint accuracy. The chest area housed a colossal energy core, the very heart of the star armor's power source, pulsating with a relentless surge of energy that supplied the armor with inexhaustible strength. Internally, the energy core formed a web-like circuit, connecting with the wearer's internal energy channels, allowing for the potential to channel the wearer's true chi into the armor for external energy-based assaults when necessary. The design of the limbs further accentuated its fierce nature. The arms were robust and powerful, equipped with sharp alloy claws capable of effortlessly rending through enemy defenses. The legs were outfitted with advanced anti-gravity propulsion devices and stabilizers, enabling the armor to traverse freely and adeptly in various complex environments and high-velocity combat scenarios. The back retained a pair of expansive wings, serving as propulsion mechanisms, resembling the wings of a demon in the darkness, crucial not only for high-speed flight through the cosmos but also as significant support for agile combat maneuvers. Gazing at the star armor's form reflected on the surrounding screens, Qin Wushang nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Laylo, this is splendid. I feel it surpasses the previous stellar-grade armor by leaps and bounds." Laylo, filled with pride, responded, "Indeed. This armor is my most cherished creation over the years, only hindered by material shortages until the advent of the Taibai-class materials.
What are the test results? Qin Wushang inquired.
The basic performance has reached approximately 60% of the capabilities of the Galaxy Alliance's Star River-class armor.
The former stellar-grade armor pales in comparison.
Lalo quickly scanned the data, finding it aligned closely with his expectations.
Can you test combat capability here? Qin Wushang asked excitedly.
The inner measurement device can gauge the full power of a peak 6th stage Celestial Realm warrior.
Lalo pointed to a testing apparatus nestled in the corner.
Eagerly, Qin Wushang leaped down, skillfully darting through the gaps between various instruments. Arriving before the testing apparatus, he dramatically unfurled his wings, appearing as if he had teleported, and with a clenched fist, he struck the testing point with immense force. A thunderous crash resounded, shaking the entire Tianji ship, followed by the testing device emitting a shrill alarm, its display flickering before indicating an overload and subsequently shutting down. Qin Wushang tapped the device twice, noticing it remained unresponsive, and called out, "Lalo, are you certain this apparatus can measure the peak strength of a 6th stage Celestial Realm warrior?" Lalo, equally astonished, approached and tinkered with the device for a moment, affirming, "Absolutely. This testing apparatus has an error margin of less than 5%. The system indicates an overload, meaning your punch exceeded the peak strength of a 6th stage Celestial Realm warrior." Having said that, Lalo replaced several components that had burned out due to the overload. After rebooting the apparatus, he advised Qin Wushang, "Qin, reduce the star armor's amplification rate to 70% and try again." The armor's intelligence system connected to Qin Wushang's consciousness via neurons, responding instantaneously to his thoughts.
With a resounding boom, Qin Wushang unleashed another punch, noticeably less forceful than before.
LVL 403, strength 156, 540 kilograms. The display swiftly revealed the results, with LVL 403 denoting the third minor stage of the fourth major realm, the Celestial Realm. This testing outcome aligned closely with Qin Wushang's expectations, indicating that his star armor system had indeed surpassed the stellar grade, possessing certain characteristics of the Star River class. Notably, the increase in strength had transcended multiple layers of the Celestial Realm, and Qin Wushang sensed that as his cultivation progressed, the armor's amplification limits would continue to rise. "Lalo, this is remarkable. If tactical teams were equipped with this star armor," Qin Wushang exclaimed enthusiastically. However, before he could finish, Lalo interrupted loudly, "Qin, don't even think about it, your armor is one of a kind. The materials used are not solely Taibai class but also include rare materials I have collected over the years. All my resources have been invested into this armor."
As he spoke, Lalo lamented, "I am now bankrupt, Qin. Do you understand? To create this armor, I have accrued a mountain of debt. You must help me shoulder at least half of these bills." Hearing this, Qin Wushang discerned Lalo's ulterior motives, but in light of the armor's merit, he chuckled, "Lalo, are you certain you want me to share half the bills? Perhaps in a moment of pain, I might inadvertently forget some details."
Lalo's eyes widened in alarm, hastily insisting, No, Qin, I was jesting. A unique metallic formula or a circuit pattern would suffice to clear all debts.
Please, Qin, lend me your assistance."
Qin Wushang shrugged, replying, "All right, for the sake of the star armor, I might be able to recall something."
At this juncture, Qin Wushang suddenly inquired, "Lalo, what is the name of this star armor system?" "Xingtian Battle Emperor," Lalo proclaimed.
"Qin, I know there exists a war deity named Xingtian in your Huaxia mythology, fearless and formidable, a manifestation of indomitable will.
How does it fare to name this armor system after him?"
Qin Wushang nodded in satisfaction. "Xingtian dances with his battle axe, his fierce resolve ever steadfast. This name is indeed splendid."
Xingtian Battle Emperor, name finalized.
Suddenly, the voice of the armor's intelligence system resonated, followed by an eruption of ethereal purple light from the armor, swirling around its surface before coalescing into a mysterious rune above the energy core in the chest region. Chapter 058 Revenge. What is this situation? The abrupt turn of events left not only Qin Wushang taken aback, but also Lei Luo, who stared in astonishment.
I have no idea."
Lei Luo stammered, momentarily rendered speechless, as a chilling sensation crept into both their hearts, causing an eerie shiver to travel down their spines. Within the star armor system designed by the War Emperor Xingtian, there was no protocol that Lei Luo had implemented to account for such an occurrence. Clearly, the star armor had undergone an incomprehensible transformation. Lei Luo, equally baffled, hastily activated the back end of the star armor's comprehensive testing platform, extracting the intelligence system's programming. He meticulously compared and debugged the codes, scrutinizing each character as if to disassemble and analyze them, yet he found no trace of anomaly.
Strange.
This shouldn't be happening, all programs appear normal, all logs are intact, and the operational mechanisms and underlying logic are flawless. Where could this newly named program have emerged from? Lei Luo lamented, tugging at his hair in a frenzy of confusion.
Lei Luo, this doesn't seem to be a major issue. Qin Wushang urged, channeling his spiritual essence to scan both internally and externally, seemingly uncovering no irregularities.
Lei Luo shook his head in dissent. While the star armor is outfitted with an intelligent auxiliary system, the armor itself lacks consciousness. However, the recently named program and subsequent actions are evidently beyond the capabilities of the auxiliary system. Therefore, there must be something within the star armor of the War Emperor of Xingtian that we have yet to discover.
What could it be? Qin Wushang mused, unable to provide an explanation.
Thus, Qin, it seems you cannot utilize this armor for the time being, Lei Luo said regretfully.
No, Qin Wushang replied, shaking his head. Lei Luo, I feel confident.
Perhaps this is merely a minor anomaly or mutation, not worthy of undue alarm, trust me.
Lei Luo scrutinized the War Emperor for a prolonged moment, frowning. Qin, are you certain of this? Qin Wushang smiled and inquired, is there any alternative?
Lei Luo shook his head, the War Emperor has nearly depleted all my resources. It is impossible to create a second set in the short term. Abandoning the War Emperor does not seem a wise choice either. Very well, Qin, exercise caution when utilizing the War Emperor. The star armor system is merely an auxiliary and must never take precedence, otherwise, the consequences could be dire.
Understood.
Qin Wushang affirmed, removing the star armor and waving his hand as he turned to exit the testing chamber, casually asking, by the way, how is the recruitment of tactical team members progressing? Lei Luo shook his head. I have already posted recruitment information with the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, yet the response has been underwhelming. Qin Wushang reassured him, no need to rush. Take your time to select, quality trumps quantity. The 5 members of the tactical team need not possess exceedingly high cultivation levels, but they must each have a specialized skill. Ideally, there should be 2 practitioners among them.
If not, at least 1 is the minimum acceptable. Lei Luo nodded, understood. If we cannot recruit through the mercenary organization, I can reach out to the Alliance Academy to recruit in the name of the Academy.
The Alliance Academy comprises the Astral Technique Academy, the Lingxiao Martial Institute, and the Tianqing Academy. These 3 institutions are dedicated to cultivating elite talents in celestial warriors and astral practitioners. As their names suggest, the Astral Technique Academy primarily trains astral practitioners, while the Lingxiao Martial Institute is the stronghold for celestial warriors. Although the Tianqing Academy often ranks last among the 3, it occasionally produces 1 or 2 prodigious talents who excel in both techniques and martial arts, earning it renown throughout the alliance. Upon hearing Lei Luo mention the 3 academies, Qin Wushang suddenly recalled that he still possessed a spot for advanced study at the Lingxiao Martial Institute. However, he had completely forgotten about this opportunity while engrossed in managing the Imperial Consortium's affairs over the past 2 years. Fortunately, this spot remains valid as long as the recipient's cultivation is below the 6th stage of the Void Sky realm and their age is under 35. Should I seize the opportunity to capitalize on this? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Wushang contemplated that this advanced study opportunity was a reward obtained by his father after donating several hundred million to the Lingxiao Martial Institute. It would be a shame not to take advantage of it. I'll leave these troubling matters to you, I have personal business to attend to.
Qin Wushang declared, waving his hand as he turned to depart.
A few minutes later, a colossal amphibious vehicle, the Wild Dragon, roared to life, surging out of the spacedock with a thunderous growl. With its 7-meter-long frame and wild design, coupled with an audacious speed, it was impossible not to attract attention. Qin Wushang's so-called personal business was, of course, revenge. He had no patience to wait for the adage that a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years to come to fruition. Although this matter might involve larger secrets and forces that even his father feared, Qin Wushang was unfazed, especially with the enhancement from the War Emperor. His combat prowess at the pinnacle of the fusion realm had inflated his confidence to unprecedented levels. In Lehigh City, even with the star defense system controlled by the Enlightenment intelligence system, Qin Wushang's vengeful heart could not be contained. The news of Qin Wushang's emergence swiftly reached Feng Dao, who promptly discerned the implications of Qin Wushang's audacious actions.
Oh no, the boss's strategy to fish has likely gone awry.
As Qin Wangchen's confidant, Feng Dao was acutely aware of Qin Wangchen's schemes. Just as he was about to reap the rewards, he was taken aback to find Qin Wushang, who should have departed from the Source Star, reappearing at this critical juncture.
This won't do. I must quickly inform the boss. The Li and Gu families harbor several experts at the fusion realm, all waiting for the boss to ensnare them. If we miss this big catch, young Master Wushang could find himself in grave peril. Fang Dao's expression shifted suddenly, and he hurriedly made his way to the secluded courtyard where Qin Wanchen was hiding.
In truth, Qin Wushang's intentions were simple. Since he could overpower them directly, there was no need for underhanded tactics. Indeed, as he neared the southern district where the Li and Gu families resided, the hunt commenced. Air-to-ground missiles, anti-tank missiles, electromagnetic sniper rifles, and the fire god electromagnetic cannon, all available weaponry was unleashed upon the Wild Dragon vehicle driven by Qin Wushang. Fortunately, thanks to Lei Luo's modifications, the Wild Dragon's exterior armor was crafted from materials identical to those used in starship shields, capable of withstanding naval cannon fire. The lightweight weaponry employed by the Li and Gu families barely scratched the obsidian coating of the vehicle. Chapter 059 Clue in the southern city, atop the majestic Muyan Mountain, lies the ancient family estate, nestled amidst the mountains and rivers, encompassing a vast expanse of land. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, causing the grand entrance of the estate to collapse under the din. Following this, a wild armored off-road vehicle crushed its way through the debris of the gate, closely pursued by dozens of armored combat vehicles. In the sky above, several armed helicopters roared in, their presence ominous. All manner of gunfire was directed at the ferocious armored vehicle, yet none could penetrate its defenses. Inside the armored vehicle, Qin Wushang donned the imposing Xingtian battle armor, as countless strands of black liquid metal unfurled from the wings on his back, merging seamlessly with the vehicle's structure.
At that moment, the off-road vehicle seemed to be an extension of the star armor itself, maneuvering with agility and precision under Qin Wushang's command. The fierce battle unfolding before the estate quickly alerted those within, prompting numerous warriors to rush forth and intercept the vehicle. With a resounding crash, the armored off-road vehicle executed a dramatic spin, coming to a halt on a broad expanse of grass. Observing this, the pursuing warriors ceased their fire, yet advanced en masse, encircling the vehicle. Above, the armed helicopters continued to circle ominously, their cannons trained on the off-road vehicle. However, the armored vehicle remained eerily still. After a brief pause, 5 soldiers clad in individual armor systems approached cautiously from all directions. As one reached for the vehicle's door, a black longsword suddenly lashed out, piercing him through. A frenzy of gunfire erupted, yet the ricocheting bullets inadvertently struck several of their own. Amidst the torrential downpour of bullets, Qin Wushang emerged from the vehicle, pushing the door aside. The Xingtian battle armor gradually took form around him, its striking and fierce appearance sending a shiver through all onlookers. Instantly, the gunfire intensified, particularly from the 8 armed helicopters overhead, whose cannons unleashed a torrent of 20mm rounds, each shot akin to a cannonball, battering against the surface of the Xingtian battle armor. With a hum, as his wings vibrated, Qin Wushang launched himself upward, moving with a speed that seemed almost instantaneous. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding events, he soared above the helicopters. His wings unfurled gracefully, and then, as if conjured from thin air, 8 phantoms appeared, each wielding a long sword, descending upon the helicopters with lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. 8 deafening explosions erupted in unison, as the helicopters met their fiery demise, engulfed in a colossal blaze that illuminated the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. On the ground, countless warriors who had surrounded the vehicle were either consumed by flames or struck down by debris, leaving only a handful of survivors in the aftermath. From the inferno, Qin Wushang emerged, methodically dispatching a few remaining warriors clinging to life. Suddenly, he turned to see a large group of warriors charging from his left, at the forefront of which was the familiar figure of Gu Qiang. Witnessing the devastation, Gu Qiang's face flushed with rage, his voice booming, "Qin Wushang, are you seeking death?" "TSK, TSK, TSK, Qin Wushang replied with a mocking tone, "Old dog, were you merely playing with me during that earlier pursuit with guns and cannons?" The retort left Gu Qiang momentarily speechless. In a life-or-death encounter, further words held little significance, and the resolution lay solely in the clash of blades. "Young man, temper your fury." Just as Gu Qiang prepared to engage, an elderly voice resonated from behind the group. Gu Qiang's expression shifted, but he suppressed his ire, stepping aside to reveal an elder clad in a dark robe, who approached with measured steps. "Master Fan." Gu Qiang and several others quickly bowed in reverence. Upon seeing this figure, a flicker of threat ignited within Qin Wushang. The scanning system of the Xingtian battle armor activated instinctively, and a series of crimson warning data flooded his mind. A pinnacle practitioner of the 6th stage of the spirit origin realm, the armor revealed, correlating the elder's level to that of a celestial warrior's fusion realm. Yet for celestial practitioners, realm was merely one metric of strength. The attributes of their techniques were the true determinants of their combat prowess. Qin Wushang recalled the enigmatic Guhe, a prodigy of both martial and arcane arts, particularly his bizarre spatial attributes that had caused Qin Wushang much hardship. He pondered what affinity this elder might possess. "Old man, who do you think you are?" Qin Wushang asked defiantly. The elder in the dark robe chuckled. "Is this how Qin Wanchen teaches you to address your elders? What do you count for?"
Qin Wushang retorted coldly, yet before he could finish, alarms blared from the Xingtian battle armor. Mental intrusion detected, activating defense systems. Suddenly, a flicker of nearly invisible blue light shot from the divine stone embedded in the armor's forehead. Truly no good intentions, Qin Wushang seethed inwardly, realizing the elder was complicit with Gu Qiang and his cohorts, putting on a facade of friendliness while plotting in the shadows. However, he maintained an appearance of nonchalance, standing still. Well then, young man, your cultivation is commendable, but you are still somewhat inexperienced. The elder, known as Fan, chuckled, you all, restrain him. Remember not to disturb that piece of star armor on him. If I am not mistaken, it should be a stellar-grade armor with an autonomous defense system. You only need to bind him with energy locks. Realizing the elder's cunning, Qin Wushang felt a surge of frustration. He had intended to strike the elder down during his approach, but this old fox was evidently not so easily fooled. The energy locks mentioned by the elder were devices developed by the Alliance specifically to restrain troublesome celestial warriors and practitioners, akin to shackles. Even a formidable expert at the Burning Heaven realm would lose most of their power once ensnared. Seeing his plan thwarted, Qin Wushang was not one to sit idly by and await capture. As the warriors carrying the energy locks drew near, he suddenly swung both arms, unleashing two longswords in a sweeping arc. Caught off guard, the warriors were swiftly cleaved into pieces. In the next moment, Qin Wushang lunged forward, positioning himself directly before Elder Fan. With a resounding slice, he brought his two swords together, channeling a fierce sword aura that surged towards Elder Fan with devastating intent. Chapter 060, A Sword's Decisive Blow. You young scoundrel, I have long been prepared for you. The elder surnamed Fan let out a hearty laugh, retreating several feet before extending his hands. With a counterclockwise motion, he traced a circular arc, and in an instant, a radiant shield of light swiftly coalesced between his palms. Boom! As the sword clashed with the shield, two formidable forces collided, producing a deafening roar. The elder's expression suddenly shifted. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power behind Qin Wushang's strike. Although the shield had successfully blocked the blow, it shattered mere seconds later, just as Qin Wushang's second strike followed closely behind. The blade gleamed like a dragon, slicing through the air with unmatched sharpness and a chilling breeze, aimed directly at the elder's vital points. The elder's countenance changed dramatically. At the moment the shield shattered, his internal energy surged fiercely, desperately attempting to conjure a new defense. However, the speed and might of Qin Wushang's strike were so overwhelming that he was afforded no respite. In a moment of urgency, the elder retreated rapidly, employing mystical footwork that left a series of afterimages on the ground, attempting to evade this lethal assault. Yet, Qin Wushang was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. He moved in perfect harmony with the blade, as if they were one, and with the acceleration granted by the Celestial War Emperor, his pursuit remained relentless. The tip of his sword traced an elegant arc through the air, closely following the elder's evasive maneuvers, pressing in without granting an inch of breathing space. Ha! The elder, realizing there was no escape, let out a roar, his energy boiling over as he quickly formed hand seals, striving to create a temporary barrier of energy before him as a final stand. Yet, Qin Wushang's strike not only contained the stellar power within him but also incorporated the might of the star armor, a force far beyond what the elder could defend against in such haste. With a resounding crack, the energy barrier was effortlessly torn apart, and the sword tip, stained with crimson, pierced through, aiming directly at the elder's chest. In that critical moment, a glint of resolve flickered in the elder's eyes. He unleashed a sudden explosion of energy, forcing his body to shift sideways by half an inch, allowing the fatal strike to graze past him, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder. Even so, the residual force from the blow caused him to stagger, nearly toppling him. Observing this, Qin Wushang did not hasten to attack. Instead, he sheathed his sword and stood still, his gaze icy and penetrating, as if he had everything under control. After this intense battle, the elder's energy was severely depleted, and Qin Wushang knew he posed no further threat. With disdain, he remarked, "No matter your myriad tricks, I shall sever them all with a single stroke. Old man, do not play your games with me, I spit on such antics. Very well, you insolent wretch. You have driven me to the brink." The elder surnamed Fan, consumed by rage, trembled uncontrollably, bellowing a series of furious exclamations. He then produced a porcelain vial from his person, tilting it back to swallow its contents in one gulp. "Do not think that donning the star armor makes you invincible. I shall show you what true power is." As he spoke, the elder's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. He then flicked his sleeve, and a radiant brilliance enveloped him, an ancient and profound aura emanating forth. Gradually, he raised his hands, palms facing upward, as if to summon the very forces of the heavens. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, the stars themselves seemed to tremble, and an irresistible might coalesced at his fingertips. Sensing the change in the surrounding energy, Qin Wushang concluded that this elder was indeed a celestial practitioner of the elemental system. The elemental practitioners were the most numerous among celestial beings, wielding mental powers to manipulate the fundamental elements of the world, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 4 symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire, as well as mutated elements like thunder, frost, snow, and mist. Judging by the power he displayed, the elder was likely a practitioner of the wind element within the 4 symbols. You little wretch, witness my technique. Wind sweeps the soul. With those words, the elder unleashed the gathered tempestuous energy, transforming it into a raging tornado that roared across the sky, bearing the might to obliterate all in its path, surging towards Qin Wushang. At the center of this tempest, the air felt as if it had been compressed to its limits, producing a deafening roar, while the surrounding space twisted and contorted under the pressure of the storm. Indeed, as a practitioner of the spirit element, the elder's attack exerted unprecedented pressure on Qin Wushang, causing his expression to grow solemn. The stellar energy within Qin Wushang surged, the radiance of the celestial war emperor becoming ever more resplendent, as if each beam of light contained the power to annihilate all. Drawing in a deep breath, he stomped the ground with force, propelling himself upward like a meteor streaking through the void, charging directly towards the tornado. As the storm and Qin Wushang were on the verge of colliding, the sword in his hand erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The blade danced, unleashing boundless energy from the star armor, transforming into countless devastating sword energies that intertwined with the tempestuous winds, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. Within the storm, Qin Wushang's figure flickered in and out of visibility. Utilizing the agility and formidable defense of the celestial war emperor, he weaved through the maelstrom, each strike perfectly timed to diminish the storm's power. Open! Qin Wushang roared, and with a sudden burst, his sword unleashed a beam of light that soared skyward, as if cleaving down from the heavens, embodying the prideful technique of the sword sovereign's scripture. With a resounding crash, the sword light descended, seemingly intent on cleaving the very storm asunder. In the next moment, as the forces clashed and consumed one another, the storm gradually weakened, ultimately dissipating into the ether. Qin Wushang landed firmly, his breath slightly ragged and the stellar energy within him spent from that blow, yet he had successfully withstood the elder's most prized attack. With a flourish of his sword, he pointed it at the elder, declaring, "Old man, is that all you've got? If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you may as well prepare for your departure." The elder's countenance paled, although wind sweeps the soul was not his ultimate trump card, being so easily countered by an unknown youth left him feeling somewhat humiliated. However, he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities at this moment, knowing that even if he were to slay this young man, it would not justify the cost. Yet, as he saw Qin Wushang gathering his strength for another strike, the elder hastily called out, "Wait, Qin! Even if you were to slay us all today, it would only bring calamity upon your Qin clan. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind all of this?" Qin Wushang paused momentarily at those words, then swiftly swung his sword, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this truth? I have no interest in it. Today, all I desire is to kill." With that, his form transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards the elder. Chapter 061. The Arrow Madman. Stop! The elderly man of the Fan clan swiftly retreated, his voice urgent as he implored, "Do you not yearn to uncover the truth of the entire affair? Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of Qin Wunshan?" With a thunderous crash, Qin Wushang's sword halted mere feet before the old man, a formidable sword aura erupting forth, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that surged violently in all directions. However, at that moment, a piercing arrow whistled through the air. Qin Wushang's heart jolted, he sensed a chilling intent to kill sweeping towards him, but he abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze, only to witness an arrow slicing through the air, tracing a silvery arc with astonishing speed, as if the very atmosphere were being cleaved by its razor edge, emitting a shrill cry. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was but a foot away, and as Qin Wushang's figure wavered, an inexplicable force surged within him, awakening his body to an incredible speed as he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal projectile. With a shrill whistle, the arrow embedded itself deeply in the ground where he had stood, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that seemed as if a ton of explosives had been buried beneath the earth. The ground shook violently, creating a massive pit several meters deep. But the sheer force of that arrow was astonishing. Qin Wushang instinctively felt that had he been struck, even the defenses of the War Emperor Xingtian would have been inadequate. Should the explosive power within the arrow detonate inside him, he would likely meet the same fate as the ground beneath, a fate of obliteration. With the first arrow having missed its mark, a second was upon him in an instant. Qin Wushang scarcely had time to contemplate. As his feet touched the ground, the second arrow was already hurtling towards him. This arrow flew even faster than the first, and Qin Wushang sensed a faint yet palpable presence locking onto him. No matter how he maneuvered, it seemed the arrow followed him like a shadow, aiming directly for his vital points. Astonished, Qin Wushang recognized that not only was his opponent an exceptional archer, but he also possessed an uncanny ability to predict his movements, rendering the confrontation exceedingly perilous. Understanding that remaining in this passive state would inevitably lead him into a trap, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind as various strategies raced through his thoughts. Yet, every strategy appeared futile. Ultimately, he would have to confront this dire threat head-on with his sword. "Humph, let us see whether your arrow is swifter or my sword sharper." Qin Wushang scoffed, feeling the star energy within him surge. The sword in his grasp seemed to come alive, radiating a potent aura simultaneously. A torrent of energy erupted from the core of the War Emperor of Xingtian, enveloping him entirely, and in an instant, Qin Wushang's form surged forward, his speed akin to that of an arrow released from a bow, soaring skyward. At that very moment, the arrow trembled slightly before abruptly changing course, speeding towards Qin Wushang with even greater velocity. Slash! Qin Wushang bellowed, his ascending figure pausing suddenly as he swung his sword once more, conjuring a flurry of sword shadows. These countless shadows coalesced into a singular beam of sword light, cleaving towards the incoming arrow. This strike embodied the supreme sword intent he had gleaned from the Sword Emperor's teachings, further amplified by the martial will of the 10 earthly demon slayers, propelled by his star energy and the power of the War Emperor of Xingtian, reaching an unparalleled might. With a resounding boom, the clash of these two forces, each akin to the main cannon of a starship, erupted in a blinding brilliance, casting a shadow over the sky. A massive storm surged forth from the epicenter of their collision, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through the heavens and earth. The tempest was accompanied by thunderous roars, deafening enough to shake the very fabric of space, rendering the sun's light dim in comparison. Dust and debris were swept up by the raging winds, forming towering tornadoes that spiraled violently in the air, weaving a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze, only to be torn apart moments later by the violent energy, while the ground lay shattered beneath the remnants of this force, as if molded by an unseen hand, leaving desolation in its wake. In the distance, the onlookers, including Gu Qiyang, stood dumbfounded, an unprecedented fear welling up within them as they gazed at the shadow in the void, an inexplicable chill creeping into their hearts. The elderly man of the Fan clan was even more profoundly shaken. While others may not know the identity of the archer, he was acutely aware this was a figure of dread within the martial world of the Alliance. Though merely at the 6th tier of the fusion realm, the feats of slaying stronger adversaries in the Burning Heaven realm were not infrequent, yet, what terrified the old man even more was the young man named Qin Wushang. In his 20s, he was hardly a prodigy in the Alliance, yet the feats displayed before him shattered his understanding. A practitioner of the innate realm, equipped with a stellar-grade armor system, capable of battling foes of the fusion realm. Such a phenomenon was not uncommon among the Alliance's elite, however. To not only evade death beneath the arrows of the arrow madman but also to strike one down was a sight he had never witnessed before. There must be some hidden truth. The elderly man's gaze flitted over the somewhat disheveled Qin Wushang, seemingly attempting to decipher the answer concealed within every inch of his skin and each subtle expression. Qin Wushang, however, had no time to dwell on the old man's scrutiny. His focus remained fixed on the tall building 100 feet away. 2 arrows had been loosed, and the archer had not concealed his presence. Through the tracking device of the War Emperor of Xingtian, Qin Wushang swiftly pinpointed the archer's location. It was a young man, appearing only slightly older than himself, clad in casual black attire, his disheveled hair giving him an unkempt look. He idly toyed with a black longbow, a relaxed, confident smile gracing his face, as if the earlier battle had been nothing more than a trivial game to him. Qin Wushang's wariness heightened. He felt a dangerous aura emanating from this individual, and he sensed that should he take another step forward, he would invite an even more formidable assault. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as over a dozen missiles soared towards the estate from all directions, exploding into brilliant flames, with 6 of them zeroing in on the very building where the bowman stood. Amidst the confusion, a shadowy figure stealthily approached him through the thickening smoke. Under the comprehensive surveillance of the War Emperor of Xingtian, this figure was utterly exposed. However, Qin Wushang perceived no malice in its approach, opting instead to remain on guard without launching an attack. "Young Master Wushang." The figure halted a few feet away. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Wushang's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he flicked his form, grasping the figure into his hand, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they vanished, reappearing outside the estate. Chapter 062 The Truth Behind. Upon seeing his father leisurely reclining in the shade of a tree, Qin Wushang realized that the worries and concerns he had harbored over the past few months were entirely unfounded. In fact, his quest for vengeance against the Gu family might inadvertently disrupt his father's grand design. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang felt not a shred of remorse. After all, his father had concealed this matter from him, and even more egregiously, the so-called Gaochen plan had been shrouded in secrecy for 2 decades, during which he had received not a whisper of information, ultimately learning the truth from his enemies. "I did not intend to keep this from you. It's merely that knowing too much about certain matters is not beneficial for you." Understanding one's child better than anyone else, Qin Wunshan could discern the tumult of thoughts swirling in Qin Wushang's mind merely from the changes in his expression. With a long sigh, he attempted to clarify. Qin Wushang pulled up a small stool and sat across from Qin Wanchen, stating, I understand, over the years, you have always acted with such domineering authority. As your eldest son, I have grown accustomed to it. However, regarding my mother, if you do not provide me with a clear explanation, what is this? Have you grown wings and dare to threaten your father? Qin Wanchen chuckled coldly, saying, with your meager skills, do not presume that just because you have slain a few insignificant foes and narrowly dodged a couple of arrows, you are invincible. I blame myself for having sheltered you too well, you foolish boy. This world is far more perilous than you can fathom. Qin Wushang maintained a stoic expression, fully aware of his father's disposition. He recognized that Qin Wanchen's evasive remarks were an attempt to sidestep the issue concerning his mother, Xia Qianqian. Noticing that Qin Wushang did not engage, Qin Wanchen awkwardly smiled and remarked, you rascal, regarding your mother, you cannot hold me accountable. This was all her decision, and I merely executed it. Having felt a loss of dignity in discussing this matter in front of his son, Qin Wanchen hastily shifted the topic to the Gaochen plan. The fragments of information Qin Wushang had gleaned from Li Qi were merely the surface of the truth, and this portion had been intentionally leaked by Qin Wanchen and Xia Qianqian as a smokescreen. 20 years ago, the incident involving Xia Qianqian's plane crash indeed occurred, but she did not perish in that catastrophe. Rather, she had whimsically opted for a different spacecraft before takeoff, enabling her to escape disaster. Realizing that her adversaries would not simply relent, Xia Qianqian feigned her death to retreat into the shadows, clandestinely overseeing the Gaochen plan while publicly announcing her demise in the crash and placing the Gaochen plan on hold. In truth, not only Xia Qianqian but also Qin Wanchen faced numerous assassination attempts following the discovery of ancient artifacts and information regarding immortals by the Imperial Group's expedition fleet on Gaochen Star. This realization solidified their determination to see the Gaochen plan through to fruition. After Xia Qianqian's supposed death in the plane crash, Qin Wanchen placed a bounty of 100 billion alliance coins through the Mercenary Guild, launching a sweeping purge against assassin organizations throughout the alliance. This instigated widespread fear among these organizations, prompting them to seek peace and declare that they would no longer accept any contracts related to the Qin family, thus bringing an end to this tumultuous episode across the alliance. However, the true mastermind behind these events had remained hidden in the shadows for 2 decades, coveting the entirety of the Gaochen plan. Despite Qin Wanchen's exhaustive efforts, he mostly captured scapegoats or pawns willingly sacrificed by the adversary to create chaos. The recent power struggle within the Imperial Consortium had once again revealed the presence of this unseen hand. Qin Wanchen had sensed this threat months prior and initiated a cunning plan to draw out the snake from its hole. Yet evidently, the patience of the shadowy figures surpassed his expectations. Both the Li family and the Gu family, along with the Shinto sect in Sakura district, were merely expendable pieces on their chessboard. Even the 6th-tier celestial sorcerer Fan Zhua and the 6th-tier celestial warrior Jian Quan Yen Jingshan were merely visible pawns in their game. Father, what exactly is the true Gaochen plan? Qin Wushang was ignited by an insatiable curiosity and inquired of Qin Wanchen. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wanchen replied, to understand the true Gaochen plan, we must delve back over 20 years. At that time, the Imperial Consortium was undergoing rapid development and expansion. Your mother, who oversaw the research department, proposed a human enhancement project. This initiative was based on human genetics, employing external artificial intervention to awaken the dormant powers within human flesh and blood, aiming to artificially produce celestial warriors en masse. This human enhancement project served as the precursor, or rather, the prologue to the Gaochen plan. During the course of this project, your mother unearthed some hidden information from ancient artifacts and texts, all of which ultimately pointed to a celestial body 448 light-years away, known as Gaochen Star, or the purple tenuity star in our Chinese mythological lore. However, from an astronomical perspective, the Gaochen star we observe in the night sky is a star, akin to the sun visible from our source planet. Therefore, it is evident that the information your mother discovered cannot be referring to this lifeless star. Over the span of 3 years, your mother personally designed and oversaw the construction of the research exploration spacecraft, Xianniao, which was completed in the orbit of Jupiter. Subsequently, she left me and you, who was barely half a year old, and boarded the Xianniao to venture to Gaochen Star, 448 light-years away. That journey lasted another 3 years, and upon her return, the Xianniao was severely damaged, as though it had endured an interstellar battle. Your mother herself was gravely injured and spent half a year in the medical chamber before fully recovering. Was it due to what mother discovered on Gaochen Star? Qin Wushang asked. Qin Wanchen nodded. After Xianniao reached the region of Gaochen Star, within the corresponding star system, your mother discovered a massive asteroid belt. Upon calculation, she reconstructed the GUT model of the Gaochen Star system and concluded that this asteroid belt likely formed from the fragmentation of a colossal planet. Subsequently, within one of the larger asteroids in the belt, she uncovered a fragment of a stone tablet, which was merely the initial discovery. Chapter 063 The Legacy of the Mythical Era. The subsequent words of Qin Huangquan utterly transformed Qin Wushang's understanding of ancient mythology, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, intricately linking the myths of antiquity with the modern world. As Qin Wushang listened to Qin Huangquan's narration, his eyes gleamed with incredulity, for these legendary entities astonishingly manifested before him, one by one, in an unfathomable manner. The discovery of the stone tablet fragments was merely the beginning. Although the inscriptions on these fragments were weathered and indistinct, they bore traces of the ancient mythological epics' writings and information. Despite their incompleteness, a mere few words, such as those referencing the longevity of immortals, contained an abundance of knowledge. Soon after, the Xianyao spacecraft uncovered a floating ruin amidst the asteroid belt, where, among the remnants of crumbling walls, Xia Qianqian and her companions discovered a fragment inscribed with the characters Southern Heaven Gate. These three characters alone conveyed profound information, evoking associations with the ancient celestial court and the boundary between the mortal realm and the divine, as well as that portal leading to boundless mysteries. Hidden behind these characters lay a tapestry of ancient and resplendent history, a testament to the intertwining of myth and reality. In the annals of ancient mythology, the Southern Heaven Gate was indeed the main entrance of the celestial court, the passageway through which deities entered and exited. The fragment of the Southern Heaven Gate discovered by Xia Qianqian and her companions undeniably added a vivid hue of authenticity to this ancient legend, prompting a realization that what once existed solely in myth might indeed reside in some corner of this world. If the Southern Heaven Gate were merely a coincidence, then the discovery of the remnants of a peach tree, believed to grant immortality, in another nearby void ruin served as further evidence of the existence of ancient myths. The remnants of the peach tree, encased in a crystalline substance, radiated a faint aura of celestial spirit, and even in its withered state, one could still sense the glory that once nourished the immortals. In ancient mythology, the peach tree symbolized not only eternal life but also served as a bridge connecting heaven and earth, facilitating communication between the divine and humanity. Additionally, alongside the remnants of the peach tree, a fragment suspected to be a corner of the Lingxiao Palace, severed by an overwhelming force, was also discovered. The carvings of dragons and phoenixes entwined with clouds, though marred by the ravages of time, still conveyed the splendor and solemnity of the celestial court of Ur. Most importantly, within this site, Xia Qianqian unearthed a complete sealing talisman. This talisman was not merely a relic, it was a powerful artifact imbued with immense magical power, symbolizing the authority of the emperor of the upper palace of Guichen. Through this talisman, Xia Qianqian not only acquired a portion of Guichen's authority but also seemed to unlock a portal to higher dimensions, allowing her a glimpse into the truths hidden behind the myths. As Qin Huangquan continued his discourse, Qin Wushang felt as though he was being transported into a new realm, one teeming with the unknown and miraculous. Overwhelmed by this series of discoveries, Qin Wushang was struck with awe, as if a key had been turned in the lock to the ancient world of mythology, igniting an insatiable curiosity and desire within him. He came to realize that this world harbored countless secrets and powers beyond imagination. Qin Huangquan's voice bore a subtle undertone of excitement as he elaborated on these ancient mythological ruins, which were not merely remnants of materiality, but also testaments to the grandeur and mysteries of a bygone mythological era. The runes etched upon the stone tablet fragments recorded pivotal information regarding the existence of the ancient mythological epic. The crumbling walls of the Southern Heaven Gate concealed secrets that led to the mythical era, while the remnants of the peach tree evoked thoughts of the fabled fruit of immortality, suggesting that perhaps humanity's lifespan could extend beyond its current limits. The suspected remnants of the Lingxiao Palace were directly linked to the core mysteries of the ancient celestial court. Particularly significant was the sealing talisman discovered by Xia Qianqian. When Qin Huangquan spoke of it, his expression became notably grave. This was a symbol of authority belonging to one of the four sovereigns of the celestial court, the emperor of the upper palace of Guichen. It could grant your mother a share of Guichen's power, indicating that this was no mere coincidence. This revelation implied that these ruins contained powers and knowledge beyond comprehension, capable of altering an individual's destiny and potentially reshaping the world order. Your mother thus acquired extraordinary powers and insights, yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true secrets lay concealed within the depths of time, awaiting our discovery. With a heavy sigh, Qin Huangquan concluded, stating that these were the core secrets of the entire Guichen plan. Initially, neither your mother nor I recognized the significance of these artifacts until we began to pursue deeper truths, at which point we encountered countless assassination attempts, as if an invisible force sought to thwart our efforts.
Could it be the Black Star organization? Qin Wushang inquired.
Qin Huangquan shook his head, replying, "At one time, I believed it to be the Black Star organization. However, after utilizing all my strength to become one of the 10 leaders of the Black Star, Di Jiang, I discovered this matter bore no relation to them whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang was left speechless, taking a moment to respond. "Old man, you are actually the most enigmatic leader among the 10 of the Black Star?"
How much more are you and my mother concealing from me? Qin Wanchen stated, there is no need to concern yourself with such trivial matters. The identity of Black Star Di Jiang is inconsequential, merely a title. If you desire this identity, you too could become Black Star Di Jiang. As he spoke, he casually tossed a white jade talisman to Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang caught the white jade talisman, examining it closely. The talisman was circular, its edges meticulously polished to a smooth finish, devoid of any blemish. At its center, a bas-relief depicted the ancient beast Di Jiang, while the reverse side bore script resembling runes, distinct from all existing writing systems, crafted by the founder of the Black Star organization based on ancient demonic script. In the sunlight, these symbols seem to emit a faint glow. Chapter 064 of the Gochan Research Institute. Qin Wushang unceremoniously stowed away the white jade token, a symbol of the Di Jiang identity, which he inherited from his forebear. He regarded it as his rightful due, yet, from Qin Wanchen's perspective, he held no regard for the Di Jiang identity. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the outside world, within the entire Earth-Star Alliance, the Black Star leader Di Jiang held an undeniably supreme position. Even so, this transition of identity between the father and son unfolded in a manner that felt almost trivial. The Black Star leader Di Jiang had been supplanted. One could only wonder how the higher-ups of the Black Star organization would react to this situation. Would they be left lamenting in silence? In other words, was the Gochan plan intrinsically linked to the ancient myths surrounding the primordial celestial court? Was it aimed at researching the remnants of the ancient mythical era? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Wanchen nodded and replied, over the years, your mother has maintained a low profile while spearheading the execution of the Gochan plan. I and the Gochan star domain and the surrounding hundreds of light-years of starry expanse, the Xian Niao ship has been tirelessly excavating the relics left behind by the ancient mythical era and the primordial celestial court, unraveling the secrets hidden within these remnants. It was 5 years ago when the Xian Niao ship discovered a collapsed relic 70 light-years away from the Gochan star domain, from which it obtained a piece of gold foil. From this gold foil, your mother gleaned more detailed information regarding the primordial celestial court. Consequently, she relocated the entire Gochan laboratory from its location on Europa 3 to the Gochan star domain, establishing a larger and more sophisticated laboratory on the fifth rocky planet of the Gochan system. After more than 2 years of research and exploration, your mother finally deciphered a portion of the information inscribed on the gold foil, which pointed to the whereabouts of a treasure lost before the collapse of the celestial court. However, just as your mother was preparing to pursue this information further, the Xian Niao exploration vessel she was aboard, along with the Gochan laboratory on Gochan V, suddenly went missing. Although Qin Wushang had already learned of the Xian Niao's disappearance from Li Qi, hearing it again from Qin Wanchen filled him with shock and unease. Qin Wushang hastily asked, could it be the work of a hidden hand? The disappearance of the Xian Niao must be connected to them, right? Qin Wanchen's expression grew grave as he slowly nodded, a flicker of undeniable concern flashing in his eyes. Indeed, various signs indicated that the Xian Niao's disappearance was inextricably linked to that mysterious force. We have been tracking their movements, but their methods are cunning and unpredictable, making it difficult to capture concrete evidence. Qin Wushang clenched his fists, an inferno of rage igniting in his gaze. What are these scoundrels after? Is it the legacy of the ancient mythical era and the primordial celestial court, or do they merely wish to sabotage the Gochan plan? Qin Wanchen sighed and shook his head. At present, we cannot ascertain their true intentions. However, based on their past actions, it seems they have been consistently thwarting our pursuit of the secrets of the ancient mythical era and the primordial celestial court, as if they wish to conceal something. Father, we cannot remain idle. Qin Wushang's tone was resolute. We must take action, locate the Xian Niao, and expose the true identity of the hidden hand to thwart their nefarious plot. Moreover, my mother is still aboard the Xian Niao, we must rescue her at once. Qin Wanchen reassured him, there is no need to worry about your mother's safety given her cultivation level, especially after acquiring part of the Gochan Emperor's authority. She is nearly invincible within the Gochan star domain. Even a powerful being from the cave heaven realm, above the burning heaven realm, would not stand a chance against her. While the hidden hand is formidable, unless they possess ultimate power surpassing your mother, they should be the ones who ought to worry. But, Qin Wushang expressed his concerns. What if, before he could finish, Qin Wanchen interjected, rest assured, I have been preparing for these years. After your mother moved the Gochan laboratory to Gochan V, I rebuilt a new Gochan Research Institute at the original site. The new institute has 3 primary research focuses. The first is human potential development, a project your mother had been pursuing for a long time, which achieved a breakthrough 6 months ago. The institute has developed a strengthening serum known as the Deluo type. Injecting this serum can elevate an ordinary person, who has never cultivated, to the combat power of a 6th-tier celestial martial artist, effectively enabling the mass production of celestial martial artists. The second project is the development of star armors.
Utilizing the star armor manufacturing technology acquired from the Galactic Alliance, the Institute is now capable of producing planetary-level star armor systems in bulk, although we have encountered obstacles in advancing to stellar-level star armor systems. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang abruptly stood up. With a thought, he donned the Xingtian Battle Emperor armor, its striking and formidable appearance coupled with a sleek black finish exuding an aura of overwhelming ferocity. "Father, what do you think of this star armor system?" As he spoke, he shed the Xingtian Battle Emperor armor and returned to sit before Qin Wangchen. "Quite impressive. It is hardly inferior to the Star River level armors." Qin Wangchen, while not fully versed in the intricacies of star armor development, possessed keen insight and immediately recognized the exceptional nature of the armor worn by Qin Wushang. Although it appeared to be of stellar-level quality, its aura was more than twice that of an ordinary stellar-level star armor. Qin Wushang grinned. "Father, shortly I will introduce a friend to you who will ensure that the research progress of the Gochan Research Institute's star armor system undergoes an exponential leap forward." With the tangible evidence of the star armor system on Qin Wushang, Qin Wangchen held no doubts regarding the veracity of his claims. However, he understood that the development of the star armor system was not solely a matter of technology. Material limitations also posed significant challenges. Creating more powerful star armors was no simple task. Unbeknownst to Qin Wangchen, both Lei Luo and Qin Wushang had already developed a new type of metal material known as the Taibai type, effectively eliminating the constraints of material limitations. The third research direction of the Gochan Research Institute was focused on starships, diverging from the traditional starships currently in service within the Alliance, as it sought to incorporate the extraordinary technologies deciphered from the ancient celestial court of the mythical era into the construction of starships. Chapter 065 Shinbird Number 2 3 days later. I in the space dock over the East Sea, in the coastal city, the supply for the Tianji has been fully completed and is undergoing the final checks before departure. Within the bridge, Qin Wushang laid bare the entirety of the Gauchan plan and extended an invitation to Lelo, hoping he would accompany him to the Gauchan star region to seek the whereabouts of the Shenbird. In the realm of interstellar exploration within the Earth-Star Alliance, the legendary name of Lelo, the Thunder Madman, is known far and wide, a true icon of the field. With Lelo's involvement, Qin Wushang is confident that the search for the Shenbird will proceed more smoothly. As for Lelo, he had already been captivated by the ancient mythological heritage and the relics of the primordial celestial court when Qin Wushang first introduced the Gauchan plan. The moment the invitation was issued, Lelo eagerly accepted and swore an oath to keep the secrets. "Qin, the plan has changed. We must venture to the starry expanse 448 light-years away. Our previous preparations are likely insufficient. In addition to increasing our supply tenfold, I also need to perform another performance upgrade on the Tianji. Both defensive and offensive capabilities require enhancement. Fortunately, the first batch of mass-produced Taibai-type new metal materials has just come off the production line, providing enough quantity to completely replace the outer armor of the Tianji. Furthermore, my laboratory requires expansion and upgrades, and I need to procure some more advanced instruments from the Galactic Star Alliance, which will take approximately 15 to 20 days. Coincidentally, I have recruited 5 Tian warriors and 5 Tian technicians from the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, who will arrive at the Source Star in 5 days. During this time, you should finalize the members of the tactical team. Now, let us proceed to Europa. I am eager to discover what the Gauchan plan has unveiled. Perhaps it holds many similarities to what I have been pursuing all these years." Lelo spoke fervently, and without waiting for Qin Wushang's response, he strode directly towards the cabin housing the shuttle. There lay a planet-class shuttle, approximately 10 meters in length, capable of traversing within star systems, with a speed limit reaching 1/10 of light speed. At this velocity, the journey from the Source Star to Europa would take around an hour and a half, accounting for acceleration and deceleration. Whether due to the vastness of cosmic space or the absence of the Ghost Car starship, the shuttle ascended beyond the gravitational pull of the Source Star unimpeded. This unexpected turn of events allowed Qin Wushang to breathe a sigh of relief, as the formidable prowess of the Ghost Car's spatial techniques and its mastery in the integration realm would have posed a significant threat. Even bolstered by the Xingtian War Monarch, Qin Wushang was uncertain of victory in such a confrontation. An hour later, the shuttle decelerated and docked in Jupiter's synchronous orbit. After circling the planet, it then proceeded towards Europa. Europa, the largest moon in the solar system, orbits Jupiter with an orbital period of about 7 days. This icy and rocky celestial body exhibits distinct layering, featuring a fluid, iron-rich core. Its size surpasses that of Mercury, the smallest planet in the solar system, and it is the only known moon with a magnetic field. The Gauchan Research Institute is situated at the former site of the Gauchan Laboratory, located over 200 kilometers beneath the icy surface near Europa's equator. Guided by multi-beam laser towing beams, the shuttle slowly traversed a massive ice tunnel, entering a vast space dock within Europa. This dock alone spans over 10 kilometers in length and width, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, each exceeding 1,000 meters in height. As Qin Wushang and Lalo disembarked from the shuttle, they gazed upon hundreds of spacecraft bustling about. In the distance, within a colossal harbor, a massive starship under construction loomed, its size exceeding that of the Tianji by more than tenfold.
Young Master Wushang, please board. We have quite a distance to cover to reach the Gaochen Research Institute.
At that moment, a silver-white aircraft halted before Qin Wushang, its door opening to reveal Fang Dayo peering out.
Has the old man arrived?
Qin Wushang called to Lalo as he inquired.
Boss arrived at the Research Institute 24 hours ago and is currently overseeing the construction of the Xianbird No. 2.
He has no time to attend to Mr. Lalo. He has transferred the highest authority of the Gaochen Research Institute to young Master Wushang, Fang Dayo replied. The Gaochen Research Institute shares information with the Gaochen Laboratory, granting young Master Wushang the right to access all information from the institute, including but not limited to all classified documents below level 4S.
However, for classified information above level 4S pertaining to the Gaochen Laboratory, authorization from Director Xia is required, a decision that even the boss cannot override. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang jested, so the old man has been clamoring to take charge for this reason. Fang Dayo chuckled in return, having long since grown accustomed to the dynamics of Qin Wushang's relationship with his father, Qin Wanchen, as he had been one of the earliest supporters in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Qin Wushang then asked, "What is the progress on the construction of Xianbird No. 2? Fang Dayo replied, "The boss issued a strict order to complete the construction of Xianbird No. 2 within 720 hours. Currently, 90 of the Research Institute's production capacity is dedicated to its construction."
Qin Wushang frowned. Even so, it seems unlikely that the task can be completed within the stipulated time. Though he had only glimpsed it from afar, the overall framework appeared to be less than 60 complete. It is worth noting that nearly a year of time had already been expended since the construction of Xianbird No. 2 commenced. Completing the remaining 40 within 720 hours seemed almost insurmountable.
Fang Dayo countered, "Alone, the resources of the Research Institute on Europa are insufficient to meet this deadline. However, the boss has enlisted the aid of the Black Star."
He glanced at Lalo before continuing. Parts for the starship have been ordered from the 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Suns Alliance to expedite the construction of Xianbird No. 2. The 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Suns Alliance are the 2 largest starship manufacturers within the Earth Star Alliance, monopolizing nearly 60% of the starship market and serving as 2 of the military's primary warship suppliers. Clearly, Qin Wanchen had intended from the outset to leverage the capabilities of these manufacturers to propose the seemingly impossible goal of completing the construction of Xianbird No. 2 within 720 hours. Chapter 066, The Essence of Taowu. Europa, with a diameter exceeding 5,200 kilometers, boasts an average surface temperature of approximately -160 degrees Celsius. However, at its core, temperatures can soar to between 1,200 and 1,400 degrees Celsius. The Gaochen Research Institute is situated over 1,170 kilometers beneath the surface, where the environmental temperature is maintained between 0 and 30 degrees, spanning over 2,000 acres. The institute is divided into more than a dozen functional zones. Fang Dayo, accompanied by Qin Wushang and Lei Luo, heads first to the Department of Human Gene Enhancement Research. Here, the latest enhancement serum, the Essence of Taowu, has completed its final validation, and Qin Wushang is to be among the first volunteers to receive the injection. In the brightly lit laboratory, an array of advanced equipment glimmers with a cold light, and the air is thick with a palpable tension and expectation. Clad in a specially designed white lab coat, Qin Wushang stands within a colossal transparent injection chamber, as a white anesthetic gas begins to fill the space. Over the next few minutes, the monitoring screens outside the chamber display the fluctuating life signs of Qin Wushang. Once a stable reading is achieved, a gentle and clear female voice resonates within the laboratory. The subject's vital signs meet the requirements. We may commence the injection of the Essence of Taowu. Please confirm that all is ready. Following your confirmation, the intelligent assistance system of the injection chamber will administer a painless injection. Please confirm in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, confirm the injection. At Fang Dayo's instruction, the researchers before the injection chamber pressed the confirmation button. With the confirmation complete, the injection process commenced. The soothing female voice echoed once more, and shortly thereafter, 5 mechanical arms extended from the chamber, inserting slender syringes into each of Qin Wushang's limbs and the crown of his head. These syringes pierced directly into the bone marrow, gradually infusing the deep green essence of Taowu. As the enhancement serum permeated, it reacted immediately with Qin Wushang's marrow, unleashing waves of pure, potent vitality that surged throughout his body. Under the influence of this powerful and pure life force, Qin Wushang's physical form seemed to undergo a rebirth. Each inch of skin, every bone, and every cell transformed under this nurturing power. The accumulated impurities and filth of years were swiftly eradicated, akin to snowflakes dissolving under the scorching sun, vanishing into nothingness. Yet this was merely the beginning. As Qin Wushang's body was activated by this vitality, it manifested as fresh energy coursing through him, akin to a mountain spring cleansing every hidden crevice, bestowing unprecedented comfort and vigor. His muscles gradually became firm and elastic, his bones more resilient. From within to without, every aspect of his being, marrow, fascia, blood, and flesh underwent comprehensive enhancement and elevation. Inside the injection chamber, due to the anesthetic gas, Qin Wushang's bodily functions lay dormant, yet his spiritual essence remained fully awake. Thus, he observed the release of the essence of Tao's energy within him with remarkable clarity, even more detailed than the instruments could measure. Under the scrutiny of Qin Wushang's spiritual essence, the enhancement serum was magnified infinitely, revealing innumerable highly active particles within. These particles existed in a dual state of matter and energy. Upon entering the bone marrow, they transformed from matter into high-energy vitality, continuously stimulating the division and regeneration of the marrow cells. Simultaneously, the transformed marrow cells absorbed this high-energy vitality, catalyzing the metamorphosis of the blood. Within Qin Wushang, the bones and blood, already refined by the absorption of stellar energy, became even more perfect under the influence of this high-energy vitality. He estimated that once his physical form completed this metamorphosis, the speed at which he could cultivate the 10 earth-devouring stars technique would increase by 3 to 5 times. In other words, the second tier of the 10 earth-devouring stars technique, which originally required 8 to 10 years to complete, could now be accomplished in merely 2 to 3 years. However, Qin Wushang remained unsatisfied with this pace. Moreover, within his self-awareness, it seemed that his physical transformation had yet to reach its limit. Why not attempt to cultivate the 10 earth-devouring stars technique in this state, refining my body with stellar energy alongside the enhancement serum, to see if I can achieve a peak transformation, he pondered, while simultaneously guiding the stellar energy within him. As the 10 earth-devouring stars technique activated, an endless stream of stellar energy began to converge around Qin Wushang. Just then, the star armor emblem on his chest emitted a faint red light, and unexpectedly, the Xingtian battle armor activated autonomously, rapidly enveloping him in black armor, while the 5 syringes remained firmly embedded in his body. Not only that, but the flow of the enhancement serum through the 5 syringes suddenly doubled. Concurrently, alarms blared throughout the injection chamber, signaling a crisis as the laboratory's control program was under attack from an unknown source, resulting in a 30 to 40% loss of control system authority. 50%. 60%, 70%. The intelligence system continued to issue warnings, yet all efforts by the researchers surrounding the injection chamber proved futile. Suddenly, all alarms and warnings ceased, as if everything had returned to normal. However, despair filled Feng Dao and the other researchers' eyes. The silence of the alarms did not signify a restoration of normalcy but rather indicated the total collapse of the laboratory's control system, heralding the complete loss of control over the experiment. Cut off all energy supplies. Forcefully breach the injection chamber and terminate the injection immediately. Feng Dao exclaimed, springing to his feet and rushing toward the chamber, issuing the termination command. Wait, stop. Lei Luo suddenly shouted, do not terminate. I may know the reason. In an instant, Lei Luo appeared behind Feng Dao, grasping the hand that was poised to strike down. Mr. Lei Luo. Feng Dao was taken aback, turning to face him. I require a reasonable explanation. Lei Luo shrugged, replying, let us wait for Qin to provide the explanation himself. There are elements here that I cannot elucidate, but in any case, Mr. Feng, please trust me, for Qin, this situation holds only benefits, not detriments. Chapter 067 The Extraordinary Evolution. So, what shall we do next? Feng Dao inquired of Lei Luo, casting a glance at Qin Wushang, who was enveloped within the injection chamber by the War Emperor of Xingtian. Fulfill his requirements. Lei Luo responded gravely. The existence of this entity was known only to Lei Luo and Qin Wushang, yet even Lei Luo, the creator of the War Emperor of Xingtian, remained in the dark about his origins. Perhaps Qin Wushang harbored some suspicions, but for reasons unknown, he refrained from discussing the matter with Lei Luo. Under the control of an unknown information source, the influx of the essence of the Taluo had surged dramatically, reaching 5 times its previous flow rate, a speed that continued to increment gradually. Inside the injection chamber, Qin Wushang remained oblivious to the happenings outside, his primordial spirit fixated on the changes occurring within his physical body. Particularly under the influence of stellar force, the efficacy of the enhancement agent had been amplified, hastening the cellular metamorphosis significantly. Moreover, with the infusion of tenfold flow of the essence of the Taluo, Qin Wushang felt the previously tranquil energy flow erupt violently,
akin to the scorching rays of the sun. The cells, now permeated by the essence, reacted as if they were being seared by flames, responding with intense fervor. In that instant, Qin Wushang felt as though his body would be entirely consumed by this inferno. Yet, at that very moment, a tremendous surge of stellar force was injected into him. As the stellar force coursed through him, it was as if a ladle of ice water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil, causing a tumultuous eruption, akin to countless bombs detonating within the marrow cells. At this moment, even though his physical form was anesthetized and his pain receptors dulled to a minimum, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit still sensed an agonizing pain that enveloped his entire being. However, this was merely the beginning. A blue flame erupted from the cells, igniting Qin Wushang's physical form, yet, his primordial spirit observed with crystal clarity that the cells of his body were in a continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth. Ultimately, every single cell was enhanced to the utmost limit, remaining unscathed even amidst the relentless scorching of the flames. At that moment, the fortified cells seemed to awaken simultaneously, generating a tremendous suction force that instantaneously devoured the blue flames. Furthermore, not only did this force consume the stellar energy within Qin Wushang's body, but it also absorbed the life force generated by the enhancement agent of the essence of the Taluo. Sensing the transformation within his body, Qin Wushang understood that the metamorphosis of his physical form had reached a critical juncture. He then fervently activated the 10 Earth Star devouring technique, incessantly drawing stellar energy into his body. Simultaneously, the flow of the essence of the Taluo injected into Qin Wushang surged dramatically, increasing tenfold once again on top of the previous enhancement. Uncertain how much time passed, under the vigilant gaze of Qin Wushang's primordial spirit, glimmers of bright silver light began to emanate from the marrow cells, followed by the skeletal structure, flesh, and membranes. However, since Qin Wushang's physical body was enveloped by the War Emperor of Xingtian, these phenomena remained concealed. These luminous emissions lasted for approximately 10 seconds before gradually receding. Simultaneously, the suction force within the cells dissipated, and the bodily cells returned to their normal state. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang distinctly felt that his physical body had undergone unimaginable changes. The mere enhancement of his physical strength was enough to leave everyone astounded. If the strength of his body prior to metamorphosis was rated at 1, then afterward, it had reached at least 1,000. Perhaps even more. The injection of the essence of the Taluo enhancement agent was completed, amounting to 1024 base units. At this moment, the soft voice of the laboratory's intelligence system resonated again, indicating that it had reclaimed control of the system. However, the quantity of 1024 base units sent shockwaves through the entire laboratory. Throughout the entire development process of the essence of the Taluo enhancement agent, the standard dosage for ordinary test subjects was 1 base unit, with a maximum limit of 2 base units. Even for super-strong mutants, the utmost allowable dosage was 5 base units. Exceeding this would result in the energy from the enhancement agent overwhelming the subject, yet, Qin Wushang had directly injected 1,024 base units, over 500 times that of an ordinary test subject and over 200 times that of a super-strong mutant. In the minds of everyone in the laboratory, such a feat was simply inconceivable. Initiate deep cellular level scanning to assess the enhanced physical capabilities, calculate the physiological levels. Among the more than a dozen laboratory personnel, a grizzled middle-aged man approached the control system and issued a command to the intelligence system. This middle-aged man, with his hair flecked with gray, was Lin Xinwu, the chief engineer of the Human Genetic Enhancement Research Department, and one of the core members of the Human Genetic Enhancement Laboratory previously established by Xia Qianshan. "Old Lin, how is the situation?" Fang Diao anxiously approached, his voice tinged with urgency. "Silence." Lin Xinwu replied sternly, his gaze never wavering from the monitor. 2 minutes later, the comprehensive scan was completed, and a barrage of data began to appear on the monitor. The holographic display screen presented a cacophony of mixed professional formulas and esoteric symbols, rendering Fang Dao's head throb with pain. Yet, he dared not disturb Lin Xinwu, suppressing his questions and anxieties. "This is impossible, utterly inconceivable." Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang in Fang Dao's ears. He turned to see Lalo, wide-eyed and agape, staring at the data on the holographic screen, exclaiming in disbelief. Fang Dao then remembered that this Dr. Lalo was the youngest genius scientist of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, hailed as the most outstanding scientist in the past 5 centuries, without exception. "Dr. Lalo, how is young Master Wushang faring now?" Fang Dao hurriedly inquired. "He is doing exceptionally well, remarkably so, truly unparalleled," Lalo exclaimed, his voice brimming with awe. The strength of his enhanced physical form has increased by 172 times, while the average renewal rate of the cellular structure has slowed to about 1/20th of its prior rate, establishing a trend of permanent change. The cells will maintain sufficient vitality, and their renewal rate will continue to diminish, signifying that Qin's physical form will attain a state akin to immortality. Dr. Lalo speaks the truth. In our previous over 1,000 experiments, the instances of mutation numbered 169, yet none exhibited a transformation of this magnitude. Lin Xinwu interjected, his face alight with excitement. This state of mutation resembles what I once read in Director Xia's experimental notes. I never imagined it would truly exist. Regrettably, such mutations are non-reproducible. Lalo shook his head affirmatively. If my conjectures are correct, this extraordinary outcome is undoubtedly linked to the entity concealed within the War Emperor of Xingtian. Without his intervention, even with complete and detailed data, the laboratory could never replicate a second instance of such a mutation. Chapter 068 The Three Realms of the Lesser Celestial Position. Upon the cessation of anesthesia, Qin Wushang was extricated from the injection chamber and subsequently transported to the medical bay, where he was immersed in a pale green liquid. 3 days later, he awoke. During this period, his primordial spirit gradually merged with his physical form. Throughout this integration, Qin Wushang sensed ethereal threads of extraordinary energy emanating from his body, intertwining slowly and seamlessly with his primordial spirit, thereby rendering it more substantial and formidable. He vaguely perceived that this was the potent and pure life force inherent within his strengthened corporeal form nourishing his primordial spirit. Once the union of spirit and body was complete, Qin Wushang discovered that his primordial spirit had grown more than twice as powerful as before. Although he still could not separate his spirit from his body, he felt a significant thinning of the barrier that separated him from the external world. Perhaps when his primordial spirit attained the strength to breach this barrier, it would signify his arrival at the legendary realm of spiritual projection. With the fusion of spirit and body finalized, Qin Wushang regained control over his physical form. In that moment, he acutely sensed the remarkable transformation his body had undergone, an astonishing metamorphosis that rendered it akin to a finely sculpted work of art. Every inch of his skin appeared revitalized, each part robust and filled with tension, the lines flowing seamlessly with a sense of power, enveloping his tall stature as if ready to unleash tremendous energy at any moment. Beneath his skin, veins coursed like serpentine rivers, clearly visible yet more resilient than steel, carrying a torrent of blood that incessantly supplied life force to every cell in his body. His bones, having undergone countless cycles of reconstruction and reinforcement, had become exceptionally hard yet light, embodying the perfect amalgamation of steel and feather, capable of withstanding immense pressure while simultaneously exhibiting astonishing speed and agility. Moreover, his body moved with unparalleled swiftness and precision, effortlessly executing even the most intricate maneuvers, as if he had transcended the limitations of the physical realm, reaching a state of extraordinary transcendence. His internal organs, under extreme enhancement, experienced an unprecedented elevation in function. His heart beat robustly, each contraction reverberating like thunder, supplying ample oxygen and nutrients throughout his being. His lungs expanded to their fullest capacity, each breath seemingly capable of inhaling the freshness of the entire world. The sensitivity of his nervous system was unmatched, even the slightest touch was instantaneously relayed to his brain, with reaction speeds that were nothing short of astonishing. Most striking of all were Qin Wushang's eyes, which, in their opening and closing, resembled two resplendent stars, radiating a brilliance that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality. His vision was extraordinary, enabling him to discern minute movements from 1,000 meters away, and it felt as though he could penetrate matter itself, gazing directly into the essence of things. Furthermore, all of his senses had been significantly heightened. His sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had become acutely sensitive, allowing him to capture an abundance of details at an accelerated pace, facilitating more accurate judgments. Among all these enhancements, the most pronounced was the amplification of his strength. A mere baseline figure of 172 times was only the beginning. With greater mastery over his body, Qin Wushang could even generate explosive sounds with the sheer force of his hands. Perched atop an ice mountain nearly 1,000 meters high on Europa, Qin Wushang sat clad in a single garment, while within him, the 10 lands devouring stars technique surged like a torrent, continuously absorbing the rich and pure star power from the void. This marked the 7th day since the fortification of his physical form. Through these days of cultivation, Qin Wushang had thoroughly mastered the power of his body. Not only that, but the previously shattered dantian and meridians had also been restored during this enhancement, becoming even more formidable than before. However, Qin Wushang refrained from recultivating the family's imperial world shocking technique. After all, compared to the grand transformation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the upper limit of the imperial world shocking technique was woefully insufficient. Consequently, he integrated its cultivation methods into the 10 lands devouring stars technique. After 7 days of rigorous training, his cultivation soared like a rocket. At first, the breaking of physical limits directly resulted in a more than 10-fold increase in the speed of cultivating the 10 lands devouring stars technique. Within just 5 days, he completed the transformation of all 11 remaining acupoints in the first layer of the technique. His cultivation ascended rapidly from the second stage of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the sixth stage, and subsequently, as the space within these 11 acupoints filled with star power, Qin Wushang's cultivation broke through once more, effortlessly advancing to the first stage of the void heaven realm. Yet, this was not the end. In the following 2 days, the first acupoint on the second layer of the 10 lands devouring stars technique exhibited slight tremors, signaling the onset of its transformation. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang quelled this urge to break through, understanding that crossing from the second stage of the innate realm to the first stage of the void heaven realm encompassed a significant leap across a major realm and 6 minor realms. Such rapid elevation may not be advantageous. The 3 realms of the lesser celestial position of the acquired realm, the innate realm, and the void heaven realm. Qin Wushang traversed a path that would take an ordinary person an entire lifetime to complete in merely 5 days. What he now required was to solidify his cultivation realm. Qin Wushang lacked in combat power, for with the war monarch Xingtian at his side, he could readily access the peak of the fusion heaven realm or even the burning heaven realm. Thus, for Qin Wushang at this moment, cultivation realm was not the crux. Establishing an indomitable and unparalleled foundation of physical strength was his true pursuit. He understood well that within this martial world, where strength reigns supreme and all power is derived from oneself, only by possessing an unassailable body could he journey further and higher along the path of martial cultivation in the future. Qin, your team has been waiting for you on Source Star for 5 days. When will you return? At that moment, a communicator on his wrist lit up, emanating the voice of Lalo. Qin Wushang rose to his feet, gazing toward the distant source star, now reduced to a mere point of light in the starry sky. Right now, Lalo. Activate the shuttle, we depart in 5 minutes. With that, Qin Wushang took a step forward, his form moving like a flash of lightning, achieving a speed so extreme that it generated a series of explosive sounds in the void. In the blink of an eye, he had left the 1,000-meter ice mountain far behind. Exactly 5 minutes later, Qin Wushang calmly settled into the co-pilot seat beside Lalo, through the window of which he could see the distant dock where the Xian bird No. 2 was moored. After continuous day and night construction, the hull and outer armor of the Xian bird No. 2 were nearly complete. Surrounding the vessel, countless transport ships ascended and descended, continually delivering various materials, equipment, and instruments into the ship's interior. A rather impressive starship, wouldn't you agree, Qin? Lalo remarked with a smile. Indeed, Qin Wushang replied, but alas, we shall not witness its maiden voyage, nor will you part with your beloved Tianjiao, will you? Lalo chuckled heartily, correct, Qin. You know me well, the Tianjiao is my true love, I wouldn't trade it for 100 Xian bird No. 2s. Qin Wushang laughed, Lalo, you can save those sweet nothings for the Tianjiao another day. Now, it is time for us to set forth. Chapter 069 Kunpeng Tactical Team Source Star, Northern Dark Continent, Selera Desert. Deep within the heart of the desert, a massive silver transport ship, nearly 100 meters in length, descended slowly, hovering at an altitude of 100 meters. Subsequently, the hatch at the bottom of the ship opened, and 10 figures leapt from the vessel, landing with ease from the considerable height. Esteemed participants, upon setting foot on this desert, your assessment has officially commenced. There are no questions or targets, your only task is to traverse this expanse within 5 days. The entirety of your performance will be under our vigilant supervision. After 5 days, we will evaluate each of you based on your conduct during this period. The top 5 performers will be formally inducted into the Kunpeng Tactical Team. For the rest, should you wish to depart, we will provide appropriate compensation. Those who choose to remain may join the Tianji as reserve members of the tactical team. Now, the assessment begins. With that proclamation, the transport ship ascended rapidly, altering its course and departing without allowing the 10 individuals any opportunity for inquiry. Left in the desert, the group exchanged glances, realizing that they were devoid of maps, communication devices, or any supplies. Indeed, not even a single bottle of water had been left behind. The Selera Desert, located in the northern region of the Dark Continent and near the equator, spans over 10 million square kilometers. For an ordinary person, traversing such a vast area on foot within 5 days would be an insurmountable endeavor. Though all 10 were far from ordinary, with the weakest among them being a third-tier celestial warrior, successfully completing what appeared to be a straightforward task was by no means simple. As the vessel departed, without a moment's hesitation, 7 individuals chose their respective paths and set off. Given the flight trajectory of the transport ship, this landing point was likely the very center of the Selera Desert. Thus, regardless of the direction taken, the distance traveled would be the same, the only variable being their fortune. Whether they encountered an oasis or a sandstorm along their journey, the remaining 3 individuals had huddled together since their descent from the transport ship, clearly a cohesive unit, a small group of 3, a common sight within the Star Alliance mercenary guild.
Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, and from their habitual stances and postures, it was evident that the leader was the woman, whose lithe figure was crowned with vibrant, fiery red hair.
Lin and I, what shall we do next? Inquired the tall, slender man as he noticed that the 7 had vanished from sight.
Robin, there's no need to rush.
And I has had a plan all along, hasn't she? Remarked the other man with a smile, his gaze towards Lin and I filled with affection and admiration.
Robin, Chris, you both will each select a direction and walk 20 steps, then drive these 2 symbolic nails 3 meters into the ground. Remember, your strides must be identical, and the depth of the nails must vary not in the slightest. Lin and I instructed, retrieving 2 half-foot-long silver nails adorned with intricate, hollow carvings. Receiving the silver nails, Robin and Chris turned and walked 20 steps, stopping as directed by Lin and I, and proceeded to embed the nails 3 meters beneath the surface. With their 4th-tier celestial warrior prowess, they seamlessly executed Lin Ni's request. Simultaneously, Lin and I buried a 3rd nail 3 meters deep into the desert sand. Then, invoking an arcane incantation, Lin and I activated the triangle formed by the 3 nails, causing mysterious yellow runes to illuminate within the marked area. The ground began to churn, reminiscent of boiling water.
And I, is this the marsh domain you mentioned?
Chris exclaimed, astonished by the transformation occurring across the desert. Lin and I nodded, explaining, the marsh domain is a spirit-level celestial array, a random teleportation array capable of opening 2 marsh entrances within a 500-kilometer radius, forming a teleportation passage. Before she could finish, 2 figures suddenly erupted from the dunes 100 meters away, hurtling towards the triangular area.
How daring!
Robin shouted, unsheathing the twin swords strapped to his back and unleashing a beam of sword light aimed at the intruders. The 2 figures were not to be underestimated. Suspended in midair, they merely waved a hand, dispelling Robin's sword light while accelerating their descent, vanishing into the roiling sands before Robin could strike again.
Robin, let them go.
Just as Robin was about to pursue the 2 into the shifting sands, Lin and I intervened, adding, what I mentioned earlier was the complete marsh domain teleportation array.
What I've created here is merely a flawed version. And I, what consequences arise from a flawed array?
Robin and Chris exchanged bewildered glances, familiar with Lin Ni's propensity for mischief. Lin and I smiled, stating, the repercussions are not overly severe. It simply means a shorter teleportation distance and a slower activation time. It will take approximately 10 minutes to fully establish a complete passage between the 2 marsh domains.
Chris asked, what if someone enters the array before it is fully activated, glancing apprehensively towards the array?
Lin and I replied, the marsh domain array is built upon the power of earth-based sorcery, and until fully activated, the earth energy within the array remains chaotic and disordered. Forcing entry would likely result in being transported to an unknown location, potentially leading to entrapment.
Oh, so they're doomed?
Chris chuckled mockingly, declaring, may the gods of magic look after them, 2 unfortunate souls, haha. As they spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, transforming into countless arcs of electricity that struck the locations where the symbolic nails were buried. Immediately, the triangular area began to swirl with shifting sands, forming whirlpools.
It's done, we can enter.
Lin and I observed gravely as the whirlpools formed, and she was the first to leap into the marsh domain. Trusting in Lin and I, Robin and Chris followed suit without hesitation. However, shortly after they plunged into the whirlpool, the ground trembled violently, and with a resounding explosion, the marsh domain array erupted. A sandstorm surged skyward, sending dust flying, and it took over an hour for the tempest to subside, leaving the once familiar landscape of the marsh domain utterly transformed. Chapter 070. The assessment in progress above the Selra Desert. Soaring at an altitude of 5,000 meters, the transport ship activated its optical cloaking camouflage, hovering gracefully in the AIR.AT. The precise moment when Lin and I and her companions began to set up their formation, this very area was projected onto the holographic screen in the main control chamber of the transport vessel.
Oh my, quite impressive, isn't it? Sheen.
Upon witnessing Lin Ni's stunning figure and exquisite features, Laylo couldn't help but whistle and remarked, how about a directed mission? Although I'm uncertain about her combat prowess, at the very least, she is quite the visual delight.
Qin Wuxian cast a disdainful glance at Laylo and retorted, shall I deliver her to your cabin tonight?
Laylo hastily shook his head, exclaiming, no.
Qin, the celestial horizon is my one true love. My cabin can no longer accommodate any other woman. As your best friend and employer, I am merely considering your happiness.
Laylo, Aurora is not present here.
There is no need for you to perpetually exhibit your fidelity.
Aurora was the name of the Celestial Horizons Intelligence Center, crafted by Laylo himself, and in his eyes, she epitomized the ideal woman. However, Qin Wuxian had always scoffed at Laylo's peculiar obsession. No, Aurora is omnipresent, she resides eternally in my heart. Lalo swore, clutching his chest. Qin Wuxian looked at Lalo in bewilderment, only to inadvertently notice that his pinky finger was subtly pointing towards a monitor directly facing him, leading to a sudden realization. Is this a case of reaping what one sows? Qin Wuxian found it difficult to evaluate Lalo's peculiarities, yet as one of the finest scientists in the Alliance Academy of Sciences, some eccentricities were to be expected. Nevertheless, Qin Wuxian was astonished by the degree of evolution that Aurora had undergone. As an artificial intelligence system, she had developed emotions akin to those of ordinary humans, such as admiration, jealousy, and possessiveness. Such an advanced artificial intelligence likely did not exist even in the Galactic Alliance. Rising to his feet, Qin Wuxian severed all surveillance measures within the control chamber of the ship, then inquired of Lalo, "Since when did this begin?"
Lalo responded with a rueful smile, "Do you recall the first mutation of the Xingtian War Emperor?" Qin Wuxian's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "So, you mean to say that there is a significant issue with the information I entrusted to you?"
Lalo nodded, saying, "The crux of the matter is that I cannot pinpoint the source of the problem. The information you provided from the Immortal Descent era was directly extracted from your memory, representing a direct transmission of information flow, devoid of any carrier."
If, Qin Wuxian hesitated before continuing, if it inherently exists within that information?
Lalo sighed, "I share your sentiment, but I meticulously deconstructed every piece of information, every single character, and found no anomaly whatsoever."
Qin Wuxian's demeanor grew solemn. The Xingtian War Emperor's mutation and Aurora's extraordinary evolution were both directly linked to the Immortal Descent era, or, more precisely, the Taibai Shang Yuan in his possession. Had the esteemed Changgung Xinzuan truly perished as he claimed, or were these hidden elements within the information flow remnants left behind by him?
Gazing at the mark in the palm of his right hand, Qin Wuxian felt as though he was grasping a scalding hot potato, yet, the Taibai Shang Yuan represented an inexhaustible treasure trove for him, making it difficult to relinquish.
"Fear not.
There is always a solution. In this vast cosmos, there is not a single problem beyond my capability to resolve." Lalo chuckled heartily. "Qin, perhaps you should focus on your team for now. It seems that the lovely Miss Lin and I has encountered trouble again." Turning his attention, Qin Wuxian observed on the display screen that Lin and I, Robin, and Chris were surrounded by hundreds of sand scorpions. These colossal creatures measured no less than 5 to 6 meters in length, with combat capabilities rivaling those of ordinary innate martial artists. Since the end of the Common Era 2,000 years ago, when the Source Star plunged into the high-energy particle-rich regions of the galactic domain, not only had humanity awakened to the extraordinary, giving rise to the cultivation systems of celestial martial arts and celestial techniques, but the flora and fauna of the Source Star had
also undergone rapid and intense mutations.
These massive sand scorpions were the result of 2 millennia of evolution from their predecessors, which had measured a mere 5 centimeters. Sand scorpions were a gregarious species, and Lin and I felt that her luck must be negative. Otherwise, she would not have inadvertently opened a random exit from the swamp realm right in the midst of a sand scorpion nest. As fate would have it, it was precisely within the sand chamber used by the scorpions to incubate their eggs. A tremendous tremor collapsed the entire chamber, destroying countless sand scorpion eggs, and subsequently, Lin and I and her companions became the targets of the scorpion's wrath.
"Shall we dispatch a rescue team?" Lalo inquired. "Let us observe a while longer."